Chapter 1. The Transcendence. The sky was a brilliant azure, as clear as a transparent mirror, adorned with thick white clouds, billowing like cotton and surging like waves. It hung on one side of the heavens and embellished the other, rendering the sky a picturesque sight. I could see that moment, a mysterious object, akin to a shooting star, suddenly streaked across what should have been a serene day, emitting a sound reminiscent of the tearing of the sky. In the Hall of Offerings, Qian Renxue, poised to embark on an undercover mission in Tiando City, turned to Qian Daoliu and inquired about the celestial anomaly. "Grandfather, what is that? That shooting star-like object is descending rapidly." Qian Daoliu, gazing at the object in the sky, affectionately ruffled Qian Renxue's hair and replied, "Little Shui, allow me to investigate. If it were to crash to the ground, it could cause significant casualties. I promise to bring you your favorite oranges upon my return." "Yes. Grandfather, please hurry. I fear that if you delay, innocent civilians may be harmed." Qian Daoliu chuckled at her concern. "Protecting the citizens of Daoliu continent is our Angel Clan's mission. That it brings me great joy to see you, young as you are, possess such awareness." "Grandfather, please go quickly." Embarrassed by the praise, Qian Renxue urged Qian Daoliu to swiftly intercept the falling star. All right. Grandfather will go at once." With that, Qian Daoliu activated his martial spirit and soared towards the meteor. As a rank 99 limit Daoliu, Qian Daoliu, with the aid of his martial spirit, swiftly reached the object. Just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly noticed the arm of an infant. Immediately halting his actions, he flew towards the child, intent on saving the little one. He managed to catch the baby, but the force of inertia sent him tumbling to the ground. Looking down at the child cradled in his arms, he murmured, "How could a child survive such an impact? Where could this little one possibly have come from?" Without dwelling further on the matter, he flew back to the Hall of Offerings. Upon his return, Qian Renxue stepped forward and asked, "Grandfather, did you not promise to bring me oranges? Where are they?" Her gaze fell upon the infant in Qian Daoliu's arms. "Grandfather, who is this child?" "Little Shui. This child is the very meteor you just witnessed. I cannot fathom how they survived under such circumstances," Qian Daoliu explained. Observing the infant, who was sleeping soundly and drooling, Qian Renxue pondered aloud, "Grandfather, could it be possible that this is a child of the gods? How else could they have survived such a fall and still sleep so peacefully? A child of the gods, you say? It is indeed a possibility, otherwise they could not have endured such a perilous situation," Qian Daoliu contemplated, reflecting on the earlier events. At that moment, Qian Renxue inquired, "Grandfather, what are your intentions regarding this child? Let us first take him to the orphanage in the Spirit City. After all, Qian Daoliu intended to express that the child was without parents and lacked care. But upon seeing his granddaughter, the words lingered on his lips before being swallowed back. After all, Qian Renxue was, in essence, no different from an orphan herself. Qian Renxue was aware of her grandfather's unspoken thoughts, and they evoked memories of her own mother, Bibi Dong. After giving birth to her, Bibi Dong had never once looked after her and had always harbored disdain. "Grandfather, may I have him as my little brother?" Qian Renxue gazed at Qian Daoliu, her eyes sparkling with hope. Understanding the motivations behind Qian Renxue's request, Qian Daoliu readily acquiesced, aware that for many years he had been the sole companion by her side. "Very well, we shall heed Xiaoxu's wishes." Thus, Baiying became Qian Renxue's little brother. As Qian Renxue cradled the sleeping infant, she noticed a piece of paper that emerged as the baby turned. "Grandfather, look quickly. What is it, Shui?" Qian Renxue produced a note that bore the name Baiying. "Baiying? Is that the child's name?" "I believe it to be so." The grand enshrinement, Qian Daoliu, had returned with an infant who caught the attention of Bibi Dong. "Yuguan Gui Mei," Bibi Dong called out from the papal throne. Immediately, two beams of light, one yellow and one black, manifested in the papal hall. Present, too. Upon their arrival, Bibi Dong inquired, "I noticed that the grand enshrinement seemed to have brought back an infant. I was preoccupied with affairs. Are you too aware of the details?" "Reporting to your holiness, it appeared that a meteor streaked across the sky. The grand enshrinement ventured out to intercept it to prevent any innocent casualties." "Yes, your holiness. However, we are unaware of the child's circumstances. He is likely a survivor affected by the meteor's fallout," Yuguan added. "I understand. You may leave now." After hearing their report, Bibi Dong dismissed Yuguan and Gui Mei, leaving the vast palace in solitude. "Intercepting a meteor. A survivor," Bibi Dong murmured. In the tranquility of Qian Renxue's chambers, a serene breeze enveloped the space with an air of calm and elegance. The peaceful ambience was abruptly shattered by the cries of a baby, startling the previously resting Qian Renxue awake. "Ugh! Ah!" Bai Ying first stretched lazily, then complained, "Why did I waste my time competing and diving with those old men? I should be in an ambulance or already in the hospital." Though Bai Ying spoke, all that could be heard were his wails. Qian Renxue approached Bai Ying's side, her curiosity piqued. "Aren't you crying? Why are there no tears, nor any sign of having cried? Is it because your eyes are still closed?" After pondering, she concluded that it must indeed be due to his closed eyes, and she reached out, intending to help Bai Ying open them. At this moment, the white figure, still with closed eyes, saying, "Indeed, I have arrived at Tianjinwei. I have learned nothing, except for driving a car, which unfortunately led to the demise of over 200. The police came searching for me, and I was so terrified that I trembled. I rolled and crawled into a rat's nest, and once inside, hey, it's rather pleasant here. I looked around, and indeed it's quite spacious. The rats, upon seeing me, trembled in fear, standing at attention, and even kneeling to bow their heads." While humming this tune, the white figure suddenly felt someone fiddling with their eyelids. Abruptly, the white figure opened their eyes, startling the person who had intended to force them awake. "Qian Renxue, who dares to disturb me?" Yet, the words emerged as the cries of an infant, of which the white figure remained blissfully unaware. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld a girl with golden hair and lavender eyes. "Why did you suddenly open your eyes? You gave me quite a fright." After speaking, Qian Renxue gazed at the white figure with confusion, but there are no tears. Is it that my method was incorrect? Or perhaps, never mind, I shall ask grandfather instead. With that, Qian Renxue headed towards the offering hall to seek out Qian Daoliu, leaving the white figure alone in the vast palace. Chapter 2. Who am I? Where am I? The white figure gazed at the unfamiliar ceiling and tilted their head to survey the surroundings, sensing an oddity. The opulent room exuded an air of elegant luxury, filled with the fragrance of flowers. Something is amiss. This is exceedingly peculiar. Could it be that after fainting, I was abducted and sold? This thought was quickly dismissed. Judging by the decor, this must belong to a wealthy family. What idle person would bother to abduct a mere single loser like me? What a waste of time. Could it be that I opened my eyes incorrectly? Or am I still dreaming? The white figure closed their eyes once more and reopened them, only to find no change in their surroundings. Am I an invisible millionaire? Or perhaps, like Wang Duiyu, I have a long-lost relative whose inheritance I must claim? At this juncture, the white figure felt an itch on their back. After struggling for a while to scratch it, they became puzzled. "Wait, why can't I reach it?" Lifting their hand, they were astonished to find it so small, akin to that of a child. This realization shocked the white figure. "Where is my hand?" Suddenly, a sense of disquiet enveloped them. When the white figure attempted to stand and walk, they discovered they could not rise and could only crawl. After a short while, they reached the edge of the bed, stretching their short legs in an attempt to touch the ground. They then approached a full-length mirror and gazed into it, utterly dumbfounded. "Is this me?" After uttering these words, they moved their limbs, mimicking the reflection in the mirror, and marveled. Has society developed to such an extent that it can reverse aging? No, that can't be right. If such good fortune existed, would it not come to me? Am I experiencing rebirth, or perhaps a transmigration? The more the white figure pondered, the more plausible the notion seemed. Bai Ying remained lost in thought. Qian Renxue entered with a nurse, her surprise evident upon seeing Bai Ying seated before the mirror. "Goodness, how did you manage to climb down?" she exclaimed. Subsequently, Qian Renxue lifted Bai Ying, admonishing, "Are you not aware of the dangers? What if you were to injure yourself? Treatment would be necessary. It seems I have indeed traversed into another realm. But who is this person? She appears to be my elder. What should I do? Perhaps a nod and acknowledgement would suffice?" After contemplating, Bai Ying responded with a slight nod. Qian Renxue, taken aback by this development, turned to the nurse and remarked, "Did you witness that? He can actually comprehend my words." The nurse, astonished by Bai Ying's nod, replied, "I have never encountered a child at such a tender age who could understand speech. I have merely made a slight display of my abilities, and already you are astonished. Just wait until I mature and showcase my intellect. You would surely be astounded," Bai Ying thought to himself. The nurse then bowed to Qian Renxue, stating, "Young master, I shall take care of everything here. You can rest assured that I will look after the young master diligently." Qian Renxue carried Bai Ying back to the bed and approached the nurse, handing her a heavy pouch of gold soul coins. "Thank you for your assistance. It seems I will trouble you considerably this time. I must venture out and will not return. My grandfather and the others are unable to care for the child, which may impose on you." "It is no trouble at all. It is my honor to alleviate the young master's burdens," the nurse replied. Seeing the nurse prepare to bow once more, Qian Renxue hastily stepped forward to interrupt her, saying, "Let us refrain from such formalities. You have cared for me well since my childhood. There is no need for unnecessary etiquette between us. The nurse, acknowledging her words, took a step back and replied, Young master, the respect between sovereign and subject is indispensable. Bai Ying, observing the interaction between Qian Renxue and the nurse, couldn't help but think, it seems this individual is quite commendable. Our future interaction should be devoid of complications. The nurse is also admirable, displaying loyalty and wisdom. Even in close friendship, the etiquette between sovereign and subject must be upheld. However, he soon mused, but where on earth have I transmigrated to? There exists a system of sovereign and subject etiquette here. Thankfully, you communicate in Chinese, otherwise, I might have thought I had been reborn into a certain troublesome era. Qian Renxue then approached Bai Ying, pinching his rosy cheeks, and upon gazing into his sparkling eyes, she was undeniably smitten. So adorable. Moo, she exclaimed, unable to resist planting a kiss on his cheek. Little Bai, I have important matters to attend to and may be away for an extended period. For these days, please get along with Annie Nurse. Be sure to behave. After saying this, Qian Renxue patted Bai Ying's head. Little Bai, is that a reference to me? Surely, you aren't calling a pet dog or cat. Bai Ying thought, bewildered. Qian Renxue then addressed the nurse. I must first visit the offering hall. After I conclude my duties, I may need to depart. I appreciate your assistance. You can rely on me, young master, the nurse assured. Bai Ying, eavesdropping on their conversation, seized upon the key phrase. Offering hall, young master. How familiar that sounds. Time flies, and seasons change swiftly, slipping through one's fingers before one can fully appreciate them, transforming all into a delicate, ephemeral embrace. Suddenly, upon reflection, one notices the frost upon their head and the landscape etched upon their face, as the years flow like water, and in the blink of an eye, the day of soul. Avakning aploachis ultman. Will Sister Shuer return today? Bai Ying inquired of Qian Daoliu, who knelt before the statue of the angel. Long before, when Qian Renxue celebrated her birthday in Seoul City, she had brought Bai Ying to the worship hall. Upon entering, Bai Ying was struck by the sight of the sacred and imposing angelic statue, realizing he had traversed into the Daoliu continent. Have you finished your training with your grandfather, the golden crocodile? Qian Daoliu did not answer Bai Ying's question, instead turning it back upon him. Sister Shuer will return in a few days. I certainly do not wish to greet her looking disheveled, Bai Ying replied, leaning against the wall. Oh, you haven't accomplished today's goal then? Qian Daoliu stood and regarded Bai Ying, a hint of parental authority shining in his eyes. Over the past 6 years, he had observed Qian Renxue's treatment of Bai Ying, regarding him as his own grandson. Seeing Qian Daoliu rise, Bai Ying hurriedly interjected, I did it. I completed it. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu displayed a semblance of relief and said, You have yet to awaken your martial soul. This is the prime time for body refinement. Once you awaken your martial soul, your training opportunities will diminish significantly. Bai Ying, upon hearing this, pouted and responded, Isn't it said that excessive training stunts a child's growth? Moreover, it can be harmful to one's health. Qian Daoliu approached Bai Ying, delivering a swift chop to his forehead. Do you think soul masters are akin to ordinary individuals? Bai Ying, cradling his head, lamented, I understand, but why hit me? Alas, considering the days, Shuer should be arriving tomorrow. You need not train these next few days, take a proper rest, and prepare for your martial soul awakening. Your other 6 grandfathers and I hold great expectations for you. Chapter 3. The System. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying made no further delay and walked outside, saying, Got it. I'm off now. Once back in his room, Bai Ying lay upon his bed, silently gazing at the ceiling, murmuring, I truly wonder what kind of martial soul I will awaken in a few days. He quickly shifted his tone to one of frustration. Damn it, where's the standard system for traversers? It's been 6 years. If it doesn't arrive soon, it'll leave a scathing review. Though he spoke thus, he still harbored a desire for a system. What if he turned out to be an unfortunate soul without a martial soul? Leaving Seoul City would be an insurmountable challenge. System. After calling out twice and receiving no response, despair washed over him that, oh heavens, Buddha, God, please grant me a favorable martial soul. Could it be that my method of activation was incorrect, which has led to the absence of the system all this time? Over the years, I have attempted countless times to summon the system, yet to no avail. Now it seems I'm left with but one recourse. With that, he stepped directly to the window, gazing out at the radiant white light, and then shouted, System, activate. As the white shadow descended, its eyes were enveloped by the dazzling light. Within this brilliance, 2 black characters materialized, soon transforming into English. With the fading of the English text, the white shadow regained its vision, and a mechanical voice resonated in its mind. Beep. Verifying passcode. Verification successful. Please select from the daily sign-in system or the goddess captivation system. Huh? Is it truly so? Has the system finally arrived? The white shadow displayed a look of disbelief, for after yearning for the system's arrival for so many years, it was astonishing that uttering the phrase system, activate, had brought it forth. I once had no choice regarding my child, but now, I desire everything. Ding. Fusion in progress, fusion successful. Welcome to the daily sign-in to captivate the goddess system. Would you like to proceed with the daily sign-in? Sign in. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. You have received a space ring. It has been detected that this is the host's first time using the system, and an additional novice gift package has been awarded. Would you like to claim the rewards? Claim. As Bai Ying's voice faded, a ring appeared in my hand. Would you like to open the novice gift package? Open. Ding. Opening. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the dragon-slaying martial soul of light and darkness. What precisely is a dragon-slaying martial soul? I can grasp the literal meaning. But what does it entail? Bai Ying inquired with curiosity about the system, seeking clarity on the specifics of the dragon-slaying martial soul. The dragon-slaying martial soul is specifically designed for hunting dragons, possessing immense lethality against dragon-type soul beasts and soul masters with dragon-type martial souls. It enables combat against soul masters and soul beasts of higher levels than oneself, sharpening the host's five senses to an extraordinary degree. Note, soul masters with a dragon-slaying martial soul cannot absorb soul bones, but they can grow stronger by hunting dragon-type soul beasts. Only after bathing in dragon blood can one truly be regarded as a dragon slayer. Understood, but what do light and dark signify? Are they dual martial souls? In response, host. They are indeed dual martial souls. Light and dark can be viewed as two elemental forces. For instance, your light-type martial soul can only utilize light-type soul skills, while the dark-type martial soul can only employ dark-type soul skills. Furthermore, they are immune to soul skills that match their own attributes and can absorb soul skills that correspond with their elemental affinities, replenishing their soul power. They can also consume both black and white soul skills, as well as objects and food. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying could not help but exclaim with frustration. What a surprise! If I were to fill my spatial ring with black and white items or food, wouldn't I be invincible? The system responded, not quite invincible. You can only engage in significant cross-level battles with dragon-type soul beasts or soul masters, and can only consume soul skills or objects that share your attribute. If your opponent possesses fire or water attributes, and they are at a higher level than you, it would be quite challenging for you to emerge victorious. Bai Ying acknowledged this, feeling content with the prospect of possessing such a remarkable dual martial soul. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, a fleeting yet formidable aura had caught attention. The god of Shura, one of the three enforcers of the divine realm and a member of the divine council, had been observing the situation in Daoliu continent for some time. The moment Bai Ying received his system reward, it drew the attention of the god of Shura, of which Bai Ying remained completely unaware. The god of Shura gazed at the young Bai Ying, murmuring to himself, "Fascinating. This impressive aura emanates from this little one. I shall take my time to observe you." At that moment, Bai Ying suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What is this unexpected shiver on such a sunny day? Surely those old fellows in the offering hall are scheming ways to trouble me. Those old geezers. The following day, Bai Ying had risen early to tidy her appearance and was now standing outside the worship hall, awaiting Qian Renxue's return. Before long, she spotted a figure approaching. It was indeed Qian Renxue. Upon seeing her return, Bai Ying waved her hand, and Qian Renxue felt a genuine joy at finding Bai Ying waiting for her. At last, "You are back. I was beginning to think you would go back on your word," Bai Ying remarked, casting a reproachful glance at the now taller Qian Renxue. "It has been quite difficult for me to break away. Besides, Xiao Bai is about to awaken her martial soul, so I naturally had to return to witness that moment." Qian Renxue replied, "I've told you not to call me Xiao Bai." Bai Ying retorted playfully, "But what if I awaken a useless martial soul? Wouldn't that be a source of amusement for you?" She added with a hint of mischief, "How could I ever find amusement in your misfortune? You are, apart from my grandfather, my only family," Qian Renxue responded. And she, before Bai Ying could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qian Renxue, who exclaimed, "She is not." Observing this, Bai Ying couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness toward the mother-daughter duo. Despite both harboring the sentiment that they considered each other irreplaceable family, neither dared to voice it. Qian Renxue had perfectly inherited this trait from Bibi Dong, both being steadfast and unyielding. Meanwhile, in a corner, Bibi Dong, Sensing Qian Renshue's return, eavesdropped on their conversation. Upon hearing Qian Renshue's decisive and unequivocal response, a pang of disappointment stirred within her heart, but it was overshadowed by a deeper sense of guilt towards Qian Renxue. Bai Ying then remarked, "I shall venture out to procure some delectable treats, so we may indulge in a splendid feast later." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue chuckled softly while rubbing her head, responding, "Perhaps it would be best for you to remain here. After all, you have yet to awaken your martial soul. It would be wiser to leave such tasks to the servants." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "You are right. If I were to go by it, it would likely be quite troublesome." Qian Renxue gently caressed Bai Ying's head and smiled, saying, "All right, let us first go in and find Grandpa." Chapter 4. The Forceful Kiss in the Evening. Bai Ying approached Qian Renxue, bearing a large platter brimming with lamb skewers. "You, my friend, are truly a remarkable cook. Not only do your dishes delight the palate, but you also possess a keen appreciation for what is known as, yes, the essence of earthly flavors. Enjoying these lamb skewers outdoors is essential for the full experience." Bai Ying smiled gently before sitting across from Qian Renxue. Responding to her, one must indulge in barbecue outdoors to truly savor the experience. Just imagine sitting on this balcony, relishing the barbecue while gazing at the myriad of stars in the vibrant splendor of Wuhuan City. Is it not far superior to dining indoors? Indeed, it is far more delightful than eating within four walls. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. If only we could have some beer to enhance the experience. Qian Renxue then delivered a light chop to Bai Ying's head, admonishing him, "At such a tender age, you still wish to drink?" Bai Ying waved his hand in explanation, saying, "What are you talking about? As the saying goes, barbecued delicacies pair perfectly with beer, and fried chicken is best enjoyed with cola. This is the quintessential combination." "That's mere sophistry. You are not yet of legal drinking age. Do you realize that?" I know. Qian Renxue also revealed a satisfied smile, saying, "Let's eat. Afterward, ensure you rest well. Tomorrow marks the day of your soul awakening. You mustn't be late due to oversleeping." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying turned to Qian Renxue and lamented, "Late? Do you think I would dare to be tardy in these past 2 years? Setting aside the others, that old man Jean is relentless, pushing me to my limits. I am merely 6 years old, subjecting me to such inhumane training. I truly wonder what these people are thinking. What if they break me?" Qian Renxue, upon hearing Bai Ying's grievances, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She had witnessed Jean Yi's rigorous training methods, which were undeniably harsh, yet yielded remarkable results. All right. After you awaken your martial soul tomorrow, you will seldom have the opportunity to train with the offerings. Most of your time will be spent in cultivation, making it difficult for you to train with the offerings then. "Not necessarily," Bai Ying retorted. "If I awaken a useless martial soul, I may still have no chance to cultivate." Qian Renxue teased in response, "If you awaken a worthless martial soul, I shall have you cooking in the kitchen every day. After all, your culinary skills are exceptional. It is indeed a craft. You will prepare meals for everyone in the martial soul city." She then added with a playful smirk, "But considering your culinary prowess, could it be that your martial soul is a frying pan or a kitchen knife?" Bai Ying, in harmony with Qian Renshue's words, expressed astonishment. "Is that true? You mustn't deceive me." Qian Renxue, clearly amused, covered her mouth and replied, "All right, I was just teasing you." The following day, individuals of suitable age gathered in the square of Spirit City, eagerly awaiting their soul awakenings. Among them were high-ranking officials from the Spirit Hall, as well as several teaching assistants and elders, who observed the proceedings in hopes of discovering promising talents to take under their wing. Dana possessed the spirit of a steel sword, with a soul power level of 5. David, with the spirit of an owl, exhibited a commendable soul power level of 6. Little Shang, embodying the spirit of a frozen fish, also displayed a soul power of 6. Little Chong, with the spirit of a grouper, impressed with a soul power of 7. Little Lon, representing the orchid spirit, achieved a remarkable innate soul power of level 6 as a support-type soul master. Simultaneously, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying arrived at the scene. Observing the throngs of people, Qian Renxue turned to Bai Ying and said, "Let us proceed. I shall guide you to the Hall of Offerings for your soul awakening." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying pondered for a moment and felt it was indeed sensible. Given the potential delay, it would be far more pragmatic to go directly to the Hall of Offerings to awaken his martial soul. Furthermore, it would be wise to inform the offerings about the matter of the twin martial souls, as each offering is unwaveringly loyal to the Spirit Hall. If he were to awaken here and later be discovered to possess twin martial souls, it could lead to complications. Thus, the decision was made. Off to the Hall of Offerings they would go. Before long, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying arrived at the Hall of Offerings. Upon noticing their arrival, Qian Daoliu inquired, "What martial soul have you awakened?" "Not yet awakened," Bai Ying replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Qian Renxue then interjected, "There are too many people over there. I would like my grandfather to help little Bai, little Ying, awaken his martial soul." Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu stood and looked at Bai Ying. "Step to the center. I shall assist you in awakening your martial soul." Just as Bai Ying was about to take a step forward, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of the goddess Qian Renxue. System task initiated. Forcefully kiss Qian Renxue. Reward: innate level 20 soul power. Task failure penalty: none. Upon hearing the task announced by the system, Bai Ying inwardly cursed. What the hell? Yesterday, I spent so much time with her, and you remained silent. Now, at the moment of awakening my martial soul, you assign me the task of kissing Qian Renxue? Qian Daoliu is still here. Do you wish for my swift demise? Will the host abandon the task? Abandoning the task will incur no penalties. Damn it, I'll go through with it. After all, with innate soul power at level 20, Qian Daoliu won't raise any objections, right? As long as he facilitates my martial soul awakening, the task will proceed smoothly. If he fails to assist me, I shall return to the square. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Showing, what are you pondering? Come here quickly, Qian Renxue urged. Noticing Bai Ying standing motionless, a gentle voice, that of Qian Renxue, reached Bai Ying's ears, causing her to momentarily falter. Embarrassed, she stammered, "I was merely a bit anxious about awakening my martial soul." Qian Renxue, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "There is nothing to be anxious about. Besides, you have witnessed martial soul awakenings before. Sister Shuer, could you come over here for a moment?" Although uncertain of Bai Ying's intentions, Qian Renxue approached and inquired, "What is it?" Just as she finished speaking, Bai Ying leaned in and pressed her lips against Qian Renxue's soft, fragrant ones. Qian Daoliu was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, quickly realizing that his precious granddaughter had just been kissed forcefully. Bai Ying also sensed Qian Daoliu's reaction and subsequently released Qian Renxue. "Wah, what are you doing?" Qian Renxue inquired, her voice tinged with shyness. "Sister Shuer will henceforth belong to me." As the two conversed, Qian Daoliu's voice resonated. "You brat." In that fleeting moment, when Qian Daoliu's soul power surged forth, Qian Renxue positioned herself protectively in front of Bai Ying. Noticing his granddaughter shielding Bai Ying, Qian Daoliu hastily quelled his soul power. "Shuer, what are you doing?" Qian Renxue stammered, I. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying stepped forward and knelt on one knee, stating, "I have come not only to awaken my martial soul, but also to express my intent to propose to the grand offering." Qian Renxue was taken aback by Bai Ying's words. "A proposal? Humph. What qualifications do you possess to make such a request?" Once the grand offering helped me awaken my martial soul, I became aware of my own qualifications. Qian Daoliu, upon hearing this, grasped Bai Ying's intent and replied, "Little Ying, throughout the years, I, along with the other offerings, have regarded you as family. You are indeed a person of great potential, and we hold you in high esteem. However, your assertion that understanding your qualifications comes with the awakening of your martial soul suggests an unwavering confidence in your own talents. Are you aware of Shuer's innate gifts?" Chapter 5, The Marriage Proposal. Thus, you are quite self-assured regarding your abilities? Do you truly comprehend Shuer's extraordinary talents? Qian Daoliu spoke with a hint of authority. Bai Ying had anticipated Qian Daoliu's words and, lifting her gaze to meet his, exhibited not a trace of trepidation. "I am well aware of Sister Shuer's extraordinary talent. She possesses a divine-grade martial soul, the six-winged angel, and boasts an innate soul power of level 20. However, I do not consider myself inferior." Upon uttering this declaration, Bai Ying's heart began to race with renewed vigor. What should I say next? 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty? No, that phrase is more suitable for a situation of being rejected or spurned. Qian Daoliu, this old man, has yet to deliver a definitive refusal. He currently finds himself in a state of indecision. In other words, he is assessing whether my talents are worthy of matching Qian Renxue. Given his perspective, he likely believes I will not possess a divine-grade martial soul, implying that his current expectation is, at the very least, for me to have innate full soul power. System, are you there? She promptly called upon the system. Ding. Present. How may I assist you? Has my soul power been credited yet? Host. The reward has been automatically granted following your fervent kiss. You now possess innate soul power of level 20. Congratulations, host, for triggering the hidden task. Successful proposal. Reward. Divine artifact. Time battle blade. Upon hearing that the reward had been credited, Bai Ying could not help but exhale in relief. It would have been exceedingly awkward to awaken a divine martial soul without possessing any soul power. Shortly thereafter, Bai Ying noticed a hidden task, but upon merely glancing at the requirement for a successful proposal, he chose not to delve further, deciding to address the matter of rewards at a later time. It was futile to dwell on it. He preferred to focus directly on the awakening of his martial soul for a more in-depth discussion. Observing this, Qian Daoliu could not help but admire Bai Ying's maturity in his heart. Despite being merely 6 years old, the child, though sometimes steady and at other times unreliable, had already surpassed his peers by a considerable margin. Nonetheless, Qian Daoliu maintained his earlier demeanor of authority and spoke in a measured tone. Come here. Bai Ying approached Qian Daoliu, and as he did so, a radiant golden light erupted, lifting Bai Ying into the air. However, in an instant, the sky above the spirit city was shrouded in darkness. Qian Daoliu, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. The spirit city was not only the ancestral home of the Qian family, but also the sacred place of the angel god's inheritance, now engulfed by shadows. Upon seeing the entire spirit city enveloped in darkness, Qian Daoliu realized the extraordinary nature of Bai Ying's spirit, a spirit capable of invoking celestial phenomena, a divine-level spirit. Suddenly, the darkness was dispelled, and while the onlookers initially thought the ordeal had ended, the spirit city was soon enveloped in blinding white light, rendering it impossible to keep one's eyes open. After a dazzling display of white illumination, the sky reverted to its azure hue, at which point the esteemed members of the spirit hall arrived. Great Elder, what has transpired? Inquired Jean Crocodile, the second elder of the hall, whose strength was only surpassed by Qian Daoliu. He, as the foremost among the remaining 6, remained silent, knowing that the others would not speak either. Qian Daoliu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that all was well, and calmly remarked, I shall assist this imp in awakening his spirit. Awakening his spirit. The 6 elders were incredulous. They could hardly fathom that the overwhelming darkness and the blinding white light were manifestations of Bai Ying, who had been beside them for years. As they turned their gaze toward him, they noticed intricate patterns emerging on Bai Ying's body, and even his face and hair transformed due to the awakening of his spirit. The left side of Bai Ying's entire body was adorned with numerous black markings, while his face was similarly enveloped in these dark patterns, reminiscent of dragon scales. In stark contrast, the right side of Bai Ying's physique exhibited markings that were utterly different, with only the facial patterns bearing a slight resemblance to the black ones, albeit in a pure white hue. Behind Bai Ying loomed 2 fearsome dragons, one, a black dragon, exuding an aura of death, darkness, and malevolence, while the other radiated light, sanctity, and purity. What is this? A dual martial soul. Guang Ling expressed his astonishment. Qian Jun and Jiang Mo, the 2 brothers, were equally taken aback, realizing that this child possessed a dual martial soul, a rarity in the entirety of Daoliu continent. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the white dragon, Qian Daoliu had already knelt, yet he continued to murmur, this is even more sacred than an angelic martial soul. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying promptly retracted her martial soul and hurried to assist Qian Daoliu in rising. Once he was on his feet, he called for Qian Renxue. Fuer, come here. Qian Renxue approached her grandfather's side, her brow furrowed in curiosity. What is it, grandfather? After a brief cough, Qian Daoliu instructed her earnestly. You must engage more with Xiaoying in the future, and do not bully her. Qian Renxue's face flushed crimson upon hearing his words, and she bashfully covered her face. Stammering, Grandfather, what are you saying? Why bring this up? Qian Daoliu replied with a serious demeanor. Will you heed my words? If you do not, you shall no longer be my granddaughter. Embarrassed, Qian Renxue stamped her foot and exclaimed loudly, Grandfather. The several attendants behind them erupted in laughter, their hearts warmed by the scene, for they had watched these 2 grow up together. A match made in heaven, both were exceptionally gifted, embodying the perfect union of talent and beauty. Bai Ying observed that Qian Renxue's face had flushed to the point of appearing as if it might drip with water, and promptly intervened to extricate her from the awkward situation. Could you perhaps allow me to test my soul power first? Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu retrieved the crystal ball used for testing soul power, placed his hand upon it, and began to channel his soul energy. Bai Ying also complied, placing his hand upon the crystal orb and commencing the transfer of soul power. Instantly, the orb radiated with brilliance. Innate soul power at level 27. Although everyone had mentally prepared themselves, they were nonetheless astonished upon witnessing the spectacle. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Our spirit hall has produced yet another genius endowed with a divine martial spirit and innate soul power at level 20. Haha. Upon seeing this, Qian Daoliu momentarily forgot his solemn image as the grand offering. It appears that our spirit hall will undoubtedly unify the continent in the years to come. With two innate level 20 geniuses, both possessing divine martial spirits, the future undoubtedly belongs to the spirit hall. Bai Ying felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Qian Daoliu and several other elders, yet he interrupted, inquiring about his relationship with Sister Schwer. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu hastily responded, "What do you mean by your affair? The matters concerning the two of you are essentially one and the same. My grandson-in-law. What exactly have you just mentioned?" At this, Qian Renxue, her face flushed with embarrassment, covered her ears and shut her eyes, choosing to ignore their conversation. Understanding Qian Daoliu's implication, Bai Ying clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, "It's nothing." Without hesitation, Qian Daoliu proclaimed the union between Bai Ying and Qian Renxue to the assembled elders, filling the hall of offerings with laughter that had long been absent. Yet, amidst the joy, there were those who felt dismay. The moment Bai Ying awakened his martial soul, the elders were aware of the recent events. How could Bibi Dong have overlooked such an anomaly? After the light dissipated, Bibi Dong had already concealed herself near the hall of offerings, and upon overhearing the revelations within, she was taken aback. A divine martial soul and an engagement with Qian Renxue posed a new obstacle to her ambitions of dismantling the angel lineage. Chapter 6. The 10 Core Theories. Qian Daoliu approached Bai Ying, placing a firm hand on his shoulder, and solemnly cautioned, "Little Ying, remember, until you attain the rank of title Daoliu, you must not attach any soul rings to your second martial soul. Do you understand?" "I understand," replied Bai Ying. Pleased by Bai Ying's maturity, Qian Daoliu nodded approvingly and then inquired, "Aren't you curious as to why I advise against you attaching soul rings to your second martial soul?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying chose not to feign ignorance and decided to speak candidly. The existence of twin martial souls is exceedingly rare across the continent. There was once a soul master endowed with twin martial souls, yet tragically, he perished when attempting to bestow a soul ring upon his second martial soul. A testament to the inherent dangers of such a phenomenon. If one fails to heed the age of the soul rings, or the mutual rejection between martial souls during absorption, blind consumption could lead to the body being unable to withstand the immense pressure exerted by the soul rings. Qian Daoliu and the other attendants nodded in agreement, encouraging Bai Ying to continue. "The reason you wish for me not to bestow a soul ring upon the second martial soul is to ensure that when I do, it will be of a quality exceeding 10,000 years. Observing Bai Ying's understanding of twin martial souls, Qian Daoliu generously offered his praise. "Indeed, you are absolutely correct. It appears that your frequent visits to the library have not been in vain. To possess such knowledge at your age marks you as a prodigy among prodigies." Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's words, Bai Ying cupped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, "While one might consider me a genius, I would never presume to be the genius among geniuses. After all, there are always individuals beyond our comprehension and realms beyond our own." The other worshippers, upon hearing Bai Ying's humble remarks, felt a sense of relief and subsequently offered their praise. Indeed, he remained neither arrogant nor impetuous, not allowing his possession of a divine martial soul and innate soul power of level 20 to inflate his ego. He demonstrated an understanding of the principle that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Qian Daoliu then inquired of Bai Ying, "Little Ying, have you decided which martial soul you would like to augment with the soul ring first?" Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's words, Bai Ying pondered for a moment. The distinctions between the white dragon and the shadow dragon were subtle. The former focused on a blend of strong offense and control, while the latter emphasized a potent offense coupled with agility. In the initial stages, the shadow dragon proved to be the more suitable choice. It was decided to first bestow a soul ring upon the shadow dragon, specifically the black dragon mentioned earlier. The other deities, along with Qian Renxue and the eavesdropping Bibi Dong and Bai Ying, remained indifferent regarding which martial spirit to develop first. For the auras emanating from the two dragons, one white and one black, were strikingly similar. "Very well, in a few days, I shall take you out to hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Bai Ying also clasped his hands and said, I am grateful to all of you for your offerings. May I inquire which one of you will guide me in the hunt for soul beasts? It matters not who it may be. After all, everyone present is part of the offering hall, and we shall discuss this further when the time comes. Bai Ying nodded slightly, acknowledging the sentiment. Indeed, we shall address it when the time comes. However what? The esteemed guests and Qian Renxue turned their gazes towards Bai Ying. With a light sigh, Bai Ying began to narrate to the gathered crowd, I am curious as to why the Library of Soul Master City contains subpar books. What subpar books? The question lingered in the air, as all present, including the eavesdropping Bibidong, were perplexed. The Library of Soul Master City is renowned for its collection of esteemed literary works from across the continent. It is inconceivable that it would harbor any substandard volumes. Bai Ying, upon observing the demeanor of the offerings, inquired. During my extensive readings in the library about various matters of the continent and the knowledge of soul beasts, I inadvertently came across a book titled The Top 10 Core Competencies of Martial Spirits. What an abominable piece of literature. Among the many offerings present, some were unfamiliar with the book. Yet Qian Daoliu and Jin recognized it. This tome was authored by Yu Xiaojiang, the former beloved of Bai Dong. Meanwhile, Bai Dong, who was eavesdropping, tightly gripped her staff, resolutely forbidding anyone to speak ill of Yu Xiaojiang or to denigrate his works. At this moment, Bai Ying continued, I recall the first assertion, the strength of a martial soul determines the innate soul power. What nonsense is this? A powerful martial soul naturally possesses varying levels of innate soul power, yet predominantly, a formidable martial soul is often associated with higher power. If we were to adhere strictly to what is written in this book, then the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be overflowing with soul saints possessing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul. Would the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan not be teeming with titled Daoliuos, soul Daoliuos, and soul saints? If the statement were revised to, powerful martial souls generally exhibit higher innate soul power, that would be more acceptable, but it should not be a blanket dismissal. As for the second assertion, there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. This further incites my disbelief. A worthless martial soul is indeed a worthless martial soul. What sense does it make to blame the soul master? Regardless of how diligently one cultivates a worthless martial soul, no amount of precious resources can transform it into something valuable. To my knowledge, the author of this book has yet to surpass level 30. It is akin to lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot, labeling oneself as worthless. At this point, Qian Renxue could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, a person who cannot even break through level 30 dares to proclaim that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. How amusing. Bai Ying glanced at Qian Renxue, seeing her delight, continued, moreover, the third assertion claims that martial souls fall into two categories, beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. I must voice my objections to this. Who is the author of this core competency list? Has he awakened martial souls in numerous individuals or encountered every soul master? To my knowledge, there also exist body martial souls, which are parts of the body such as eyes, mouths, arms, and ears. Such a definitive statement is unfounded. I do not wish to elaborate further on the remaining points. Many accurate assertions are documented in other texts. This individual merely plagiarized and, after incorporating his erroneous ideas, claimed it as his own creation. How shameless. It is truly disheartening to witness such a hypocrite, so eager for fame and glory. Qian Daoliu interjected, in light of this. We should cast this book out of the Martial Soul Hall. Not necessary, Bai Ying replied. I believe it would be beneficial to present it to the people of the continent as a cautionary tale, providing an explanation to those harmed by this book and their families. It would also serve as a reminder that much of the content is erroneous and should not be practiced lightly. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yu Xiaojiang, your good days are about to come to an end. Meanwhile, outside, Bibi Dong, eavesdropping, was nearly beside herself with rage. Bai Ying had repeatedly belittled Yu Xiaojiang's works and further insulted his character. All she desired was to eliminate Bai Ying. When she heard that the 10 core competencies of Yu Xiaojiang were to be publicly announced, a sly smile crept onto her lips. The Hall of Offerings. Your actions are indeed akin to shooting yourself in the foot. The entire continent refers to Xiaojiang as a master. Let's see how the populace reacts against you. Chapter 7. Not of this world. In the evening, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying continued to sit on the balcony, gazing at the stars while sharing a meal, feeding each other tenderly, creating a serene and elegant atmosphere that was utterly delightful. However, nearby, Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong were reminiscing about the past. Observing the affectionate scene between Qian Renxue and Bai Ying, Qian Daoliu recalled his moments with Poseidon, wishing he could share such intimacy with her now. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, reminisced about Yu Xiaojiang, only to be reminded of Qian Xuanji, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Qian Daoliu had already sensed Bibi Dong's presence, but chose not to intervene. After all, it was natural for a mother to check on her child. Yet, upon sensing Bibi Dong's murderous intent, he readied himself to intercept her at any moment. After finishing their meal, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying continued to sit on the balcony, admiring the stars in the night sky. Bai Ying playfully teased Qian Renxue, saying, "Sister Schwer, you shall be my fiancé in the future." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's face flushed slightly as she retorted, "Oh, please. I have not given my consent yet." To which Bai Ying replied, "But my grandfather agrees." Qian Renxue firmly asserted, "What my grandfather says does not count. My future is mine to decide." As Bai Ying heard those words, a gentle smile graced his lips. He then gazed up at the stars shimmering in the night sky, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy as he spoke. "Schwer, can you comprehend the sorrow of a star that can never return to the heavens?" Qian Renxue paused in surprise, unsure of Bai Ying's meaning. What do you mean by a star that cannot return to the sky?" "Ah, it's nothing." Qian Renxue then embraced Bai Ying, offering comfort. "Do you miss home? The spirit hall has always been your home. I have grandfather and several other elders who are like family to you. They have always been." "Thank you. Do you know, that year, when the sky was as tranquil as always, a meteor suddenly streaked across it? At first, grandfather and I thought it was just another ordinary meteor, but when we arrived there, we discovered it was a child. And thus, you came to the spirit hall and became part of my family. I am fortunate to have felt the warmth of kinship beyond just grandfather." After a prolonged embrace, they slowly parted, and Bai Ying softly remarked, "So, how was that? Am I not quite adept at charming girls?" Upon hearing his words, Qian Renxue retorted with a hint of pride, "Not really. It doesn't work on me at all. Then why are you still holding me and saying such things? Schwer, you truly are quite proud. Fool, when I say it doesn't work, it doesn't." With that, she playfully punched Bai Ying on the head. Qian Renxue understood the underlying meaning behind Bai Ying's words. It was merely his way of offering her an escape, unwilling to reveal his vulnerable side. Such is love. Words are unnecessary when understanding runs deep. Bai Ying resumed her seat, gazing intently at Qian Renxue, who, noticing the scrutiny, also took a seat and inquired, "What are you staring at? Am I truly that captivating?" "Indeed. However, there is something of significance I must convey to you." Upon hearing the latter part of Bai Ying's statement, Qian Renxue's expression turned unusually grave, prompting her to ask, "Is it something of great importance?" "Yes. Do you know why I arrived in this world in the guise of a shooting star?" Qian Renxue shook her head, replying, "I have no idea. All I know is that you are my family, and that is sufficient for me. I am not of this world, and I do not wish to hide this from you. I hail from another realm." Bai Ying harbored no desire to conceal the matter concerning Qian Renxue, as there was no need for vigilance against her. "Are you not from this world?" Qian Renxue inquired, perplexed. Bai Ying also explained everything to Qian Renxue. "Indeed, I am not of this world. You may comprehend that I hail from beyond the cosmos, from another dimension, or perhaps from a myriad of realms." "How did you arrive here, then?" Qian Renxue inquired, her curiosity about Bai Ying's origins growing ever stronger. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's expression turned awkward, and he thought to himself, "Surely, I cannot admit that I lost a swimming match against a group of elderly gentlemen, which led me to this place. That would be far too embarrassing." However, he maintained his composure and replied, "I do not know, but since I am here, I shall make the best of it." "What purpose does your inquiry serve?" he continued, unreservedly revealing, "I do not intend to conceal this fact. To be precise, I wish to inform you that, aside from myself, there is another individual who does not belong to this world." Qian Renxue was taken aback by his revelation and subsequently inquired, "You mean there is another person?" "Indeed," Bai Ying affirmed, "that individual is no paragon of virtue and will wreak havoc on the Daoliu continent in the future. They will even obliterate the spirit hall." Initially, Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong were inclined to believe Bai Ying, considering he had arrived in the Daoliu continent in a meteoric fashion. However, when Bai Ying claimed that this person would annihilate the spirit hall, both Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong expressed skepticism, scoffing at his words. convinced that Bai Ying did not fully comprehend the might of the Spirit Hall. Eradicate the Spirit Hall? How could that possibly be? Qian Renxue exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. It is worth noting that the Spirit Hall boasts more titled Daoliuos than the combined forces of the two great empires. Bai Ying observed the fervent excitement of Qian Renxue, which was entirely anticipated. He then spoke calmly. I understand that you may find this hard to believe, but I have arrived, and such events shall never transpire again. The former inquired, how did you come to know that individual? And how are you aware of all this? Bai Ying calmly remarked, to be precise, I am aware of all matters concerning the Daoliu continent, both past and future. I do not believe it. Do you not believe it? Then by all means, inquire of Qian Daoliu whether he ever harbored affections for Poseidon of Sea God Island. Ask your mother, Bibi Dong, if she truly does not love you. You may also question Qian Daoliu about the peculiar demeanor Bibi Dong holds towards you. Qian Renxue, observing Bai Ying's serious yet self-assured expression, found herself convinced that Bai Ying possessed knowledge of all events on the Daoliu continent. However, upon hearing that Bibi Dong loved her, she was visibly incredulous. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu, who were nearby, also became entirely convinced of Bai Ying's awareness of both past and future events. Very few were privy to the intricacies of Bibi Dong's affairs, let alone those from many years ago involving Qian Daoliu. What was the name of that otherworldly individual? How did the Spirit Hall meet its demise? Qian Renxue inquired. His name is Tang San, and the reasons behind the downfall of the Spirit Hall are manifold. Not only were there traitors, but there was also an excessive leniency towards Tang San's growth. That old scoundrel, Qian Daoliu, remains holed up in the worship hall. Even when Tang Hao has come knocking at his door without uttering a single word. At the mention of his name, Qian Daoliu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he bore some responsibility for the Spirit Hall's demise. Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Daoliu, her gaze filled with mockery. Traitors? Indulgence in his growth? And what of your grandfather? Bai Ying sighed and continued, your grandfather, as a limit Daoliu of level 99, failed to intervene when Tang Hao caused havoc, ultimately damaging the celestial stone statue in front of the Pope's Hall and ruining the square. However, this was not solely the fault of his son, Tang San. In truth, your grandfather, Qian Daoliu, holds minimal responsibility. The crux of the matter lies with the traitors. Who are the traitors? Qian Renshue's expression turned cold. Once she uncovered their identities, she would immediately seek to eliminate them. Both Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu listened intently, wary of overlooking anyone. Your mother, Bibi Dong, as well as Hulaina, and you. What? Me? Qian Renxue pointed to herself in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. Why am I included? Upon hearing her name, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why she was deemed a traitor. Yet, when Hulaina's name was mentioned, she felt another jolt of surprise. Wasn't she her disciple? Chapter 8. Those worth gaining favor with Qian Renxue, still pointing at herself, asked with confusion, why am I considered a traitor? Surely you jest. While I am unfazed by the notion of my mother or Hulaina being labeled as traitors, I cannot fathom how I could be one. The Spirit Hall is my legacy and my home. How could I possibly betray it? At least since my arrival, I have not betrayed it. However, there are still 2 traitors remaining. Hulaina can be persuaded back easily, but your mother presents a more complicated situation. What is the issue on her side? Qian Renxue inquired. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying waved his hand and remarked, your mother's issues are numerous. She is a genius, an extraordinary talent. Possessing dual martial souls and innate full soul power, she has resolved the conflicts associated with dual martial souls among all the pontiffs throughout history. She may not be the absolute best, but she certainly ranks among the finest. Qian Renxue, upon hearing Bai Ying extolled by Bai Dong, felt somewhat displeased and retorted, you only speak in flattery. Bai Ying, observing the distressed countenance of Qian Renxue, remarked, do not be hasty, I have yet to conclude my thoughts. She harbored grand ambitions, such as unifying the Daoliu continent. However, she found herself ensnared by the intoxicating grip of love. Her disciple, Hulaina, too, succumbed to the whims of romance. Subsequently, she muttered softly, you are no different. Upon hearing the words you are no different, Qian Renxue interrupted Bai Ying's discourse. Bai Ying, upon hearing Qian Renshue's words, felt a twinge of embarrassment but pressed on. She still harbors feelings for that scoundrel, Yu Xiaojiang. How pitiable. Meanwhile, the eavesdropping Bibi Dong thought to herself, is this wretchedness directed at me? Bai Ying continued, she clings to that hypocritical rogue, Yu Xiaojiang, which is both lamentable and tragic. He professed his love for your mother. Yet after parting ways with her, he immediately pursued her cousin, Lu Erlong, showing no regard even for blood ties. Such an effortless transition. Qian Renxue, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. Regardless of whether this man owed Bibi Dong or even preyed upon his own cousin, it incited a profound fury within her. She abruptly rose from her seat, slammed her hand on the table, and demanded, "Where is Yu Xiaojiang? How could he commit such acts? I shall go and slay him." Bai Ying gestured for Qian Renxue to take a seat, and once she complied, he remarked, "That scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang is merely wandering about, indulging in food and drink. He truly lacks ambition." Qian Renxue retorted, "His disciple, Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, is our most formidable adversary." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue directly replied, "Then why not assassinate him? With the elders of the worship hall, and so many titled Daoliu in her hall of Pope, would they truly fear a mere Tang Hao?" Bai Ying mused, "I suspect he is not so easily dispatched. After all, he may very well be the child of destiny in this continent. I shall first seek him out, and if he is indeed protected by fate, then I shall have to disrupt his fortune." Qian Renxue chuckled. "And you believe you can accomplish this? Even if you are aware of his past, you are merely a level 20 soul master. Do you truly think you can contend with Tang Hao?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's gaze sharpened, and in a tone devoid of emotion, he declared, "Thus, I must first reclaim my weapon." Both Qian Daoliu and Qian Renxue exchanged puzzled glances, for when they discovered Bai Ying, he had no weapon by his side. From whence did this weapon originate? Bai Ying pondered for a moment. Surely, one cannot simply state that it was bestowed by the system, can they? "Do you have any knowledge of the whereabouts of your weapon?" Qian Renxue inquired. "Indeed, I do, and it is not too distant," came the reply. "When do you intend to retrieve your weapon?" She pressed. "In a few days, perhaps," he responded. "Are you not concerned that your weapon may be claimed by a woodcutter ascending the mountain or a fisherman descending to the sea, and subsequently sold as scrap metal?" Bai Ying subsequently flicked Qian Renxue on the forehead and softly admonished, "Fool, that is my divine artifact. No one else can locate it, let alone wield it, much less venture into the mountains to gather firewood or into the waters to fish." Both Qian Renxue and the two eavesdropping individuals were taken aback. They were acutely aware of the significance of a divine artifact, the angelic holy sword of the angel god, the demonic scythe of the Rakshasa god. Each divine artifact is associated with a deity. Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong harbored doubts about Bai Ying, suspecting him to be a reincarnation of a god, for how else could he effortlessly declare such a thing as his divine artifact? However, Qian Renxue did not ponder as deeply as Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu. She promptly inquired, "What does your divine artifact look like?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying turned to examine the description provided by the system. After perusing it, he replied, "It is a blade, broad-edged, with a substantial spine and guard. The hilt and guard are resplendent in golden hues." Qian Renxue, upon hearing this, expressed her disappointment, saying, "I had hoped it would be a sword. Instead, your divine artifact is a dagger." Bai Ying then inquired, "How much longer can you remain?" Qian Renxue, feeling a tinge of displeasure, responded with a hint of melancholy. "Why the haste? Do you wish for me to depart so soon?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying hurriedly waved his hand in explanation, "Not at all. My intention is to spend quality time with you. I certainly do not wish for you to return to that corrupt empire. Once you acquire your soul ring, you shall proceed to the Wuhuan Temple Academy for your studies. I truly look forward to witnessing your performance in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament in the future." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying expressed a degree of disdain regarding the prospect of entering the Wuhuan Temple Academy, stating, "I harbor little interest in the academy. However, the All-Continent Senior Soul Master Academy tournament does pique my curiosity. Yet, one cannot participate in the prestigious All-Continent Senior Soul Master Academy tournament without enrolling in the academy. Isn't it sufficient to merely hold a nominal position? Team members must exhibit a certain level of synergy. If you only hold a nominal position, how can you coordinate with your fellow teammates?" Bai Ying was thoroughly prepared for this as he addressed Qian Renxue. "I have devised a dual strategy. First, I shall attempt to win back Hulaina. Should I succeed, I will participate in the prestigious Soul Master Academy competition. If I fail, however, I will seek 7 representatives from the worship hall to compete." "Representatives from the worship hall? There are hardly any suitable candidates there. It seems we must still turn to the Martial Soul Hall Academy for our selection." Bai Ying responded with a faint smile, addressing Qian Renxue. I shall venture forth to seek out a few individuals and forge a truly invincible battle team, aptly named the Seven Affinities of Purgatory. As Shui had already departed, Qian Daoliu inquired of Bai Ying, "Are you to acquire a soul ring next?" Kneeling before the statue of the angel god, he posed the question. "I am aware she has left. My presence here is driven by a request for your assistance," Bai Ying stated, leaning against the wall as he typically did upon entering. "What is it?" Qian Daoliu replied in his usual calm demeanor, which left Bai Ying pondering. Could one truly remain unperturbed by the worldly entanglements in such a place? "I require the company of Grandfather Jin Ao and Grandfather Qing Wan for my journey, and I would like to request your assistance in opening a back door." Qian Daoliu, momentarily puzzled, understood the need for Jin Ao and Qing Wan to accompany him, for he had overheard Bai Ying's conversation with Qian Renxue days prior. This excursion was likely to retrieve his weapons. However, the notion of a back door intrigued him. "Jin Ao and Qing Wan will accompany you shortly. But you must elucidate what you mean by opening a back door." Bai Ying spoke softly. "I intend to draw that individual into the Hall of Offerings." "What individual?" Qian Daoliu inquired, puzzled. "Someone worthy of being courted by the Hall of Offerings." Chapter 9. The Weapons. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Who is this person deserving of the Hall's attention?" "Dugubo? Though his temperament is peculiar, I possess a means to win him over. However, given his rank, he cannot gain entry to the Hall of Offerings, which is why I request your assistance in creating a backdoor." Qian Daoliu, perplexed by Bai Ying's insistence on Dugubo, questioned, "What is it about Dugubo that compels you to pursue him so fervently?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying offered a faint smile, refraining from immediately addressing Qian Daoliu's inquiry. Instead, he posed a question. "Surely the Grand Offering overheard my conversation with Sister Shui that night?" Qian Daoliu, taken aback by this remark, found himself perplexed. He could not comprehend how someone who had only just awakened their martial soul could discern his presence. He mused to himself, "How could he have detected me? At that moment, I was exceedingly discreet and had concealed my soul power. I should not have been discovered." Bai Ying gazed at Qian Daoliu and chuckled, "Hee. Are you curious about how I knew you were lurking in the corner? Pray tell, how did you come to discover my presence?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying promptly explained to Qian Daoliu, "That night, while conversing with Sister Shui, I suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent that instilled a profound sense of danger within me. This was imparted by my martial spirit. My martial spirit is the Dragon Slayer, innately possessing formidable lethality towards dragon-type soul beasts and soul masters. After the awakening of my martial spirit, my 5 senses have become significantly sharper than those of ordinary soul masters. I could feel that murderous intent directed towards me. Upon reflection, the words I uttered could not have incited such hostility, indicating the presence of a 4th individual." Qian Daoliu nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, you are correct. There was indeed a 4th person present at that time. May I venture a guess? Was it the one from the Hall of the Pope?" Qian Daoliu nodded and inquired, "How did you come to know it was her?" "I am not of this world, yet I possess knowledge of all that transpires here. You must have heard, right? That night, I mentioned you, Xiaojing. Given her character, had you not been present, I would not be standing here now." Qian Daoliu nodded again. "You are right. She did overhear your conversation with Shui. Therefore, you must remain vigilant and avoid giving her any leverage or opportunities. I am well aware of that. Thus, you must also know about Tang San, correct? Dugubo is a pivotal step in Tang San's rise. If we fail to win him over, the consequences need not be elaborated, yet I am confident he will ally with us." "I understand, Jin E. Qing Wan." After speaking, Qian Daoliu summoned Jin E and Qing Wan to his presence. Upon receiving the summons, the two arrived swiftly and bowed in unison, inquiring, "Great Offering, how may we assist you?" "You two shall accompany Xiaoying to handle certain matters and procure soul rings. Then follow her to persuade Dugubo to join our offering hall. Should he agree, he will be directly appointed as the 8th offering. Remember, your foremost duty is to ensure Xiaoying's safety." Jin E and Qing Wan exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed. They were aware of Dugubo and found it absurd that he could be so easily recruited, let alone be granted the title of 8th offering. "Do either of you have any objections?" "None. None at all." "Very well, then set forth with Xiaoying." Upon exiting the spirit hall, Qing Wan summoned her martial spirit to lead the trio onward. Along the way, Jin E and Qing Wan remained puzzled by Qian Daoliu's decision. "Brother, why do you think the Great Offering wishes to recruit Dugubo? Though he is a titled Daoliu, he seems unlikely to advance further in life. And his strength appears rather mediocre," Qing Wan queried. I am equally uncertain as to why the Great Offering made such a choice, allowing Dugabo to join the offering hall. In terms of one-on-one combat, he would not triumph over any title Daoliu. However, in a group battle, he could be a formidable weapon. At that moment, Bai Ying interjected. It was I who requested the Great Offering to take such action. Although Dugabo may not be able to defeat any title Daoliu, he possesses the capability to reduce his opponents to merely title Daoliu status. Both the Golden Crocodile Daoliu and the Azure One Daoliu cast puzzled glances at Bai Ying, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind his actions. Bai Ying, under the scrutiny of the two individuals, waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Do not gaze at me so intently. My intentions are solely for the benefit of the Spirit Hall. A confrontation between the Spirit Hall and the two great empires is inevitable in the future. Just imagine the formidable prowess of Dugabo on the battlefield." Upon contemplating Dugabo's potential impact, Jin Yi and Qing Wan felt a wave of trepidation. By that time, only the title Daoliu would remain alive. They were uncertain whether Dugabo would be swayed to their side. Indeed, it seems he is reluctant to align with any faction. Qing Wan concurred. Rest assured, esteemed elders, Dugabo will undoubtedly join us. He will. Xiaoying, are you so certain that Dugabo will be persuaded? You may not be aware of the relationship between the Spirit Hall and Dugabo, Genie stated, gazing at Bai Ying. Yet, Bai Ying retorted with disdain, "Humph. Dugabo's ties with the Pope are rather tenuous. What relevance does that hold for our worship hall?" The two were momentarily at a loss for words, as they could not counter this assertion. After all, the current Pope was Bibi Dong, and the worship hall had split from the Elder Hall, forming two major factions within the Spirit Hall. "Enough, let us halt here, Grandfather Qing Wan," Bai Ying said, directing his gaze towards the cavern below. Why are we stopping here? There are no soul beasts nor Dugabo present, the title Daoliu Qing Wan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying inquired, "Did the Grand Offering not speak to you? About what?" The response came twice. "I came out primarily to retrieve my weapon. The matters concerning Donggubo and the Soul Ring are not urgent." Weapon? The two expressed their confusion. "Xiaoying, you have grown up in the martial Soul City since childhood, and we have watched over you. From where would you acquire a weapon? Indeed, even if you had one, it would be improbable to find it in this desolate wilderness, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying was momentarily at a loss for words, but soon clarified. "It was when I was born that my weapon accompanied me into this world. It was only after my martial soul awakened that I became aware of its presence here." The three then descended to the ground, and Bai Ying gestured towards a nearby cave, stating, "It is right there." Upon hearing this, Golden Crocodile Daoliu and Qingwan Daoliu led Bai Ying to the entrance of the cave. Both of them utilized their soul power to sense the situation within, yet neither felt the presence of any weapon inside. As Bai Ying prepared to enter, both Golden Crocodile Daoliu and Qingwan Daoliu were also ready to follow. "You two grandfathers need only wait here for me. I shall emerge once I have retrieved my weapon." After exchanging glances, they simultaneously expressed, "We must ensure your safety. What if an unforeseen circumstance arises? There is no need for concern. My weapon poses no threat to me. Moreover, your presence at the cave entrance serves to safeguard my safety. Besides, should my weapon detect any intruders, it may inadvertently endanger you both." After another shared glance, Golden Crocodile Daoliu and Qingwan Daoliu chuckled. "Littling, do you comprehend the extent of your Golden Crocodile grandfather's prowess? Are you aware of your Qingwan grandfather's strength? I am well aware of your abilities, yet I fear that injuries may still occur." Golden Crocodile and Qingwan exchanged amused looks and replied, "Then go and retrieve your weapon. We shall see what kind of weapon could possibly harm us." Haha. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying noticed that the two individuals had ceased their advance into the cave, prompting her to venture deeper into its recesses. Chapter 10. The Enigma of Ningfengxi. Upon entering the cavern, Bai Ying took a moment to survey his surroundings. The desolate cave bore the marks of past visitors who had perhaps sought refuge or shelter from the rain, now shrouded in cobwebs. Even after stepping inside, Bai Ying cast a glance over his shoulder, wary of the two guardians lingering outside. Only after confirming their absence did he quietly retrieve his reward. System, extract reward. Ding. Extraction successful. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received Time Warblade artifact. As the system's voice faded following the extraction, Bai Ying drew the weapon from his storage soul guide. Upon noticing the accompanying right arm guard and shoulder guard beside the blade, he inquired, "System, what is the purpose of these arm and shoulder guards?" Replying to the host, These are complementary to your reward. Wearing the right arm guard and shoulder guard will yield unexpected effects. Seriously? Could you not provide a complete set? Why only the right arm guard and shoulder guard? Replying to the host, this constitutes a complete set of equipment. Fine. My mistake, I apologize. No problem, I forgive you. Bai Ying gazed thoughtfully at the shoulder and arm guards, pondering their size. The dagger is manageable, he mused. But aren't these shoulder and arm guards somewhat oversized for me? He addressed the system. This dagger can be strapped to my back or worn at my waist. Yet these shoulder and arm guards seem rather cumbersome. Since you claim this weapon is of divine quality, I assume the guards must be as well. Is there a possibility to reduce their size? Response to the host. Indeed, the shoulder and arm guards are also of divine quality, but they cannot be diminished. They will only grow in accordance with your physical development. Very well. With that, he grasped the time battle blade. The moment he lifted it, he felt as though his body was merging with the divine weapon, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. However, after a brief moment, the time battle blade seamlessly integrated into Bai Ying's being, allowing him to summon the weapon with mere thought. Since it's a divine weapon, it must possess some skills, right? After all, the trident of the sea god has its own. Response to the host. Indeed, it possesses skills. Current weapon skills: Dread, Time Seal, and Temporal Agony. Dread instills fear in all opponents, creating an illusion that they are facing a deity of the highest caliber, causing a 30% reduction in all their attributes. Time Seal halts time, granting the host the freedom to act while others remain frozen. The host may also grant this freedom to others who are authorized. Temporal Agony inflicts all past pains endured by the opponent simultaneously upon their body, tormenting them. Incredible. With these skills, who needs a spirit weapon? With these abilities, I could be the strongest in the world. Bai Ying exclaimed in astonishment as he absorbed the information. The host may activate these skills using soul power. As the host is not currently wearing the shoulder and arm guards, you can only access these 3 skills for the time being. That is already impressive. Just then, outside the cave, the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu rushed in upon hearing Bai Ying's exclamation, anxious that he might be in danger. Upon entering, they saw Bai Ying preparing to depart with the large blade strapped to his back, and they hurriedly inquired, "What has transpired?" "Yes, littling. We thought you might be in peril." Bai Ying also bowed slightly and said, "I apologize for causing concern to both esteemed elders. It is a relief to see you safe. It appears you have acquired your weapon. Is that formidable blade upon your back indeed your weapon?" Qingwan inquired, gesturing towards the great sword on Bai Ying's back. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying nodded and proclaimed, "Indeed, this is my weapon." The golden crocodile Daoliu chuckled in response. "Is this the weapon that you claim could inflict harm upon us?" "Ha. Do you truly believe that, old man?" Bai Ying was eager to test these skills. Having resided in the Hall of Offerings for so many years, you must be familiar with the angelic sacred sword, right? Let me tell you, apart from. At that moment, both the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu were instantly enveloped by an overwhelming aura as a potent soul force surrounded them, rendering the golden crocodile momentarily speechless under the immense pressure. After Bai Ying concluded the demonstration of the skill intimidation, he invoked the time seal, thereby suspending the entirety of the world. In this moment of stasis, only Bai Ying roamed freely. The effect was remarkable. This was truly a realm belonging to him alone. Bai Ying mused as he surveyed the surroundings. Subsequently, he approached the backs of golden crocodile Daoliu and Qingwan Daoliu, releasing the time seal. Upon the dissolution of both the time seal and the intimidation, the oppressive pressure vanished instantaneously, and the Bai Ying that had just been before them was now nowhere to be seen. "Where's Xiaoying?" they exclaimed. Indeed, he was just here. Not even a spatial soul skill could vanish before our very eyes. At that moment, Bai Ying stood behind golden crocodile Daoliu and Qingwan Daoliu, softly declaring, "I am right here." Upon hearing Bai Ying's voice, the two turned around, their hearts racing with astonishment. Bai Ying had seamlessly shifted from in front of them to behind them without either of them noticing. How did you accomplish that?" Qingwan inquired. Bai Ying also explained, "Grandpa Golden Crocodile must be aware of the angelic holy sword and should also know everything that has just transpired, correct?" Upon hearing this, Grandpa Golden Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you implying?" Bai Ying nodded slightly. "What are you two talking about? Please stop with the riddles." Qing Tai inquired hastily. Jin Yi then took it upon himself to elucidate for Qing Tai. The angelic holy sword is a divine artifact. And the sword behind Xiaoying is also a sacred relic. What? A divine artifact? Qingtai Daoliu was left speechless, utterly astonished. After regaining composure, he turned to Bai Ying and asked, "How did you just instantaneously appear behind us from your previous position?" Bai Ying was reluctant to disclose the skills associated with the divine artifact, for the fewer who knew, the better. With a smile, he remarked, "Everyone has their little secrets. Do they not?" Upon hearing this, Qing Wan scratched his head and chuckled, "Indeed. Ha! With your extraordinary talent, and now wielding a divine artifact, what worries could the spirit hall possibly have? Then let us embark on our quest to find Dugubo. Once we recruit him, we shall proceed to obtain the soul rings." Agreed. The trio concluded their discussion and set off. Qing Wan Daoliu, utilizing his martial soul's true form and soul skills, moved with a swiftness that had significantly increased since their departure from the martial soul city. As they journeyed, many people and soul masters below gazed in awe at the enormous Qing Wan that obscured the sun. Nearby, Ning Fengji and Sword Daoliu Qian Renxue also took note of this remarkable sight. "Sword Uncle, what do you make of this?" Ning Fengji inquired of the Sword Daoliu. Rising into the sky, Qian Renxue employed his spiritual perception to ascertain Bai Ying's direction. After Bai Ying and his companions had distanced themselves, Qian Renxue returned to the ground, stating, "I just used my spiritual power to investigate. There are two titled Daoliu and a rather young child, likely not much older than Rong Rong. What is their strength?" Ning Fengji asked. "One is the Qing Wan Daoliu from the Spirit Hall, formidable in prowess. The other dispersed my spiritual energy with ease, also quite powerful. Just before my perception was shattered, I caught sight of the child," Qian Renxue replied. Ning Fengji murmured, "Two powerful titled Daoliu. You say?" He then posed another question. "Sword Uncle, is that child male or female?" "It is a boy. Is there something amiss, Sect Master?" Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Nothing of concern. Do you recall the intelligence we received from our scouts not long ago? Are you suggesting this child is one of those three?" Ning Fengji nodded. "It is highly probable. Moreover, one of the girls has been taken on as a disciple by the Pope. This child must also be one of the trio." Chapter 11. The Sunset Forest. The following day, the White Shadow, along with Golden Crocodile Daoliu and Qingwan Daoliu, arrived at the Sunset Forest. Within the confines of the Sunset Forest, there existed no formidable soul beasts, and it remained largely undisturbed. Given Dugubo's strength and temperament, seeking refuge here was indeed a wise choice. Qingwan Daoliu gazed downwards and inquired, "Little Shadow, are you certain that Dugubo is in hiding here?" Bai Ying nodded slightly, indicating that Dugubo must reside in the Sunset Forest. He then looked towards the Golden Crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu, inquiring, "Do you gentlemen happen to know of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes located within the Sunset Forest?" The two Daoliuos exchanged glances and shook their heads, subsequently responding in unison, "Ice and fire yin-yang eyes? What is that?" "Well, you may interpret it as a hot spring or a spring. Either will suffice." The Golden Crocodile Daoliu quickly understood and then asked, "Are you suggesting that Dugubo is at a spring within the Sunset Forest?" Bai Ying nodded and said, "He must be in such a place, but I am uncertain whether he is there at this moment." Upon hearing this, Qing Wan inquired, "Xiaoying, how do you know that Dugubo is at the spring?" Bai Ying pondered. Given Dugubo's reclusive nature, it is unlikely he would reside in the bustling streets of civilization. After all, one must attend to the basic necessities of life. With Dugubo's solitary temperament, it stands to reason he would not dwell permanently in towns. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Should the elders of the Papal Hall ever embark on a pursuit of Dugubo, he would surely have contingencies in place. The Sunset Forest presents an exquisite refuge. Devoid of formidable spirit beasts, he could easily ward off any disturbances by enveloping the area in miasma. Residing near a natural hot spring would be an ideal choice, providing him a sanctuary to relax, which he would undoubtedly claim as his own. The Golden Crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Bai Ying's observations, though they also sensed a certain incongruity in his assertions, yet found no grounds for contradiction. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Ying felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all the words exchanged were aimed at alleviating the burden of the moment. Let us first utilize our spiritual powers to scan the surroundings, for the Sunset Forest is vast. I believe we shall soon locate the whereabouts of Dugubo. In response, Jin Yi stepped forth to exert his spiritual energy in detection, while Qingtuan Daoliu, unable to divert attention from sustaining his martial soul manifestation, remained focused on that state. Before long, Genie spoke. There lies a region where scarcely any soul beast venture. It is likely that Dugabo has concealed himself there. Upon hearing this, Qingtuan Daoliu surged forth with great speed towards the direction indicated by Genie, swiftly arriving at the periphery of the toxic miasma. This is the place, Buying remarked. Observing the scene below, Qingtuan Daoliu, upon hearing his words, promptly dispelled his martial soul manifestation, gently catching Buying as they descended to the ground. Xiaoying, are you certain this is the location? Where is Dugabo? Inquired Genie. Buying surveyed the surroundings and confidently declared, I am certain this is the place. He must have merely stepped out. Let us wait for him here. Shall we remain here for his return? Or would you prefer to embark on a hunt for soul beasts to obtain soul rings? Let us wait for him here. Acquiring the soul rings is not urgent. The golden crocodile Daoliu and the azure phoenix Daoliu intended to voice their thoughts, but upon witnessing Bai Ying's resolute demeanor, they refrained from further comment. However, Bai Ying contemplated absorbing the celestial-grade herbs before seeking out higher-aged soul rings. System, can this soul-guiding device store living beings? Bai Ying inquired, puzzled. Certainly. It can not only contain living creatures, but also allow them to continue growing. I see, Bai Ying responded. He then proceeded to harvest the celestial-grade herbs surrounding him and place them into the soul-guiding device, leaving the azure phoenix Daoliu and the golden crocodile Daoliu perplexed. While they recognized these as herbs, they were unaware that they were the legendary celestial-grade herbs. Xiaoying, by doing this, you are ruining Dugubo's medicinal field. It will be even harder to win him over now. Indeed, the azure phoenix Daoliu concurred. Nevertheless, upon hearing their words, Bai Ying intensified his efforts. What was already a swift pace of harvesting became even quicker. This scene left the golden crocodile Daoliu and the azure phoenix Daoliu in shock. Wasn't the plan to win him over? What was this destruction all about? After Bai Ying harvested all the medicinal herbs from the entire field, he proceeded to uproot their roots and cast them into the eye of ice and fire, finally pausing his actions. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu and remarked, these two medicinal herbs will require your esteemed assistance, gentlemen. The golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu then noticed the last two herbs beside the hot spring, and upon surveying the chaotic battlefield, they helplessly placed their hands on their foreheads, exclaiming, are you intent on completely depleting his resources? Otherwise, if he still has assets, how could he possibly accompany us? Upon hearing this, the two Daoliuos were momentarily taken aback, realizing the logic behind Bai Ying's reasoning. If he retained any resources, it would be even more challenging for him to join the spirit hall. Thus, severing his hopes would at least provide some relief. They approached Bai Ying and inquired, what shall we do? Just pluck them and hand them directly to me, Bai Ying replied. As the two elders approached the 8-angled ice crystal grass and the fiery apricot blossom, they immediately felt an overwhelming heat and chill. However, their strength was undeniable. Gentlemen, please take care, they cautioned. Shortly after, the two medicinal herbs were presented before Bai Ying, and before the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu could inquire further, Bai Ying consumed them without hesitation. This action nearly startled the two elders out of their wits, prompting them to rush forward with concern. Xiaoying, are you all right? Xiaoying, are you okay? Meanwhile, Bai Ying was contemplating, how should I consume these two celestial herbs? I recall it is best to eat them together. After consuming the meal, Bai Ying felt a rush of warmth coursing through his body. He then said, I am fine, but I need to absorb some energy first. Subsequently, he inquired within his mind, System, may I directly enter the eye of ice and fire now? The system reassured him, rest assured, with me by your side. You will encounter not a single mishap. Then I shall place my trust in you. With that, Bai Ying leaped directly into the eye of ice and fire. Upon entering, he experienced alternating sensations of intense heat and chilling cold. However, shortly thereafter, his two martial spirits manifested, swiftly subduing the energies of the eye of ice and fire, along with the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms. Bai Ying also sensed that the discomfort from earlier had vanished. She then inquired, System, has the absorption been completed? How could it be so swift? The response from the host revealed that the eye of ice and fire is, in essence, the very site of the fallen ice and fire dragon king. Through the passage of time, it has gradually evolved into the eye of ice and fire, shaped by the vicissitudes of the ages. Your martial soul is the Dragon Slayer martial soul, which inherently possesses a suppressive power over dragon-type soul beasts. especially those spirits that have long since perished. Is that so? Chapter 12. The 9 Trials of Shura. Does my martial soul suppress the power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's spirit? Indeed. This is the extraordinary, ancient, mysterious martial soul that transforms one's body into that of a dragon. Such a martial soul can shatter dragon scales, damage their organs, and subsequently hunt the souls of dragons, hence the title of Dragon Slayer Martial Soul. The white shadow surged forth directly from the Ice and Fire duality eye. Upon emerging, 2 peculiar patterns manifested on its arms. A blue mark adorned the left arm, symbolizing the Ice attribute, while a red mark graced the right arm, representing the Fire attribute. System, what is the significance of these 2 markings on my arms? In response, the system revealed, your martial soul has undergone a mutation. You are now not only immune to light and dark attributes, but also to ice and fire attributes. Furthermore, you possess the ability to absorb ice and fire energies to replenish your soul power, thereby augmenting your strength. Is that so? So now I can withstand attacks from 4 different attributes. The system confirmed, indeed. Just as the golden crocodile Daoliu and the azure phoenix Daoliu were about to inquire about the situation with the white shadow, a beam of crimson light struck its body from the heavens. Simultaneously, in the divine realm, the Shura god was filled with exuberance, leaping joyfully within the grand hall. Incredible. This is extraordinary. A dual martial soul possesses an innate dominance over dragonkind, not to mention the innate soul power of level 20. Now, having directly hunted the souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, the Shura God trial is assured. Should I perhaps ease the requirements and expedite the transfer of my divine position? The Shura God then adopted a serious demeanor, coughing lightly, and stated, "It is not merely about relinquishing my divine position, but rather, our divine realm requires a deity specifically tailored to combat spirit beasts. Given the current impossibility of ascending to divinity, I must reluctantly yield my position." He chuckled to himself, "How clever of me. I must hasten to initiate the divine trial, lest it be seized by others. If I delay further, those 4 may become aware, and it will be too late." A voice echoed in the mind of the pale shadow. "Young one, I am the Azura God. Among the divine realm, my status and authority are most exalted, being one of the 3 enforcers and 5 divine kings. Following them are the 1st and 2nd-tier deities, yet I, the Azura God, am a divine king. I shall bestow upon you the Azura legacy. Once you inherit the Azura position, you will directly inherit my divine rights and status within the celestial realm. I hold you in high regard." Upon hearing this, the shadow replied, "Enough, enough. Stop pretending. You merely seek to hastily find a suitable heir to pass on the divine position, don't you? You claim to appreciate me. Yet it seems your primary desire is to transfer the throne swiftly, with finding a suitable candidate being a secondary concern, and my commendation coming last." This statement left the god of Shura somewhat puzzled. "How do you know this?" "Your martial soul possesses an immense suppressive power over soul beasts, especially those of the dragon variety, which you can notably restrain. During the war in the divine realm, you were at odds with the beast god. Following the fall of the dragon god, the golden dragon king was subdued by the divine realm, while the silver dragon king fled. Your abilities indeed command my admiration. With your presence in the divine realm, the silver dragon king will find it difficult to thrive." "Ah, I understand." This revelation utterly astonished the god of Shura. "You understand? How is that possible? There is nothing impossible. Do you not yearn to detach yourself from the divine position and explore the vast universe and the myriad worlds beyond? I hail from one of many such realms." "Indeed. Beyond the cosmos lies a grand tapestry of worlds." The white shadow then gazed at the Shura god and said, "I promise to inherit your divine position. But you must not be miserly." "What does that mean?" the Shura god inquired, perplexed. Bai Ying, observing that the Shura god was perplexed, proceeded to elucidate. "You should be aware of many matters concerning the Daoliu continent, correct?" The Shura god nodded in affirmation, indicating his knowledge. "Are you also aware that the Pope of our spirit hall is the inheritor of the Rakshasa god?" In response, the Shura god remarked, "I am familiar with the spirit hall. It is the sacred ground left by the original angel god." "Are you implying that the Pope you speak of is the successor of the Rakshasa god?" Bai Ying nodded and remarked, "Indeed, she is the inheritor of the Rakshasa deity. Have you not observed her relentless efforts after undergoing the trials set by the Rakshasa? The rewards bestowed by the divine assessments are either non-existent or pitifully meager." "Are you implying? Do not emulate the Rakshasa, whose stinginess is infuriating. The tasks are already exceedingly challenging. Rest assured, I shall not resemble that wretched Rakshasa. Bai Ying continued, my fiancé hails from the Qian family, possessing an innate soul power of level 20. In the future, she is destined to ascend as an angelic deity, the progenitor of the angelic deities. What is past, I understand. The Azura deity comprehended Bai Ying's meaning as well. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying felt a sense of relief and then remarked, I am still quite young. I am not yet ready to venture into the realm of the god of death for the first examination. I understand that the divine trial is determined by me, and I will not allow you to embark on a journey to the city of carnage at this moment. The White Shadow promptly inquired, very well. What is the first trial of the Azura? The first trial of the Azura legacy. Hunt 30 soul beasts bearing the bloodline of dragons. Requirements. They must not be less than a century old. No assistance from others is permitted. The time limit is 6 months. Reward. 2 divine soul rings. Little one, what do you think? Does this task and its reward meet your desires? The Azura god proclaimed with great satisfaction. Indeed. Only by bathing in dragon's blood can one truly become a dragon slayer. Ha 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 ha. With that, the Azura god vanished, and the White Shadow's consciousness returned to reality, a blood-red mark appearing upon his forehead. Brother, what is happening? The blue phoenix Daoliu asked the golden crocodile Daoliu. As the crimson light surrounding the White Shadow dissipated, the golden crocodile Daoliu noticed the mark on the White Shadow's forehead. Unlike the faint patterns on his arm, the imprint on his forehead was strikingly prominent. Divine trial? Are you implying? The blue phoenix Daoliu also gazed at the White Shadow, witnessing the vivid blood-red mark upon his forehead. God. Legacy. Subsequently, the golden crocodile Daoliu and the blue phoenix Daoliu approached the White Shadow, questioning. Little Shadow, have you received the legacy of the divine? Bai Ying nodded slightly, and subsequently made a gesture for silence. Both the golden crocodile Daoliu and the azure phoenix Daoliu understood the implication. It was best that as few people as possible were privy to this matter, and it should remain discreet. Then, in a hushed tone, the golden crocodile Daoliu inquired, what rank? Of course, it is the 9th rank. The golden crocodile nearly fainted upon hearing this, stammering, in 9th rank. Fortunately, the quick-witted azure phoenix Daoliu supported the golden crocodile, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. The azure phoenix Daoliu asked the golden crocodile, what do you mean by 9th rank? In a whisper, the golden crocodile explained in the azure phoenix's ear, the 9th rank signifies the potential to become a deity. What? The azure phoenix exclaimed, collapsing to the ground alongside the golden crocodile. Meanwhile, the emergence of the crimson light caught the attention of Dugyibo, who was hastening back, accompanied by Dugwian. He dashed towards his medicinal field, for within those herbs lay the potential cure for his granddaughter's poison. Chapter 13. Joining the Spirit Hall. Bai Ying gazed at the ice and fire duality eyes, and a peculiar thought began to take shape within him. Now that I am immune to both ice and fire, I could also absorb and consume their attributes. What would happen if I were to drain the energy from the Overlord Spring? Jean Daoliu observed Bai Ying's fixation on the spring, and an ominous thought arose in his mind. He quickly inquired, Xiao Ying, what are you planning to do? The White Shadow appeared oblivious to its surroundings and leapt down once more. Upon re-entering the spring, the White Shadow opened its eyes wide and gaped, fervently absorbing the energy from the spring. The previously distinct red and blue hues of the ice and fire duality I swiftly transformed into a swirling vortex. While the water level plummeted rapidly, the energy within the spring was entirely devoured by the White Shadow, all of it being drawn into its being. In no time, the entire ice and fire duality I had become utterly desiccated, resembling a barren well. At this moment, the White Shadow felt an inexhaustible reservoir of soul power coursing through its body, witnessing the depletion of the spring. The golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu looked down and inquired, Little Shadow, what have you done? Why has the entire spring run dry? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying shouted loudly towards above, It is nothing. I merely absorbed all the energy from this spring. Furthermore, could you assist me in getting up there? I am unable to ascend. Subsequently, the azure phoenix Daoliu utilized her soul power to elevate Bai Ying. Xiao Ying, you claim to have absorbed the energy. Yet why is the spring completely dried up? Inquired the golden crocodile Daoliu. Bai Ying shook her head and replied, I am uncertain. After absorbing the energy from the spring, the water within has vanished. Qingwan Daoliu then inquired, Xiao Ying, you haven't consumed all the water, have you? That is unlikely, Bai Ying responded. I merely absorbed the energy. The spring water must have relied on that energy for sustenance. Once I absorbed it, the spring ran dry. Jean Ao nodded in agreement. finding Bai Ying's reasoning sound. While Bai Ying, Jin-Ao Daoliu, and Qing Daoliu engaged in their conversation, Dugu Bo, accompanied by his granddaughter, arrived at the scene. How audacious! Who dares to intrude upon my medicinal field? Do they seek death? Though unseen, his voice echoed as he questioned from a distance. Jin-Ao Daoliu and Qing Daoliu scoffed at Dugu Bo's words. One was the second elder of the Spirit Hall, second only to the Grand Elder Qian Daoliu, while the other was the third elder, currently ranked third within the Spirit Hall. Bai Ying, holding an artifact and having undergone divine trials, was destined to ascend to godhood. How dare you, Dugu Bo? Upon Dugu Bo and his granddaughter Dugu Yin arriving and witnessing the scene before them, he was rendered speechless. The eye of ice and fire had dried up, and the precious medicinal herbs were completely gone. Did you do this? I will kill you. Dugu Bo's fury ignited upon seeing the devastation, and without discerning the identities of those present, he launched an attack. As Dugu Bo approached, he immediately recognized Jin-Ao Daoliu, who had presided over his promotion to title Daoliu. Turning his gaze to another figure, he felt an overwhelming pressure, realizing this person was undoubtedly another elder of the Spirit Hall. Finally, he glanced at the young boy beside them, clearly a key figure nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Dugu Bo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had just threatened to kill them, yet here stood two esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall. Who would dare to strike him? Realizing escape was futile, Dugu Bo understood that with Jin-Ao Daoliu at level 98, even at the cost of his life, he could not hope to challenge him. Even in desperation, he could only take down a child, and his granddaughter would undoubtedly suffer as well. Thus, he employed his soul power to convey a plea to the three, laced with desperation. Please, do not let my granddaughter witness my demise. I beg you, grant her a chance at life. I only wish for her to grow up in peace and happiness, to live a secure life. I implore you. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying stepped forward with a smile and said, I believe there has been a misunderstanding, esteemed Elder Dugu. We harbor no ulterior motives. After listening to Bai Ying's words, Dugu Bo turned his gaze towards the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qing Daoliu. Noticing their lack of reaction, he began to comprehend the situation. The child before him was indeed the one with true authority. It was our fault for inadvertently damaging your medicinal field, and I sincerely apologize for that, Elder. Dugu Bo recognized that the young one was offering him a way out, especially with Dugu Yin observing from behind. He quickly waved his hand and replied, Oh, it's of no consequence. It is merely a medicinal field. Upon witnessing the steps taken by Dugu Bo, Bai Ying directly proclaimed, As a junior, I prefer to be forthright. We have come here with the intention of inviting you, Senior Dugu, to join the Hall of Offerings. At these words, Dugu Bo momentarily felt a surge of difficulty. Joining the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly confine his existence. Yet should he refuse, both he and Dugu Yin might meet their demise here today. Upon witnessing the hesitation of the esteemed Dugu Bo, Bai Ying gently remarked, Might you consider the rewards that the Hall of Offerings has in store for you? Rewards? Dugu Bo replied, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. Is this truly a matter concerning the Spirit Hall? The reward from the Hall of Offerings for you, esteemed elder, is the antidote to the poison afflicting both you and your granddaughter. Surely, this is an offer that would pique your interest? At these words, Dugu Bo's eyes momentarily sparkled with hope, only to be clouded by a sense of desolation as he murmured, if only it were that simple to cure the poison. Esteemed elder, it seems you remain somewhat skeptical of our intentions. I can understand, for the actions of those from the Papal Hall would incite indignation in anyone. Thus, we are eager for you, esteemed Dugu, to join the Hall of Offerings. It was then that Dugu Bo recognized the significance of Bai Ying's words. There had been no mention of the Spirit Hall or the Papal Hall. Only the Hall of Offerings had been referenced. The Hall of Offerings. The White Shadow nodded and remarked, Indeed, as long as you are willing to join the Spirit Hall, you shall become the 8th esteemed elder within the Hall of Offerings. This is a decision I reached in consultation with the Grand Elder. Should you agree, you will be granted immediate entry into the Hall of Offerings, becoming the 8th elder. Furthermore, both you and your grandson will receive an antidote. He then added, You shall not be beholden to any elder or esteemed elder, nor will you need to heed the commands of the Pope or the Grand Elder. In other words, you will hold a nominal title as an elder, allowing you to enjoy a life of freedom and leisure, akin to a carefree cloud drifting through the sky. Hearing this, Dugu Bo pondered for a moment. Not only could he directly join the Hall of Offerings, but he would also receive an antidote and would not be required to follow anyone's orders. However, he still felt a tinge of unease and subsequently inquired, "To whom shall I be accountable?" Bai Ying had long anticipated that Dugu Bo would pose such a question, and promptly replied, "You shall heed my command alone. In comparison to the hierarchical dynamics of superior and subordinate, I find camaraderie far more appealing. Do you not agree? Such an enticing proposition it is. I aspire to forge an invincible legion, and your granddaughter seems an excellent candidate. Thus, you need not worry for her well-being, as she shall receive the utmost privileges and resources from the Spirit Hall." Upon receiving this response, Dugu Bo immediately declared, "Very well. I shall join. However, let it be clear that none of the aforementioned conditions may be compromised." Bai Ying chuckled upon hearing this. "No problem. I can arrange for you to be welcomed into the Hall of Offerings by sparring with Zhu Dola once more." Yu Guan replied, "You are truly remarkable. Your lofty ideals are commendable." Bai Ying, "Elder Zhu, I apologize for the inconvenience." Chapter 14. Resolution. At this moment, Dugu Bo found himself in a predicament once more. And with a weary gesture, he lamented, "I am currently a guest elder of the Tiando royal family. Fear not. You may continue to serve as a guest elder for several more years to repay the grace of the Tiando royal family. Once you have fulfilled your obligations, you may take your leave, for no one in the Tiando royal family can truly hold you back, and they would not dare to compel your stay." Having spoken, Bai Ying turned his gaze toward Dugu Yin, who was of similar age, and inquired, "Where is your granddaughter currently pursuing her studies?" Dugu Bo replied, "At the Tiando Royal Academy." "I see," Bai Ying responded, before approaching Dugu Yin and introducing himself. "Greetings, I am Bai Ying. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Dugu Yin," she replied. "Dugu Yin, a lovely name. Are you presently a student at the Tiando Royal Academy?" Dugu Yin nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, I am a student at the Tiando Royal Academy." Bai Ying inquired, "Is there a girl named Yi Lingling at your school?" "Yes," came the reply, "but she is somewhat reclusive and does not enjoy conversing with others. Besides me, she has very few friends." After receiving Dugu Yin's response, Bai Ying gently said, "I understand, thank you." The white figure promptly approached the three titled Daoliu's and inquired, "Does anyone know the whereabouts of the Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly Soul Master? It seems to be in the vicinity of Heaven Do City. Shall we proceed there?" Qing Wan questioned. Bai Ying nodded, acknowledging the situation. "Indeed. This is precisely the opportunity to allure the Nine-Heart Sea Tang Soul Master to the Spirit Hall." Just as Qing Wan was about to summon her martial spirit, Bai Ying interrupted her. "It would be prudent to approach with discretion. I sensed someone's gaze upon us as we arrived." The golden crocodile Daoliu scoffed, "Pa. It's merely Jian Dao Qinxing. It is wiser to maintain a low profile." The three titled Daoliu, along with Bai Ying and Dugu Yin, managed to arrive at their destination without drawing too much attention. "Is this the residence of the Nine-Heart Sea Tang Soul Master?" Dugu Bo surveyed the surroundings. The golden crocodile Daoliu remarked, "I never anticipated that the Nine-Heart Sea Tang would fall into such disarray. What a decline." Qing Wan gazed upon the scene with a tinge of sorrow. As the trio lamented, a child peered through the crack of the door, observing them before scurrying off to fetch an adult. Moments later, an elderly woman and a middle-aged lady emerged, accompanied by Yi Lingling. Lingling, Yinzi, Dugu Yin, and Yi Lingling embraced upon their reunion. The golden crocodile Daoliu inquired, "Where is your family head?" Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the three, the woman replied, "Esteemed guests, your journey must have been arduous. Please, let us discuss further inside." Within the dwelling, the woman introduced herself. "I am the family head." The golden crocodile was taken aback and promptly asked, "And where is Yi Zhongping?" "My father has been deceased for quite some time." A hint of sorrow flickered in the middle-aged woman's eyes as she spoke. The golden crocodile expressed his regret. "I cannot believe Yi Zhongping has departed so soon." "Alas." He then inquired, "You are his daughter. What is your name?" "I am Yi Xuejing. May I ask what your relation to my father was?" The golden crocodile waved his hand dismissively. "I was once injured, and your father healed me. I intended to repay this kindness during my visit, but I had not anticipated his absence." "Who are you?" Yi Xuejing asked. "I am the second elder of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile. To be candid, I have come to solicit your inclusion in the Spirit Hall and to repay the favor from years past, only to discover that your father is no longer with us." "The second elder of the Spirit Hall. My father did not mention you. I was unaware of your sudden arrival, and we have not made any preparations." The golden crocodile gestured for Yi Xuejing to cease. Never mind. At that moment, Bai Ying interjected, "Allow me to repay the second elder's kindness." "What say you, esteemed elder?" The golden crocodile understood Bai Ying's intention. He would not only repay the favor, but also propose an alliance. Very well, let it be done by you. Xiaoling, may I inquire who this is? Yu Shuejing asked. He is the holy son of our spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying was somewhat taken aback. What? Me? When have I ever been the son of the spirit hall? I was completely unaware. Who conferred such a title upon me? However, Bai Ying did not voice these thoughts. It turns out that I had been blind to the truth of being the son of the spirit hall. Bai Ying remarked. No matter, let us discuss the matter at hand. I shall assist you in resolving the issue of your 9-heart Si Tang's martial soul, which can only manifest 2 at a time. Consider it a repayment of the favor owed by the golden crocodile Daoliu, as well as a means to forge an alliance with your esteemed family. What say you? Upon hearing this, Yu Jingxue felt a surge of astonishment and inquired. Can you truly rectify the deficiencies of our martial soul? Certainly, but not at this moment. You must first contemplate whether to join the spirit hall. Should you choose not to align with them, I will endeavor to restore your family's former glory. However, should you elect to join, the issues surrounding your martial soul will resolve themselves naturally. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Jingxue rose and declared, I, of course, choose to join the spirit hall. For years, the suppression from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school has gone unnoticed by the Tiando royal family. What of their so-called imperial strategies? That old coot, Shuya, is utterly consumed by his harem. I have heard it is the crown prince who manages affairs. Were it not for the oppression from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, how could our 9-heart Si Tang have fallen into such disarray? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying remarked, Kings compel the masses to kneel with their hereditary power, hollow titles, and so-called bloodlines. The spirit hall aims to empower everyone to rise and reclaim their lives. Bai Ying then retrieved the extraordinary mushrooms, the ethereal chrysanthemum, and the exquisite essence, along with the 9th grade purple mushroom, and commenced the process of absorption. After the passage of half an hour, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of toxin immunity. Is it due to the ethereal chrysanthemum? Indeed, with the assistance of this system, the host has gained the ability to be immune to toxins. System, you have yet to provide my sign-in rewards from the past few days. The rewards are automatically allocated to the host's ring. Congratulations, host. You have received Detox Elixir 2, Crimson Demon Mask 1, and 10 bottles of cola. Detox Elixir expels all toxins from the body. Crimson Demon Mask conceals one's aura and strength. Soul Ring. Cola, a delightful beverage that brings joy. Thank you. This truly alleviates my urgent predicament. Without the Detox Elixir, I would likely have to detoxify like Tang San. By the way, can you assist Du Guyan in absorbing the blood-colored swan kiss? Certainly. As long as the host provides support from the sidelines, it is entirely possible. Bai Ying subsequently presented the herbs he had gathered from the medicinal fields of Dugu Bo to Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling. These herbs, cultivated in the esteemed fields of the Dugu Elder, possess the remarkable ability to enhance your innate talents and significantly elevate your soul power. They can resolve the issues concerning your martial souls, and may even induce a beneficial mutation within them. This exquisite Qilua tulip is particularly suited to Yi Lingling's martial soul, and upon absorption, it could lift the curse afflicting your family. This specimen here is the blood-colored swan's kiss, a rare celestial herb whose effect is to exponentially amplify toxins. It is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to absorb. Even your grandfather would find it impossible. Thus, you will require my assistance during your absorption process. Chapter 15. The Evolution of Martial Souls. After 2 hours, Yi Lingling completed the absorption of the Qilua tulip and promptly opened her eyes. Mother, I have now ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master. Moreover, I sense a transformation within my martial soul. Upon saying this, Yi Lingling summoned her martial soul to showcase it to everyone. This is the 10-hearted sea dragon, exclaimed her mother, Yu Jingxue, in astonishment. The golden crocodile Daoliu, the Qingwan Daoliu, and the poison Daoliu turned their gazes towards her, confirming that it was indeed the legendary 10-hearted sea dragon. Meanwhile, under Bai Ying's guidance, Dugu Yin was nearing the completion of her absorption as well. After a moment, she joyfully approached Dugubo, exclaiming, Grandfather, my soul power has surged tremendously, and it seems my martial soul has undergone a change. Upon witnessing Dugubo's desire to ascertain the condition of his granddaughter's health, Bai Ying remarked, these are indeed celestial-grade medicinal herbs, which pose no threat to one's physical well-being. You need not fret over your granddaughter's unstable foundation. Hearing this, Dugubo felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Bai Ying produced 2 detoxification pills and tossed them towards him. These pills, designed to eliminate the side effects imposed by your martial souls upon the body, will not diminish your strength and offer a permanent solution. Dugubo received the 2 detoxification pills, staring at them in his hands, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Ying, after observing Dugubo's prolonged silence, chuckled. It seems that you, this old poison master, still harbor doubts about my trustworthiness. Upon hearing this, Dugubo hastily clarified, it is not that I do not trust you. Rather, it is the vexing issue that has plagued our family for generations, which, astonishingly, is poised to be resolved today. I cannot help but ponder if joining the spirit hall earlier would have alleviated the burdens brought upon us by our martial spirits. Hearing this, Bai Ying chuckled. It's never too late to join now. I believe that Dugu Yan's martial spirit has undergone quite a transformation. Dugubo, upon hearing these words, affectionately stroked Dugu Yan's head and said with a smile, Yin Yin, summon your martial spirit and let Grandpa have a look. Dugu Yan obediently nodded, She then summoned her martial spirit, and to everyone's astonishment, the martial spirit that was originally a blue-scaled serpent transformed into a magnificent dragon at the moment of summoning. This is the blue-scaled poison dragon. Dugubo gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before him. The white shadow interrupted the thoughts of the crowd, exclaiming, All right. You should first take the detoxification pills. Soon, we shall set off for the Star Dough Forest to procure soul rings. Observing this, Dugubo fed one of the pills to Dugu Yin and then consumed another himself. Both of their bodies expelled a considerable amount of black substances, ridding themselves of years of accumulated toxins. However, in comparison to Dugubo, Dugu Yin had relatively few toxins in her body, as most of them were inherited, and she had only recently awakened her martial soul. Before long, the two had fully digested the pills, and upon noticing the black matter on his body, Dugubo burst into hearty laughter. The toxins within me have been entirely eliminated. Moreover, my soul power has directly ascended to level 93. The Qian Renxue, slightly disdainful, remarked, You old poison master. Stop laughing and go take a bath or at least wash off. You are filthy and reek of foulness. Dugubo, however, was unbothered by this, for he and his granddaughter had successfully eradicated the toxins. Nothing could bring him greater joy. Although Tang San's method was feasible, it was not a permanent solution, as the toxins stored in the soul bones would inevitably reach their capacity, and soul bones themselves were exceedingly rare. Where would they procure enough to fill with toxins? The golden crocodile Daoliu, observing Dugubo, expressed his amazement. It truly is miraculous. Even your hair and beard have turned black, and your complexion has improved significantly. You seem to have regained a good deal of youth. Qian Renxue also took note of Dugubo's transformation, then approached Bai Ying and whispered, Little Ying, your grandpa Qian has treated you well. The celestial grade herbs are of no use to us anymore. Do you still have that detoxification pill? At this moment, the golden crocodile joined in, adding, Your grandpa golden crocodile desires to train you better as well. If you have that detoxification pill, please save me a portion. After all, who wouldn't want to regain their youth? Bai Ying subsequently elucidated, this detoxification elixir merely serves to purge toxins. It cannot confer youthfulness. Dugubo is merely exhibiting his true state, rendered aged and unwell by the toxins within his body. Since you possess no such toxins, consuming it would be futile. At that moment, Dugubo rose to cleanse himself of the impurities expelled from his body, and, having overheard Bai Ying and the others, remarked, You are all merely reflecting the appearance befitting your age. Why persist in the pursuit of such illusions? Bai Ying nodded in agreement with Dugubo's assertion. After Dugubo had cleansed the toxins from his body, Dugu Yin also took a bath at Yi Lingling's residence. The group gathered together, preparing to embark on their quest to acquire soul rings. Along the way, Xiaoying, Yu, and Dugu Yin both possess dragon-type martial souls. It is imperative that you seek soul beasts with a dragon lineage, preferably of the sub-dragon caliber. Have you contemplated which soul beast you desire? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying waved his hand and declared, I do not require a soul ring. My first challenge is to personally hunt 30 soul beasts possessing dragon bloodlines, each no less than a century old. No outside interference is permitted. Dugubo looked at Bai Ying with a hint of curiosity, perplexed by his reasoning. Noticing the confusion in Dugubo's eyes, the golden crocodile Daoliu discreetly conveyed through a thread of soul power into Dugubo's ear. I will explain upon your return to the spirit hall. This matter must remain concealed from all but those in the worship hall. Once they descended to the ground, the group commenced preparations to seek suitable soul beasts. Dugubo, seek a poisonous soul beast with dragon blood for your granddaughter. Qingluan, Find a soul beast for this young lady from the Yi family. Note, in this context, even if the martial soul has mutated, the soul skill remains a singular, area-wide healing ability. Just as they were about to set off, Bai Ying called out, "Wait. Remember, they must be thousand-year soul beasts. Both of them have consumed celestial herbs, and their physiques are far beyond that of ordinary individuals." The others placed their trust in Bai Ying and promptly set out in search of soul beasts. Shortly thereafter, Qing Wan returned with a silver-horned wolf just over 1,000 years old, placing the half-dead creature before Yi Lingling. "Is this your first time acquiring a soul ring, or your second?" she inquired. "The second," Yi Lingling replied, still somewhat hesitant to speak. Qing Wan reassured her. "Do not be afraid. This soul beast lacks the strength to resist. You cannot rely on your mother for assistance. You must take the knife in your hand and understand its life. This way, when you grow stronger, you will be able to protect your mother." At that moment, Bai Ying leaned close to the golden crocodile Daoliu's ear and whispered, "It seems there is a connection." The golden crocodile nodded in acknowledgement. Yet this exchange did not escape the notice of Qing Wan and Yi Renxue, the latter now too shy to speak. Qing Wan then exclaimed, "Second brother, how can you be so reckless like showing?" Chapter 16. Return to the spirit hall. Enough of the commotion. You should endeavor to find more soul beasts with dragon bloodlines, the golden crocodile advised. Qing Wan nodded in agreement and vanished from sight, embarking on her quest for soul beasts over a century old. By evening, Dugu Bo returned with a venomous scaled giant python over 1,100 years old, placing it before Dugu Yen. With her considerable experience, Dugu Yen swiftly dispatched the creature. Shortly thereafter, Qing Wan arrived with nearly 20 soul beasts of a century age, including several subdragons, totaling almost 23 soul beasts. "Xiaoying, what are your plans now?" Bai Ying gazed at the soul beasts within, a time-wielding blade materializing in his grasp as he addressed Daoliu.Wan. "Release them simultaneously." Simultaneously? The crowd's initial instinct was disbelief. To release all at once meant over 20 soul beasts. How could Bai Ying possibly achieve such a feat? "Xiaoying, do you truly intend to slay over 20 soul beasts, each over a century old? Among them are several high-tier subdragon soul beasts, some with lifespans exceeding 900 years, exclaimed Jinao. "Indeed, I am eager to hone my skills." With Bai Ying exuding such confidence, Qing Wan released her grip and positioned herself opposite Dugu Bo, prepared to intercept should any soul beasts attempt to flee. Bai Ying, along with Yi Lingling and her mother, formed a triangular encirclement around Dugu Yen, bolstered by Qian Renxue. Upon realizing their bonds had been severed, some soul beasts attempted to flee, while others charged towards Bai Ying and the children. Bai Ying raised his blade, a subtle smile gracing his lips, after which all present, along with the multitude of soul beasts, became utterly motionless. The ability to suspend time truly is a remarkable skill. Subsequently, Bai Ying struck at the vital points, necks, and heads of the soul beast with his blade. Once the deed was done, he returned to his original position and resumed his prior stance, releasing the flow of time. At this moment, the crowd remained oblivious. Dugu Bo and Qing Wan Daoliu had already stepped forward to intercept, with Qian Renxue Daoliu exclaiming in fury, "Seeking death? What transpired?" Suddenly, the multitude of soul beasts collapsed to the ground in an instant, while Bai Ying stood in place, his actions precisely mirroring those from before, his position unchanged. Both Qian Renxue Daoliu and Qing Wan Daoliu turned their gazes toward Bai Ying, experiencing a sensation reminiscent of when he acquired the divine artifact. They were certain this was yet another manifestation of its power. At that moment, Yi Renxue, covering her mouth in astonishment, exclaimed, "In an instant, all these soul beasts have perished. How did His Highness accomplish this?" Dugu Bo, equally astonished, remarked, "All of this transpired in a heartbeat. I did not perceive a thing." "Your Highness, how did you manage this?" Bai Ying waved his hand and remarked, "There is no need for you two to address me as Your Highness. You may simply call me Xiaoying, as do Grandfather Jin Yi and Grandfather Qing Wan. As for how I accomplished that, I must keep it a secret. Everyone harbors their own mysteries, much like I have refrained from inquiring about the secrets you hold within your hearts." Dugu Bo and Yi Renxue nodded in agreement, choosing not to pry further. At that moment, Bai Ying turned to Daoliu.Wan and inquired, "Grandfather Qing Wan, did you happen to injure one of the soul beasts?" Hearing this, Qing Wan nodded and replied, "Initially, I did not exercise sufficient caution and inadvertently harmed one. Alas, we still have 22. It will suffice. After all, There is ample time to search for the remaining 8. At this juncture, Daoliu interjected, "Let us take our position here for the time being. We shall return to the Spirit Hall tomorrow. The Spirit Hall possesses captive soul beasts, and we shall not lack for 8. Upon hearing this, Bai promptly inquired, "Then why do we still venture into the Stardow Forest? Was it not you who mentioned our journey to the Stardow Forest?" Bai, with a hint of embarrassment, said, What I meant to say is, why did that old man Qian Daoliu send me all the way to the Stardow Forest to acquire a soul ring?" Hearing this, Jin tapped Bai lightly on the head and scolded, "In front of others, you refer to me as grandfather. Yet behind my back, you call me old man? Have you ever addressed me in such a manner before? You must not be so disrespectful in the future." Soon after, the group set up 2 tents to spend the night, preparing to return to the Spirit Hall the next day. Yu Jingxue, Yi Lingling, and Dugu Yin had already succumbed to slumber, while the Qingwan Daoliu rested in another tent. After 2 days of travel and hunting soul beasts, they all needed a night to recuperate their soul power and mental strength before embarking on their journey back to the Spirit Hall. Jin Daoliu and Du Daoliu leaned against the fire, closing their eyes to rejuvenate, while Bai rested against a tree, gazing at the night sky. At this moment, Dugu Bo sensed Bai Ying's emotions and approached him with some roasted soul beast meat and 2 bottles of wine. He tossed a bottle of wine to Bai Ying, settled down with the roasted meat, and slowly inquired, "What's the matter? Can I call you grandfather, Du?" "Of course, but what should we do about the mother-in-law?" Dugu Bo laughed at Bai Ying's remark. "You are still quite young. How can you even think about a mother-in-law? Furthermore, as long as you possess strength, whether it's 3 wives or a disapproving mother-in-law, such matters become trivial in the face of power. In the Daoliu continent, strength is always paramount. Indeed, it is too early to consider such things. However, I must counter one of your statements," Bai Ying retorted. Dugu Bo, intrigued, asked, "Oh, what is it?" "Not all mother-in-laws regard strength. Their essay saying, isn't there? Mother-in-law, big bad wolf." Although Jin Daoliu was resting with his eyes closed, he could hear their conversation. In a world that reveres strength, the notion that having multiple wives is a trivial matter resonated with him. Nevertheless, when he heard Bai Ying's remark about the mother-in-law being a big bad wolf, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, knowing full well that Bai Ying was referring to Bibi Dong. The following day, the group boarded the Qingwan Daoliu Spirit and swiftly arrived at Spirit City. As flying was prohibited over Spirit City, they had to disembark and walk to the worship hall. At that moment, a rather effeminate voice rang out, "You old poisoner. How dare you come to Spirit City?" Dugu Bo, upon seeing the Ju Daoliu appear in the sky, remained silent, observing him as he flaunted his authority. Noticing the lack of response, Ju Daoliu turned his gaze towards Dugu Bo, only to find 2 individuals glaring at him, which made him hurriedly land and bow, saying, "I pay my respects to the 2nd and 3rd offerings." Dugu Bo leaned closer to Bai Ying's ear and whispered, "You are aware that I have a long-standing feud with this fellow." The Golden Crocodile Daoliu and the Azure Luan Daoliu also heard this statement. Before Bai Ying could utter a word, the Golden Crocodile Daoliu and the Azure Luan Daoliu immediately exclaimed, as an elder of the Spirit Hall, "Ju Daoliu disregards the prohibition against flying within Spirit City and dares to provoke the 8 offerings. Dugu, go and confront him. The Spirit Hall will undoubtedly fulfill its commitments." Ju Daoliu was taken aback, exclaiming, "What?" However, the Golden Crocodile Daoliu and the Azure Luan Daoliu swiftly bound Ju Daoliu with their soul power, deliberately transporting him to a secluded location to spare the elder of the Spirit Hall from humiliation. After a brief period, Dugu Bo emerged, seemingly satisfied, while Ju Daoliu soon followed, bearing little to no physical injuries. Dugu Bo had primarily employed verbal taunts, leaving Ju Daoliu in a state of disarray, opting for psychological warfare over brute force. Chapter 17. The first assessment completed. After all, he was a title Daoliu of level 95 and an elder of the Spirit Hall. Yet he had been bested. However, what infuriated Ju Daoliu even more was the realization that Dugu Bo had ascended to the rank of the 8th offering. He had toiled for years and had not attained such a distinction. Observing Bai Ying's safe return, Qian Daoliu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Following the arrangement of Dugu Bo and the others, the Golden Crocodile Daoliu and the Azure Luan Daoliu could hardly contain their eagerness to share this splendid news with Qian Daoliu. "Xiaoying, it seems you truly deserve the title of Holy Son of the Spirit Hall." Indeed. From now on, both grandfathers will keep a close watch on you." "Both grandfathers' praises are unwarranted. I am merely fortunate. Do not be so modest." Your achievement in the 9th examination of the Shura God has already proven your extraordinary talent. In the Star Do Forest, your ability to swiftly eliminate numerous century-old soul beasts showcases your terrifying potential. Upon hearing these words, even Bai Ying felt a sense of elation. After meeting Qian Daoliu, the two recounted all that had transpired over the past few days. Even the unparalleled Daoliu, Qian Daoliu, was taken aback. Once the two were dismissed, Qian Daoliu turned to Bai Ying and inquired, "Have you truly passed the divine examination?" Unable to restrain his curiosity, he gazed at the crimson totem adorning Bai Ying's form. Bai Ying expressed his exasperation, asserting that it was indeed true. Could this totem possibly deceive him? "Old man, you are, after all, a peerless Daoliu, and the foremost elder of the Spirit Hall. Might you not be more mindful of your own image? Do you comprehend how arduous it is to obtain the legacy of a deity?" Qian Daoliu could not help but interject. Recalling how his dear friend Tang Chun had vanished in pursuit of divine inheritance, ultimately becoming lost to the world. Is it merely a divine trial? Look at how agitated you are. It is I who has passed the trial, not you. How do you find my granddaughter-in-law? Quite commendable, is it not? Indeed. It is truly commendable. It seems that heaven has indeed opened its eyes. From this moment forth, you shall be the holy son of the Spirit Hall, with the authority to allocate any resources as you see fit. The holy son of the Spirit Hall? It appears rather impressive. Although it is not yet the time to boast about it. What of Dong? Will she consent? If she dares to refuse, I shall show her the consequences. Qian Daoliu had never felt such joy. As he gazed at this child he had taken under his wing, a surge of pride welled within him. Beep. Please complete the first trial of the Azura God as soon as possible. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Bai Ying, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Did you not see that I have only just returned? Must I not be allowed a moment's respite? Do you understand that lack of rest could adversely affect my health?" "Host, these are ordinary matters. You are not an ordinary person. You are a soul master. Thus it will not impact you." "Old man, I must swiftly complete the first trial of the Azura God, hunting down 30 soul beasts, with only 8 remaining. If there is nothing else, would you take me there? I have heard from Grandpa that the Spirit Hall has 8 captive soul beasts. Very well, I shall take you there at once." In an instant, Qian Daoliu led Bai Ying to the area where the soul beasts were kept. Upon seeing Qian Daoliu, the guards immediately knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed elder. Are all the captive soul beasts here?" "Indeed, they are all present. You may withdraw now." With that, he swiftly escorted Bai Ying to the enclosure. "All right, old man, the next steps are in my hands." Qian Daoliu nodded and stepped aside, eager to witness the true strength of his grandson, who had been chosen by the Azura God as a successor. Although the captive soul beasts were considerably easier to handle than their wild counterparts, it would still prove quite challenging for a soul master without any soul rings to contend with them. With an extraordinary sensitivity several times greater than that of an ordinary person, Bai Ying swiftly located the 8 soul beasts. "You intend to confront all 8 soul beasts at once. Are you out of your mind?" Qian Daoliu's sudden exclamation left Bai Ying momentarily speechless. "Rest assured, old man, I shall be just fine. Seeking them out one by one is exceedingly cumbersome. It is far better to take them all at once. Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess." In an instant, Bai Ying brandished the time battle blade, the seal of time. As he activated the divine artifact's power, the very fabric of time around him was abruptly suspended, as if the entire world had crystallized in that fleeting moment. The 8 soul beasts, which had been leisurely drifting, suddenly found themselves immobilized, ensnared by an invisible force. Even the air seemed to solidify at that moment, inducing a sensation of suffocation. Qian Daoliu stood nearby, observing this spectacle with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Although he was a peerless Daoliu, he felt utterly insignificant in the face of such divine power. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming force, yet found himself unable to resist it. At that moment, Bai Ying sprang into action, with the time battle blade in hand. He moved with the swiftness of the wind, weaving seamlessly between the 8 soul beasts. With each flash of the blade, a soul beast vanished from existence. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving onlookers in a daze. In an instant, the chaos dissipated. What had just transpired? "Old man," he exclaimed, "I just unleashed the artifact's ability, which allows for a brief suspension of time." "Truly, the ability to pause time is extraordinary," Qian Daoliu pondered before remarking, "I presume your first test has been completed?" One could say that. Upon the crown of the white shadow, those crimson totems suddenly unleashed a resplendent scarlet glow. reminiscent of flames igniting or blood boiling. The radiance intensified, saturating the entire space with a blood-red hue. In that moment, Qian Daoliu felt as though a deity of slaughter was descending, the terrifying aura causing even this unparalleled Daoliu to experience a pang of trepidation. Subsequently, two dazzling orbs of light materialized before the white shadow, spinning languidly while emanating an unsettling energy. Each orb seemed to encapsulate boundless power, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. At that juncture, a voice, authoritative and laden with murderous intent, resonated throughout the space. The first trial of the Azura God has been completed. Reward: 2 divine bestowed soul rings. What a coincidence! Divine bestowed soul rings. This was indeed a divine bestowed soul ring. Even he had only acquired one upon completing his 8th trial. Yet now, this young man had miraculously received 2. His luck was simply extraordinary. Old man, envy me, for these are divine bestowed soul rings. Given your remarkable talent, I shall refrain from striking you this time. My own talent is exceptional. If it were not, how could I possibly become your granddaughter's husband? Chapter 18. The second trial of the Azura God. Your ability to take a liking to me is a blessing you have cultivated over several lifetimes. Do you not realize this? You should cherish it. Young man, have you not gone 3 days without a beating, leading to such insolence? Meanwhile, the Azura God, far away in the divine realm, was exceedingly pleased. He had not anticipated such a swift breakthrough in the first trial. Evidently, this young man's talent was indeed commendable. Continue to ease the trials. I must ensure this lad hastens to inherit my divine position so that I may retire early. Life in the divine realm is exceedingly dull. Even as the enforcer, the Azura God felt the pangs of solitude amid the monotony. At that moment, the Azura God's voice thundered in the white shadow's mind. As if to fracture his very consciousness, the white shadow felt a tumultuous roar within his mind, followed by a deluge of immense information flooding into his awareness. Azura 9 trials, second trial. Endure for the duration of 2 incense sticks under the command of an unparalleled Daoliu. Duration: 3 years. Each word struck the white shadow's heart with the weight of a hammer. He instantly comprehended that this trial would be far more arduous than the first. I never anticipated my second trial would be this. It seems you cannot evade a beating at my hands. You must endure for the duration of 2 incense sticks. At this moment, Qian Daoliu burst into laughter, his mirth invoking an eerie sensation within the white shadow. Old man, you must show mercy. I am your granddaughter's husband. You absolutely must show mercy. Show mercy? Were you not so arrogant moments ago, proclaiming yourself a genius? Why do you cower now? I was merely jesting. Consider my previous words as mere folly. Rest assured, as the examiner, I shall take good care of you. At long last, Qian Daoliu has a legitimate reason to teach this son-in-law a lesson. Although this son-in-law possesses remarkable talent and has been nurtured under my watchful eye, he has consistently treated Xiaoxue with great kindness over the years. Therefore, this assessment will undoubtedly allow him to pass, yet he shall not escape unscathed. The two return to the spirit hall. Since the second trial of the Azura God requires you to endure under my tutelage for the duration of 2 incense sticks, I shall personally oversee your training from this day forth, and it will be more rigorous than ever before. Old man, you wouldn't hold a personal grudge against me, would you? You shouldn't be so harsh. I am a titled Daoliu-level powerhouse, rest assured. I will only assist you in completing the assessment and will not seek your life. An ominous premonition looms. Why must the cursed Azura God act in this manner? Host, do not worry, he will not kill you. Moreover, should he do so, I possess the means to resurrect you, so take heart. It is not the assessment I fear failing. Rather, I dread the possibility of enduring considerable suffering. Never mind, I must discuss this with Xiaoxue as soon as possible, otherwise. I hope this old man will show me some leniency. With this thought, Bai Ying felt significantly more reassured. Observing the 2 divine soul rings manifest before him, Bai Ying spoke. Old man, I kindly request your protection. Qian Daoliu nodded and replied, You impudent lad, still so disrespectful? Just wait until I deal with you during the second trial. Bai Ying revealed an expression of realization. Absorbing the divine bestowed soul rings grants one the ability to acquire soul skills most suited to oneself, and unlike ordinary soul rings, these can evolve. As long as one's capacity for endurance is sufficiently robust, it is conceivable for soul rings to ascend to the levels of 10,000-year or even 100,000-year soul rings. In an instant, 2 divine bestowed soul rings entered his body, and a terrifying aura pervaded the atmosphere, enveloping him in a crimson hue. The overwhelming energy surged through his meridians, and in the next moment, amidst Qian Daoliu's astonished and fearful gaze, the two soul rings gradually unfurled, revealing their black 10,000-year essence. These were indeed 10,000-year soul rings, and remarkably, both belonged to the first martial soul. Originally, there were plans to cultivate the second martial soul only after the first had reached the rank of title Daoliu. This approach would significantly enhance his physical endurance, allowing the second martial soul to harness soul rings exceeding 10,000 years in age. It was utterly astonishing that he could achieve this feat while still in the early stages of his first martial soul. Even Bibi Dong had never accomplished such a thing. True genius is indeed unparalleled. Time passed, though it felt ambiguous. Bai Ying slowly opened his eyes, and upon gazing at the two 10,000-year soul rings, he was momentarily taken aback. What are your first and second soul skills? Please show them to me. Certainly. As the shadow beneath Bai Ying's feet descended, the Shadow Dragon martial spirit manifested before him. My first soul skill, named Shadow Dragon Roar, is a technique of mental manipulation. Should my opponent's soul power be inferior to mine, I can directly incapacitate them or cause their very soul to shatter. A skill of mental assault, indeed? Quite impressive. The second soul skill is the Shadow Dragon Claw, wherein my soul power directly transforms my arm into a dragon's claw, serving as an offensive ability. It appears that this acquisition has proven fruitful. You have not disappointed me. Now, let us test the might of these two soul skills. Allow me to witness their true strength. Very well. The Shadow Dragon let out a thunderous roar, and in that instant, Qian Daoliu felt a fleeting disorientation in his mind and spirit. Though it lasted but a few seconds, it left him utterly astounded, for he was a title Daoliu, already standing on the precipice of divinity. The white shadow had nearly arrived before him at the very moment of launching an attack. His arm transformed into a dragon's claw, and with a resounding thud, Qian Daoliu chuckled. Not bad, not bad. To unleash such formidable power, I can assure you that among your peers, you are already an invincible presence. Invincible? I cannot yet claim such a title, at least not at this moment. I must grow stronger to protect Xiaoxue. One day, I shall undoubtedly defeat you. Excellent. You possess confidence, Qian Daoliu replied. Now, let us return to the worship hall. Go and check on Xiaoxue first. I have sensed that she has been troubled these past few days. If something were amiss with Qian Renxue, that would not bode well. Could it be that Bibi Dong had spoken ill of him again, or perhaps he had developed some feelings for her? He paid no heed to the implications of this thought as he departed swiftly, his mind racing with countless reflections and preparations. Xiaoxue, how are you faring? The voice precedes the presence. Bai Ying gently pushed open the door to Qian Renxue's chamber, only to be greeted by a sight that would forever be etched in his memory. There stood Qian Renxue, her golden hair slightly damp, her porcelain skin exposed to the air, emanating an indescribable allure. Xiaoying, what brings you here? She exclaimed, her cheeks tinted with a delicate blush. I had no idea. I was in the midst of bathing. You incorrigible rogue. Chapter 19, Xiao Bai's greedy obsession. Quickly, turn around, she urged, her face still flushed. Yet, Bai Ying seemed to be deaf to her pleas, completely oblivious to her discomfort. The system detected the host's heightened emotions and announced a new task. Approached Qian Renxue. Upon hearing this directive, coupled with the astonishing scene before him, he found himself at a loss. Bai Ying could not help but swallow hard. Xiaoying, you should leave at once. I apologize, Sister Shuer. I have slightly lost my composure. I shall step outside first. You must hasten to dress. With a resounding thud, the door was slammed shut. Bai Ying found himself momentarily stunned by the events that had transpired, his mind drifting into a reverie at the mere thought of the scene in the room. The figure of Qian Renxue was simply exquisite. He could hardly fathom why he had once harbored such admiration for Tang San, that duplicitous scoundrel. Fortunately, she had become my betrothed, which should alleviate any concerns. Or so he hoped. Yet, doubt crept in. After all, in the realm of fantastical tales, the trope of an engaged woman falling for the male protagonist is all too common. It was prudent to remain vigilant against such eventualities. Suddenly, he recalled the task the system had assigned him, to steal a kiss from Qian Renxue. Would this not seem too abrupt? Might it not lead her to perceive him as a rogue? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. The last thing he wanted was for Qian Renxue to detest him, to categorize him alongside those despicable ruffians. Such a fate would surely leave him weeping inconsolably in the restroom. Before he could further contemplate, the door to Qian Renxue's chamber swung open. At that moment, she emerged, clad only in a delicate robe. Her flawless figure partially concealed, yet tantalizingly revealed, her alabaster skin glowing ethereally, despite being mostly enveloped in the fabric. Bai Ying was instantly captivated. Xiaoying, what brings you here? Nothing much, just that Grandpa mentioned you seemed a bit off, so I thought I'd check in on you. I missed you. Oh, is that so? Then come in, and we can talk. Qian Renxue's face had turned crimson, and upon hearing the words I missed you, her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. Upon entering the room, Qian Renxue immediately delivered a playful chop to Bai Ying's head, exclaiming, "How dare you, at such a young age, sneak a peek while I bathe? It's not like that. It's not like that. Really?" It was Grandpa who said, all right. It seems your heart is quite the little rogue. Oh, Qian Renxue, am I starting to annoy you? Will you end up falling for Tang San in the future?" Qian Renxue was utterly amused by Bai Ying's reaction and replied, all right, I was just teasing you. Why do you act so dense? So foolish. Will marrying you bring happiness in the future? Sister, how can you hit me? After all, I'm your future husband. I'm seriously starting to doubt if you might become an abuser in the future. You little rascal, we aren't even adults yet, dreaming about such things. Remember, even though we've engaged under Grandpa's supervision, as my man, you must become strong. I do not wish to be with the weak, understand? And if I truly become weak in the future, would you seek another? He feigned a pitiful expression, with tearful eyes gazing at Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue affectionately ruffled his hair and said, all right, it's fine, I was just teasing you. Suddenly, Bai Ying pulled her close, imprisoning her in his embrace. Swear, I like you more than anyone else. Saying this, he kissed her, catching Qian Renxue completely off guard. She had never expected her younger brother, whom she had raised, would act in such a manner. Although he had kissed her before, this time it carried an unmistakable air of dominance and longing. Xiaoying Qian Renxue found herself sinking into the moment, finally managing to utter those words. Though she initially intended to push him away, she ultimately relented as she gazed upon his handsome visage. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 space transfer talismans. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a 3-minute god-level experience card. Sister, you shouldn't joke like this. Do you realize you are my everything? What? Are you afraid I might run away? I'm just afraid you might. Do you remember when I told you I know everything that will happen in Daoliu.After's future? I can tell you now that you will fall for Tang San. Time and again, letting Tang San off the hook. For him, you would even go so far as to sever ties completely with your own mother. Upon hearing these words, Qian Renxue's immediate reaction was disbelief. How could she possibly harbor feelings for an enemy and repeatedly spare him? It seemed utterly inconceivable. Yet, as she listened to Bai Ying's earnest assertions, it appeared he was not fabricating the truth. Gently, Qian Renxue patted Bai Ying's back, offering solace as she declared, I have already distanced myself from Xiaoying. How could I ever fall for an adversary? Rest assured, my affections are solely for you. Her touch was tender, akin to soothing a temperamental canine. Is that truly the case? Will you always cherish me? Host, I never anticipated your ability to act so endearingly. You are truly remarkable. What of it? I was once a master in the art of courtship, he replied. Let it be known, even a mere Qian Renxue or a formidable BB Dong, given time, would surely succumb to my charm. Besides, do you truly believe I am devoid of talent? Bai Ying pressed her entire being against Qian Renxue, her arms tightly embracing the delicate form of Qian Renxue, savoring the exquisite sensation. Qian Renxue gazed down at her younger brother, letting out a resigned sigh, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person since his return. Tang San would eventually find himself enamored with an adversary. Though uncertain of the truth behind it, she knew that she must prepare for this eventuality, both for the sake of the spirit hall and for Xiaoying. Qian Renxue gently spoke. All right, you may now release me from your embrace. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ying felt a tinge of reluctance, but ultimately complied. Although uncertain about the veracity of what you spoke regarding the future, I assure you, Xiaoying, that I shall indeed marry you, and I shall become your lady. I will not abandon you, rest assured. Is what you said truly sincere? Sister, remember the words you spoke today. Once I complete the second trial of the Azura God, I will have grandfather organize our wedding. What do you say? Are you afraid I might flee? Very well, I promise you. What do you doubt me? When have I ever deceived you? But what if I truly fall for someone else? Chapter 20. The truth. What must I do for you to believe me? Qian Renxue's tone was teasing, and her demeanor made Bai Ying feel an overwhelming heat. In the next moment, Qian Renxue unexpectedly kissed him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What prompted such an impulsive act? Can this now serve as proof? Do not worry, I will have no one but you. As he savored her delicate skin, Bai Ying's face flushed, the warmth in his mouth drawing him deeper into the moment. Just as he intended to delve further, he suddenly sensed an uninvited presence materializing around them. Bibi Dong stood outside the door, and as the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall. She was deeply intrigued by the child's words about the impending doom of the Wuhuan Hall. With her formidable strength, she could easily discern the happenings within the room. What on earth is this rascal doing, engaging in such indecent behavior? Although Qian Daoliu, that old man, had already betrothed Qian Renxue to him, the current situation was undeniably inappropriate. This lad is indeed a lecherous individual. All men are the same. Inside the room, the two were reluctantly parting. Bai Ying felt a lingering sense of intrigue. Sister Shuer, you deem me a rogue, yet I perceive you to embody that essence more than I do. How dare you? I am far from the person you envision. However, my curiosity regarding Tang San, as you speak of him, is piqued. How is it that I have developed an affinity for him? Furthermore, how did he orchestrate the downfall of the Spirit Hall? This is precisely the concern that Bibi Dong is most invested in, as she attentively listens to the sounds within the room. Allow me to commence with your motives. In my understanding, you must be devising a scheme, one that involves infiltrating the Tiando royal family and biding your time to usurp the entire Tiando empire. A ploy akin to a cat swapping a prince, masquerading as the Tiando crown prince, Shueqinghe, correct? Qian Renxue was taken aback by this plan. It was one even Bibi Dong was unaware of. Only she and her grandfather were privy to it, and it had only been proposed a few days prior. Thus Bai Ying could not have known in advance. Do not be astonished. I have stated before that I am aware of all events that shall unfold in the Daoliu continent through internal mechanisms. Reclaiming the Tiando Empire is indeed the most advantageous approach, preserving the strength of the Spirit Empire to the greatest extent. As you have surmised, this endeavor has been fruitful, and you have successfully gained the trust of the Tiando royal family, being appointed as the crown prince. It is in this moment that Tang San emerged, shining brightly in the Continental Soul Master competition as the son of Tang, Hao from the Qian Sect. It was then that you found yourself captivated by him, developing ambiguous feelings, and ultimately, despite having the opportunity to subdue him, you even entertained thoughts of marrying him. It was these sentiments that led to your repeated leniency towards Tang San. You had numerous chances to eliminate him, and indeed, you could have ascended to divinity before he did, making you the first to achieve such a feat in millennia on the Daoliu continent. Yet, it was your affection for him that precipitated this tragic outcome. Xiao Bai, are you implying that the majority of this is my fault? While much of it does not fall solely upon your shoulders, it is simply a matter of fate. Fear not, for now that I am here, the future's conclusion shall undoubtedly alter. Outside, Bibi Dong felt a shock wash over her. Though uncertain of the veracity of Bai Ying's claims, she could perceive the drastic change in Qian Renxue's emotions. Qian Renxue, the cat swapping the prince, infiltrating the Tiando imperial palace to dismantle the Tiando royal family. While skepticism lingered, disbelief was not an option. It appeared that Qian Renxue would indeed develop feelings for Tang San, the son of the Qian Daoliu, making him a figure to watch closely. Xiao Bai, please continue. Qian Renxue's expression darkened considerably, yet she gritted her teeth and remained attentive. She was acutely aware that the individual before her could not possibly deceive her. Sister Shuer, I understand that you may find this hard to believe at present. But rest assured that what I have shared will come to fruition, so you must prepare yourself in advance. Is it sufficient for me to merely dislike Tang San? Certainly not. You merely serve as a catalyst in this matter. The primary reason lies in the profound disunity within the Spirit Hall. Do you know how your father, the former Pope Qian Renxue, met his demise? Upon hearing these words, Qian Renxue's expression shifted. Her teeth clenched as she bitterly retorted, it was all that woman's doing. Observing the fury radiating from her daughter, Bibi Dong felt an unexpected pang of sorrow. From a young age, I was never favored by him. He regarded me as a blemish upon his life. My grandfather informed me of this long ago, declaring that one day the position of Pope in the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly be mine. Shuer, you are mistaken. I believe I have already revealed part of the truth to you. Yet there remains another aspect you are unaware of, though I am cognizant of it. As your mother, Bibi Dong does indeed harbor love for you. Love me? She is utterly undeserving of the title of mother. She is unworthy. If she truly loved me, she would not have isolated me during my childhood. I loathe myself, even wishing to extinguish my own existence. As she spoke, A deep hatred flickered across Qian Renxue's face. She no longer regarded Bibi Dong as her mother. Her heart was consumed solely by animosity. Witnessing such resentment directed at her from her own flesh and blood, Bibi Dong felt a deep, aching sorrow. What mother would not find such irony and pain unbearable? If I were to reveal to you the truth behind your father's death, I believe your hatred towards your mother would dissipate. Shui, please calm down, Bibi Dong implored, as Qian Renxue took a deep breath to steady her emotions. Gritting her teeth as she continued to listen, Bibi Dong was determined to share the truth with her daughter. However, she realized that it was imperative to withhold certain information for the time being. What impact would the revelation of the truth have on Shui? These questions suddenly arose in Bibi Dong's mind. Although she had always viewed Qian Renxue as a source of shame, she could not deny the flicker of maternal affection that lingered within her. When Qian Renxue was first born, Bibi Dong had contemplated eliminating her, but Qian Daoliu had prevented that. After years of interaction, despite their mutual display of animosity, Bibi Dong acknowledged, in her heart, that Qian Renxue was, after all, her biological daughter, a fact that could not be altered. With these thoughts in mind, Bibi Dong abruptly flung open the door and declared, "Enough." Chapter 21. The cruel truth of a biological mother upon Bibi Dong's sudden arrival. Qian Renxue instantly rose to her feet and demanded, "What are you doing here? Leave." Qian Renxue, I am still your mother. Is this how you treat your own mother? Mother? Qian Renxue scoffed. You dare claim that title? I have long since declared that I have no mother, only a father's murderer. You are utterly unworthy of being my mother. Do you understand? Speak. What exactly do you intend to do here? Bibi Dong remarked. Does a mother require a reason to meet her daughter? Enough from both of you. Observing the tense atmosphere, Bai Ying stood up and addressed, Xiaoxue, it is a great fortune for us that the Pope has come. It seems the Pope has been eavesdropping for quite some time. The young man added, it appears you have already discovered much. I must inform you that there are certain matters you cannot disclose. What kind of truth could provoke such intense emotions? I am eager to hear it. Qian Renxue instantly became intrigued and urged, Xiaoying, reveal the truth you know. Rest assured, with me here, he cannot harm you. Qian Renxue, is this how you treat your own mother? Qian Renxue smiled as she heard the word mother again, saying, Your Holiness, it seems you are deaf. I have stated before that I have no mother, only the murderer of my father. From the moment you took my father's life, and from the moment you sought to claim me as your own, I have regarded you solely as an enemy, not as a mother. Alas, we are of the same blood. Why must we turn against one another so hastily? Today, before your holiness, I shall reveal everything to you. Initially, Bibi Dong was indeed your father's most cherished disciple. She was the first to possess dual martial souls in the history of Daoliu, and at that time, she was hailed as the next pope of the Spirit Hall. However, everything changed the moment she fell in love with Yu Shaojing. She even sought to abandon the Spirit Hall for him. Naturally, your father opposed this, and in a bid to retain your mother, he resorted to despicable means, forcefully taking her and ensuring your birth. Thus, your mother developed an aversion towards you. Both Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue's expression shifted at these words. A fierce killing intent surged within Bibi Dong, reminiscent of the torment inflicted upon her by the wretched Qiang Sunji during that harrowing time, a period she wished to forget. Xiaoying, is what you say true? Was my father the one who forced my mother to give birth to me? Qian Renxue still struggled to believe, gazing at Bibi Dong's face, which was now a mix of rage and fear, and felt a twinge of sympathy. Did her father truly commit such an unspeakable act? Why had she never been told? Why? Qian Renxue's voice trembled as she repeatedly questioned Bibi Dong. At this moment, the Pope's hand gripping the scepter began to shake, and she involuntarily took a few steps back, her eyes reflecting profound anguish as she spoke. Now that you know, what can you possibly change? If it were not for you, I would have long been with Xiaojiang. If not for your grandfather, you would have been dead by my hand. You are a wretched spawn. Do you truly hate me so? Of course, Bibi Dong replied without hesitation. Upon seeing you, I am haunted by the specter of torment. However, clarity has begun to dawn upon me. Since you have obliterated everything I held dear, I shall reciprocate by dismantling all that you cherish. One day, I shall bring about your demise and that of your celestial kin. Bye-bye, Dong. I pose to you one final question. Have you ever regarded me as your daughter, even for a fleeting moment? Bye-bye, Dong. I have come to understand that I am but a stain upon your existence. What right have I to yearn for anything? Qian Renxue's silhouette appeared particularly fragile in the face of Bai Dong's indifference. She stood there, her smile gradually fading, replaced by an abyss of sorrow and resignation. It seemed she had finally grasped her place in this world, as well as the intricate emotions her mother harbored towards her. Suddenly, her body swayed, as if all her strength had abandoned her in an instant. She tightly shut her eyes, a trickle of blood escaping from her lips, a manifestation of her inner torment. Her form began to descend slowly, akin to a wilting petal brushing gently against the ground. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, leaving Bai Bai Dong standing motionless, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her gaze. She watched Qian Renxue collapse but made no move to assist her. Internally, she battled with herself, yet pride and wrath anchored her in place. "Shuer, are you all right?" Just as she was about to fall, Bai steadied her, speaking with urgency. "I shall fetch a doctor for you. You must not be harmed. I am fine, do not worry." Upon rising, Qian Renxue cast a gaze laden with complexity at Bai Bai Dong. "I owe you a life, and rest assured, I shall repay this debt in due time." Bai Bai Dong regarded Qian Renxue silently, a flicker of intricate emotions dancing in her eyes. She bit her lower lip, struggling to contain the tumult within her. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply and resolutely turned away, her form gradually obscured by the light until it vanished around the corner. Qian Renxue remained rooted to the spot, her gaze hollow as she watched Bai Bai Dong depart. Her heart brimmed with desolation and helplessness, as if the entire world had crumbled in that moment. She understood that the chasm between her and her mother could never be bridged. Their relationship was destined for an irrevocable conclusion. The air around her felt as if it had solidified, suffocatingly serene. Slowly, she lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. Clenching her fists, she sought to numb her inner anguish with pain. Yet, that suffering surged forth like a relentless tide, overwhelming her defenses. "Thank you, Xiaoying, for unveiling the truth. Sister Shuer, please do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. It is all your father's doing. There is no blame to be placed here. You are innocent. Do not let this affect you, for if it does, I shall feel guilt, truly." Seeing Bai Ying's concern for Qian Renxue, she smiled gently. "Rest assured, I will not be affected." That is a relief. On the other side, Bibi Dong returned to the papal palace. Within her chamber, she could no longer restrain her emotions and began to weep openly. "What have I done? What indeed have I done? Qian Renxue, after all, is my daughter. She is truly my daughter, and I am not a worthy mother." How long did she cry? Only then did Bibi Dong regain her composure, transforming back into the resolute and cold Pope. "Qian Daoliu, you are astute. You chose my daughter in him, intending to use him as a pawn. Yet, I lament that he is merely a child at present. I must become powerful without delay." With this thought, she called out for the title Daoliu and ghost Daoliu to come to the papal palace. Chapter 22. Yi Lingling, Your Holiness, why have you summoned us? In the papal palace, the title Daoliu and ghost Daoliu stood bowing. "I wish to visit the Star Do Forest soon. My second martial spirit requires a soul ring of 100,000 years, so you must prepare accordingly. We shall depart tomorrow. As you command, Your Holiness." "Sister Shui, I have a gift for you." "A gift? What kind of gift?" "It is a celestial herb found in the sunset forest that can enhance your innate talent and smooth your path in cultivation. Behold, this herb is called the Heartbreak Red. Its effects can revive the dead and mend bones. The Heartbreak Red can only be activated by those who share mutual affection, and a drop of blood from a loving pair can be placed upon it. If they are truly in love, the essence attached to the Heartbreak Red will vanish. In other words, only those who genuinely care for one another can establish a bond with the Heartbreak Red. All right, I will give it a try." Qian Renxue bit her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the Heartbreak Red. In the next moment, the herb burst forth with a dazzling red light, causing the stones resting upon it to shatter instantly. It truly worked. "Shuer, consume it quickly. I can guarantee that your soul power will increase by at least 5 levels. Qian Renxue gazed at the Heartbreak Red but chose not to consume it. Instead, she remarked, "This flower looks splendid, but I feel it would be a pity to eat it. Since this is your decision, I shall defer to your judgment. That said, I must discuss something with you. Could you refrain from infiltrating the Tiando Imperial Palace? Honestly, it is not suitable." "Not suitable? Why is it unsuitable? Pray, enlighten me." "Being an undercover agent in the Tiando Imperial Palace will waste a considerable amount of time. With your talent, if you remain in the Spirit Hall and with grandfather's assistance, you might inherit the title of the Angel God within a decade. Once you ascend to godhood, the Spirit Hall will dominate the continent, and your role will be of greater significance. As the saying goes, in the Daoliu continent, power is paramount. I need to ponder this matter further. You need not concern yourself with it. Is there anything else?" "Certainly, there is. I have received the acknowledgement of the Azura god, who wishes for me to inherit his divine position as the Azura. The second trial is to endure for the duration of 2 incense sticks in the hands of the Thousand Path Flow, in the hands of my grandfather. I must also endure for 2 incense sticks. I am confident that you can achieve this. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I desire a moment of solitude. Bai Ying sighed and said, very well. If you have any matters to discuss, please do not hesitate to inform me. Do not bear the burden alone. Rest assured, I certainly will. After Bai Ying departed from Qian Renxue, he immediately sought out Yi Lingling. How are you settling in? Bai Ying gazed at Yi Lingling. Not bad. Thank you. Yi Lingling replied coldly, then continued, what brings you here? Is it not permissible to visit without a specific reason? Bai Ying smiled and said, by the way, I have noticed a rather grave concern about you. Have you always been this reticent? It is quite an unfavorable habit, creating an impression that one is only worthy of distant admiration, not intimate companionship. I worry about your prospects of finding a suitor in the future. Your Highness. I understand now. I shall endeavor to change. Bai Ying rose and spoke. I am not blaming you. Come, let us take a stroll. Today I find myself in good spirits. Bai Ying extended his hand, and Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a luscious apple. She felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. Your Highness, where shall we go? Perhaps I am a bit hungry. You haven't dined yet, have you? Not yet, she replied. Very well, let us go eat. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills, which are truly unparalleled. Being led by a man, she experienced a sense of tranquility she had never known before. The pair arrived in the kitchen, where Yi Lingling found herself with little to do. Captivated by Bai Ying's deft movements as he heated the oil, before long, a large platter of grilled skewers emerged, freshly prepared. Stepping outside, he presented her with a soda, a reward from the system. Enjoy, he urged. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling quickly seized a skewer, eager to taste. Just as she was about to take a bite, he gently intervened, saying, there's no need to be so anxious, it's merely a meal. Rest assured, it is nothing to be concerned about. The skewers were still piping hot, and consuming them immediately would surely burn her mouth. She needed to let them cool a bit. Bai Ying remarked, then picked up a skewer, blew on it, and placed it in his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lingling followed suit. By the way, there is something I wish to inquire. Why do you seem so reticent? Is there something troubling you? Upon hearing these words, Yi Lingling appeared to recall a painful memory, yet, compelled by Bai Ying's inquisitive gaze, she eventually spoke. My father passed away when I was young. Now, in the Joshin Haidang family, it is just my mother and me. We have been bullied since childhood, which is why I am not fond of speaking. You must remember that here, no one will bully you. If anyone dares to do so, you must inform me, and I shall ensure they are dealt with severely. In fact, I came to see you today for another reason. I intend to form the strongest team. Would you be willing to join me? The strongest team? Can I really? You ought to possess more confidence. Do not forget that your martial soul is the 10-star Haidang. Even the renowned 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda, considered the foremost auxiliary martial soul on the continent, pales in comparison to yours. Very well. As long as your Highness does not disdain me, I am willing to join your team. The system has detected that the host has triggered a hidden quest. Be close to Yi Lingling. System, you truly resonate with my thoughts. How do you always know what I desire? Naturally, this system is attuned to the host's intentions. Otherwise, how could it fulfill its role? Your Highness, what are you thinking? Yi Lingling asked, feeling quite embarrassed at that moment, having never spent time alone with a male. I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Come a bit closer. My hearing may not be the best. Yi Lingling obediently moved slightly closer and then asked, I want to know, Your Highness, what exactly are you thinking? Come a little closer, and you will find out. Yi Lingling complied, inching closer still. At this moment, the distance between them had become exceedingly small. In the depths of his heart, Bai Ying perceived a splendid opportunity and hastened to fulfill his task. Chapter 23, Shyness. As Yi Lingling drew near, Bai Ying acted with lightning speed. With a swift peck, Yi Lingling was caught completely off guard. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Soul Evolution Pill. Upon consumption, the soul can undergo a qualitative evolution. This reward is quite remarkable indeed. It took Yi Lingling a considerable time to regain her composure. She suddenly pushed Bai Ying away with force. Your Highness, what are you doing? Did you not just say you could read my thoughts? I can now tell you that I was thinking of you. Stunned by the unexpected confession, Yi Lingling found herself at a loss for words. Her speech faltering as she stammered, You were thinking of me? Your Highness, is this true? Of course it is true. I apologize for my earlier actions. How does it feel? Bai Ying, with a bold demeanor, spoke up. It feels rather pleasant. Yi Lingling, almost unconsciously, uttered a response, and as realization struck, her cheeks flushed crimson. Perhaps you should give it a try. I have no intention of doing so. What's wrong? Are you blushing now? Upon hearing these words, Yi Lingling instantly felt the urge to flee, but her hand was firmly grasped by Bai Ying, who suddenly pulled her into his embrace. As she felt the warmth of his presence, Bai Ying leaned closer, nearly enveloping her. Lingling, you are truly exquisite. You are one of the most beautiful girls I have ever encountered. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten, taken aback by his sudden confession. Yi Lingling gazed at the handsome man and remarked, "You're quite charming. Lingling, you truly have discerning taste. How about becoming my woman in the future?" "Your woman? But I have heard that you are already betrothed." "Do not worry, I will resolve this matter." Just as Yi Lingling was about to speak, she trembled as Bai Ying unexpectedly nibbled on her ear. In that instant, she forcefully pushed him away, her face flushed as she stammered, "Your Highness, let us discuss this matter another time. I shall take my leave." "Very well, we shall speak of it later. I assure you, you will undoubtedly become my woman," he replied. "By the way, I have some free time tomorrow. Let us explore together." Embarrassed, Yi Lingling turned away, fleeing with a sense of awkwardness. What a timid woman. Yet I find it endearing. Once home, Yi Lingling felt utterly drained, panting heavily as her face remained flushed, replaying the earlier events in her mind, her heart racing. Did he just kiss me? Truly, no man is without flaws. Yet that sensation was strangely delightful. Yi Renxue emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad, and inquired, "Lingling, where have you been? I didn't see you earlier." "Mother, His Highness summoned me to discuss certain matters, which is why I was absent." "Oh, that is quite all right. Come, let us eat." "I've already had my meal and must take my leave to rest," she said, shutting the door behind her. How peculiar. Today has become quite strange. At the residence of Dugubo, Bai Ying arrived to find Dugubo and Dugu Yin. "How have you been, Senior Dugu?" "Oh, by Xiaozai, I have been exceedingly comfortable. My ailments have vanished, and I sense your response to the deadly poison. It appears you have made new breakthroughs, nearing the threshold of level 94. Congratulations are in order for you, Senior. There's no need for such formality. I must thank you. Your intervention allowed me to vent my frustrations on that scoundrel. Had he not relied on his level 95 soul power to bully me, I would not have had to align myself with the Tiando royal family. It is only natural. We are all family here, and such formalities are unnecessary. Today, my intention is to assemble a team, which I shall name the 7 Affinities of Purgatory. You aspire to cultivate your own GS, do you not? Indeed, the Elder's insight resonates with me. It is imperative to establish a team of my own. This squad shall, in the future, emerge victorious in the Grand Soul Master Tournament across the continent, and I shall ensure that the name of this team echoes throughout the Spirit Hall and beyond. Renowned far and wide. Ah, you are quite ambitious, young one. Do not hesitate to seek my counsel whenever needed. May I have a moment to converse privately with your granddaughter? Of course, that is perfectly fine. Yin Yin, why don't you have a chat with him? Dugu Yin nodded, and the two stepped aside. Are there any lingering discomforts in your body? None at all, thank you. I can now distinctly sense that not only has my cultivation improved significantly, but my training speed has also accelerated beyond what it once was. This is to be expected. Your current martial spirit is the phosphorescent poison dragon, which stands in stark contrast to your previous phosphorescent serpent. The two are not comparable. And as long as you exert sufficient effort, it is a certainty that you will one day achieve the rank of title Daoliu, or even become an unparalleled Daoliu. By the way, I wish to inquire, between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Royal Academy, which do you believe is superior? The Spirit Hall, undoubtedly, at least here. There are no arrogant scions of noble families. Although most individuals are commoners, I perceive a more favorable atmosphere here. As Duguyan spoke, she felt White Shadow's gaze fixed upon her, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy, and her voice trailed off. Your Highness, why do you gaze at me so? It is nothing. I merely find your beauty captivating and am somewhat entranced by it. Am I truly that beautiful? Duguyan asked with a hint of insecurity, believing herself to be somewhat more attractive than the average person, but certainly not to the extent of being extraordinary. Indeed, in my eyes, you are the most beautiful. Furthermore, I have a request. While at the Spirit Hall, do refrain from addressing me as Your Highness. You may simply call me White Shadow or Xiao Bai, whichever you prefer. I feel it creates a distance between us when you constantly refer to me as Your Highness. I am merely an ordinary person. and there are fewer formalities here in the spirit hall. Understood, White Shadow. Having said all that, I have a small request. Might you accompany me for a stroll tomorrow? Shopping. Very well, I shall certainly join you. Dugu Bo, having overheard the conversation between White Shadow and Dugu Yin, discerned that his granddaughter harbored a slight fondness for White Shadow. After Dugu Yin departed, he asked, "My dear granddaughter, what are your thoughts on White Shadow? He is quite impressive, and indeed, very handsome." Dugu Yin, her cheeks flushed, spoke softly. Dugu Bo, perceiving his granddaughter's shyness, remarked, "My dear, I have heard from the Golden Crocodile Daoliu that this young man has already passed the divine assessment and has a great chance of becoming a deity in the future. Although I cannot ascertain the truth of this claim, the potential he possesses is undeniably formidable. Would you consider pursuing him?" "Grandfather, what are you saying?" She replied, "Besides, he may not even have an interest in me." Dugu Bo chuckled. "The fortunes of the next generation are theirs to forge. Perhaps I shall retire for the night." The following morning, a notification appeared. "Host rewards have been signed in. Would you like to claim them?" "Claim. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Qian Renxue Divine Ring. This ring contains boundless space, surpassing the soul guiding device previously provided by this system. Time within it flows significantly faster than in the outside world, equating to 10 years for every day spent outside. Furthermore, your cultivation speed will dramatically accelerate within. Most importantly, it allows for the concealment of your presence. With the Qian Renxue Divine Ring, even divine-level experts will be unable to detect your aura. It can even alter your appearance." Immediately, a ring manifested in Bai Ying's hand. After securing the ring, he made his way to the worship hall. "Old man, how do you intend to train me?" Qian Daoliu knelt before the angelic statue. His gaze fixed ahead as he replied, "The best form of training is through real combat. Are you suggesting that I spar with you? I am merely a level 20 soul master, while you are a 99 level unparalleled Daoliu. This is hardly a fair match. Moreover, the second trial bestowed upon me by the Azura God allows for ample time. Why the urgency?" Qian Daoliu's gaze shifted, heavy with contemplation as he turned towards the silver direction and spoke, "I wish for you to grow rapidly. Did you not mention that a person named Tang Sand will one day obliterate the spirit hall? Thus, in order to prevent such destruction, I must be adequately prepared." Bai Ying let out a sigh and said, "All right, but I must warn you, old man, please show some mercy. Do not let me perish." Qin Daoliu did not respond. But suddenly an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, and an invisible pressure swiftly enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, Bai Ying disregarded everything and unleashed his supreme artifact. The Time Battle Blade. The first soul skill, Hidden Dragon Roar. The Time Battle Blade, the first divine skill of intimidation. A dragon's roar resonated in Qian Daoliu's ears, momentarily sparking a flicker of surprise in his gaze, yet he swiftly suppressed it, allowing no impact to ensue. He remained in his original stance, as if that dragon's roar were merely a whisper carried by the wind, utterly insignificant. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying smiled faintly, secretly admiring the situation. He understood that the power of this dragon's roar was exceedingly terrifying, yet before Qian Daoliu, it sank into the abyss like a stone cast into the sea, silent and unnoticed. This exemplified the unfathomable strength of a peerless Daoliu. He took a deep breath, and in an instant, his aura surged dramatically. A divine presence emanated from him, as if he were the sovereign of the world, with everything under his dominion. Qian Daoliu felt his soul power seemingly suppressed, and his expression shifted abruptly. Time Blade, Seal of Time. No sooner had the words left his lips than the surrounding time froze entirely. At that moment, as Bai Ying reveled in his own triumph, Qian Daoliu spoke, conceding, "I must admit, you are indeed remarkable. If your soul power could reach the level of a soul sage, combined with this divine artifact, I might truly be at a disadvantage. However, you are still too weak to unleash the true power of the artifact." Second soul skill, Radiant Judgment. A golden light, unique to the angelic deity, erupted from Qian Daoliu's entire being. The instant this golden radiance made contact with Bai Ying, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. His soul power was suppressed, leaving him devoid of even a glimmer of resistance. First soul skill, Sword of Judgment. The golden light coalesced into the shape of a sword, swiftly cleaving towards him. With a resounding crash, Bai Ying was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The pale shadow, struggling to rise from the ground, spoke, "Old man, are you intent on pushing me to my limits? You wield your power against the weak, showing no respect for age. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true meaning of disrespect for the elderly." A voice akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed within the offering hall. Time passed. Though its measure was uncertain, eventually, the pale shadow, battered and bruised, arrived at Qian Renxue's abode. Great offering, is this not a tad too hasty? Inquired the golden crocodile Daoliu within the hall. After all, the young one is still a child, even if he has achieved the 9 trials of the god of Shura. As he mentioned, he has ample time. Sighing, he continued, this is not solely for his benefit, it is more so for Shashue's sake. I sense that Bibi Dong has also acquired divine inheritance. Although I am unaware of the deity she has received it from, it is undoubtedly formidable. He must mature swiftly to safeguard the lineage of angels. I understand, great offering. Upon witnessing the pale shadow's injured state, Qian Renxue felt a pang of anguish and inquired, who did this to you? It's nothing, really. My grandfather was merely assisting me in completing the trials of the god of Shura. He has shown me mercy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even had a chance to counter him. All right. Do you not remember that we planned to go shopping yesterday? Can you really go out like this? It's merely a frightful sight. These are just superficial wounds. Though Qian Renxue felt a deep sympathy, she nodded in agreement. After reuniting with Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, the day unfolded with Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling casting inconspicuous glances in the direction of the pale shadow. Yet, Qian Renxue remained despondent, as if burdened by unspoken concerns. As evening descended, Dugu Yin and her companion departed, while Qian Renxue and the pale shadow returned to her residence. Little shadow, I have made a significant decision. What decision? I intend to go to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Have you lost your mind? Sister Shui, I have long warned you that you would surely fail. It would be better to remain at the Wuhuan Hall and cultivate. With my grandfather's assistance, you would undoubtedly be among the first to achieve divinity. See you bye. I have contemplated this decision for quite some time, and my grandfather has consented. What? The old man has agreed? That damned old man. I shall confront him. Do you not comprehend the dangers of lurking in the shadows? Did I not say that once I passed the 2nd trial of the god of Shura, we would be together? Consider it my plea, Sister Shui, do not go. My resolve is firm. I must proceed. Upon witnessing Qian Renxue's demeanor, Bai Ying let out a resigned sigh and remarked, it appears that nothing can be altered after all. Very well, since this is your decision. I wish you the best of luck. I shall take my leave now. Is it truly fate that cannot be defied, or merely destiny that is preordained? As Bai Ying walked, his thoughts wandered until he suddenly spotted dozens of soul saints moving in an orderly fashion towards a singular direction. What could this mean? Was an operation underway? A sense of foreboding washed over him. At that moment, among the ranks, he discerned the figures of Zhu Daoliu, Gui Daoliu, and Bibi Dong emerging from the Hall of Spirits. What were their intentions? Chapter 25, The Rescue of Xiaowu. Indeed, should he inquire of Qian Daoliu? Surely he would know what was transpiring. In the Hall of Offerings, Bai Ying's voice echoed, Old man, come forth. Why have you sent Shuer to the Heaven Do Imperial Palace? Qian Daoliu, hearing the commotion from afar, understood that he was being confronted. With his hands clasped behind his back, he replied, This is a decision made by little Shui herself. I have no authority to interfere. Are you not concerned that your granddaughter may encounter unforeseen dangers? She is your own flesh and blood. If anything were to happen to her, what then? I have already conveyed to her, as well as to you, that this infiltration plan is far from ideal. Her presence by your side is far more valuable. With her talents, she could inherit the powers of the angel god at an early stage. I have stated, this is little Shue's own choice. Furthermore, this experience serves as a form of training for her. Do you have any further matters to discuss? If you wish for me to persuade little Shui to abandon this plan, then you may as well return. Very well, old man. Since this is little Shue's decision and you will not dissuade her, I shall not squander my time here any longer. I wish to inquire about the Hall of Spirits. Why are so many of you departing? What is the purpose? Bibi Dong seemed intent on acquiring a 100,000 your soul ring from the Star Do Great Forest. The mention of a 100,000 your soul ring and the Star Do Great Forest struck a familiar chord within him. It felt as though he was on the verge of recalling something significant. Congratulations, host. You have received a special mission, Rescue Xiaowu. Mission reward, 10 levels of soul power enhancement. Xiaowu's favorability increased by 100. How could I have overlooked this? Given the current trajectory of events, Bibi Dong aims to take action against Xiaowu and her mother. Old man, I ask of you one thing. If I can pass the 2nd trial of the Azure God, I wish to travel across the Daoliu continent. Agreed. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying said no more and directly returned to his room. Earlier, he had observed Bibi Dong's formidable presence. Noting that among her ranks were numerous soul saints and 2 titled Daoliuos, in addition to himself, making a total of 3. It seems there is no alternative. I shall activate the 3-minute Divine Experience card. Congratulations, host, on your successful activation. A surge of terrifying power instantly erupted from within him. The white shadow donned the universe ring and, after a brief disguise and a cloak of night, forcefully tore through the fabric of space with formidable power. In the Stardow Forest, the white shadow arrived and immediately unleashed its mental prowess to seek out the whereabouts of Xiao Wu and her companions. Xiao Wu, hurry. Mother will hold them off for you. Aru's voice was strained and desperate as she faced a throng of soul saints and 3 titled Daoliu's. Clearly on the brink of exhaustion. You shall not lay claim to my soul rings and soul bones. Aru understood that her demise was inevitable, yet she resolutely refused to make it easy for them. Just as she prepared to self-destruct, annihilating her own soul bones, Bibi Dong cast a cold glance in her direction and remarked, thinking of committing suicide? Alas, you lack the capacity. Rest assured, upon your death, I shall acquire your soul rings and soul bones, and I will ensure your daughter soon reunites with you. The abyssal slash tore through the fabric of reality. A terrifying surge of soul power slicing through the void, directed straight at Aru. Invincible golden body. A flicker of resignation crossed Aru's face, yet a golden light enveloped her, barely shielding her from the impending strike. At this moment, the 2 titled Daoliu's, Zhu Daoluo and Gue Daoluo, also unleashed their power. 9th soul skill, Withered Chrysanthemum. Flowers fall and hearts break. 9th soul skill, Hell's Phantoms. Countless chrysanthemum petals transformed into sharp blades, a harbinger of death, mercilessly racing toward Aru. Simultaneously, from beneath the ground, numerous ghostly hands surged forth, akin to the specters of the underworld, intent on dragging her into an endless abyss. Faced with these lethal assaults from all directions, a glimmer of despair flickered in Aru's eyes, yet she did not relinquish her fight. She erupted with a fierce wave of soul power once more. Amidst this onslaught, Bibi Dong's figure emerged like a demon incarnate, her 6 spider spears radiating an eerie glow, brimming with cataclysmic energy, hurtling toward Aru with ferocity. These 6 spider spears seemed capable of piercing any defense, and despite Aru exerting her utmost effort, she found it exceedingly difficult to withstand this fatal strike. At that moment, an invisible pressure enveloped the area, and astonishingly, the trio's attacks began to dissipate before the naked eye. Aru vanished into thin air. Who goes there? Bibi Dong scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance, and just then, a figure cloaked in dark garments and obscured from view materialized before her. Who are you? The spirit hall? Step aside, or face but one fate, death. The silhouette of the white shadow gradually became discernible in midair, his visage concealed by a cloak of darkness, revealing only a pair of eyes as profound as the cosmos. He cradled Aru gently, his demeanor exuding an air of guardianship over his most cherished treasure. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he gestured towards the trio below, Bibi Dong, the Golden Daoluo, and the Ghost Daoluo. An invisible pressure instantaneously enveloped the entire Stardow Forest in an eerie silence. You 3, depart, intoned the white shadow, his voice calm yet authoritative, echoing as if from the heavens above, imbued with an irresistible force. Bibi Dong, the Golden Daoluo, and the Ghost Daoluo exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their astonishment. They had never encountered such a formidable adversary. The weight of his presence rendered them nearly breathless, as they acutely sensed their soul power being ensnared by an enigmatic force, rendering even the most rudimentary functions exceedingly arduous. Is this power divine? Surely not, it cannot be. What god could possibly exist within the Stardow Forest? Time's trace. No sooner had the words left his lips than the trio found themselves enveloped in a radiant glow, accompanied by an excruciating pain that pierced their very souls. This torment was inescapable, and they cried out in agony. 9th soul skill, Immortal Body. How is this possible? I activated the Immortal Body, yet I still feel pain. This technique can evidently bypass both physical and spiritual defenses. What manner of skill is this? This is a divine art. Bibi Dong, do you not see? The chasm between mortals and the divine is insurmountable. I advise you to leave promptly, lest I decide to confine you here for eternity. Depart at once. An overwhelming aura of menace emanated from him. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods, the Shura god suddenly sensed a disturbance, his blood-red eyes snapping open as he beheld the unfolding events. What transpires here? Why does he exude a divine essence? Could it be that another god intervenes? Such audacity! Do not let me discover who it is, or I shall ensure they pay dearly. Chapter 26. A ruse sacrifice this will not do. The chosen inheritor must not be snatched away by another. With this thought, the Shura god projected his will, causing the Shura god mark upon the white shadow's forehead to flicker. Second trial of the Shura god, complete. Reward, soul power increased by 5 levels. The Shura god, far removed in the divine realm, exhaled in relief, muttering, "Do not let me uncover the identity of the fool attempting to seize my inheritor. Otherwise, I shall annihilate them entirely. What the hell is happening? Why did I pass the second trial of the Shura god so inexplicably? Young man, have you acquired the inheritance of another divine position besides mine? Tell me, who is the scoundrel?" The voice of the Shura god, brimming with murderous intent, echoed through the air, leaving Bai Ying perplexed about the implications of obtaining another divine inheritance. So, it was for this reason. No wonder the Shura god made my second trial so effortlessly passable. He must have sensed the divine aura emanating from me, fearing the loss of his chosen successor, which led to my unimpeded advancement. What exactly are you trying to convey? I have not received the inheritance of any other deity. I sincerely hope not. For should I discover otherwise, I would be compelled to eliminate that scoundrel. After the Shura god's declaration, Bai Ying could distinctly sense a wave of jealousy and trepidation enveloping him. "Mother, how are you faring?" From a distance, Xiao Wu hurriedly approached, her gaze fixed on the gravely injured Aro, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Bai Ying gently lifted Aro, channeling his soul power into her body with utmost tenderness. Alas, had he arrived too late? "Please, you must save my mother," Xiao Wu pleaded, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at the unconscious figure, clinging to hope as if grasping the last thread of salvation. "Oh, are you not afraid that I might be a villain as well?" Bai Ying inquired. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu shook her head, replying, "I know you are a good person. Only a kind soul would come to our aid. Please, I implore you to save my mother." "A good person, you say? I wish to save her." Yet in her final moments, she sought to destroy her own soul rings and bones. That attempt was forcefully interrupted, and her body now bears irreparable wounds. "I am powerless. How could this be? How could you possibly be unable to help?" Xiao Wu cried, desperation lacing her voice. "My mother, I beg of you." At that moment, Aro began to awaken slowly, aware that her time was fleeting. She turned her gaze towards Bai Ying, murmuring, "Thank you for saving me. I am sorry, but I am beyond help. Your injuries are too grave." "I understand," she replied. "Those who covet my soul rings and bones will certainly return." "Xiao Wu, you must leave at once." "No, mother, I will not abandon you." In the distance, Bai Ying watched this heart-wrenching scene unfold, feeling a profound sense of anguish. "Great Shura god, are you still there?" he called out. "What do you want?" "Shura god, I seek your assistance. Surely you have the means to revive this soul beast." "Why should I aid you?" "It's merely a soul beast," came the reply. "Moreover, gods are forbidden from interfering in mortal affairs. This I can assure you." "Shura god, as a divine enforcer, who could reprimand you for breaking the rules? Besides, rules are meant for the dead, not the living. For my sake, please save her." The Shura god furrowed his brow, contemplating the difficulty of his situation. He had waited so long for a successor. What if he failed to meet the request? And the successor fled? His retirement would be indefinitely postponed, and finding another successor would be an uncertain endeavor. Yet, he truly wished to refrain from meddling in mortal matters. "There is a method, and for your sake as my successor, I shall reveal it to you. However, it will not be an easy path." "I understand. What is this method?" As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red apparition of the Shura god suddenly materialized in the Star Doe forest. 10,000 years soft-bone rabbit. "I am the Shura god. I offer you an opportunity, a chance to ascend to divinity. Do you accept?" Both Xiao Wu and Aro were taken aback, their realization dawning that the Shura god was indeed a true deity. Aro, as a 10,000-year soul beast, possessed a certain understanding of divinity. The powerful presence before them could extinguish their lives with but a thought. Xiao Wu, overwhelmed by emotion, fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Please, I beg you, save my mother." Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Ying immediately assisted her to her feet and spoke. "The Lord Shura is exceptionally powerful. He will undoubtedly be able to rescue your mother. Rest assured." "Is that truly so?" "Indeed, the Lord Shura is a deity, a genuine god." "That is splendid news." At that moment, Aro felt immense joy. She did not wish to part from Xiao Wu, for which mother would not yearn for one more glance at her child. "Senior, might I inquire what method you speak of?" The cold voice of the Lord Shura echoed, This method is both simple and complex. The authority lies within your hands. You must gather your soul and offer it, along with your soul rings, to my inheritor. When he ascends to my divine position, you shall be resurrected. Ro hesitated for a fleeting moment. Fully aware that a voluntary sacrifice of one's soul rings and soul bones, even merging one's very essence into them, would enable even the weakest individual to absorb it completely. Observing Xiaowu with tear-filled eyes, the maternal instinct within her recognized that she had no choice but to proceed, rather than squander her soul rings and soul bones. She resolved to take this gamble. I understand now, Senior. I know what I must do. Bai Ying and Xiaowu also heard of this method, and at that moment, Xiaowu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and profound despair. Bai Ying never anticipated that the god of Shura would resort to such a method. With his capabilities, there were undoubtedly other alternatives available to him. His actions, without a doubt, were motivated by self-interest, aimed at facilitating a smoother succession of his divine position. Benefactor, may I request a favor from you? Bai Ying inhaled deeply and respectfully remarked, so you have consented. Ru nodded and spoke, rather than waste it. I would prefer to give it to you. I can discern that you are a kind-hearted individual. May I request a small favor? It is rather simple. I wish for you not to harm my daughter after I am gone. This is my sole request. The only concern that weighed heavily on Ru's heart was her daughter, Xiaowu. You need not worry about that. I am not the type of person to act in such a manner. I can swear an oath that I will never lay a hand on your daughter. Thank you. Ru replied, her body beginning to tremble as her life force swiftly waned. She understood that this was her final moment. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes, and then her body ignited fiercely, the flames taking on a sanguine hue, reminiscent of the breathtaking yet sorrowful twilight scorched by the blazing sun. This was no ordinary fire. It was a special flame that appeared only during the sacrifice of a soul beast, symbolizing Ru's determination and sacrifice. The flames rapidly engulfed her form, rendering her silhouette hazy amidst the inferno. Gradually, Ru's figure dissipated in the flames, transforming into a brilliant radiance that soared towards the heavens. Within this luminescence, a 10,000-year soul ring swiftly coalesced, seemingly absorbing all of Ru's essence and vitality, shining with a dazzling brilliance. This soul ring was extraordinary. It not only represented Ru's strength but also encapsulated her boundless maternal love for Xiaowu. The soul ring ascended gently, resembling a mysterious vortex, swirling slowly in the air. Bai Ying sensed a powerful allure, compelling him to rise and soar towards the soul ring. The 10,000-year soul ring willingly merged with Bai Ying's own. After the sacrifice concluded, Xiaowu was left in a state of shock, staring blankly at her mother's vanishing form. Mother, I am sorry. If only I could have acted more swiftly. You would never have perished. Hearing these words, Xiaowu wiped her tears and replied, It is not your fault. It is they who killed my mother. I am Bai Ying, little sister. What is your name? Xiaowu. What a lovely name. It is clear your mother truly cherished you. Do not worry. Your mother will surely be resurrected. One day, when I ascend to godhood, I will bring her back to your side. All right. I trust you. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Soul power increased by 10 levels. Congratulations, host. Xiaowu's affection level is now at 100. Meeting is fate. Would you consider me as your brother? Being my sister would be beneficial for you. Your mother may be gone, but with her soul ring in my possession, I am obliged to care for you. Will you accept me as your brother? Brother. Chapter 27. Will you truly accept me as your brother? Xiaowu responded with utmost seriousness. Of course, I never speak falsehoods. As long as you are willing, I shall be your brother. Very well, I shall henceforth be your sister. Bai Ying, upon hearing this response, exhibited profound satisfaction. As the saying goes, the one close to the water gets the moon first. Tang San, this young lad, could hardly fathom that his future wife had already been confirmed. And I would take on the role of an elder brother. This is for you. He presented her with a ring, which contained a space within. Once one entered it for cultivation, it would equate to 3 years of training outside within just a day. Furthermore, this ring possessed the ability to conceal the aura of one soul beast. Thank you, brother. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. It is not a gift without strings attached. In our human world, giving a girl a ring signifies an intention to marry her. Thus, accepting this ring symbolizes my future promise to wed you. Marry me, brother? Will you truly marry me? Xiaowu, with her inherently innocent disposition and having spent years in the Star Dou forest, was easily swayed by Bai Ying's eloquent words. Of course, but remember, this ring is solely for you. Wearing it on your finger signifies that you are my woman. Xiao Wu gazed at the ring with immense affection and, treasuring it dearly, slipped it onto her finger. Very well, I am willing to marry you, brother. Are you truly serious? Such matters are not trifles. They demand genuine responsibility. My mother has passed away, and besides De Ming and Heir Ming, you are all I have left. I trust that you would never deceive me, brother. Rest assured, I will protect Xiao Wu, ensuring she remains unharmed. Should anyone dare to inflict harm upon you, they shall first have to cross over my corpse. My mother once told me that when I found a man willing to comb my hair, I should give him this comb. Brother, you have given me a ring, and I have nothing to offer you in return. This is the only thing my mother left for me. As she spoke, Xiao Wu retrieved a wooden comb from her little rabbit backpack. This is for you. Upon seeing the comb, Bai Ying immediately accepted it, assuring her, do not worry. I will take great care of this comb. After Bai Ying carefully stored the comb, he retrieved a celestial herb from the storage soul guide. To his astonishment, the host displayed an audacious lack of shame. What need is there for modesty? Have you not heard the adage that a tree without bark is doomed, and a person without shame is invincible? What is the significance of face, as long as one can achieve their aims by any means necessary? Brother, I must take my leave now, but I assure you, I will return to seek you out. If you ever venture into the human realm, make your way to Nodding Academy. I shall await you there. Do you understand? Brother, are you also departing? I do not wish for you to go. I long to leave Stardew Forest with you to take revenge on those who have wronged us. Please, take me with you. Your strength is insufficient. They are far too powerful, being titled Daoliu experts. If you seek vengeance, you must first become formidable. Do you comprehend? Until you have gained strength. Do not seek them out, for I do not wish for you to suffer harm. If you do not heed this warning, your mother's sacrifice will be in vain. And I shall worry for you. Do you understand? I understand, Xiao Wu replied. I will be obedient. Here, take this. It is called Bodhi Transformation Saliva, a celestial herb that can enhance your constitution and grant you greater talent. Absorb it, and when the time is right, leave Stardew Forest to find me at Nodding Academy. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you, brother. After absorbing the Bodhi Transformation Saliva, Xiao Wu felt as though she had grown slightly taller. Bai Ying gently tousled her hair and said, You must wait for me. Do you understand? Never reveal your soul beast identity in the human world. Be cautious and do not remove the ring I have given you. With that, he took one last glance at Xiao Wu and commanded, System, activate the teleportation talisman. Activation successful. Fortunately, the system's task had been completed, having severely injured Bibi Dong, which dealt a significant blow to both Zhu Daoliu and Gue Daoliu. However, as the saying goes, suffering is a blessing. Suddenly, the voice of the Shura god resonated in Bai Ying's mind. Shura's 9th trial. Within 10 years, slay a title Daoliu level expert. Title Daoliu? This task appears rather straightforward. Upon reaching the offering hall, Bai Ying said, Old man, I have splendid news. I have passed the 2nd trial of the Shura god. Qian Daoliu, hearing these words, was left speechless. Could this child have lost his mind? Xiaoying, I understand your concern for Xiao Shui, but one must not speak falsehoods. Do you comprehend? Old man, do you truly believe I would deceive you? Feel the vitality radiating from me. Have I not surpassed level 30? Moreover, I have acquired a 100,000-year soul ring. Look, releasing a soul ring that had been dormant for 100,000 years, Qian Daoliu was rendered utterly astonished. When had the divine trials become so effortlessly navigable? He recalled the arduous time he had spent completing the 6 trials of the angel, almost losing his life in the process. Could it be that the trials of the Shura god were inherently simpler, or was the angel god's assessment excessively stringent? Contemplating these thoughts, he turned to the white shadow and inquired how he managed to pass the evaluation. You wouldn't understand. The Shura god took pity on my struggles and allowed me to pass the 2nd trial with ease. To be honest, I am just as perplexed by it. The white shadow replied. Perplexed? Qian Daoliu scoffed. You must be jesting. But how could this young lad articulate such an explanation? By the way, the Shura god has already conveyed the requirements of the 3rd trial to me. I must eliminate a title Daoliu level powerhouse within 10 years. How does that sound? Quite simple. No. Upon hearing the word simple, Qian Daoliu could not help but curse. Do you even comprehend what a title Daoliu represents? Slaying such a formidable opponent is an exceedingly arduous task. What is so difficult about it? It merely involves eliminating a title Daoliu level strongman. For me, it poses no challenge. The white shadow retorted. Enough, enough, Qian Daoliu conceded. Since you have successfully passed the second trial, the plan for Xiao Shue's substitution will commence in a few days. You should see her off. I understand. After this night, I have come to realize many things. Only by strengthening my own abilities can I protect those around me. I must become strong enough to surpass all obstacles. In due time, I shall ensure that Xiao Shue's burdens lessen. Qian Renxue lamented, ultimately, this is all my fault. Enough already, old man. Do not dwell on regret, the elder replied. I wish to request something of you. What is it? I desire to traverse the continent. And most importantly, I intend to teach at the Nodding Academy in the Heavendo Empire. Although it is merely a junior soul master academy, I have reliable information that Tang San is studying there. This is something you must agree to. You plan to confront Tang San? Certainly not. My aim is to seize from him his most precious possession. Then it is settled. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. By the way, regarding my identity, you must have a way to conceal it. I implore you, grandfather. Bai Ying was acutely aware that some matters were beyond alteration. I must prepare thoroughly for what lies ahead. It appears the time has come for departure. Early the next morning, the Snake Spear Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu teams, armed with reliable intelligence, learned that the second prince of the Heavendo Empire, Xue Qinghe, would be venturing out of the palace today. The roads flanking their path had long been arranged, and several soul masters from the Spirit Hall, including 2 titled Daoliu, stood guard. This scheme was undoubtedly meticulous in its execution. A remarkably opulent carriage gradually came into view, its body adorned with golden trim that shimmered under the sun, exuding the unparalleled majesty of royalty. The surrounding populace spontaneously knelt, their heads bowed in reverence, a testament to their awe for the imperial family of the Heavendo Empire. As the carriage approached, its window partially ajar, a fragrant waft of flowers drifted out. The ambush from the Spirit Hall was palpable, with every operative holding their breath, as if even the slightest sound could disrupt this sacred moment. Their gazes were fierce, fixed upon the carriage, their weapons trembling slightly, betraying the excitement and tension coursing through them. Inside the carriage, Prince Xue Qinghe sat regally, his handsome visage illuminated by a glint of ambition in his eyes. Clad in resplendent royal garments, he exuded an extraordinary presence. With a subtle smile, he spoke with a hint of pride. At last, I have become a soul master. Surely, my father will hold me in even greater esteem now. When the carriage reached a secluded corner, chaos erupted. Enemy attack. Quickly, protect His Highness the Second Prince. The guards tasked with safeguarding the carriage were swiftly eliminated by the assailants from the Spirit Hall. In an instant, the Qingwan Daoliu struck, obliterating the Soul King within the carriage before he could even react. This gruesome spectacle left Xue Qinghe utterly terrified. As a prince, he had never witnessed such a bloody scene. Fools, do you not realize his identity? He is the second prince of the Heavendo Empire. If you dare harm him, the Empire will not let you go unpunished. One of the Soul Saints shouted, confident that few would dare challenge the prince's status, believing these attackers were merely brigands. However, before he could finish his sentence, a snake spear shot forth. With a chilling sound, the Soul Saint's head was severed, a gruesome sight that sent shivers down the spine. Trembling, Xue Qinghe stammered, "Who are you?" "I am Xue Qinghe." Qian Renxue approached slowly, exuding a potent aura of menace. "Do not come any closer. I am the second prince of the Heavendo Empire." He cried out, "The second prince? Then he must die?" Came the grim reply, "Help! Someone, save me!" Yet, his cries went unheard. His guards had already fallen to the numerous ambushers from the Spirit Hall. With decisive swiftness, Qian Renxue dispatched Xue Qinghe, then commanded, "Dispose of the body." "Understood," replied one of the soul masters. The plan had succeeded brilliantly. "You two go inform grandfather." Qian Renxue directly utilized her soul bone skill, transforming into Xue Qinghe, and spoke in a gentle tone. Her gaze, however, was directed out of the window, as if she were anticipating the arrival of someone. Noticing Qian Renxue's unease and guilt, Serpent Spear Daoliu remarked that the Grand Priest had forbidden him from coming, fearing that his emotions might jeopardize the infiltration plan. "I understand. Let us return to the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace." "Wait." At this moment, Bai Ying was panting heavily. The Serpent Spear Daoliu spoke, "Xiao Ying, what brings you here? You must return at once." "How did you know we would depart on this day?" inquired the Qingwan Daoliu. However, Bai Ying did not respond. Instead, she approached the carriage. "I will merely bid farewell to Sister Xue. It won't take much time. You needn't worry. I am well aware of what is appropriate and what is not." The two did not impede her as she entered the carriage. Bai Ying and Qian Renxue fell into a profound silence. as if a myriad of words lingered on their lips, yet nothing emerged. Swear, take care, sister. Qian Renxue nodded and inquired, do you have any other matters to discuss? Witnessing the successful culmination of their plans left her at a loss for words, but she implored, please remember, everyone has their own path to tread. Since you have made your choice, I shall respect it. Rest assured, I shall soon grow stronger. And when that time comes, I will protect you well. With that, the conversation came to a close. Qian Renxue observed Bai Ying gazing at the carriage and spoke. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? I am sorry. Yet, he remained silent, his gaze shifting to the snake spear Daoliu and the Qing Wan Daoliu, whose expressions swiftly returned to normal as they respectfully stated, esteemed elders, please return to inform the grand offering that I wish to journey across the Daoliu continent. There is no need for him to worry about me. I shall naturally return when the elite soul master competition of the continent takes place. I aspire to become stronger. Upon hearing these words, Qian Renxue, seated in the carriage, wept inconsolably, while the two Daoliu's, Snake Spear and Qing Wan, silently nodded in agreement. The carriage resumed its journey towards the Tiando Imperial Palace. Congratulations, host. The main storyline task has commenced. Please proceed to Nodding Academy to assume the role of a teacher. Host, I sense that your emotions are amiss. After living together for so long, the sudden prospect of parting is inevitably tinged with sadness. What is today's sign-in reward? Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a bronze mask. Once donned, it can alter one's appearance and conceal one's aura, its effects far surpassing those of the Qian Kuan Divine Ring. It seems to be quite an excellent item. Thank you, system. In the Hall of Offerings, following the successful substitution plan of Qian Daoliu and Qian Renxue, a complex sadness enveloped his heart. The snake spear Daoliu bowed and remarked, Grand Offering. Do you truly not mind that Xiaoying has departed from the Spirit Hall to traverse the continent? Qian Daoliu sighed deeply, turning away as he responded. One must always grow. If one remains in a comfortable environment, they will never truly develop. He is a formidable individual and should comprehend this principle. Since Xiaoying's arrival here, she has been accompanied by various anomalies. I believe she will undoubtedly become a powerful force in the future. Chapter 29. Becoming a Teacher. Nodding Academy, the sole junior soul master institution in Nodding City. After numerous endeavors, Bai Ying finally arrived at this place. From a distance, one could discern a magnificent archway of the academy. Although its expanse may not rival that of other junior colleges, it stands as a commendable establishment in this desolate little town. Bai Ying approached immediately, but was halted at the threshold by a young man. What business do you have here? This is no place for a rustic like you, he sneered. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying replied, I am an intern teacher sent by the Spirit Hall. Here are my credentials. The young man merely cast a cursory glance at the documents before scoffing. You, a mere child, claim to be an intern teacher sent by the Spirit Hall? Do you expect me to believe that? You, with your contemptible attitude, step aside, or you shall regret it. You dare insult me? The young man retorted, incredulous that a mere child would dare to challenge him. Let me teach you a lesson. You have no idea of my prowess. With that, the young man clenched his fist and swung a punch directly at Bai Ying's face. The pale shadow spoke softly. I had no intention of causing trouble, but if you insist on pushing me, do not blame me for my actions. With a swift motion, the young man's fist was firmly grasped, the immense force of restraint causing him to involuntarily retreat. No matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to retract his fist. And with a fierce countenance, he declared, I warn you, release me at once, or you shall face the consequences. Very well, I shall release you now. With a resounding slap, the youth was struck forcefully, sending him sprawling to the ground. Clutching his already swollen face, he appeared visibly enraged. How dare you strike me? I have made it clear. It is you whom I intend to strike. If you had only permitted me entry, there would have been no issue. But since you chose to provoke me, I have no choice but to retaliate. At that moment, the principal of Nodding Academy suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the principal, the gatekeeper youth instantly gained confidence, barking, Principal, trouble brews. Someone has intruded into the academy. The principal paid him no heed, instead focusing on the individual before him, who was garbed in opulent attire, clearly a scion of wealth. The principal inquired, May I ask why you have chosen to strike him? He endeavored to soften his tone. For without knowledge of the other's identity, appearances offered the best testament. Greetings, I am an intern teacher sent by the Spirit Hall. Here is my identification. He produced a document. The principal of Nodding Academy stood momentarily bewildered, gazing at the young boy before him, and replied, This is no jest. Although the Spirit Hall has indeed dispatched soul masters to assist the faculty of Nodding Academy in recent days, I never anticipated it would be a mere child. Upon examining the credentials, the principal, despite his reluctance, was compelled to greet him with a smile. "Ah, so you are a teacher sent by the Spirit Hall. My failure to welcome you promptly was indeed a lapse on my part." With a sigh, the principal acknowledged the boy before him. Regardless of the perceived inadequacies of those sent by the Spirit Hall, he had to afford them the respect they deserved. Over the years, the Spirit Hall had dispatched instructors, most of whom were mediocre, though a few were remarkably strong soul masters. However, they invariably returned to the Spirit Hall after a brief tenure at the academy. "Is everything in order?" Just as he was about to enter the academy, the principal glanced at the credentials and remarked, "Though you are sent by the Spirit Hall, our requirements at Nodding Academy stipulate a minimum of a 3-ring soul master. Should your abilities fall short, it is evident that, despite Nodding Academy's lesser fame, our standards remain resolute." "Merely 3 rings, you say?" Observe closely. The silhouette of the white shadow suddenly became erect, an indescribable aura surging forth from him, as if to envelop the entirety of Nodding Academy. This presence was so potent, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a tempest, that it compelled one to hold their breath. At that moment, a phantom dragon materialized behind the white shadow, flickering in and out of visibility, as if traversing from another realm. It opened its vast maw, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the surrounding air. The students of Nodding Academy peered out from their classrooms, astonished by the spectacle before them. Beneath the white shadow, 3 soul rings slowly ascended, each emanating a resplendent glow. Veiled by the bronze mask, the rings exhibited an exquisite interplay of yellow and purple, reminiscent of a vibrant rainbow. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the director's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. "May I enter now?" he inquired. The director's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, a complete turnaround as he replied, Of course. Allow me to escort you to your faculty quarters immediately." After all, a prodigy of such youth, nurtured by the Spirit Hall, was of paramount importance. Establishing even the slightest connection with this individual could yield immeasurable benefits for him. "I apologize for the inconvenience," he added. "Inconvenience? Not at all. This is our duty," came the reassuring response. Upon reaching the quarters, the accommodations were rather modest, yet equipped with all essential furnishings, tables, chairs, and beds. The director cautiously inquired, "Is there anything else you require? Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to let me know, and I shall attend to it at once." The pale figure glanced around and spoke softly. "It is thus. I wish to add another bed." The director, somewhat perplexed, replied, "But there is already 1 bed here. What purpose would 2 beds serve?" The pale figure smiled gently and enigmatically remarked, "There is no need for you to inquire further. Simply follow my instructions." Although the dean harbored doubts within, he dared not press for more information and could only nod in acquiescence. He hastily departed from the dormitory and soon returned with several workers and a brand new bed. "Congratulations, host. The reward has been dispensed. 6 bottles of foundational elixir." However, upon hearing the voice of the system, he chose to disregard it. Baying gazed at the newly arranged bed, nodding in satisfaction. He seated himself upon the bed, gently caressing the bronze mask as if lost in contemplation. According to the original narrative, the gentle-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu, was expected to arrive in the coming days. The initial encounter between Tang San and Xiao Wu took place in the dormitory, and now, I am curious to see how Tang San will appear to Xiao Wu. It is time to meet the so-called Master Yu Xiaojing. Upon arriving at the faculty dining hall, all the students' attention was captivated by the figure before them. Baying, adorned with the bronze mask that obscured his features, exuded an air of transcendent mystery and nonchalance. "This is the faculty dining hall, not the students," remarked one of the teachers. "I am indeed one of the faculty here, albeit a newcomer. It is only natural that you do not recognize me." The new teacher appeared to be of a similar age to the students, prompting curiosity among them. "Mr. Bai, you have come for a meal as well," the dean exclaimed, hurrying over with an expression that was almost comically humble. Did the dean recognize this Mr. Bai? Questions buzzed among the crowd, yet the dean clarified. "This is a newly appointed intern teacher from the Spirit Hall. Do not be deceived by his youth. He has already become a 3-ring soul master, with a future that seems boundless." A 3-ring soul master? Remarkable. The realization dawned upon the onlookers. This individual was undoubtedly a key figure being nurtured by the Spirit Hall, possessing extraordinary talent. After finishing his meal, as Bai Ying was about to depart, A voice called out from behind him, "Mr. Bai, please wait." The speaker was a middle-aged man, exuding a steady demeanor, his face adorned with a hint of stubble. Bai Ying gazed at the individual, suddenly recalling something. He turned to inquire, "Hello, is there anything I can assist you with?" It appeared this was Master Yu Xiaojiang. He wondered what business the master had with him. "Greetings, Teacher Bai. May we have a conversation?" "Of course," Bai Ying replied, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. The two proceeded to Yu Xiaojiang's residence, which was predominantly filled with books. "May I ask, teacher, what brings you to seek my presence?" Yu Xiaojiang, instead of responding immediately, fixed his gaze intently on the person before him, contemplating the undeniable potential this individual possessed. He mused that should he take this person as his disciple, it would undoubtedly elevate his own reputation to great heights. Yu Xiaojiang refrained from haste in his reply, exuding an air of profound mystery. "Bai Ying, that is your name. And your martial soul is the Shadow Dragon. The certificate indicates that you possess innate full soul power. Is that correct?" "Indeed. Is there an issue with that?" "Not at all. However, there is a slight discrepancy. The certificate fails to mention that you should possess dual martial souls, and your innate soul power has reached level 20. Am I right?" The White Shadow inquired. "How did you come to know that?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pondering how to cleverly deceive him. Surely, he couldn't reveal that it was the Spirit Hall who informed him. He then replied, "What is so difficult about it? It's quite simple. I am a master, not merely a teacher. Although I am not a faculty member of this academy, merely a humble guest, I am interested in taking you as my disciple. I have investigated numerous individuals with martial souls, yet I have never encountered anyone with a talent as extraordinary as yours. Thus, I can ascertain that you must possess another martial soul. Am I not impressive? Would you consider becoming my apprentice?" Bai Ying comprehended his intentions. He sought to take on a disciple. Nonetheless, he feigned utmost courtesy and replied, "I already have a master, so I cannot become your pupil. I hope you can understand." Yu Xiaojiang's face betrayed disappointment, yet he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, how could a soul master with twin martial souls from the Martial Soul Hall not be nurtured with utmost dedication? I must have overthought it. Who is your master? Bibi Dong. Upon hearing the name Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojiang's countenance brimmed with hope as he exclaimed, "You are actually her disciple. I never imagined it. No wonder you possess twin martial souls." "Ah, forget it. I am Yu Xiaojiang. If you encounter any issues at the academy, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." "You claim to be Yu Xiaojiang, the one who formulated the 10 core theories?" With pride, Yu Xiaojiang affirmed, "Indeed, I am the creator of the 10 core theories. You may address me as master." "Master? The 10 core theories were indeed your creation? No wonder you were deemed a failure. My teacher once mentioned a failure who pursued her and even published the 10 core theories, seeking fame. I never expected it to be you." "Child, how can you speak like that?" "That is precisely how I speak. I initially presumed you to be a sage, yet you are merely that failure. The first principle of the 10 core theories is already erroneous. There are only beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Furthermore, the second principle states that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Humph, are you not a failure yourself? How can you expect me to acknowledge you as my master? You are unworthy." This statement rendered Yu Xiaojiang utterly speechless. He had intended to defend himself, but found no words to articulate his thoughts. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly, a manifestation of his inner fury. Initially, he believed the reason for this meeting was of significance, yet he realized it was merely an attempt to have him become a disciple. "Let me tell you, even if I did not have a master, I would never accept a fraud like you as my teacher. You mislead the youth and possess no true understanding of martial souls. The notion that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, is merely the childish prattle of a fool." Upon encountering Yu Xiaojiang, Bai Ying was incensed and resolved to stoke the flames further. My mentor, Bibi Dong, once recounted the tale of a worthless suitor who pursued her for many years. She almost succumbed to his advances. Fortunately, her teacher, Qian Renxue, ultimately united with her. Had that not occurred, with his innate talent, he would likely have been hindered by such a mediocrity. It is astonishing to discover that it is you. Enough. Did Bibi Dong truly utter such words? Why would I deceive you otherwise? Now that the master is unharmed, I shall take my leave. By the way, I must advise you to examine your book, The 10 Core Theories, which has been discredited by the Spirit Hall as mere childish play. Do not place your trust in it. Lastly, I wish to remind you, without sufficient strength, Refrain from penning such extensive theories. True theoretical knowledge can only be articulated upon a foundation of strength. Your method of merely reorganizing the work of predecessors to claim it as your own is nothing short of plagiarism. Authentic theoretical insights must be grounded in reality. Bai Ying left abruptly, leaving Yu Xiaojiang seething with anger. They overturned the books on the desk to mask their inner turmoil. How detestable Bibi Dong is. One day, I shall prove myself and make you regret your actions. Yu Xiaojiang, a mere waste of a soul master, considers himself an invincible theorist. In the original novel, he brazenly flaunts his title as a master while deceiving others, claiming a prodigy like Tang San as his own, insisting that his theoretical prowess is unmatched. Upon arriving at the dean's office, Bai Laoshi greeted him with a cheerful smile, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Indeed, Bai Ying questioned the true nature of Yu Xiaojiang. "Oh, him? He is merely a guest," the dean replied. "He is a friend of mine." "What of it?" "He claims he wishes to take me as his disciple. I must advise you to steer clear of such individuals. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. His ability to produce such drivel only serves to illustrate his own inadequacy. I do not wish for such an occurrence to transpire again." The dean, taken aback, finally sighed and said, "I understand. Rest assured, this will not happen again." Chapter 31. The appearance of Xiao Wu very well. "I trust that the dean is a wise man." The dean promptly declared, "I shall go and expel him at once." The white figure chuckled and shook his head, remarking on the so-called master, Yu Xiaojiang, who supposedly boasts of invincible theories. "My intention is not for you to expel him. Rather, I desire to see him utterly disgraced." "Do you perhaps harbor some enmity towards him?" "Well, in a sense, yes. His relationship with the Spirit Hall is quite intricate, and all I require is for you to subtly hint to him to refrain from such actions. After all, the connection between the Spirit Hall and him is evident. To put it another way, it is precisely because of him that I have come here. Even the headmaster, who has befriended him, is unaware of the ties with the Spirit Hall. I understand. He is an ancestor of sorts, and must be treated with utmost respect." "Very well, headmaster. I have no further matters to discuss, so I shall take my leave. By the way, merely a reminder will suffice. As a clever individual, you should not require further elaboration from me. I comprehend, rest assured." Returning to the faculty dormitory, in the depths of Bai Ying's heart, a poignant reflection emerged regarding the initial encounter between Xiao Wu and Tang San, which transpired within the confines of the 7th dormitory of Notting Academy. At that time, they both arrived as work-study students, navigating their journey in this esteemed institution. The students at Notting Academy were predominantly categorized into regular students, aristocratic scholars, and work-study participants. The latter held the lowest status, often hailing from impoverished backgrounds, rendering them susceptible to bullying. As time progressed, it was evident that Xiao Wu would soon arrive. A few days later, the official opening of Notting Academy commenced. Old Jack, accompanied by Tang San, finally reached the academy. In recent days, Bai Ying has been lingering at the school gate, observing the flow of students. Due to his status as a teacher, the students dare not speak, lowering their heads in his presence. Although they have whispered among themselves about Bai Ying, they remain oblivious to his true prowess. Yet none would dare to provoke someone from the Spirit Hall. Old Jack escorted Tang San to the entrance of the school. Upon seeing the two, the guard became notably more courteous, for the prospect of another visitor from the Spirit Hall was beyond the capabilities of a mere sentinel like himself. Just then, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly appeared, and judging by his expression, he must have just received a stern lecture from the dean. His countenance, upon seeing Bai Ying, was as though he had just consumed something foul. "Teacher Bai, as an educator, it seems rather unbecoming to spend your days idly," Yu Xiaojiang taunted. The white shadow spoke without any reservation, questioning, "Which of your eyes has seen me idling about? Moreover, do I need your permission for my leisure? Besides, you are not exactly idle yourself, yet you concern yourself with a person like me who has been living here for free for 3 years, and you dare to meddle in others' affairs?" Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted once more, his hands clenched tightly, yet he refrained from striking, fully aware that he was no match for the person before him. At that moment, he noticed some commotion at the door and approached. "Could you kindly show me the proof from the Spirit Hall?" Old Jack, recognizing the significance of the individual before him, promptly presented the document. The proof was genuine, a fully innate spirit power of blue silvergrass. This might allow him to become my disciple. After reprimanding the guards, Tang San felt a newfound appreciation for the master. Thank you, teacher. I am not your teacher here. The gap between the master and myself is substantial. Then you must be a leader or hold considerable status here. I am merely someone who has been mooching off others. By the way, would you be willing to take me as your teacher? To take you as my teacher? Tang San, being exceptionally astute, would not easily agree without understanding the other party's background, as doing so would neither offend the master nor reveal why he should accept such a proposal. Yu Xiaojing, an old fox with a millennium of experience, understood this as well. He then stated, because you are the fourth person to possess dual spirits. Tang San was completely taken aback and inquired, how did you know that? Realizing that he had garnered a bit of trust from the other party. And coupled with the prior goodwill, Yu Xiaojing seized the moment and replied, simply based on this proof. He proceeded to share his research theories with Tang San. Just as Tang San was about to accept him as a teacher, a voice interrupted, little brother, I advise you not to let this person brainwash you, for it will undoubtedly lead to endless troubles in the future. The sudden appearance of the white shadow incited even greater fury within Yu Xiaojing. At that moment, Tang San regarded the individual before him with an expression of bewilderment and inquired, who are you? I am an apprentice teacher dispatched by the Spirit Hall, the man replied. This master is nothing but a fraud. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance. Otherwise, you shall inevitably come to regret it. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaojing was poised to retort, yet he suddenly recalled that displaying excessive anger would only diminish his credibility, inadvertently validating the other's claims. He understood a profound truth. The more incompetent a person is, the louder they tend to argue. Meanwhile, Tang San was unable to absorb this advice. After all, a mere certificate was sufficient for him to ascertain that he possessed twin spirits. Such a person must be deeply enigmatic. Thank you for the warning, Tang San said without a moment's hesitation, and he promptly knelt down, bowing his head in reverence to become a disciple, willingly plunging himself into the abyss. The white shadow, in fact, appeared rather comical. It was akin to a dog biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize the kindness of a good person. You too, master and disciple, shall serve as my invaluable experience package. Upon witnessing Tang San paying his respects as his disciple, Yu Xiaojing quickly whisked him away, fearing that someone might snatch his apprentice. Bai Ying waited until the afternoon, and finally, a girl with a ponytail, adorned with a small rabbit backpack and possessing a delicate appearance, made her entrance. It was Xiaowu. How wonderful! She must hastily take him away, ensuring that he does not encounter Tang San. Xiaowu approached the door and inquired, is this the Nodding Academy? When she received no response, she was about to ask again when a familiar voice resonated from behind her. Xiaowu, it has been a long time. Startled, Xiaowu turned sharply, and a torrent of painful yet joyous memories flooded her mind, causing tears to well up in her eyes. She gazed at the masked figure before her and cautiously asked, is that you, brother? Of course it is me. I never imagined you would truly come. It seems I did not misjudge you. Upon hearing his voice, Xiaowu tightened her grip on her rabbit backpack, still unable to believe it. Is this real? Is it not a dream? You silly sister, of course, it is real. He spoke as he removed his mask, revealing a face both familiar and handsome. This is indeed real. Wonderful. I have finally found you, brother. Chapter 32. The leader of the 7th dormitory, of course, it is real. Come. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xiaowu, upon hearing this, paid no heed to the peculiarity of his words. Instead, she felt elated. Brother, have you really been waiting for me? Absolutely. Now, let us enter the academy. Bai Ying retrieved the bag from his waist, ushering her into the academy. You entered as a work-study student. Yes, brother. Is there something wrong? No, Xiaowu. It's just that I have a room at the academy, which happens to have an extra bed that can accommodate two. The space is quite ample. Why don't you stay with me? All right, let us go. A radiant smile adorned Xiaowu's face, her eyes sparkling like stars, reflecting a joy and tranquility that surged from deep within her. Gazing at Bai Ying before her, she silently thought, I have finally found my brother. The sensation of regaining something lost illuminated her world. They arrived at the faculty dormitory, where Bai Ying meticulously arranged Xiaowu's belongings, placing each item gently in its most fitting location. Her clothes were neatly hung in the wardrobe, books methodically organized on the shelves, and her daily necessities set in easily accessible spots. Everything exuded warmth, encapsulating the essence of home. Meanwhile, Tang San had vanished, and under Xiaowu's influence, he swiftly ascended to the position of leader of Dormitory 7. At that moment, a teacher entered, addressing Bai Ying. I heard you brought a work-study student with you. Is there a problem? You see, The academy stipulates that faculty dormitories are exclusively for teachers. Students cannot reside with them. This is a regulation, and I hope you can understand. The teacher appeared exceedingly respectful, clearly recognizing Bai Ying's esteemed status within the spirit hall, perhaps due to prior communication from the principal. As for the work-study student, this young lady will need to assist with tasks, and sharing the faculty dormitory with her might pose certain inconveniences. The White Shadow inquired about which regulation forbids students from residing with their teachers. Furthermore, is it necessary for me, as the dean, to engage in a discussion? Very well, I shall not impose upon you. I will first take my sister to inspect the living conditions of the work-study dormitory. Should the environment prove satisfactory, I will facilitate her relocation. However, if it does not meet my expectations, then it simply will not suffice. In the event that it becomes untenable, I shall bear her tuition fees. Upon bidding farewell to the teacher, my brother suggested, perhaps I should move out. I replied, let us first evaluate the conditions of the work-study dormitory. If it is truly unsuitable, I shall seek assistance from the dean. Upon arriving at the work-study dormitory, we discovered Tang Sect seated cross-legged on his bed. At that moment, the other residents of the 7th dormitory, noticing the arrival of two new individuals, expressed their curiosity. Tang Sect, upon opening his eyes and recognizing the familiar voice, immediately leaped from his bed and respectfully greeted, "Good day, teacher." Bai Ying nodded in disbelief. How could he possibly be a teacher? Given his age, he should not be much older than us, yet he has attained such a position. Is this truly the dormitory for work-study students? It appears to be quite lively. Brother, I adore this place, she exclaimed. Greetings, everyone. I am Xiao Wu, the dancer, and I, too, am a work-study student. Are work-study students like them? Tang Sect cleared his throat and replied, indeed, every individual entering this dormitory must engage in a sparring match. Teacher, would you permit it? The victor shall claim the title of leader of this dormitory. The prospect of sparring seemed exhilarating. Brother, may I join? All eyes turned towards him, and Bai Ying nodded in acquiescence. I, too, wish to witness the extent of your prowess. Very well, Xiao Wu responded. Before Tang Sect could react, she advanced with her right foot aiming to strike. True to his name, Tang Sect deftly sidestepped her kick, seizing her ankle and forcefully throwing her forward. Had he been an ordinary individual, this move would have sent her flying. However, Xiao Wu, possessing exceptional flexibility, swiftly adjusted her stance and executed a graceful maneuver, her legs encircling Tang Sect's neck, utilizing her agility to hurl him away. Bai Ying was acutely aware that Tang Sect had not exerted his full strength. Had he done so, it was likely that Xiao Wu would not have lasted even a single round. According to the rules of our dormitory, you are now the leader of our 7th dormitory. Leader, this seems quite intriguing. Am I not impressive? Indeed, you are remarkably formidable. At that moment, the dean, having received news, burst through the door, and upon seeing Bai Ying, he quickly remarked, Teacher Bai, what brings you to our work-study student dormitory? Nothing much. It is merely some playful antics among the children. By the way, my sister and I need to reside in the teacher's dormitory. Is that acceptable? The dean glanced at Xiao Wu and replied, what a question. Of course, it is permissible. Do you have any other matters to discuss? All right then. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I have other matters to attend to. What was the true identity of this teacher by that commanded such profound respect from the dean? Once the dean departed, the students eagerly gathered around, exclaiming, Leader, your brother is truly impressive. Even the dean treats him with utmost reverence. Xiao Wu, equally proud, stated, Of course, he is my brother, a remarkably powerful individual. Having already surpassed the 3rd ring, all eyes turned to Bai Ying, who smiled modestly and said, It is merely a stroke of luck. Now that Xiao Wu has become the leader of this dormitory, should you encounter any issues, feel free to come to the teacher's dormitory to find me. If anyone dares to bully you, I will stand up for you. Is this truly the case? How wonderful. With Teacher Bai around, those noble offspring will no longer look down upon us. At that moment, Tang Sect felt an unusual sensation within. He sensed that Xiao Wu held significant importance to him. Why did he feel this way? What was it about this young girl that stirred such feelings within him? Xiao Wu longed to stay here, but there was no way Bai Ying would agree to it, as he did not wish for Tang Sect and Xiao Wu to share such sentiments. Otherwise, all of his efforts would be in vain. Brother, why can't it be possible? I wish to live with my classmates. Why is that not allowed? Bai Ying remarked. It is simply unacceptable. What does it signify that you, a young lady, would stay in a dormitory with boys? Furthermore, should anything untoward occur, how would I explain it to your mother? Chapter 33. Let me witness your strength. Moreover, I am your brother. Would I ever wish you harm? Additionally, be wary of Tang San. He is not a person of good character, so exercise caution in your dealings with him. However, Xiao Wu gazed at Bai Ying, a flicker of hesitation and confusion crossing her eyes. His words instilled a sense of unease within her, yet she found herself unable to retort. After all, in her heart, Bai Ying had always been the affectionate and caring elder brother she cherished. Bai Ying gazed at Xiao Wu's expression and let out a gentle sigh within his heart. He understood that his words might be somewhat difficult for her to accept. Xiao Wu, you must trust me. Bai Ying's tone softened. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I merely wish for you to steer clear of those who may harm you. Tang San is not someone you can contend with. All right, I understand. Let us go. We shall dine first. Bai Ying's words were like a gentle spring breeze, dispelling the gloom within Xiao Wu's heart. Upon hearing the mention of a meal, her eyes instantly sparkled with delight, as if all her troubles had been banished by the allure of delectable cuisine. She joyfully sprang to her feet, her face adorned with a childlike, innocent smile. Yes, yes, there will be something delicious to eat. Xiao Wu's voice brimmed with anticipation and excitement. Bai Ying gazed at Xiao Wu, feeling a gentle warmth in his heart. He extended his hand and tenderly ruffled her hair, after which they strolled together towards the dining hall. The cafeteria at Nodding Academy was indeed a bustling hub of activity. As they navigated through the throngs of people, they ascended to the second floor. In stark contrast to the cacophony of the first level, the second floor exuded an air of tranquility, adorned with more exquisite decorations. Only a handful of students occupied the space, clearly indicating that the expenses here were beyond the reach of the average individual. Bai Ying, well-versed in the culinary delights of the establishment, ordered several signature dishes, each a feast for the senses, tantalizing with their vibrant colors, enticing aromas, and delectable flavors. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled like two tiny stars, and she eagerly grasped her chopsticks, relishing these rare delicacies that were seldom encountered. Delicious. Absolutely delicious, she exclaimed, savoring each bite and completely forgetting her earlier worries. Observing her contentment brought immense joy to Bai Ying's heart. As they departed, Xiao Wu glanced at the dishes consumed by Wang Sheng and his companions on the first floor, most of which appeared rather unappetizing. Bai Ying naturally comprehended the thoughts swirling in Xiao Wu's mind, and thus decided to treat the entire class to a meal. However, while glancing around the cafeteria, Bai Ying failed to notice Tang San. Where could the enigmatic Tang San be? Upon exiting the cafeteria, he spotted Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San together. Upon arriving at the teacher's dormitory, Bai Ying formally commenced his guidance of Xiao Wu's cultivation. Over the years spent in the library of the Spirit Hall, he had not idled away his time. His understanding of spirit theory surpassed that of the average individual. Furthermore, the unparalleled Daoliu from the Hall of Offerings frequently imparted their knowledge of spirits to him, their experiences far exceeding those of Yu Xiaojiang. From this day forth, I shall guide your cultivation, Xiao Wu. You must heed my instructions, do you understand? Brother, will you truly guide my cultivation? Of course. I am far superior to any master. Now, before we proceed, absorb this soul bone. The object that Bai Ying produced was indeed the soul bone that Xiao Wu's mother had sacrificed for her. Due to the nature of his martial spirit, he was unable to absorb the soul bone, and thus had kept it within a storage-type soul-guiding device. Now, it was perfectly suited for Xiao Wu. Upon seeing the soul bone, Xiao Wu's eyes flickered, and tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. Through its aura, she understood that this was the soul bone left by her mother as a sacrifice to Bai Ying. This is your mother's soul bone. Using it on you would mean its rightful return, he said. Brother, but this is something mother left for you. I cannot accept it. Bai Ying let out a sigh and gently tapped Xiao Wu's head. What are you doing, brother? She asked. Oh, you truly are a foolish little sister. My martial spirit is rather unique. It cannot absorb any soul bones. Thus, this soul bone is of no use to me. Besides, I am already deeply grateful to your mother for bestowing upon me a 100,000-year soul ring. I had intended to reserve this 100,000-year soul bone for you. I understand now. Brother. The soul bone emitted a soft pink glow, as if it were infused with boundless warmth and affection. When Xiao Wu pressed the soul bone against her forehead, the radiance transformed into a gentle luminescence, reminiscent of a mother's caress, warm and benevolent. Xiao Wu closed her eyes, wholeheartedly immersing herself in the process of absorbing the soul bone. Her body gradually radiated a faint pink aura, responding harmoniously with the glow of the soul bone. In no time, she had completely absorbed it. "Brother, I succeeded," Xiao Wu exclaimed, filled with excitement. Bai Ying replied calmly, "Shall we have a match? Remember to unleash your full strength without holding back. I wish to see the extent of your abilities." Xiao Wu nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and curiosity. She too wished to discover just how formidable her mother's soul bone truly was. The 100,000-year soul bone skill, instantaneous movement. In an instant, Xiao Wu appeared before Bai Ying, employing her agile technique. With a swift motion, her jade-like foot struck towards Bai Ying with lightning speed. Second soul skill, Dragon Claw. Third soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. The white shadow was enveloped in a resplendent golden glow, yet its right arm transformed into a terrifying sight, shrouded in tendrils of dark mist. Xiao Wu's attacks proved utterly ineffective. Upon realizing her soul skill had no impact on the white shadow, she swiftly locked her legs around its neck, intending to throw it with her martial arts prowess. In the next moment, the white shadow reacted with remarkable swiftness, soaring into the air, momentarily halting her technique. Seizing that fleeting instant of suspension, it yanked her downward with tremendous force. "Is this your utmost effort? If so, you are no match for me," she silently marveled, appreciating the exceptional agility of her body, akin to the flexibility exhibited by the models from her past life. Such slender legs, what a delightful sensation. At this moment, Xiao Wu chuckled and teased, "Brother, you are too small, just watch me." Instantly, one foot was placed upon the white shadow's neck, while the other followed suit, effectively constraining it. She then executed the 8 technique. Once the first throw was completed, resistance was futile. Perhaps this time, victory was within her grasp. However, a mischievous smirk appeared at the corner of the white shadow's mouth. "Is that all?" it taunted. First soul skill, Dragon's Roar. Third soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. A tremendous dragon's roar echoed, rendering Xiao Wu's mind blank, causing her to involuntarily plummet downward. "Be careful." Upon encountering Xiao Wu, the white shadow was on the verge of descending. In a flurry, he swiftly embraced her in midair and altered their trajectory. Chapter 34, Taking Advantage. With a resounding thud, the presence of the invincible golden body ensured that neither of them sustained any harm. Upon seeing Xiao Wu unharmed, Bai Ying let out a sigh of relief. Gazing at the unconscious Xiao Wu in his arms, he murmured, "Wake up, Xiao Wu, please wake up." As he noticed she remained unresponsive, a wave of panic washed over him. Could there be irreversible damage to her soul? Should he resort to artificial respiration? The mere thought sent a thrill through him. "Xiao Wu, if you awaken, please do not blame your brother. It was entirely unintentional." He found himself wondering about the taste of her lips. The more he pondered, the more he felt the beast within him stir restlessly. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, pressing his lips against hers fervently. He then placed his hands over her heart, uncertain if his actions would have any effect. Surely, a rabbit's heart must be akin to that of a human's? Xiao Wu, in a daze, sensed something in her mouth and instinctively began to suck. This movement sent a jolt through Bai Ying, awakening the beast within him, nearly breaking free from its confines. "What is this? It tastes so sweet." As Xiao Wu slowly opened her eyes, she found Bai Ying atop her, their proximity undeniably intimate. "Brother, what is happening?" Just as she was about to voice her confusion, realization struck her. She recalled the fervent act they had just engaged in and instinctively pushed Bai Ying away. Though she had only recently entered the human realm, her instincts told her precisely what had transpired. The thought filled her cheeks with a sudden flush. "Are you all right? Is there any discomfort?" "I am fine, brother. What just happened between us?" Bai Ying feigned the demeanor of a virtuous individual, insisting that his recent actions were a result of her unconscious state, devoid of ulterior motives. "Please do not misunderstand me. I truly meant no harm." As he uttered these words, a palpable sense of guilt flickered across Bai Ying's countenance. For the nature of his previous actions, now witnessed by the very person involved, evoked a natural sense of shame in any individual. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a blazing sunset. Her heart raced like a drum, and her bashfulness was unmistakable. With her head slightly bowed and hands clasped tightly at the edges of her garment, she seemed to seek a semblance of security. In a voice as faint as a whisper, she replied, "I understand, brother." Bai Ying gazed at Xiao Wu's bashful demeanor, a surge of inexplicable impulse stirring within him. He endeavored to suppress his innermost feelings, gently stroking her head as he softly said, "Xiao Wu, it is truly a relief that you are well." He continued, "Shall we return to our previous discussion?" I am already aware of your physical condition. You have absorbed 100,000-year spirit bone, which has significantly enhanced your physical prowess beyond that of an ordinary person. When a 100,000-year spirit beast transforms into human form, it loses all its power. This is precisely why such ancient spirit beasts seldom make this choice. Human greed poses an immense danger. However, there are two advantages to this transformation. Generally speaking, spirit beasts that take human form can generate their own spirit rings. Through this process, they can acquire skills best suited to themselves. According to my research, each individual has a different limit for absorbing spirit rings, determined by their physical condition. For instance, I possess twin martial souls, which is why both my first and second spirit rings are of the 10,000-year caliber. My body has reached an extraordinary level beyond common comprehension. Now that you have inherited your mother's 100,000-year spirit bone, coupled with the dual enhancement of the Bodhi transformation, your physical condition will undoubtedly surpass that of a typical transformed spirit beast, allowing you to potentially produce spirit rings of even greater antiquity. Therefore, when you reach the 20th level, you must strive to generate at least 1,000-year spirit ring. I understand, brother, Xiao Wu replied. That is good to hear. Remember, apart from me, do not let anyone else discover your identity as a spirit beast, and avoid appearing before a titled Daoluo, being cautioned. Titled Daoluos are rare, and within this academy, it seems there are none of such caliber. Moreover, with the ring you gave me, as long as I remain silent, no one will know. That is not entirely certain. What if someone were to uncover your identity? At this moment, I am still unable to protect you. The reason I have kept you from associating with Tang San is not only due to his character, but also because his father is a titled Daoluo-level powerhouse. Xiao Wu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Brother, you cannot be serious. Tang San's father is a titled Daoluo-level powerhouse? How is that possible? There can be no mistake. His father is none other than the Haotian Daoluo, Tang Hao, revered throughout the continent. Thus, you must never appear before him. As a titled Daoluo, Tang San's father possesses extraordinary discernment. It is imperative that you avoid contact with Tang San and maintain a considerable distance from him. At this moment, Xiao Wu felt genuine fear, realizing that if her identity were to be exposed, not only would she be in peril, but also those dear to her would be at risk. Observing Xiao Wu's despondent demeanor, Bai Ying felt a pang of compassion swell within him. He gently sighed and extended his hand, tenderly ruffling her rabbit ears. This gesture took Xiao Wu by surprise. She lifted her gaze to meet Bai Ying's concerned eyes, and her unease and worry seemed to find some solace. The pale figure offered a gentle smile, a glimmer of tenderness flickering in her eyes. Xiao Wu, do not fret excessively. As long as we proceed with caution, your identity shall remain concealed. Furthermore, I shall always be here to safeguard you. The sight of Xiao Wu's rabbit ears reminded Bai Ying of the attire of those bunny girls he had encountered in his previous life. He couldn't help but ponder how splendid Xiao Wu would look in such an outfit, and the thought filled him with excitement. However, he reminded himself to remain composed. The moment was not yet ripe. As Bai Ying intensified his actions, the sensations conveyed by Xiao Wu's rabbit ears became increasingly pronounced, causing her expression to shift to one of discomfort. Brother, please stop rubbing my ears. It's making me a bit uncomfortable, and I can't bear it any longer. Noticing Xiao Wu's peculiar demeanor, he recalled that the ears of a rabbit are among the most sensitive parts of its body, and his vigorous rubbing was indeed likely to be distressing. As night fell, Xiao Wu, fearful of the dark, chose to sleep alongside him. Mom, I've found my brother. If you were still here, Xiao Wu would truly miss you. Rest assured, I will ensure that the murderer pays for their blood debts. Chapter 35, A Lesson the Next Day. Bai Ying rose early and ventured outside. What is today's sign and reward? He wondered. Congratulations, host. You have signed in for the miraculous alchemy technique. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's previously indifferent expression transformed dramatically. The art of alchemy, often revered in fantasy novels, typically features organizations dominated by alchemists, who sometimes win the favor of enchanting characters by aiding them with antidotes. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he packed a meal and returned to the dormitory, where he found Xiao Wu still slumbering. Gently, he ruffled her rabbit ears and said, Little rabbit, it's time to wake up. Have you forgotten that you need to clean the back garden of the playground? Rise and shine. Xiao Wu, rubbing her sleepy eyes, gradually opened them to the sight of a sumptuous breakfast laid out before her. Her earlier displeasure evaporated, replaced by eagerness as she exclaimed, Brother, this is delicious. Since you find it so delightful, do indulge further. By the way, remember that your current role is that of a work-study student. So don't forget your chore at the playground. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's heart sank with a singular thought. I'm in trouble. Brother, I must leave quickly, she declared, hastily dashing out. Meanwhile, on the playground, Tang San was laboriously tidying up, panting from the exertion. His circumstances contrasted sharply with Xiao Wu's. He possessed little wealth, having lost most of it to his father Tang Hao's drinking habits, forcing him to work at the blacksmith shop. Observing from the shadows, Bai Ying felt an inexplicable thrill at the scene. My apologies, Xiao San, for my tardiness. Xiao Wu expressed her remorse, but Tang San waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. In light of your diligent assistance, I'll give you this. He reached into his rabbit-shaped backpack and produced a gold soul coin. Is this really a gold soul coin? This is a gift from my brother. He taught me that when one receives kindness, it is essential to extend kindness to others as well. This is what we call sharing. Tang San gazed at the gold soul coins handed to him by Xiao Wu, a tinge of melancholy settling in his heart. Take them. I have plenty, he said. Given our age, you should be the one to appear older. You have the privilege of apprenticing under Master Yu Xiaojiang, while I have never experienced such benefits. At least he wouldn't bestow upon me such a fortune. The guidance I've received has merely been theoretical, and for me, at this moment, money is of utmost importance. Everything else pales in comparison. Thank you, Tang San began. I never anticipated you to possess such wealth. I promise to repay you. You silly fool, she retorted, as the leader of the 7th dormitory. It is my duty to look after my younger brothers. If you find yourself in a predicament, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Even if I cannot resolve it, my brother surely will. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San proposed, in the coming days, I plan to venture into the soul-hunting forest to acquire soul rings. Would you assist me for a few days? Upon my return, I shall take care of a week's worth of chores. What about a month of chores? Xiao Wu suggested with a nod of agreement. Time swiftly passed. Brother, what shall you teach me today? As Bai Ying pondered, a thought struck him, and he inquired. What level has your soul power reached? Nearly at level 20, came the reply. I am utterly confident that I can break through to level 20 within the next few days. Very well, then. During this time, ensure you maintain a proper mindset. Diligently practice and prepare for your breakthrough to level 20. However, as I have previously stated, do not engage in any excessive intimacy with Tang San. Do you understand? Brother, why do you harbor such animosity towards Tang San? Because his father is my enemy. But enough of this, you wouldn't comprehend. Sharing this with you would merely burden you with unnecessary worries. Regardless, you must refrain from any affectionate interactions with him. Should I catch you, I shall break your legs. Upon witnessing Bai Ying's serious demeanor, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback and remarked, Got it, got it. How many times must you repeat it? You sound like a nagging mother. That evening, as Xiao Wu and Tang San gazed at the stars, she suddenly proposed a friendly match. Tang San readily agreed, sensing that Xiao Wu truly held significance in his life. With a swift motion, Xiao Wu lunged forward, her braided hair striking out like a long whip aimed at Tang San. In response, Tang San quickly retreated, utilizing his Xiantian skill to engage her in a fierce exchange. The two were engrossed in their spirited sparring, oblivious to Bai Ying's envious and fiery glare. Just as their duel intensified, a voice interrupted, What are you two doing? Xiao Wu, why are you learning to fight? The sudden question sent a chill down Xiao Wu's spine, prompting her to turn around sharply, her forehead creased with concern. Brother, we are merely practicing, she answered, feeling as if she were a lamb in a tiger's den when confronted by Bai Ying. Is it truly just practice? From my perspective, your movements seem rather intimate. Tang San quickly interjected, Teacher, we are genuinely just engaging with one another. There are no other intentions. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. However, it is quite late, and Xiao Wu should be heading home. Come along, you little rascal. At that moment, a teacher approached, having witnessed the scene. As he prepared to intervene, Bai Ying preempted him, saying, It's nothing, merely a friendly exchange between two youngsters. Is it truly just an exchange? From what I observe, their actions appear to imply otherwise. Bai Ying, I advise you to properly educate your sister. Do ensure she does not stray onto the wrong path. Thank you for your reminder, esteemed teacher. My sister can be a bit mischievous, and it is my duty as her brother to guide her. Rest assured, such occurrences will not happen again. Are you not returning home? Why are you still standing here? Oh, all right, brother. Xiao Wu resembled a quail, tucking her neck in fear. Utterly unwilling to resist, she could only follow behind him, trailing back to the dormitory. Upon arriving at the teacher's quarters, she dared not meet Bai Ying's gaze. What have I told you? You are not permitted to draw too near to Tang-san. How have you acted? If others had witnessed your behavior just now, what do you think they would have thought? At such a tender age, you should be focused on your studies rather than engaging in sparring. Do you comprehend the meaning of knowing a person's face, but not their heart? Brother, I truly erred this time. Please forgive me, my dear brother. As the saying goes, if a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. If a teacher is not strict, it is the teacher's laziness. You have taken advantage of my affection to act recklessly at Notting Academy. While I might allow you some leeway, why must you insist on approaching Tang-san? I have warned you repeatedly. Chapter 36. A lesson in discipline in the dead of night. Instead of resting, you choose to engage in brawls. And to make matters worse, a teacher witnessed it. Do you understand the embarrassment I now face? Bai Ying exuded an imposing aura, uttering nothing but the simplest and most direct words. As the saying goes, one must face the consequences of their errors. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was engulfed by an unsettling premonition. She immediately dashed away. Yet, before she could fully escape, Bai Ying swiftly positioned himself directly in her path. Her heart raced like thunder, and in that instant, she resolved to employ her remarkable agility, leaping forward in a desperate attempt to free herself from Bai Ying's grasp. Within the confines of the room, her figure resembled a nimble rabbit, tracing an elegant arc through the air. However, just then, a hand, as unyielding as a vice, firmly seized her midair. Xiao Wu lost her balance, crashing heavily into Bai Ying's embrace. His breath brushed against her ear, imbued with an unmistakable seriousness and depth. Her heart pounded even more fervently as she lifted her gaze to meet his profound eyes. Struggling to extricate herself from his hold, she found that his iron grip held her firmly in place, rendering her immobile. A blush crept across her cheeks, her heartbeat echoing in her ears as if it might burst forth. "Let me go, brother. I truly regret my actions." Xiao Wu's voice trembled. Her lower lip clenched tightly as she fought to maintain her composure. Bai Ying gazed at her, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. He slightly lowered his head, leaning closer to Xiao Wu's ear, his deep voice possessing an almost magical quality that rendered her body involuntarily rigid. "Do you truly recognize your mistake?" Suddenly, Xiao Wu smiled, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. In an instant, she adjusted her posture and launched another attack. However, this time, Bai Ying's response was swifter than hers. He offered a faint smile, his fingers delicately pressing against the acupoint on Xiao Wu's body. "To think you would dare to resist, it seems you acknowledge your fault yet refuse to amend it. I initially intended only to frighten you, but your defiance has provoked my ire. You commit wrongs, yet do not admit them, and now you wish to strike. It appears I must impart a proper lesson upon you. Fear not, I have merely pressed your acupoint. This will render your body immobile." In an instant, Xiao Wu's body became rigid, as if held in place by an invisible force. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Bai Ying. The numbing sensation rapidly spread from the acupoint throughout her entire being, making even the slightest movement exceedingly difficult. Though restrained, Xiao Wu's expression radiated a defiant arrogance, certain that her brother would never truly harm her. At most, he would merely seek to intimidate. Bai Ying observed Xiao Wu's expression, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." He then approached the bed and slowly positioned her across his lap. "Mother always said that naughty children should be spanked." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face fell, panic flickering in her eyes. As the eldest sister at Notting Academy, she held a position of authority. The thought of others discovering that her own brother had spanked her was unbearable. How could she maintain her reputation and status within the academy then? At that moment, Bai Ying's fingers lightly patted her behind. Though the impact was not severe, it struck Xiao Wu like a thunderbolt, rendering her completely rigid. A sharp, fiery pain radiated from her backside. Truly, the softness of the heroine's dairy Ri was unparalleled. Like striking a piece of sponge, it was astonishingly yielding. How could it be that I am the first to have touched Xiao Wu's behind? "Please, don't hit me anymore. I truly regret my actions." Yet, her pleas elicited no sympathy, as Bai Ying's devilish voice echoed above her. "Did you consider the consequences when you acted, knowing you would be punished? Why did you not heed my words? I assure you, you cannot escape this spanking." The sound of slaps rang out in quick succession, and Xiao Wu soon began to weep. "Now you realize the pain. Where were you just moments ago? Did you truly believe I wouldn't discipline you? Did you think I was overly lenient?" Time slipped by before Bai Ying finally ceased his actions and released the pressure on her acupoints. Xiao Wu sprang to her feet. Yet the lingering fiery sensation made her wince in agony. Brother, you are such a pervert. Can't you strike a little lighter? Besides, it wasn't intentional. Enough. If you wish to avoid further punishment, keep quiet. Your injuries need tending. I will fetch some medicine, and you shall lie here without moving. I will address the situation regarding you and Tang San with the school. From this year onward, I shall take care of your living expenses and necessities. Is that satisfactory? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu felt somewhat appeased, though her behind still throbbed painfully. This insufferable brother showed no tenderness or concern for his sister. What are you pondering? Hurry and lie down. I shall apply the medicine. As Xiaowu witnessed this scene, her internal grievances towards Bai Ying finally subsided. Once she lay down, a blush crept across her face as the cool ointment was applied to her pert backside, evoking an unfamiliar sensation that caused her to involuntarily emit soft moans. Bai Ying found himself momentarily entranced, as the wild beast within him threatened to break free, exacerbated by the current sounds that nearly pushed him over the edge. With his eyes covered, he summoned every ounce of willpower to maintain his composure. After applying the ointment, Bai Ying set it aside and solemnly addressed Xiaowu, warning her that should she engage in any further intimate interactions with Tang San, the consequences would undoubtedly be far more dire. Do you believe me? This time, Xiaowu was entirely convinced. She had no desire to experience the sting of a spanking again. Nodding fervently, she resolved that even if she were to see him alongside Tang San in the future, the shadow of that day would remain vividly etched in her memory. The pain on her backside quickly faded under the ointment's effect. Well, it should be fine now. It's quite late. Let us retire for the night. Bai Ying, having spoken, reclined beside Xiaowu, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Xiaowu's entire body flinched momentarily, yet that was all. Gazing at her brother, she could not help but exclaim, "What a wicked rascal you are! Had I known earlier, I would have never acknowledged you as my brother." What did you say? Chapter 37. Disturbance. I said nothing. At this moment, Xiaowu's heart was filled with turmoil, secretly pondering why he had yet to succumb to slumber. The pale shadow that clung to her waist gently descended, and a deep, magnetic voice slowly emerged. "I have heard it. It seems you intend to deny me as your brother, do you not? Allow me to clarify. That is utterly impossible. Our bond has already been established, you see. You once promised to marry me. Have you forgotten?" Feeling his touch, Xiaowu could no longer suppress her voice, responding, "Of course I haven't forgotten. It was merely a passing remark. However, I dislike such talk in the future. Do you understand? Brother, will you truly marry me one day?" Before she could finish her words, Xiaowu felt as though she were ensnared. As her eyes slowly opened, she beheld the pale shadow's gaze, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky, emanating a gentle yet unwavering light. Within those eyes seemed to reside a multitude of unspoken words, profound tenderness, deep affection, and an endless promise to her. In that moment, Xiaowu's heart was completely captivated, as if drawn into the world within those eyes, unable to extricate herself. "I have pledged myself to you. I shall certainly marry you. Do not forget, you have seen my wedding ring. In our human realm, a wedding ring signifies our vow." "I understand now, brother." Suddenly, Xiaowu felt a warm, moist sensation upon her lips. Bai Ying pressed her entire being against Xiaowu, fervently drawing her in, a sensation that ensnared him, leaving him utterly captivated. Xiaowu's heart raced wildly, yet she relished this feeling, as the two remained locked in their embrace. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. "Xiaowu, promise me you will never leave," he implored. "Rest assured, brother, I shall never abandon you. That is all I need to hear. Tomorrow, I will assist you in acquiring your second soul ring. From that moment on, you can leave everything to me." The following day, within the confines of the room, Xiaowu sat cross-legged, enveloped in a state of profound relaxation. Suddenly, a layer of pink radiance enveloped her form. These twinkling lights gradually coalesced into a resplendent purple thousand-year soul ring. In Bai Ying's heart, the sight of the purple millennium soul ring filled him with pride. Indeed, his conjecture was not unfounded. From the moment Xiaowu absorbed the 10,000-year soul bone left by her mother, her physical limits had long surpassed those of ordinary humans. Even now, Tang San's second soul ring could only be a 100-year yellow ring. "Brother, I have succeeded. You were right. Each person's physical constitution differs, and thus the soul rings they can absorb vary as well. It is a pity that my second soul ring is merely a millennium ring. What is there to lament? Relax. Your second soul ring is a purple millennium one, which already places you ahead of most of your peers. As long as you persevere, You will undoubtedly become a titled Daoliu-level powerhouse. You must strive for it. Please, brother, do not mock me. Your first and second soul rings are both of the 10,000-year grade, and even your third soul ring is of the 100,000-year grade. Though it was a sacrifice from my mother to you, you truly are formidable. You live up to being my brother. This is no trivial matter. You have already reached 2 rings by the age of 10. Work hard, and one day you will avenge your mother with your own hands. At the mention of vengeance, Xiao Wu's expression turned sorrowful. Brother, do you think if my mother were still here, she would feel comforted? I believe that if she could see you now, she would indeed take pride in your growth. Now go, you must attend your class. After Xiao Wu departed, Bai Ying felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. This should resolve any issues. Host, there is something I am uncertain whether to say. Speak freely, system. Host, if you continue to flirt like this, your cultivation may stagnate. If Tang Sect surpasses you, it will be no fault of mine. Do you think I desire this? I can feel that my cultivation seems to have encountered a bottleneck. My soul power has reached level 27. I am so close to breaking through to level 30. Yet, despite countless attempts, I remain unable to advance. Your martial soul is a genuine divine grade 1, making it inherently more challenging to overcome cultivation bottlenecks than for ordinary individuals. However, rest assured, as long as you diligently complete tasks, I will find a way to expedite your progress. But you have not assigned any tasks at the moment. Rather than dwell on that, Bai Ying decided to procure an array of herbs, for in every fantasy narrative, protagonists must always be well prepared. After perusing the local market, he acquired various ordinary medicinal herbs to concoct potions. After a full afternoon of diligent work, he finally gathered all the necessary ingredients. Just as he was about to relax, a sudden, vigorous knocking echoed from the door. Not good. Teacher. Sister Xiao Wu, something has happened. What has transpired? What mischief has that girl gotten herself into this time? It is the senior student Xiao Qinyu who bullies us. Sister Xiao Wu has come forward to support us. Xiao Qinyu, you say? I have heard that his father is the Lord of Nodding City. It seems that when the tiger does not show its might, one truly believes it to be a sickly cat. Where did they engage in combat? That student, out of breath, reported that it was at the back mountain. Very well. I understand. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter. Those who dare to bully me shall face dire consequences. Little girl, I must say you possess quite an appealing appearance. Would you care to be my attendant? I am in need of one at this moment. Xiao Qinyu wore a smug expression, knowing full well that the current Xiao Wu was merely a first-year student. His soul power level was the highest in the entire academy. Xiao Lao, you say? Are you perhaps intimidated by me? Afraid that if you lose, you will become my attendant? Spare me your empty words. If we are to fight, let us engage without hesitation. Do you still remember what it means to be a man? Xiao Wu's face clearly displayed her impatience as Xiao Qinyu remarked. What a fiery little girl. Humph. Today I shall leave you searching for your teeth on the ground. No matter how high the opponent's cultivation level, he had the backing of senior students. After all, 2 fists struggle against 4 hands. Even if he could not defeat him alone, what did it matter when so many stood behind him? With this thought, confidence filled Xiao Qinyu's face. What are you few gathered here for? Xiao Wu, I believe I have told you not to engage in fights. Chapter 38, Taking Action. Moreover, you are all students. Instead of focusing on your studies, you choose to fight. Are you truly so idle? The sudden appearance of the white shadow startled everyone present, and in the presence of this esteemed teacher, all felt a profound sense of trepidation. At that moment, Tang Sect also arrived, intending to seize this opportunity to make a memorable impression in front of Xiao Wu. Indeed, it was Xiao Qinyu who instigated the matter. Brother, this time I genuinely did not initiate any conflict. My little subordinates have been bullied, and as their leader, if I do not stand up for them, what credibility would I have left? Bai Ying, observing the flustered expression of Xiao Qinyu, inquired. So it is you who has bullied my disciple, is it not? And what of it? Xiao Qinyu, though evidently lacking confidence, maintained a facade of bravado before his subordinates. Do you dare to engage in a duel with me? If you emerge victorious, you may have your way. However, should you find yourselves defeated, you shall return to your classes immediately. Rest assured, I will allow you to fight as a group. Upon witnessing Bai Ying's composed demeanor, Xiao Qinyu realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Do you dare to proceed? Quickly provide me with a definitive answer, or else you shall concede. Teacher, are you truly intent on battling us? Even though your rank surpasses ours, your age should be comparable to ours, at most merely 2 years. We have a considerable number on our side. Enough of this idle chatter. If that is your stance, then we implore you to impart your wisdom. With that, The multitude of students surged forward. Bai Ying smiled wholeheartedly and remarked that it is indeed an immoral act to bully the weak. Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. With a swift motion, Bai Ying propelled himself into the air and delivered a heavy kick to one of the students. Lu Long could not help but cry out in pain before collapsing to the ground. Utilizing him as a springboard, Bai Ying unleashed a flurry of punches. The sound of slaps echoing in succession, leaving distinct marks on the faces of all except Xiao Qinyu. Your father is the Lord of Nodding City. Today, I shall extend him a favor by sparing you. However, if you continue to conspire with the older students and allow my sister to be bullied, you can only imagine the consequences. Even if your father were to kneel before me, it may well be too late for your salvation. As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Bai Ying, and 3 soul rings began to rise slowly, revealing the ethereal image of a dragon. 3 rings, 2 of which were 1,000 years old. Such power is truly formidable and beyond challenge. Teacher, I was wrong. I genuinely regret my actions. Since you acknowledge your mistake, let us adhere to the agreement you made with Xiao Ji. However, I must caution you that this matter shall end here. Should you provoke trouble again, you know the consequences. At that moment, Tang San was utterly bewildered. Even he could not comprehend the identity of this teacher, who had attained the rank of a soul master at the tender age of 7. It was inconceivable that he lacked any backing. All right, everyone disperse. Brother, you are so handsome. Of course. Tang San hurriedly caught up, somewhat awkwardly addressing him, Teacher Bai. The crucial aspect was that the person before him was not much older. Perhaps just a year or 2. Is there something you need? The teacher said to check when you are available for a visit. What does Yu Xiaojing want from me? What is his intention? I understand, thank you. Xiao Wu, you and Xiao Sen go ahead. Upon arriving at Yu Xiaojing's study, Tang Sen inquired, what do you need from me? Faced with this hypocritical master, he could hardly muster a pleasant demeanor. I wish to discuss a transaction with you. A transaction? What could we possibly have to discuss? You previously claimed that my 10 core theories were erroneous. May I ask what evidence you possess? I genuinely wish to know. Just for this, I'll share with you today, since I'm in a good mood and have come to realize my error. Yu Xiaojing, of course, would never truly admit his faults. He merely sought to glean some valuable theoretical knowledge from Bai Ying. Additionally, he was eager to discern the current situation regarding Bibi Dong. Did you indeed bestow the Mandragora Snake Soul Ring as her first soul ring? Bai Ying settled down, resembling a dignified elder. However, this raises a significant concern. Do you truly comprehend the essence of the Soul Master theory? Are you aware of the fundamental conditions that give rise to dual spirits? Remember, only spirits with closely aligned qualities can manifest dual spirits. Although I am unaware of his second spirit, I can sense that it must be extraordinarily formidable. Can a soul master possessing dual spirits merely have a mundane blue-silver grass as their first spirit? Additionally, it is crucial to recognize that each individual's limits vary, which in turn affects their capacity to absorb spirit rings. As long as the body can endure, absorbing spirit rings exceeding 10,000 years is entirely feasible. Furthermore, regarding your so-called master, have you truly engaged in rigorous practice? Genuine theory necessitates a grounded approach to be deemed authentic. I understand, thank you. May I pose another inquiry? How is Bibi Dong faring? Since she confided in you about my matters, I trust you are her confidant. Could you share insights about her? Tend to your own affairs. Her matters do not require your concern. With that, he stormed out, and later that evening, Xiao Wu asked, is it possible for your soul to enter the Qiankuan divine ring? I'll give it a try, brother. Slowly exhaling, Xiao Wu found herself drawn into the ring, as if an irresistible force engulfed her. Once inside, she sensed an abundance of energy within the ring, far superior to that of the outside world. From this day forth, you need not attend classes at the academy. I will arrange for your leave with the teachers. You shall devote these days to training here. However, prior to that, the foremost priority is your physical form. The ability to absorb high-quality spirit rings hinges on your bodily endurance, which is currently alarmingly frail. Thus, instead of focusing solely on training, you should prioritize enhancing your physical strength. I expect you to reach the level of 3 spirits before graduation. What? That's utterly exhausting. Xiao Wu found herself unable to refuse, resigning to the challenge. Greetings, everyone. In this chapter, I must admit I struggled to convey my thoughts effectively. Originally, it was meant to transition directly to the journey towards Shrek Academy, but I felt compelled to include this segment, resulting in a somewhat lackluster execution. I hope for your understanding. The next chapter will undoubtedly feature what you are eager to see. Chapter 39. The Rescue of Zhu Zhuqing. The following day, Xiao Wu arrived at Nodding Academy, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Xiao Wu, did you not sleep well? You think I didn't? I merely trained excessively. Time passes swiftly. Under the influence of Bai Ying, Xiao Wu's relationship with Tang San has grown distant, unlike the closeness depicted in the original novel. As graduation approaches, Bai Ying has been feeling quite troubled, particularly because Yu Xiaojiang has repeatedly insisted that Xiao Wu attend Shrek Academy after her graduation. In an effort to escape his relentless pursuit, Bai Ying decided to take Xiao Wu away just a few days before graduation. Brother, why must we leave at this time? She asked. Because you are graduating, and moreover, I must carefully consider whether to return to the Spirit Hall or continue my journey across the continent, he replied. Brother, I do not wish to go to the Spirit Hall. My mother died because of that woman, and I will absolutely not go. Rest assured, I would never lead you into a den of danger. Our destination now is Soto City. According to Yu Xiaojiang, there exists a Shrek Academy, a place exclusively for geniuses. Really? That's wonderful. Bai Ying held no fondness for Shrek Academy. In truth, it was merely an institution of deceit. However, the system's demands necessitated a visit to Shrek Academy, compelling him to take Xiao Wu along the path towards it. As dusk approached, after a long day of travel, Xiao Wu had finally succumbed to slumber. Please complete the hidden task of rescuing Zhu Zhuqing. Reward: Zhu Zhuqing will become the most loyal servant to the host. Upon hearing this task, Bai Ying's spirits were lifted as he followed the system's guidance towards the distant woods. Second miss, do not blame us, blame your royal lineage. In the distance, dozens of cloaked figures had completely surrounded Zhu Zhuqing. Big sister, do you truly wish for my demise? Zhu Zhuqing's expression was cold, betraying not a hint of fear. At that moment, her left arm had been pierced by a sharp weapon, blood staining her leather attire, and she teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet, she understood that she could not falter. To do so would mean certain death. With a slight bow, she assumed a crawling position and exhaled deeply, charging towards the group of assailants. However, against overwhelming odds, she ultimately sustained injuries. Am I truly to perish here? Zhu Zhuqing, how can I accept this fate? Boss, she is quite appealing. Shall we indulge ourselves? One of the black-clad men suggested. What are you thinking? Do you realize the magnitude of this situation? She belongs to the Zhu family of the Star Luo royal clan. If the Zhu family learns of this, you will regret it. One man warned another. Boss, if you don't speak of it, who will know? Besides, in this desolate wilderness, she cannot escape. Don't you wish to savor her taste? One of the figures cloaked in black displayed an exceedingly lascivious expression, his gaze fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, evoking a profound sense of revulsion within her. You dare to treat me in such a manner? The Xingluo royal family shall never let you off the hook. Second miss, do you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation? Once you are dead, this matter shall remain concealed, and even if it were to come to light, it would merely serve as a lesson for us. Oh dear, second miss, how pitiable you are. In your quest for that useless prince, you ventured alone into the Heaven Do Empire, and now you find yourself facing death in this desolate wilderness. It truly pains me for you. I have heard that inept prince, Dai Mu Bai, has been indulging in debauchery to evade the imperial succession conflict. Does he even deserve your loyalty? As the sinister figures approached, they wore malicious smirks, inching closer to Zhu Zhuqing. With her left hand tightly gripping a dagger, she knew that despite her injuries, she was still capable of launching an attack. Do you not feel ashamed, bullying a young girl like this? A voice suddenly pierced the tranquility of the night. The black-clad figures momentarily froze, startled by the unexpected sound, pausing to scan their surroundings in search of its source. At that moment, Bai Ying appeared, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he had emerged from the shadows like a ghost, seamlessly blending into the night. His gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, under the moonlight. Her delicate features appeared even more pallid, yet the determination in her eyes remained unwavering. Blood trickled from her left arm, yet she seemed impervious to pain, resolutely clutching her dagger, prepared to confront any imminent threat. In the heart of Bai Ying, a silent admiration arose. It was truly astonishing. The black bodysuit clung to her form, quivering slightly with her movements, exquisitely outlining her curvaceous silhouette. Under the moonlight, her skin radiated a delicate jade hue, resembling an ethereal sprite, pure and extraordinary. The standard curve of her figure, accentuated by the bodysuit, appeared even more pronounced, akin to two majestic peaks standing proudly. Her cool demeanor resembled the solitary plum blossom in winter, aloof, yet undeniably captivating. Is it amusing for so many of you to bully a single person? One of them questioned. Who are you to interfere with our affairs? Do you comprehend our status? Oh, and what status might that be? Came the retort. As the saying goes, this mountain is mine, and this tree is planted by me. If you wish to pass, you must leave a toll. It is unacceptable to bully a weak woman on my territory. Brother, cease your prattle and eliminate him directly. Kill me? Do you truly believe you can? The leader of the group, observing the confidence emanating from the man before him, understood he was a formidable opponent. I advise you to steer clear of this matter, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. We are nobles of the Silla Kingdom, the illustrious Zhu family. If you depart now, the Zhu family will be immensely grateful. Members of the royal Zhu family of the Silla Kingdom? Then I certainly cannot let you go. Had you been ordinary folk, I might have considered sparing you. But as nobles, I must apologize. Remember this. It is the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Bai Ying, who seeks your life. When you descend, do not forget. How could a member of the Spirit Hall be present here? A voice questioned. Even if you are from the Spirit Hall, are you certain you wish to intervene? I will involve myself in matters before me, especially since I have taken a liking to him and wish for him to be mine. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiqing was instantly taken aback, realizing she had ventured from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Chapter 40. Zhu Zhiqing's servant. We must depart quickly. This individual's power is undoubtedly formidable. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhiqing's movements, Bai Ying intuitively comprehended his intentions. He then spoke, I advise you to remain here obediently. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Once I have dealt with this worthless group, you shall belong to me. I had not anticipated discovering such a story here, a royal noble. It seems my gains shall be considerable. At this moment, Bai Ying regarded the black-clad individuals with an air of amusement. Flee if you can, should you manage to escape. It would be a testament to your fate. I shall grant you a reprieve. What say you? The black-clad figures, incensed by his words, rose in indignation. After all, they were formidable soul masters of the Soul King and Soul Sovereign ranks, and judging by his youthful appearance, he could not be all that formidable. In the next instant, 3 soul rings began to rise slowly. Bai Ying, adorned with a bronze mask, concealed his aura, revealing the most standard configuration of soul rings. 100 years, another 100 years, and 1,000 years. I had expected a greater challenge, yet you are merely a 3-ring soul sovereign. Look at our numbers. Can we not vanquish you? Advance and eliminate him. With the first soul skill, Shadow Dragon Roar, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed in the minds of all present, inducing an excruciating pain within their skulls. The second soul skill, Shadow Dragon Claw, was unleashed, and with a series of sickening cracks, several black-clad figures were torn asunder. I offered you a chance to escape, yet you sought your own demise. There is a saying, when enemies not only refuse to surrender but dare to attack, they are courting death. The gruesome fates of the fallen members of the He family left the remaining black-clad figures utterly paralyzed with fear, prompting them to flee in a frenzy. You had your opportunity to run, but chose not to. Now you wish to escape. What does this say about my dignity? Temporal Blade. Time Seal. In an instant, the surrounding space froze, a gust of wind sweeping through. When time resumed its flow, they were astonished to find their heads severed, their bodies truly disjointed. How is this possible? Who are you? I never anticipated the dead to be so verbose. Thus, Bai Ying concluded his encounter with those adversaries. Bai Ying's gaze settled upon Zhu Zhiqing, observing her injured state with profound concern. He felt a pang of sympathy. What if this resulted in a scar? That would mean he could no longer fully enjoy the company of this little cat. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The slave seal has been issued. Will you accept it? Yes. As the words left his lips, a beam of light surged into Zhu Zhiqing's body with astonishing swiftness. Who are you? Fear etched across Zhu Zhiqing's face as she retreated step by step. Who am I? You need only remember one thing. I am now your master. Master? No, I have no master. Zhu Zhiqing rose slowly, her left arm wounded, yet her eyes burned with lethal intent as she gripped the dagger tightly. I care not who you are, begone. 2 soul rings materialized beneath her feet, signaling her readiness for attack. What a disobedient little cat. Do you truly believe you can resist me? Begone. With her first soul skill, the Phantom Stab, Zhu Zhiqing launched her attack towards Bai Ying. Just as her strike was about to connect, Bai Ying lightly coughed and settled himself comfortably. In the next instant, Zhu Zhiqing's body betrayed her, forcing her to sit down abruptly, devoid of control. What is happening? Why can't I control my body? What have you done to me? What have I done? I have simply made you my exclusive little cat. The Star Luo royal family is a significant acquisition. How could I possibly allow you to leave so easily? Are you not afraid the Star Luo Empire will come after you for this? Do they dare to trouble me? Do you honestly think that is a possibility? My identity is that of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. I am backed by the entire Spirit Hall. Besides, who could possibly prove that I took you? Even if they could, do you believe the Star Luo Empire would offend the entire Spirit Hall over you? Moreover, if you wish to survive, you must obey. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. How she longed to rush forward and eliminate this man. Yet her body remained under an unyielding grip of power, completely immobilized. Do not harbor such delusions. I have already secretly seized control of your body, and you shall not escape my grasp. I will kill you one day. Zhu Zhuqing hissed through clenched teeth, her hands tightly balled into fists. I shall await that day. But for now, becoming my servant is your only choice. Rise. I will take you to tend to your wounds, lest they scar and diminish your beauty. Upon hearing those words, Zhu Zhuqing wore an expression of helplessness. Just as she intended to refuse, her body, seemingly possessed, moved uncontrollably toward the distant woods. The excruciating pain coursing through her body, coupled with her inability to exert control, brought tears to her once serene face, rendering her a pitiful sight. Before long, the agony overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse to the ground. Noticing that Zhu Zhuqing's wounds had begun to fester, the white figure was compelled to halt. He slowly crouched down beside her. His face twisted in disdain as he harshly uttered, "You must not die. Otherwise, I will suffer greatly." Subsequently, to his astonishment, he began to part her garments. Pervert. Cretin. With a sharp sound, Zhu Zhuqing's palm struck his face with considerable force. The entire being of Bai Ying was utterly bewildered. Was it not said that complete control could be exerted? Why was he able to break free? What is the meaning of this system? You must provide me with a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I shall not let you off the hook. Apologies, there was a minor issue with the system's functionality, but rest assured. It has been resolved now. A minor issue, you say? It resulted in my being struck. My handsome visage has been marred. Do you comprehend the extent of this injury to my dignity? Zhu Zhuqing never anticipated that she could instinctively desire to control her own body. Yet she found herself incapable of doing so. Fear began to creep into Zhu Zhuqing's heart, realizing the gravity of her predicament. Now that you have discovered fear. Very well, once you have healed, I shall hold you accountable. When that time comes, I shall ensure that this debt is repaid. You may either end my life now and grant me release, or cease your taunts. Such tactics are futile against me. Besides, I cannot bear to harm such a beautiful woman. Your value remains significant. I am in need of someone to warm my bed, and you fit the bill perfectly. What do you think? My arrangements are quite favorable, are they not? To provide warmth to my bed is indeed an honor for you. Take joy in that, and express your gratitude toward me. Chapter 41. Taking a catgirl as a wife. As a noble of the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing possessed her own temperament, and she certainly would not acquiesce. Have you yet to realize your current circumstances? You are at my mercy. The power of life and death rests firmly in my hands. I have numerous methods to deal with women. Would you care to test them? You despicable wretch. Taking advantage of the vulnerable. Bai Ying, however, broke into a smile and remarked, as the saying goes, in warfare, deceit is paramount, as long as one can achieve their goals. Any means are permissible. The strong survive while the weak perish. Nature selects the fittest. As a noble of the Xinglua Empire, you surely understand this principle. Bai Ying spoke up, remarking on your resolute demeanor, suggesting that you still possess a measure of strength. Do not succumb to despair. The white shadow directly placed Zhu Zhuqing into his storage soul guide. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already well past midnight. He turned on the faucet, filling the tub with water, and then added a generous amount of the concocted medicinal solution. Finally, he released Zhu Zhuqing, who still wore an expression of defiance. Undressing, he remarked on the overwhelming scent emanating from her, declaring that she desperately needed a proper bath. Impossible, Zhu Zhuqing retorted vehemently. I have already stated that this is not up to you. Controlling her body, he compelled her to remove her garments one by one. You beast. Once I find an opportunity, I will not spare you, Zhu Zhuqing said, tears brimming in her eyes, yet her actions remained unwavering. Soon, she had shed all her clothing, revealing her fair skin, marred by a multitude of scars. As her delicate feet entered the tub, she immediately sensed her body heating up. This is my meticulously crafted solution. You are indeed fortunate, he remarked. This potion also had the power to alleviate fatigue and restore strength. Bai Ying's gaze settled upon the harrowing scars adorning Zhu Zhuqing's form, and his expression softened slightly. He spoke gently. It appears that you have endured your fair share of assassination attempts. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her teeth, a defiant glimmer flickering in her eyes as she coldly retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Despite her tone laden with disdain, Bai Ying discerned a profound sense of fear and unease lurking beneath her bravado. The white shadow remained silent, merely gazing at her with an enigmatic stillness. The pale figure bestowed a faint smile, his gaze exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. "You are now my servant, and this is an immutable truth," he declared, his fingers delicately tracing the soft curve of Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, as if admiring a rare masterpiece. A shiver coursed through Zhu Zhuqing's body, her eyes momentarily flickering with a blend of anger and fear. She bit her lower lip tightly, stifling any sound that might escape her. Deep down, she understood that she possessed no power to resist. She could only submit to the whims of this enigmatic man. The pale silhouette seemed quite pleased with Zhu Zhuqing's reaction. He slowly released his grip and turned to walk towards the door. "Remember, I am your master. Your life and death, your honor and disgrace, lie within my whims. By the way, after your bath, do not forget the attire I specifically procured for you." Zhu Zhuqing trembled all over, her pearly teeth clenched, her eyes brimming with despair. She never imagined that her quest to find Dai Mubai in the Heaven Do Empire would lead to her abduction, reduced to this unfortunate fate. She pondered whether it was the degradation of morality or the injustice of destiny that had brought her to this point. "I must escape. I must free myself. I must find Dai Mubai," she silently encouraged herself. After a while, her gaze fell upon a garment in the bathroom. It was a meticulously crafted cat ear outfit, perfectly tailored to her figure. She had to admit that it was indeed a stunning piece. With a sigh, she ultimately resolved to step out of the bathtub and, in a moment of humiliation, don the attire. The instant Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the bathroom, the pale figure was utterly taken aback. The outfit seemed exceedingly large for her, and it exuded a provocative allure. To his surprise, he realized that this was the reward bestowed by the system. Bai Ying gazed intently at Zhu Zhuqing, resembling a famished wolf. "Come here," he commanded. Two simple words that instantly shifted Zhu Zhuqing's previously relaxed demeanor into one of palpable tension as she approached him. "All right. I will now tend to your wounds. By the way, what do you think of this outfit? I designed it myself. Isn't it quite exquisite?" Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, Zhu Zhuqing momentarily paused, soon comprehending his intent. She lowered her gaze to the cat-eared attire enveloping her form, then raised her eyes to meet his, a flicker of complex emotion passing through them. Though the attire evoked a sense of humiliation, she could not deny that it indeed accentuated her figure flawlessly. The pale shadow approached Zhu Zhuqing, gently cradling her wrist as he meticulously bandaged her wound. His movements were tender and deft. Before long, the injury was completely attended to. "There you go. Your wound has been treated," he remarked. "It is quite late now, and we should retire for the night. As the saying goes, an early night makes for a healthier body." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly sprang up, swiftly retreating to the side. Her eyes filled with wariness as she fixed her gaze upon the man. "I was momentarily touched, yet it is clear that all of this is a fade." With such thoughts, her body instinctively adopted a defensive posture, while the pale shadow chuckled and remarked, "You are still too young. I have no interest in children." At his words, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, her mind quietly rebelling. "In what way am I small? Is it here or there? Well then, if you choose not to sleep, you may as well stay close to me. I, for one, intend to rest. After a long night of activity, I am utterly exhausted. Oh, and do not touch those bottles on the table. They contain poisons I have specially concocted. Just remember, do not touch them. What are you truly aiming for?" She inquired. "What am I aiming for? Haven't you already discerned it? To acquire a lovely little cat as a female slave, it is quite an enjoyable experience." He paused for a moment before adding, "All right, no more jesting. You can either sleep on the sofa, rest assured. I am merely a heart willing but powerless." With that, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained on high alert, facing this steadfast stranger with an unprecedented sense of vigilance. What was his true intention in bringing her here? I must make a choice swiftly, otherwise my purity will inevitably be tainted by him. Right? I can still exert control over my body, she thought. Did he not claim that the jars contain poison? If I consume the poison and bide my time, perhaps there will be an opportunity. With a resolute spirit, she moved to the table's edge, disregarding all caution, and swallowed the contents of the vials without hesitation. The potent effects of the poison surged through Zhu Zhuqing's body, inflicting excruciating pain that caused beads of cold sweat to form on her brow, her breathing becoming increasingly labored. Am I to perish? Perhaps death would be preferable, for then I would no longer be beholden to my family. As she spoke, a look of relief crossed her face. However, the intense pain did not persist for long. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Could this poison truly be ineffective? Was he deceiving her, intentionally leading her astray? With despair enveloping her, her sobs echoed throughout the room, stirring the pale shadow from his slumber. Enough of the tears, he murmured groggily. Bai Ying descended from the bed, intending to embrace Zhu Zhuqing, only to suddenly realize that all of the meticulously prepared medicine had vanished. Gazing at the empty bottles, Bai Ying felt a pang of heartache, as if his very blood were being drawn from him. Do you have any idea how much effort I invested in this? You wish to consume poison and end your life, do you not? Zhu Zhuqing's silence served as an implicit acknowledgement. Bai Ying, in anguish, covered his face. A blend of relief and profound regret etched upon his features. Why did I not put everything away? The medicine, once intact, is now all gone, utterly vanished. Everything has been lost. The white shadow suddenly recalled something significant and turned to Zhu Zhuqing. How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? He inquired. These medicines are all restorative. There are very few vials of poison left, most of which I have already used. Therefore, none of these remedies can possibly harm you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The joy stemmed from the realization that she could still live, while the sorrow arose from her continued captivity in the clutches of this demon. Gradually, Zhu Zhuqing rose to her feet and gazed at the man before her. What do you intend to do with me? You may kill or mutilate me at your discretion. How Navi you are? If I were to kill you, would not my efforts be in vain? I refuse to engage in a losing venture, he retorted. After consuming so much, do you not believe your body can endure further? My heavenly snow silkworm, my millennium ginseng, and my ice spirit fruit and fire spirit fruit, are you aware that the potions you have ingested are concocted from these exquisite celestial herbs? Do you truly feel nothing at all? These precious medicinal herbs possess an exceedingly potent nature. Even a mere sip could endanger the life of an ordinary person. With an air of defiance, Zhu Zhuqing responded, how could anything possibly happen to me? I am perfectly fine. Either you release me now, or I will persist in my actions. Release you? That is a fanciful notion, he scoffed. Do not assume I lack the courage to kill you. How dare you act so brazenly before me? I initially intended to converse with you, yet you seem determined to court your own demise. With that, Zhu Zhuqing was swept up by the white shadow and placed upon the bed. She shut her eyes tightly, as if this gesture would grant her a semblance of safety. However, unbeknownst to Zhu Zhuqing, the white shadow produced a feather. In a moment, you shall experience the taste of torment. I trust you will relish it. Zhu Zhuqing pondered what harm a single feather could inflict upon her. Yet, to her astonishment, the white shadow proceeded to remove her shoes and socks. A chill enveloped her feet, and the feather glided gently across her soles, akin to a soft breeze brushing by. Yet, this breeze carried an indescribable ticklish sensation that compelled her to withdraw her foot involuntarily. She struggled to maintain her composure, but the tickling sensation seemed enchanted, causing her toes to curl and her feet to squirm. She yearned to suppress her laughter, yet it erupted from the depths of her being, uncontrollable. Zhu Zhuqing's laughter echoed throughout the room as her body trembled involuntarily, and her expression became contorted. She longed to escape this torment, but the firm grasp on her ankle prevented her from fleeing. Ha! Ha ha! The relentless laughter left Zhu Zhuqing feeling despondent. So what do you say? Will you acknowledge your mistakes? Bai Ying gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and chuckled, finding himself amused as well. How about a fair duel? Resorting to such underhanded schemes is hardly commendable. Gradually, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer endure the taunts and ceased her laughter. Her mirth faded, leaving her cheeks flushed. Her breath quickened, and her chest rising and falling erratically. Her eyes sparkled with fury, yet were tinged with a hint of helplessness. She struggled to sit up, but Bai Ying gently restrained her. What is this? Still unwilling to concede? A glimmer of mockery flickered in Bai Ying's gaze as he released her, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to rise. She shot him a glare, but offered no response. Her heart brimmed with humiliation and rage, yet she recognized that, at this moment, she was no match for this man. She needed to maintain her composure and seek an opportunity. The pale shadow regarded her, a flicker of admiration glimmering in his eyes. He recognized that this woman, though obstinate, possessed a keen intellect. He would not easily relinquish his hold on her. Yet he would also not allow her demise to come so swiftly. What he desired was her submission to him. For today, he would let the matter rest. But should she err again, the consequences would mirror those of this day. With that, the pale shadow reclined and enveloped Zhu Zhuqing in a firm embrace, wary of any mischief she might conjure. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing felt as if a fire had ignited within her being, leaving her breathless. An uncontrollable blaze surged through her veins. Her cheeks flushed as if scorched by flames. Her heartbeat quickened, threatening to leap from her chest. She cast her gaze downward, witnessing a delicate blush blossoming upon her skin, reminiscent of being seared by intense heat. This fire ravaged not only her skin, but also coursed through her very blood. She sensed her body being consumed by this inferno. Trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? What have you done to me? I shall never forgive you for this, you scoundrel. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes began to cloud, her body seemingly drawn by an invisible force, propelling her towards the pale shadow against her will. The rhythm of her heartbeat echoed in her ears, as if it were poised to escape her chest. Her cheeks burned, her lips parted slightly, releasing soft moans intermittently. Humph, given the number of restorative potions you've consumed, it would be peculiar if you were unaffected. You should count yourself fortunate that I am not the type to take advantage of a vulnerable state. Otherwise, I could have easily taken advantage of you by now. Zhu Zhuqing, struggling to maintain her composure, threatened, Dare you? Chapter 43. What do I have to fear? I have nothing to fear, Zhu Zhuqing asserted, clinging to her dwindling rationality. Should I lose my purity, I shall first take your life, and then my own. Bai Ying remarked that you stubbornly resist, and I shall observe how long you can endure. As time passed, Zhu Zhuqing felt an increasing heat enveloping her body. She gasped for air, her gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. Her red lips could not help but swallow, and she found herself succumbing to an uncontrollable desire. I must leave at once, she thought. With this resolution, Zhu Zhuqing braced herself, rising from the bed, her body trembling as she leaned against the wall and made her way toward the door. Just as she steadied herself and took a step forward, a sudden weakness overtook her, threatening to send her crashing to the ground. In that moment, Bai Ying swiftly caught her, supporting her firmly. Going out now will not resolve anything, he said. And rest assured, as my woman, you shall want for nothing. Do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing's mind was clouded. Muddled as she protested that she could not stay, that she must leave. Yet, the strange sensations coursing through her body compelled her to halt, her gaze fixed upon the man before her. Bai Ying leaned his entire body against her, and Zhu Zhuqing instinctively drew closer. Bai Ying felt the warmth of the person in his embrace. How can you endure this for so long? Zhu Zhuqing, utterly captivating, seemed to possess an enchanting charm in her eyes, transforming into an embodiment of allure. It's so cold. Come a bit closer, my body feels so hot. The sound emanating from Zhu Zhuqing sent a shiver through Bai Ying, who gazed at her and swallowed hard. My little kitty, you brought this upon yourself, so you cannot blame me. The longer they lingered, the more muddled Zhu Zhuqing's intentions became, and in the next moment, she embraced Bai Ying and kissed him passionately. What is happening? Although, my little kitty has taken the initiative. You are indeed Dai Mubai's fiancé. Are you truly willing to give yourself to me? I wish to be with you. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's boldness, Bai Ying could no longer suppress the fire within him and abruptly pinned her down. Their struggle was intense. Before they realized it, dawn broke. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly awoke, glancing at the disheveled marks on her body and the crimson stain on the sheets. What have I done last night? The mere thought of her experiences plunged Zhu Zhuqing into despair, feeling as though she had fallen into hell. As she looked at the sleeping Bai Ying, a surge of murderous intent welled up within her. Sensing her hostility, Bai Ying slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, filled with malice. What's wrong? Did you sleep well last night? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing, filled with rage, retorted, I will kill you, you scoundrel who tarnished my innocence. By heaven's grace, you were the one who initiated it. I had no ulterior motives. I even asked you. Have you forgotten? Bai Ying protested. Besides, did I force you to take those pills? They are extremely precious, each vial worth its weight in gold. You took the medicine and then engaged in such acts with me. Now you accuse me? Is there no justice in this world? Zhu Zhuqing, realizing she had no grounds to refute him, felt as though her reckless actions had led to this predicament. You wicked villain, what am I to do now? Zhu Zhuqing broke down completely, unable to hold on any longer, and wept aloud. You've ruined my innocence. If Dai Mubai finds out, he will not spare me. The thought of Dai Mubai and her family ignited a resolute decision within Zhu Zhuqing. I must kill you. After that, I will take my own life. With a smile, Bai Ying remarked, you have a better choice. Join the spirit hall. Rest assured, I shall treat you well. You beast, I want you dead. I want you dead. In a swift motion, Zhu Zhuqing lunged at Bai Ying's neck. However, Bai Ying's physique was remarkably resilient, impervious to her assault. After a moment, Zhu Zhuqing realized there was not a single mark left on his neck. The white shadow spoke, do not waste your efforts. My physical form is exceptionally strong. And with your current strength, you cannot inflict any harm upon me. The reason you seek Dai Mu Bai is that you wish to survive, is it not? The Star Luo royal family, through its ruthless competition, will yield but one king. Why not choose me? I can offer you a chance to live. I am far superior to Dai Mu Bai. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing continue to weep without pause, the white shadow added, Zhu Zhuqing, I now present you with a choice. You may leave at once to search for Dai Mu Bai, but the likelihood of your death is considerable. Alternatively, you may join the spirit hall, where I can assure you of your safety, as long as you obey. In time, I will assist you in avenging your sister. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing regained her composure and retorted, on what grounds do you believe you can oppose the entire Star Luo Empire? What gives you that right? Simply my strength, he replied confidently. In the future, I shall undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the Soul Master Realm in Doa continent. And the entire Star Luo Empire will inevitably bow before me. That is my assurance. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, while the white shadow, displaying an air of indifference, rose and began to wash up. After some time, Zhu Zhuqing asked, will you take responsibility for me? Of course, he replied. A true man must take responsibility for his actions. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's emotional state stabilize, the white shadow approached her bedside. In a deep voice, he continued, yesterday, I assisted you. Should you not offer me some form of compensation? Compensation? I was the one who suffered. She retorted, you benefited while I was at a loss, and now you seek to play the victim? Very well, I shall compensate you properly now. After all the trouble you endured last night, I will ensure you are well compensated today. Zhu Zhuqing's mind raced back to the events of the previous night, her cheeks flushing crimson as she exclaimed, how will you compensate me? You will find out shortly. Before Zhu Zhuqing could react, the white shadow lunged at her like a ravenous wolf, startling her. Goodness, is he some kind of perpetual motion machine? She thought, feeling utterly unable to resist, and left to accept her fate passively. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of aversion. But soon, a surprising delight began to surface within her. She found herself becoming more proactive. Half an hour later, exhausted and curled in the embrace of the white shadow, she sighed softly, you will take responsibility for me, will you not? Absolutely, rest assured, he replied. With me, you need not worry, everything will be fine. I will take care of your fiancé. All you need to do is be my little kitten. I am no mere kitten, I am a wildcat. Chapter 44, A Clash of Wills. A wildcat can indeed inflict wounds. Zhu Zhuqing spoke with an air of triumph, declaring, let me inform you, I have now boarded your ship of deceit. If you cannot treat me well, I shall ensure that we meet our demise together. With a gentle exertion of force, Bai Ying playfully slapped Zhu Zhuqing's pert backside, saying, let us refrain from uttering such ominous phrases as mutual destruction. Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. In fact, I find this little wildcat quite endearing. Zhu Zhuqing felt a blush creep across her cheeks as she registered the playful gesture, letting out an involuntary sound of surprise. Regardless, I am resolutely by your side, she declared, before leaning in to kiss him, a move that startled Bai Ying momentarily. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of spring's awakening. Meanwhile, Xiaowu finally roused from her slumber and tidied herself up. Brother, are you still asleep? She mused, recalling how he often teased her for being a lazy bug. Now, it seemed he was the one sleeping like a log. Well, considering he has been relatively kind to me, I suppose I shall reluctantly wake him. As she approached the door, she was startled by another voice. Brother, are you awake? Upon recognizing Xiaowu's voice, both Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing responded in unison. Bai Ying said, not yet. I am just getting ready. Who is that outside? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. The voice sounded familiar, and she wondered if it belonged to another girl. What if my fiancé is outside? Would you believe me? He replied, never mind that for now. I must hurry and get dressed. A peculiar feeling stirred within Zhu Zhuqing. She had long suspected that the man before her was not devoted solely to her, but hearing the words escape his lips filled her with a sense of disillusionment. After all her efforts to find a man who satisfied her desires, she was disheartened to realize he could not be exclusively hers. Brother, are you all right? I'm coming in, Xiao Wu announced, and before she could finish her sentence, she pushed the door open. Zhu Zhuqing and Bai Ying exchanged glances with Xiao Wu, who appeared momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the two of them together. Once they had dressed, Xiao Wu pointed at Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Who is she, brother?" Bai Ying began, "Allow me to introduce you to Zhu Zhuqing, my newly acquired maidservant." She continued, "Maidservant, brother, do you not think I have been wronged? Truly, you are a fickle heart, for aside from me, there are others. Have you forsaken me?" A torrent of inquiries prompted Bai Ying to hastily clarify. "Brother does not wish to abandon you. It is merely that he finds it difficult to resist his emotions. Do you understand? Rest assured, since I have given my word, your parents shall not retract their promise." Zhu Zhuqing, regaining her cold composure, appeared markedly different from moments prior. Upon hearing the term maidservant, her expression subtly shifted. Yet she swiftly returned to her usual demeanor. "Humph, indeed, a maidservant. I am of the esteemed Xinglo royal lineage, not merely a maidservant. Moreover, is there anyone as exquisite as I in that role?" Little Wu interjected, "Is that true? You must not deceive me. When have I ever deceived you?" He replied, and with the swiftness of a fleeting shadow, he leaned in to kiss Little Wu. She trembled slightly, her body responding before her mind, and she found herself overwhelmed by her emotions. This scene, even for the thick-skinned Zhu Zhuqing, was somewhat awkward. "Do you not see others present? Furthermore, you insufferable man. You bully me and now are brazenly courting another woman before my eyes, as if I were invisible." As they slowly parted, Little Wu, with a flushed face, remarked, "Brother, you smell delightful. I adore it. It seems that brother still holds me in his heart. Now I can rest easy." Bai Ying exhaled a sigh of relief within his heart, realizing that managing relationships with women was more challenging than scaling the heavens. "Host, please continue to strive. This system holds great expectations for you. It is said that harem dynamics are prone to igniting conflict." "Oh, mischievous system, spare me the jests. What reward awaits me today?" "Congratulations, host, you have gained a 3-level enhancement in soul power." As the system's voice faded, Bai Ying felt a sudden rupture of his previous limitations. He had long possessed a soul power level of 32 but had been unable to advance until now, reaching level 35. Level 35, the system truly delivers. Thus, the trio continued their journey, yet Bai Ying sensed an unsettling atmosphere throughout the trek. Although Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing maintained a facade of composure, the way they regarded him sent shivers down his spine. "It's over. I'm truly finished." Even with their utmost speed, it took Bai Ying and his companions 2 days to arrive at Soto City. During this time, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were constantly at odds with one another. Both were vying for his affection, with Xiao Wu claiming her dear brother, while Zhu Zhuqing was equally fervent, if not more so. She was acutely aware of her dwindling options. Having betrayed Dai Mubai, her only recourse was to rely on Bai Ying. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing often made a point of displaying her affection in front of Xiao Wu, asserting her position as the woman he cherished most in the present. Bai Ying, being astutely observant, had certainly noticed the dynamics unfolding over the past 2 days, where she found herself either mediating disputes or en route to do so. These two women were indeed formidable, almost akin to living deities, and it was a challenge he could hardly afford to confront. At long last, they arrived at Soto City, which lay within the kingdom of Balak, a realm that wielded considerable military power over the Tian Empire, rendering it the mightiest among the empire's vassal states. Were it not for the Tian royal family retaining control over military mobilization, it was likely that the kingdom of Balak would have seized the opportunity to usurp power long ago. Presently, the situation was exacerbated by the rampant corruption within the Tian royal family and the egregious exploitation of the lower classes, reaching alarming proportions. Among these vassal states, aside from obligatory tributes, everything operated with complete autonomy, contributing to the further decline of the Tian Empire. Finally, after 2 exhaustive days of travel, they had arrived. As Xiao Wu gazed around Soto City, her curiosity compelled her to look left and right. "Brother, this Soto City is utterly unlike Nodding City. Will you accompany me to explore it thoroughly?" "Of course," he replied. "What do you think of Shrek Academy? I am genuinely eager to learn more. Let us find a place to rest first. How about that one over there?" she suggested, pointing in a certain direction. With her heart brimming with boundless imagination for the future, the trio approached the entrance of a hotel. "The Rose Grand Hotel. What a splendid name," Xiao Wu remarked, gesturing towards the establishment. "Look at the decor. It truly is exquisite." However, Zhu Zhuqing and Bai Ying were acutely aware that this was undoubtedly a couple's hotel. Chapter 45. Rest Xiao Wu bounced inside with enthusiasm, while Zhu Zhuqing shot a disapproving glance at Bai Ying and, lowering her voice, said, "You insufferable man, just wait. What does this have to do with me? I'm the victim here," he retorted. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing spotted someone remarkably familiar. In the distance, a golden-haired man was approaching, flanked by two lovely sisters who appeared to be quite affectionate with him. This man was someone Zhu Zhuqing would never forget. He was the very reason she had come to the Tiandou Empire, Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing never expected to encounter Dai Mubai in such a manner. Should she approach him? If so, in what capacity? It felt as though her body had frozen in place, rendering her unable to move. She longed to confront Dai Mubai and inquire about the identities of the two women beside him. But then, she pondered, how was she any different from him? And what right did she have to cast judgment? Contemplating this, her expression shifted, a change that Bai Ying certainly noticed. "Isn't that your fiancé? Why not go say hello?" Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted dramatically as she suddenly turned around, only to be met with the enigmatic smile of the white figure. She promptly declared, "I have long severed all ties with him. Do not jest, for I am already yours." "I hope that is true. Shall I bring a mask?" The figure continued. "I can sense your trepidation. Your heart must be racing uncontrollably at this moment, is it not?" Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to the assertion. Bai Ying produced a bronze mask and spoke, suggesting that if one is unsure how to confront him, it might be wise to refrain from doing so for the time being. As for our relationship, if you prefer not to engage with him or feel too timid to face him, you may allow me to converse with him instead. I believe he is a perceptive individual and will know what course of action is in his best interest." Zhu Zhuqing promptly responded, acknowledging their shared upbringing as childhood friends. "I am yours now. Please do not harm him, I beseech you." With a sigh, she conceded, "Very well, in consideration of your feelings. I shall refrain from taking action for now, provided he does not provoke any trouble." Upon arriving at the hotel, a wave of rose fragrance enveloped them, instantly easing Zhu Zhuqing's tension. Xiao Wu, displaying her displeasure, remarked, "Brother, why did you take so long?" "All right, we are here now," Bai Ying replied. The receptionist at the front desk regarded Bai Ying with a look of shared understanding, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. The receptionist inquired about their accommodation. "Good news. We have only 2 rooms left." Her gaze lingered on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, revealing a hint of envy. Though Zhu Zhuqing wore a mask, it could not entirely conceal her icy shyness. This was her first visit to such a place, as a member of the Star Luo royal family. "What am I thinking?" Zhu Zhuqing pondered, grappling with her emotions. "You have forgotten Dai Mubai. Look at him now. He has moved on, and so must you. Do not forget. You are another man's now. If you were to encounter him, what identity would you assume in his presence? Let us proceed. It is time to rest." Bai Ying's words jolted Zhu Zhuqing from her reverie. She cast one last glance at the entrance. The hotel's decor was simplistic, yet immediately comprehensible. As they ventured deeper, the scent of roses intensified, imparting an extraordinarily comforting sensation that seemed to wash away their fatigue. The doors to the rooms were adorned in various colors, each representing different types of roses. Upon opening the door, a subtle aroma of roses wafted in, enveloping the room in a gentle, warm hue. The walls were painted a deep black, reminiscent of the night sky, mysterious and profound. At the center of the room lay a grand bed, with black sheets and pillowcases embroidered with silver rose patterns, exuding both nobility and elegance. A beautifully crafted bedside lamp cast a warm glow, adding a touch of coziness to the room. Bai Ying gazed at the sign at the entrance, which boldly proclaimed black and sensual. Instantly, he swallowed, his gaze shifting to Zhu Zhuqing. "It appears I have made an excellent choice. Brother, the rooms in this hotel are remarkably spacious, far larger than our dormitory at the academy. Of course, what do you think this place is?" After such a long time, they could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite. Entering the bathroom, he turned on the faucet, preparing to indulge in a luxurious bath. Yet, the sound of rushing water could not mask Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety. While Xiao Wu might remain oblivious, Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of the true nature of this place. Though she continually urged herself to remain composed, how could she possibly maintain her calm in such circumstances? The pale figure slowly shed her garments, preparing to indulge in a soothing bath. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu lay on the expansive bed, rolling back and forth. At that moment, a voice echoed from the bathroom. "Zhu Qing, I need to speak with you. Please come in." Zhu Zhuqing's heart skipped a beat, as if ensnared by an invisible hand. Standing at the threshold of the bathroom, she clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, her heart awash with unease and hesitation. She understood that there was no escaping her fate. She could only confront it. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and pushed open the bathroom door. The sight before her rendered her momentarily speechless. There stood the pale figure in the bathtub, enveloped in mist, his skin appearing even more flawless under the soft glow of the light. His profound gaze was fixed upon her, as though he sought to penetrate the depths of her soul. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced anew, feeling irresistibly drawn to the intensity of his stare, unable to divert her gaze. Biting her lower lip, she endeavored to conceal her fluster. Zhuqing, what are you thinking? Come and give my shoulders a rub. The light-hearted teasing from the pale figure eased her tension slightly. She approached his side, lowering her gaze to his robust shoulders, and gently placed her hands upon them. Her fingertips glided over his shoulder, eliciting a subtle and delicate sensation. Bai Ying closed his eyes, relishing the massage administered by Zhu Zhuqing. As his shoulders gradually relaxed beneath her delicate fingertips, he felt an inexplicable warmth surge within him, ignited by the softness and finesse of Zhu Zhuqing's touch. Zhuqing, your fingers are remarkably gentle, Bai Ying murmured, his voice imbued with a magnetic quality that captivated the heart. A rosy hue blossomed on Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks. She remained silent, immersing herself further in the task of soothing Bai Ying's shoulders. Do not be so shy. It is not our first encounter, he teased, suddenly grasping the hand that was tending to his shoulder and turning to plant a swift kiss upon her lips. This commotion instantly drew the attention of Xiao Wu. What on earth are they doing? Chapter 46, Resolution. Surely they are not up to mischief again. I must see for myself. I cannot allow anyone else to steal my man. With this thought igniting her fury, Xiao Wu kicked the door open with determination. At that moment, both Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing turned towards the entrance, and upon recognizing Xiao Wu, they instinctively relaxed. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? Bai Ying inquired. I came to take a bath, Xiao Wu replied, her face flushed. Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, and Zhu Zhuqing, understanding the unspoken message, stepped outside. Casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu as she remarked, now he is yours. Do make a good impression. Xiao Wu blushed and nodded in response. Within the confines of the bathroom, only Bai Ying and Xiao Wu remained, both at a loss for words. After some time, Bai Ying finally spoke. Xiao Wu, weren't you the one who wanted to take a bath? I shall be done shortly. You may step out first. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, protested, brother, you are being exceedingly unfair. Why is it that he may stay while I cannot? You are still too young. Do you not understand? At this, Xiao Wu's anger flared instantaneously. How am I still young? She retorted, taking a few deep breaths before fixing her gaze on him. Brother, I am not a child anymore. Did you not promise to marry me? Why can you not? Allow me to serve you instead of her. I guarantee I can do better. Xiao Wu, do you truly comprehend what you are saying? I am giving you a chance. You must hurry and look away, or else. Else what, brother? I am curious to see what you would do. As she stepped closer, a seductive smile graced Xiao Wu's face as she began to slowly shed her garments. Stop this at once. Why should I? Did you not say you would marry me? I desire it now. Silently, Xiao Wu activated her second soul skill, enchantment. It was undeniable that she was indeed a striking figure, the heroine of Daoliu, and under the influence of her allure, she appeared even more tempting. Detecting the host's hesitation, the system deliberately issued a task: engage in dual cultivation with Xiao Wu. Reward: a 5-level increase in soul power. The system's voice resonated, echoing the inner conflict. He yearned for it, yet reason cautioned him that the moment was not ripe. Outside the door, Zhu Zhuqing tightly covered her ears. Although she had experienced a similar incident before, hearing it firsthand still flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. This scoundrel truly does pursue other women. He is indeed a cad. A wretched man. In truth, she felt she had lost her agency in the matter. She could only hope that the person she had chosen would allow her to survive. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing sighed and settled down to wait. Some individuals have the liberty to choose everything, while others struggle merely to exist. Bai Ying's gaze transformed into an expression of profound seriousness. He extended his hand and gently grasped Xiao Wu's shoulder, causing her body to tremble slightly. His voice resonated with a deep and powerful timbre, as if each word bore the weight of immense responsibility. Xiao Wu, do you truly wish to be with me? His eyes were profound, seemingly capable of piercing through Xiao Wu's very soul. This was not a jest, but a genuine promise. I am a man. Yet I am also a man of responsibility. If you are willing, I shall devote all my strength to protect you, cherish you, and love you." Xiao Wu gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. She nodded and softly replied, "I am willing." Ever since a rose passing, Xiao Wu's world had been reduced to Bai Ying. In her heart, she had long regarded him as her man, and thus, she willingly accepted. Her eyes brimmed with resoluteness as her hands slowly ascended to Bai Ying's neck. In that moment, their gazes intertwined. As if the entire world had come to a standstill, she tenderly kissed his lips, and in that instant, all her emotions surged forth like a torrent breaking through a dam. Bai Ying embraced her tightly, as if he sought to merge her with his very being. Their heartbeats echoed in the tranquil air, resembling a splendid symphony. At that moment, they seemed to fuse into each other's souls, becoming indispensable entities in one another's lives. Time became an abstract concept. Xiao Wu lay feebly curled in by Ying's embrace. Unbeknownst to her, the system had unexpectedly elevated her soul power to level 40. Now, she needed to acquire a fourth soul ring. As she contemplated her upcoming journey to Shrek Academy, she hoped for greater gains. With this thought in mind, Bai Ying glanced at the now slumbering Xiao Wu, gently lifted her, and exited the bathroom. He then laid her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. "Is it done? Can we talk?" Zhu Zhuqing's voice resonated behind Bai Ying. At that moment, she seemed to have come to a realization. "Of course, let us step outside." Xiao Wu is very tired now. Sitting on the sofa, neither spoke. "Speak your mind. Why are you looking at me like that?" "I wish to discuss matters concerning Dai Mubai and myself. I want to clarify things with him." The atmosphere descended into silence, as if time had halted. Zhu Zhuqing sat on the sofa, her hands clenched, her gaze resolute. She inhaled deeply, finally breaking the silence. "I have come to understand that rather than evade, it is better to confront directly." Although her voice was low, it was filled with determination. She raised her head, bravely meeting Bai Ying's eyes, and continued, "I know that you and Xiao will share a special bond. I do not wish to disrupt it, nor do I wish to compete for anything. I simply hope you can assist me in severing ties with Dai Mubai and the Xing Luo royal family." "Are you implying that you are willing to establish a clear boundary with Dai Mubai? If you have thoroughly contemplated the matter between yourself and Dai Mubai, then I am here to assist you. I implore you to help me. I do not wish to perish, nor do I desire to witness fraternal strife. Therefore, I shall confront Dai Mubai and convey that I have aligned myself with the Spirit Hall. You must ensure that he relinquishes all hope." "Your thoughts are indeed correct. Dai Mubai's strength is inadequate, and there exists another, Davis, above him. With his prowess, it is utterly impossible for him to inherit the throne. Should you choose to follow him, you will find yourself on a path to ruin. Rest assured, I shall assist you in this matter. Let us proceed. Dai Mubai is likely still below. I will guide you to clarify your intentions with him." Zhu Zhuqing spoke, expressing her desire to avoid conflict, as she wished for an amicable separation rather than witnessing his injury, given their shared upbringing and the bond they had cultivated over the years. Very well. Chapter 47. I have developed affections for him. Dai Xiao, please take it slow. In the lobby of the Rose Hotel, Dai Mubai was playfully embracing two women. "Not too slow," he replied, as those sisters were indeed striking, tall and possessing a beauty that, while not breathtaking, was far from ordinary. "Dai Xiao, it has been quite some time since your last visit. We have missed you dearly." Indeed. What have you been up to during your absence?" Dai Mubai grinned at the two women and said, "I have been preoccupied with the soul fighting at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Today is the first opportunity one have had. After such a long wait, I must let loose. Tonight, you both shall attend to my needs well. Fear not. I shall ensure you are well compensated." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Bai Ying approached, descending the stairs. The white shadow meaningfully patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, then softly remarked, "Let us see your performance. I trust you shall not disappoint me." Having said that, he departed without a backward glance. Upon spotting the familiar figure, Dai Mubai's previously relaxed demeanor shifted dramatically. "Zhu Zhuqing, what brings you here?" he exclaimed, pushing aside the two individuals beside him to focus intently on her. He had envisioned many scenarios of their reunion, yet he never anticipated it would occur in such a setting. "Why can you come here while I cannot?" Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly, her gaze fixed on him. Although she had felt a twinge of fear in his presence earlier, she now stood resolute and unafraid. Before their encounter, she had harbored a flicker of guilt, but now it had vanished entirely. What could a prince, who squandered his days in debauchery, possibly offer her? Relying on him would only lead her to an uncertain demise. For Zhu Zhuqing, survival was paramount. Only by living could she contemplate other matters. Dai Mubai, it seemed, was utterly incapable of grasping this reality, as he struggled merely to preserve his own existence. Dai Mubai, I wish to speak with you. Ah, Dai Xiao. Is this your little sister you have stirred up? She seems to be of similar age. I never imagined you would fancy someone like her. The teasing remarks from the sisters elicited no interest from Dai Mubai. His feelings towards Zhu Zhuqing were now overshadowed by guilt. As a prince of the Xinglua Empire, he was acutely aware of the royal customs of the Shiro Empire, where every heir was doomed to fight amongst themselves, with the vanquished facing the dire fate of losing their martial souls, or worse. Both outcomes were akin to a living death. Dai Mubai could only fathom the extent of Zhu Zhuqing's sacrifices to seek him out, rendering him unable to confront her directly. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. Her voice steady as she said, I initially thought your avoidance was merely temporary, but I never imagined you would descend to such depths. As a prince of the Xinglua Empire, you are fully aware of the rules. Why do you choose to flee? Do you realize the profound impact this has had on me? Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words. He was painfully aware of his own shortcomings. Ever since the death of his second brother, he had lived in fear, unwilling to contest his elder brother, Davis, and had thus succumbed to indulgence as a means to numb his anguish, hoping to erase those memories. Zhuqing, I am sorry. Please, let me explain. It is not as you imagine. Dai Mubai's hand swiftly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's wrist, only to be violently shaken off. I no longer wish to converse with you, she asserted. Engaging with you feels like a waste of my time. Born into the Zhu family, my life has been inextricably linked with yours, leaving me with no room for choice. I am weary. I am truly exhausted. For all these years, I have sought nothing but to live, yet even this modest desire remains unfulfilled. The lobby of the Rose Grand Hotel has been cleared by the manager. Zhuqing, allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive. I have made attempts, but alas, all has ended in failure. However, I firmly believe that with sufficient effort, I shall one day surpass my elder brother. With what assurance can you claim you'll outshine him? Given your current state, do you truly believe that a mere wastrel, indulging in frivolities day in and day out, has anything to offer? Dai Mubai, I implore you. Let me be. For your sake, I have tried to resist, but now I realize you are merely a wealthy scion, gifted yet ignorant of the ruthless nature of royal conflict. Please, do not entangle me further. I shall not pursue you again. Let us both liberate one another. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately interjected, No, you are my fiancé. How could I allow you to face this alone? Trust me. One day I shall ascend to greatness, and you will be the exalted princess consort. Zhuqing chuckled softly. Dai Mubai, it is remarkable that after all these years, you remain so naive. Do you truly expect me to believe your fanciful words? I assure you, it is impossible. Her disappointment in Dai Mubai was complete. A prince who squandered his days in revelry versus a prodigy with the spirit hall backing him. What fool wouldn't know which path to choose? Enough. I already have a boyfriend. Let us cease all communication. I do not wish for misunderstandings to arise. A boyfriend? How could any scoundrel dare to claim what is mine, the woman of Dai Mubai? Zhuqing, are you deceiving me, hoping to sway my heart? You must be lying. I am not deceiving you. This is the truth. I no longer wish to engage in this charade. I wish to live for myself. The person you saw earlier is indeed my boyfriend, the one I genuinely care for. Therefore, Dai Mubai, we are truly finished. Impossible. I refuse to accept this. You are mine. This must be a ruse orchestrated by him, correct? Think what you will. Just do not appear before me again. Once Zhuqing concluded her words, it felt as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from her heart, leaving her utterly relieved. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai stood frozen, seemingly unable to recover from the shock of recent revelations. Could it be that he truly was so inept? Zhuqing, who had grown up alongside him, was now publicly severing ties for the sake of an outsider. How could his fiery temperament endure this? I must discover what manner of man could provoke Zhuqing into confronting me. I shall prove that I am the superior one. Stepping out of the hall, Buying swiftly embraced Zhu Zhuqing. Is everything resolved? Chapter 48, The Battle of Men. As he spoke, Bai Ying drew closer, causing Zhu Zhuqing's expression to shift, and she playfully admonished, clarify your intentions first. You must cease this behavior. What is the matter? You appear quite anxious, he remarked. Zhu Zhuqing pondered inwardly. How could I not be anxious? At that very moment, Dai Mubai, who had pursued them, chanced upon this scene. Witnessing his fiancé, engaged to him with utmost propriety. In such close proximity to another man ignited a blazing fury within him, as if he were donning a vivid green cap of betrayal. Clenching his fists, he fixed his gaze upon the two, prompting them to swiftly part as they sensed his scrutiny. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's countenance shifted, regaining her icy demeanor as she inquired, "What brings you here? Did we not agree to part ways?" Dai Mubai pointed accusingly at Bai Ying, declaring, "Is this the boyfriend you sought? Merely a pretty face, I presume?" Zhu Zhuqing retorted, "I initially anticipated you would find someone of substance. Yet, it appears he is but a handsome faade, lacking in real worth. Do not forget, you are a noble of the Star Luo Empire. Who else on this continent could possibly be worthy of you, besides myself? I shall disregard your previous words. Return to my side at once." Bai Ying chuckled heartily while digging into his ear, remarking, "Do you truly consider yourself a paragon of genius? It seems that, apart from you, everyone else is a fool. As a prince of the Xinglua Empire, perhaps you appear elevated in the eyes of others, but in my view, you are utterly inconsequential. Do we require your input in our conversation? What is your standing? Zhu Zhuqing is mine. She is my betrothed. Bound by an engagement arranged by our elders since childhood, an arrangement that you cannot alter. You, a person of dubious origin, are simply unworthy of her. Whether I deserve her or not is of no concern to you. I believe I made that abundantly clear just moments ago. Zhu Zhuqing no longer harbors feelings for you, so I kindly ask you to depart. As for the nature of my relationship with her, it is not your concern." Bai Ying seized Zhu Zhuqing's hand, intertwining their fingers as if to flaunt their connection. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she offered no resistance, allowing herself to be drawn into this display. This scene ignited a profound rage within Dai Mubai, who stood nearby. How could he endure witnessing his betrothed become another's? Have you ever heard the saying that only those unloved become the third party? From this day forth, we shall be openly together, while you squander your days in indulgence. I believe your time is limited. According to the customs of your Star Luo royal family, even if you attempt to evade it, you shall ultimately face the consequences. Fear not, for, in light of your childhood friendship with Zhu Zhuqing, when the time comes and you have perished, I shall ensure that she pays her respects at your grave, granting you a modicum of dignity in my final act of decency towards you. Ah, you are the first to dare speak to me thus." Dai Mubai's eyes turned a vivid crimson, his clenched fists seeming poised to shatter the very air around him. Veins bulging on his arms like twisted worms. His garments rustled in the wind, as if they might be torn apart by the force of his fury at any moment. His breath grew quickened and labored, resembling a beast on the verge of unleashing its wrath. His gaze, sharp as a blade, sliced through the clasped hands of Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. His body began to tremble slightly, a terrifying power surging within him, seemingly desperate to break free. Unconsciously, he stepped forward, each stride imbued with the weight of thunder, reverberating throughout the space. Witnessing Dai Mubai's reaction, Bai Ying felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Dai Mubai's character was utterly vile. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had undoubtedly embraced countless women, yet ultimately, he remained with Zhu Zhuqing, ascending to godhood. Even Zhu Zhuqing, in the end, forgave him. If she were in my position, I would have delivered a couple of resounding slaps to his face, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. I discerned your underhanded methods in securing Zhu Zhuqing's affections. Upon uttering this, both individuals exhibited a fleeting moment of discomfort, which Dai Mubai astutely detected. Based on his understanding of Zhu Zhuqing, her inherently aloof nature would never permit her to engage with just any man. This individual must have employed some despicable tactic. However, judging by Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, it was evident that she was not coerced, but rather acted willingly. Zhu Zhuqing and I share a mutual affection. Although our time together has been brief, we have ultimately fallen in love with one another. This is what is known as fate. Do you comprehend the meaning of using despicable means? Just because you cannot match Zhu Zhuqing's allure, you presume I resorted to underhanded tactics. Brother, times have changed. But none have sunk to such absurdity as you. Furthermore, having chosen a life of indulgence and evasion, it is only a matter of time before Zhu Zhuqing's affections wane. Do you truly believe he would place his hopes upon you, a distant and ineffectual prince? Even in my absence, it is likely he would have strayed. As for the two of you, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Upon hearing the words dog couple, Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions shifted dramatically. Just as Zhu Zhuqing attempted to speak, she was silenced by Bai Ying, who, eyeing the furious Dai Mubai, resolved to stoke the flames further. He gently wrapped his left arm around Zhu Zhuqing's waist and planted a kiss upon her cheek. You rogue, cease this at once. It's not as if we haven't done so before. Why are you suddenly shy? It seems your fiancé remains blissfully unaware. We've only shared half our conversation. Even a fool could surmise the rest. At that moment, Dai Mubai declared, So, you two have been entangled for quite some time. I am but a jester in this farce, am I not? Did you just realize this? It appears you are not entirely dim-witted. You seek death. Behind Dai Mubai, the spectral form of a white tiger materialized, and 3 soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Do you dare engage me in combat? Very well. I, too, wish to gauge your true strength. Let us step outside and settle this. Good heavens, Dai Mubai is truly enraged. Such a sight is rare indeed. His identity has always been shrouded in mystery. Even the manager of the Rose Hotel, who had hosted him on numerous occasions, knew only that he was a soul master, unaware of the depths of his power. Now, witnessing the 3 soul rings manifesting around Dai Mubai, the manager recognized him as a soul sovereign. I shall return shortly. Chapter 49, Defeating Dai Mubai. Be cautious. His strength is formidable. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but caution. Bai Ying paid no heed to his words and followed Dai Mubai to a secluded corner. Subsequently, Bai Ying unleashed his martial soul, and Dai Mubai observed that his soul ring configuration mirrored his own, boasting 3 soul rings. You appear younger than I am, yet with your formidable strength, you certainly have the right to boast. However, this does not imply that you can vanquish me. Have you ever heard the adage, wisdom does not come with age, and ambition is wasted on the elderly? Why engage in such trivial banter? Let us commence the battle directly. After all, your defeat is inevitable. From the moment I released my martial soul, your fate was sealed. Arrogant youth, today I shall demonstrate my prowess. With a mighty shout, Dai Mubai charged forth, delivering a powerful punch. Bai Ying mirrored his actions, and as their fists collided, a resounding bang echoed, forcing both combatants to stagger back a few steps. With Dai Mubai nearly losing his footing, I had anticipated great prowess from you. It appears you are nothing extraordinary. Bai Ying's actions served 2 purposes. First, to render him irrational, and second, to convey to others that beyond the realm of the ordinary, there exist greater talents. His so-called gifts were trivial in the eyes of those more gifted. Dai Mubai was utterly stunned, gazing at his own hands, aware that his physical prowess was indeed formidable. Yet, he found himself defeated by someone younger than himself. Despite having the initiative, he was unable to fully exploit the advantages it bestowed upon him. Zhu Zhuqing also witnessed this scene, marveling at the strength displayed. Dai Mubai's rank and cultivation were undoubtedly impressive, and few could gain the upper hand against him. At this moment, his expression darkened. This battle was of his own design. He had hoped to defeat Bai Ying, instilling regret in Zhu Zhuqing and proving himself to be her best choice, envisioning her in tears over her decision. Yet, he now found himself in a most disheveled state, a reality he struggled to accept. Your strength is undeniable. In terms of talent, I concede that I fall short. However, my soul power has now reached level 38. What level have you attained? Level 38, perhaps? I advise you to concede, lest your defeat be too humiliating. Though you and Zhu Zhuqing have severed ties, out of respect for her, I wish to offer you an opportunity to withdraw gracefully. I cannot afford to lose. I absolutely will not be defeated. In an instant, Dai Mubai's 2nd and 3rd soul rings erupted with a brilliant radiance. His 3rd soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, activated. A terrifying transformation enveloped him, his entire form swelling with power, shrouded in a layer of blood-red light. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the White Tiger's fierce light wave, releasing a formidable white luminescence from his mouth. The White Tiger's Diamond Transformation and the White Tiger's blazing light wave. This time, Dai Mubai truly regarded Bai Ying as his worthy adversary, showing no mercy whatsoever. Your strength is utterly insufficient. Initially, I thought you could grow a bit more, but it seems I am destined for disappointment. Facing the White Tiger's blazing light wave, Bai Ying exhibited no intention of defense, standing still as the wave surged towards him. Dai Mubai scoffed, declaring, "How audacious of you to withstand my White Tiger's blazing light wave head-on. You will either perish or be severely wounded." Oh, you possess such confidence in yourself. There is a saying about the law of smoke and no harm. Bai Ying was enveloped in a layer of golden light, and upon receiving this strike from the White Tiger's blazing light wave, he bore no traces of injury, not even a tear in his clothing. The 1st soul skill, Shadow Dragon's Roar. A dragon's roar resonated in Dai Mubai's mind, and he felt as though the person before him had transformed into a dragon, his very soul seemingly torn asunder. Under this strike, Dai Mubai's aura significantly diminished, leaving him unsteady and on the brink of collapse. Shall we continue? The chilling voice of the white shadow resonated, momentarily cleansing Dai Mubai's mind. He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who stood resolutely beside him, expressing her determination to proceed. With his first soul skill, the White Tiger Shield, and his third soul skill, the White Tiger King Transformation, Dai Mubai harnessed the defense of his initial ability to charge forward. He was enveloped in an aura of murderous intent, the terrifying gust of his palms slicing through the air with an audible whoosh. Then he unleashed his second soul skill, the Shadow Dragon Claw. The entirety of Bai Ying's arm was enveloped in a delicate layer of black, adorned with purple scales. His fingers transformed into more fearsome dragon claws, and upon their collision, Dai Mubai was violently thrust against the wall, the sound of a resounding crash echoing as a massive hole was created. The sound of splintering bones emanated from Dai Mubai's body. Although this blow would not lead to his demise or incapacitation, it was sufficient to confine him to bed for several days. Dai Mubai had suffered a complete defeat, one so humiliating that even he could hardly fathom it. To the onlookers, he appeared utterly overpowered, devoid of any capacity to retaliate. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Dai Mubai, a hint of concern etched on her face. It was not that she harbored lingering feelings for him, but rather a genuine worry that he might be killed. Even though Bai Ying was backed by the Spirit Hall, concealing such an incident would not be a simple task. After all, Dai Mubai, despite his reckless demeanor, was a prince of the Star Luo Empire, and as long as he bore that title, his life was of utmost importance. He could not perish here. Rest assured, he is unharmed. I merely fractured a few of his bones. He will likely need to remain bedridden for several days before he can walk again. I am not so foolish, do not worry. He shall awaken shortly. Bai Ying indeed appeared remarkably at ease, as if discussing a matter of trifling insignificance. How about that? Am I not impressive? I trust one have not let you down. Zhu Zhuqing cast a cool glance at Bai Ying and remarked in a measured tone, "You are truly formidable." This was not due to Zhu Zhuqing's reluctance to offer praise, but rather a reflection of her naturally taciturn disposition, which seldom allowed her to commend others unprompted. Bai Ying smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of anticipation, as if he were awaiting a precious gift. He spoke softly, "I have resolved your matters. Should you not reward me in return?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Bai Ying to so directly voice his request. She lifted her gaze to meet his, a flicker of hesitation passing through her eyes, yet she ultimately nodded in acquiescence. "What reward do you desire?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired gently. The pale figure offered a faint smile, refraining from immediately addressing Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry. Instead, he gradually approached her, lowering his head to whisper softly into her ear, "The reward I seek is you." As he spoke, his hands began to wander inappropriately across her form. No. Chapter 50, Dai Mubai's Fury. Please, not here. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt genuine fear, for she understood that this man was capable of anything. Compared to Dai Mubai, his cunning could only be described as terrifyingly formidable. The events of the past few days had only served to affirm this notion, leaving her with no choice but to turn to him. One must wonder, what other individuals possess such ruthless methods? Well, since matters have been resolved so perfectly, it is time for me to unwind. With that, the two clasped hands and returned directly to the room. They settled onto a spacious sofa, large enough to accommodate several, where Zhu Zhuqing felt a mix of excitement and shyness. Bai Ying embraced Zhu Zhuqing, his fervent breath cascading over her neck, igniting a tingling sensation throughout her body. At that moment, her cheeks blushed crimson. Zhu Zhuqing spoke hesitantly, "What if Xiaowu awakens? What shall we do?" Unfazed, Bai Ying pressed closer without heeding her concerns. After an intense skirmish, both Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves breathless. "How do you feel?" he inquired. "Well enough," she replied, "but now, I lack the strength to even stand." "Now you belong to me," he teased. "You wicked man, always taking advantage of me. How can this be considered taking advantage? Besides, was this not your own volition?" Zhu Zhuqing realized she could not counter Bai Ying's words, letting out a soft sigh before settling into a lotus position to channel her soul power and restore her strength. Noticing her silence, Bai Ying reclined comfortably on the sofa, summoning the system in his mind. "What rewards await today?" Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Qian Renxue technique. Additionally, you have received the all-seeing disguise card, which, as its name suggests, allows you to discern the value and function of any item for a duration of 3 minutes. Uncertain of the card's utility, he decided to keep it, recognizing its potential to unveil hidden treasures. The Qian Renxue was renowned as the pinnacle of martial arts from the heavenly sword and dragon saber, and he believed it would significantly enhance his prowess. Host, I must caution you, the Qian Renxue, being a supreme internal skill, requires utmost caution. If mishandled, the risk of falling into madness is substantial. With your current soul power, you may only cultivate to the 2nd tier. Do not attempt the 3rd tier prematurely, lest the consequences be dire. I understand, he replied. The more profound the internal skill, the higher the requirements for personal comprehension, correct? Rest assured I grasp this. In the next moment, a torrent of knowledge surged through Bai Ying's mind, inducing immense pain as if countless pieces of information were violently colliding within. Yet he recognized this as the inheritance of the Qian Renxue, the key to his ascension. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to remain conscious. Enduring the agony, his vision blurred but gradually regained clarity, revealing ancient incantations of the Qian Renxue, each character radiating a mysterious luminescence. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to stabilize his mind. Following the patterns and texts in his thoughts, he commenced the slow cultivation of the Qian Renxue. His internal soul power began to surge, flowing along the designated paths, with each movement birthing a wondrous energy within. As time passed, Bai Ying's physique began to transform. A surge of inner strength gradually manifested within him, coursing through his meridians and slowly converging in his dantian. This wondrous technique of cosmic transposition proved to be remarkably intricate. Even after undergoing the tempering of the ice and fire duality springs, and having absorbed 2 10,000-year soul rings along with 100,000-year soul ring, his physical prowess could only elevate his cultivation to the 2nd level. The pale shadow gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within them. He sensed an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body, a sensation he had never experienced before. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the energy pulsating at his fingertips. At that moment, Xiao Wu also roused from her slumber. Upon descending from her bed, she beheld Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing. Brother, you are both awake. Why didn't you call for me? I simply wish for you to rest a little longer. It is not too late now. Why not indulge in a bit more sleep? Humph. I am far too hungry at present. I must eat. Bai Ying nodded and said, all right, once Zhu Zhuqing completes her training, I shall take both of you out for a meal. For now, focus on recuperating. In 2 days, we shall head to Shrek Academy. You might as well take this time to relax. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, and the 3 of them proceeded to dine. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who had been beaten, grew increasingly agitated with each passing thought. Not only had he been assaulted, but it had also occurred before his fiancé, leaving him with a tarnished reputation. He could not shake off the humiliation of being carried back by the hall manager. As a student of Shrek, he had never experienced such disgrace. At that moment, a chubby boy entered, looking plump with a head of red hair. Daigo, what happened to you? I heard you were carried back. At first, I thought it was a joke, but it seems to be true. Ma Hongjun observed Dai Mubai's wounds and felt that the beating had been quite severe. You'd best refrain from making light of the situation, or I might just retaliate, Dai Mubai warned. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun instantly recoiled, cautiously asking, who did this to you? Their spirit power level surpasses yours. Should we seek out Teacher Zhao to seek justice for you? There's no need for others to intervene. This matter is mine alone. Besides, even if Teacher Zhao were to know, I doubt he would assist me. It's infuriating to admit, but I was beaten by a spirit master younger than myself. Pray tell, did you get into trouble while pursuing a girl? Ma Hongjun's jest only fueled Dai Mubai's anger further. Mind your own business, he snapped. Oscar entered shortly after and echoed the same sentiment. Daigo, are we not brothers? How about the 3 of us go together to reclaim your honor? Oscar spoke cautiously, fully aware of Dai Mubai's strength, which was the highest among their cohort at Shrek. All right, since you refuse to confront him, first eat Oscar's sausage. It will aid in your recovery. Once you are restored, we shall seek him out and rectify this injustice. Dai Mubai contemplated for a moment, then sighed. It seems I have no choice. This score will eventually be settled. Bai Ying was accompanying Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing on a shopping excursion when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, prompting an unexpected sneeze. How peculiar. He mused. What could be the reason for this sneeze? Could it be that someone was thinking of him? Chapter 51. Treasure brother, what's wrong? Let's hurry, Xiao Wu urged. And Bai Ying could only follow her, and Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly. The streets were lined with numerous shops, each offering a plethora of goods. At every store they visited, Xiao Wu would purchase an abundance of items. Xiao Wu, the money your brother has isn't just blown in by the wind. If you continue to spend like this, we will find ourselves penniless before we even reach our destination. The formidable purchasing power of women is something that commands admiration from no one. The trio eventually arrived at the entrance of a shop, where they observed 3 intriguing signs hanging above the door: a sword, a dragon, and a hammer. Come, let us enter and take a look. I sense there are treasures within, one of them suggested. As they approached the store, a distinctive wave of spiritual energy enveloped them. Upon entering, they were greeted by an exceedingly familiar figure. Tang-san, what brings you here? One exclaimed. Tang-san turned around and, upon seeing them, replied, Teacher Bai. What brings you here? Please, no need to call me Teacher Bai. I've grown too old for that, Bai replied. It's all thanks to your teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, who insisted I visit the Shrek Academy. What about you? Why are you here? According to Yu Xiaojiang, the Shrek Academy is a school for monsters, exclusively accepting those of extraordinary nature. My curiosity compelled me to come and see for myself, Tang-san explained. The master suggested I apply to Shrek Academy. Tang-san glanced at Xiao Wu, his eyes filled with wonder. In 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered anyone quite like her. It was as if his heart momentarily stilled in her presence. Teacher Bai, I must take my leave, he said, clutching a crystal tightly as he hurried away. Brother, didn't you say Yu Xiaojiang was merely a name-dropper? Why should we bother with Shrek Academy? Another queried. Is it not permissible to take a look? Besides, I enjoy the company of monsters. Conversing with them is rather engaging. The shopkeeper, who had been lounging in a recliner and dozing, bore a face reminiscent of a shoe, complete with a pair of disdainful glasses and a shifty expression, a quintessential swindler. It was evident that in the original novel, Flinder was nothing short of a charlatan, a true merchant of deceit. When one purchased from him, it was akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. One would receive nothing in return. Excuse me, do you have anything of worth for sale? One inquired. Flinder, still feigning sleep, replied nonchalantly, Can't you see for yourself? What kind of attitude is that? Xiao Wu retorted indignantly, clearly displeased with the middle-aged man, while Zhu Zhuqing glared at Flinder with evident annoyance. Earlier, you mentioned applying to Shrek Academy, correct? Flinder inquired. And if we did, what concern is it of yours? Xiao Wu replied curtly, turning to Bai and adding, Brother, I believe this man is nothing but a swindler. He does not strike me as a decent person. Fear not, Xiao Wu, I have reminded you that one must not judge based on appearances. Politeness is paramount, I advised. Upon hearing their intention to apply to Shrek Academy, Flinder straightened himself, rising from his recliner. So, you are recommended by the master? Your talents must be considerable. Yu Xiaojiang, at last, you have come to see me. With that thought, Flinder approached them and declared, Today I am in good spirits. Take whatever you fancy, and consider it a gift from me. What do you say? Upon hearing those words, Bai Ying felt an immense sense of relief. Flanders, as the epitome of a cunning merchant, had managed to ensnare him in a trap, causing him to suffer a substantial loss. How could he not feel exhilarated and jubilant? Yet, he restrained his emotions and inquired, Might you suffer a loss by doing this? I am genuinely curious as to why you are so generously offering us something that appears to be of no consequence. At present, it may seem inconsequential, but in the future, it will undoubtedly bear significance. Do you still wish to proceed? Today, in my benevolence, I am bestowing this upon you. But do not hold me accountable should I change my mind later. Given the circumstances, I shall comply without hesitation. The items within the shop were predominantly ancient, comprising various minerals and peculiar stones. As they ventured deeper, they beheld an array of unknown antiques displayed upon the shelves. Brother, it appears there is nothing of value in this establishment. Should we not explore further? That is unnecessary. I have already discovered something of worth. System. Activate the universal disguise breaking card. Activation successful. In the next instant, the information regarding all items within the shop was clearly unveiled before them. Bai Ying's gaze fell upon a remarkably dilapidated chest, and his expression instantly brightened. Eagerly, he rushed to the counter, swiftly removing the chest from its resting place. Upon opening it, he beheld an array of intricate blueprints alongside an assortment of cannons, most of which were bizarrely shaped and adorned with a pair of wings, lacking any luster. However, what astonished him the most was the diamond-shaped soul-guiding device nestled in the upper left corner of the chest. A flicker of realization coursed through Bai Ying, and he swiftly retracted the soul power he had infused, causing the radiance to dim once more. As if the diamond-shaped soul guide had succumbed to slumber again, he lifted his gaze towards Flinder, a glint of cunning dancing in his eyes, and remarked, "Boss, this soul guide appears to be far from the simplicity you described." Flinder's eyes momentarily widened in surprise, yet he quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "Oh, have you discerned its true nature? Indeed, it is an extraordinary artifact, though it has lost its potency. I merely regard it as an ornament." An ornament? The corners of Bai Ying's mouth curled slightly, though doubt lingered in his heart. He could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within this soul guide, although currently dormant. It was far from being an ordinary decorative piece. Take all of this away. It would only serve as refuse if left here. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance. No need for thanks. Our paths shall cross again. Bai Ying, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing exited the shop. Clutching the worn-out box that contained intricate blueprints, peculiar artillery, and the diamond-shaped soul guide, Flanders stood at the entrance, watching them depart, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. As they walked along the bustling street, Xiao Wu excitedly shook the box in her hands and curiously inquired, "Brother, do you have any idea what the items in this box are for? Especially that diamond-shaped object. It feels extraordinarily unique." The pale figure smiled and shook his head, saying, "I am still uncertain of its specific function, but I can sense the immense energy contained within this diamond-shaped soul guide. Today, it appears we have stumbled upon a remarkable find. This is likely a level 9 soul guide." "What does a level 9 soul guide signify? Just look at how delighted you are." Chapter 52, Repairing the Soul Guide. Bai Ying rushed back to the hotel in a flurry, and upon arrival, he overturned the large box onto the floor, eagerly sifting through the various soul-guiding devices within. In addition to the blueprints and the pair of soaring wings, there was also this diamond-shaped soul-guiding apparatus. Bai Ying's hand rummaged through the box, his fingertips grazing a hard object. A spark of curiosity ignited within him as he cautiously extracted it. It was a carving knife, its elongated blade measuring approximately 30 centimeters, adorned with intricate patterns of deities and spirits upon its spine. The blade shimmered with a chilling radiance, as if it could penetrate one's very soul. Grasping the hilt, a wave of coldness surged through his palm, seeming to reach into the depths of his heart. Astonishment filled him. This carving knife was no ordinary item, but rather a masterpiece crafted by a master artisan. "Brother, look at how excited you are. To me, these are merely junk. These are far from worthless. They are soul-guiding devices capable of slaying tidal Daoliuos." Devices capable of killing tidal Daoliuos? How can that be? Most modern soul-guiding devices are merely auxiliary, as the majority of the technology for crafting them has long been lost. Do you think I would deceive you? Enough of this. For the time being, enjoy yourselves, but do not disturb me. After bidding farewell to the two, Bai Ying remained in a state of exhilaration. Others may not comprehend the true magnitude of these soul-guiding devices, but as a seasoned enthusiast of novels, he was well aware of the formidable power wielded by soul-guiding technology a millennium hence. It seemed these artifacts were relics left behind from the Sun and Moon continent. In 1,000 years, soul-guiding technology would advance rapidly, and even tidal Daoliuos might find themselves at risk before certain potent devices. Although most of these soul-guiding instruments were damaged, if their core magical formations could be restored, they could undoubtedly be utilized once more. According to the original lore of Daoliu, the application of soul-guiding devices far surpassed that of concealed weapons. The greatest challenge of concealed weapons lay in the necessity of specific techniques for their use, whereas soul-guiding devices required no such expertise. Any soul master, even without training, could wield them. Bai Ying resolved to first prepare some relatively simple soul-guiding devices. Little did he know that even the most elementary soul-guiding apparatuses possessed intricate core formations that were utterly beyond the comprehension of the present Daoliu continent. How could the disconnection be so severe? Alas, my precious, to behold yet not to wield, is truly excruciating. After stowing away his treasures, Bai Ying felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. "Dear host, in recognition of your diligent task execution, this system has graciously bestowed upon you a comprehensive compendium of soul-guiding device knowledge." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's spirit soared once more. "System, you truly are my benefactor. It seems you possess an uncanny ability to know my thoughts. Are you not akin to a worm in my belly? Dear host, do remember that I am also your system. We are intrinsically linked. Now, let us not dwell on pleasantries, for should you continue to express such gratitude, I might find myself overwhelmed with joy. Moreover, do not mistake this for a complimentary gift. The reward comes with an accompanying task. However, I must caution you that this task is exceedingly challenging for your current capabilities. So, you mean this reward is not without strings attached, and I must complete a task? I knew you were no benevolent entity. After all these years of companionship, you cannot even grant me a reward without a stipulation? How miserly of you. Is this what you humans refer to as a change of heart? Very well, I shall not hold it against you. The task is to eliminate Tang Hao. But fret not, this task has no time constraints. As long as you succeed in vanquishing Tang Hao, your mission will be deemed complete, and you shall receive a substantial reward. Meanwhile, Tang San had also found a quaint inn. With fervor, he gazed upon the crystal, then retrieved a massive hammer from his soul-guiding device. With a mighty swing, he shattered the crystal into a fine powder, which transformed into numerous small orbs. Excellent. It truly is spirit crystal. I have finally acquired a formidable hidden weapon ranked highly in the Xintian treasure record. What a fortuitous windfall. After securing his belongings, Tang San lay on the bed, lost in contemplation of the girl Xiao Wu, whom he had encountered earlier in the day. He felt an inexplicable significance attached to her. This sensation had also arisen during his cultivation, and regardless of how he sought to suppress it, his efforts proved futile. Xiao Wu, you are mine. There is a saying that goes, when fate beckons, 1,000 miles become but a bridge. As Tang San pondered this, he gradually drifted into slumber. Having acquired the knowledge of soul-guiding devices, Bai Ying eagerly plunged into the restoration process. Brother, it has been 3 whole days. Are you all right? Since his last return, Bai Ying had not left his room, engrossed in the study of those soul-guiding devices. Zhu Qing, I am genuinely concerned about my brother's well-being. Is he losing his mind? 3 days, an entire 3 days, he has dedicated himself to repairing those discarded items. How could he possibly discern their value? I do not know, Zhu Qing replied coolly. He has always been wise. He should not make such foolish mistakes. I believe these items must indeed hold true worth. Suddenly, Bai Ying exclaimed in sheer exuberance, his voice brimming with ecstatic joy. Outside the door, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing rushed in upon hearing the commotion. They beheld Bai Ying amid a dazzling array of soul-guiding devices, his face alight with an unprecedented smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement and pride, resembling a madman. Those once battered and deemed worthless soul-guiding devices now radiated newfound vitality in Bai Ying's hands. They had been restored to perfection as if reborn, emanating a gentle glow that seemed to narrate their illustrious past. Bai Ying carefully picked up one of the devices, examining it intently, as if admiring his own masterpiece. At last, I have succeeded. I never anticipated that I would restore a level 9 soul-guiding device. Fortunately, these items only required repairs to the core formation. Otherwise, my current capabilities would not have sufficed. I have finally accomplished it. Brother, are you all right? Xiao Wu inquired cautiously. I am fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Xiao Wu, could you please fetch me a glass of water? Chapter 53, Shrek Academy. Are you truly unscathed? At that moment, even Zhu Qing spoke up. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying immediately embraced Zhu Qing without hesitation and kissed her. Zhu Qing was taken aback, remaining in a state of shock for quite some time before she finally reacted and pushed Bai Ying away. The white shadow chuckled and said, See, I told you I'm fine, there is no need to worry so much. At that moment, Xiao Wu had also returned and, noticing the unusual atmosphere, inquired, What happened just now? Is everything all right? The white shadow presented 3 pairs of wings to Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, saying, These are gifts for you. Try them on and see if they suit you. As they received the wings, excitement sparkled in their eyes. The wings, crafted from a material reminiscent of the purest moonlight, shimmered with a subtle silver glow, and when gently waved, seemed to stir the surrounding air. Zhu Qing adorned herself first, the wings contrasting strikingly with her black bodysuit, accentuating her icy elegance and nobility. Not to be outdone, Xiao Wu donned her wings and danced gracefully in the sunlight, resembling a spirited and beautiful fairy. These are flying soul guides, capable of flight powered by soul energy. You two should give it a try. All right. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing stood on the ground, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for the unknown. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qing unfurled her wings and gently leaped into the air. Initially, her body swayed as if it were a drifting leaf, but she quickly found her balance and began to soar with ease. Xiao Wu followed closely, her wings sparkling with a myriad of colors in the sunlight, transforming her into a dancing butterfly. The two intertwined and spun in the sky, reveling in the exhilaration of flight. The remarkable speed of the flying soul guides soon drew gasps of amazement from passers-by. Before long, the trio arrived at the Shrek Academy registration area. Ahead of them lay an endless sea of people. Xiao Wu, gazing at the crowd, exclaimed, "When will it be our turn? You must be a bit more patient. If you truly find this academy unsatisfactory, we can simply leave. After all, I hold only a slight interest in Shrek Academy. Moreover, given our talents, we have numerous options if we genuinely wish to join." As they conversed, Dai Mubai suddenly spotted 3 familiar figures. "It's them." Anger flared within Dai Mubai at the sight of White Shadow, and he leaped down from the tree to confront him. "So, you choose to come here despite having a path to heaven. I didn't seek you out, yet you come to present yourself." Dai Mubai's sudden appearance made Zhu Zhuqing feel a twinge of nervousness. Bai Ying approached Dai Mubai directly and remarked, "So you are a student of Shrek Academy. I had anticipated that the students here would be formidable figures, yet it appears you are merely one among them. You have truly disappointed me." Furious, Dai Mubai clenched his teeth and gripped his fists tightly, repeatedly admonishing himself to remain calm, to not succumb to anger. At that moment, Li Yusong, the admissions instructor, took notice of the situation and slowly made his way to the two, inquiring, "Mubai, what troubles you today?" "He struck me last time, Teacher Li," Dai Mubai exclaimed. "With so many onlookers, if you wish to settle this physically, do so after the registration concludes," Li Yusong advised, turning to Bai Ying. "You are here to enroll as well, I presume?" "Of course, why else would I be here? I merely did not expect to encounter the individual I detest most in this place," Bai Ying replied. "You assaulted Dai Mubai," Li Yusong stated sternly. Bai Ying, wearing a nonchalant expression, retorted, "What of it? If you seek revenge, then by all means, take your time. What a remarkable little monster you are. Shrek Academy seeks individuals like you, capable of defeating Mubai at such a young age. You are indeed a prodigy. May I see your hand?" Li Yusong asked. "Go ahead," Bai Ying replied casually, extending his hand. Li Yusong examined it closely, even tapping his leg. "Very well. What is your martial spirit?" "Shadow Dragon," Bai Ying declared. And a colossal dragon manifested behind him, its terrifying aura causing the elder to flinch slightly. "Mubai, please escort him inside," Li Yusong commanded. Reluctantly, Dai Mubai complied, though his face betrayed his unwillingness. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also passed the admission and were led inside. In a hushed tone, Dai Mubai warned, "You wait and see. Once inside the academy, I will deal with you." Bai Ying taunted, "Oh, I'm so frightened. A failure attempting to assert dominance in front of me. I advise you not to provoke me, lest you wish to experience the consequences of being completely paralyzed." His words succeeded in unnerving Dai Mubai, who, filled with both fear and anger, took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu approached him, concerned. "Are you all right? Did he harm you?" "Rest assured, I'm fine. In such a public setting, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. Besides, if he tried, I would simply retaliate. His strength is no match for mine," Dai Mubai replied confidently. Xiao Wu nodded. "My brother is truly impressive." At this moment, watching Zhu Zhuqing remain steadfastly before Bai Ying, without casting even a glance in his direction, his heart bled. "No, I cannot be bullied on my own territory. Once I grow stronger, I shall inevitably bring you to your knees, making you wish for a fate worse than death." Dai Mubai clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, the enrollment continued, and the Shrek Academy could be succinctly described as dilapidated. Most of the buildings were antiquated, resembling shambles that would be deemed unsafe on Earth. The tiles on the roofs were missing in large quantities, and the walls leaned precariously, as though a mere gust could topple them. The ground was pockmarked and dust-laden, while the trees lining the path stood withered and lifeless. At that moment, Tang Sect also made his appearance. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, his countenance transformed with palpable excitement. He found himself utterly defenseless in her presence. "Xiao Wu, I can't believe you arrived even earlier than I did." "It's not just Xiao Wu. You should address me as Sister Xiao Wu. Tang Sect, our relationship is not yet that close. Do not let my brother misunderstand." Tang Sect nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "I apologize for forgetting. I should indeed call you Sister Xiao Wu. That's much better. Rest assured, I will continue to protect you as I did before." Chapter 54. The Unmoved King, Zhao Wujia. At this moment, a tinge of disappointment lingered in Tang San's heart. He could not comprehend the nature of this feeling. At this moment, Bai Ying's gaze was fixed intently on the entrance, where a graceful young maiden approached. It was Ning Rongrong, the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, who possessed a striking beauty. "Brother, I wish to have a sausage," Xiao Wu remarked, eyeing a sausage stall just outside the academy, where a throng of people had already gathered to make their purchases. The vendor was a bearded man, appearing to be an older gentleman. "Xiao Wu, is this safe to eat? Is there something wrong with these sausages?" Tang San, seizing the opportunity, replied, "What could possibly be wrong with a mere sausage? I shall buy one for you." He then approached the stall, while Oscar's gaze also drifted in this direction, his attention lingering on Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. "Sir, may I have a sausage, please?" Oscar said, somewhat irked. "I am not just some old man. I am your senior." "My apologies, senior. I did not mean to overstep," Tang San interjected, taking the sausage and presenting it to Xiao Wu. Just as she reached out her hand, Bai Ying halted her, saying, "Sir, please prepare a fresh one. I assure you, the quality of my sausages is guaranteed, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with them." "Brother, what exactly is wrong with this sausage?" Tang San chimed in. "I see no issues with these sausages. In fact, they smell quite delightful." The pale figure gently remarked that once you have witnessed his production process, comprehension would follow. "My dear brother, if my conjecture is correct, your martial spirit must pertain to the food category, particularly since you are selling sausages here. Thus, I deduce that your martial spirit is indeed that of a sausage. I have heard that food-type soul masters possess a plethora of peculiar soul abilities. I wonder what yours might be." Oscar's expression shifted slightly, revealing his discomfort. Yet Dai Mubai interjected, "Did I not advise you against selling grilled sausages at the school gate? You are truly bringing shame to the academy. Hurry, create a new one." The pale shadow fixed its gaze upon Oscar, as if it intended to devour him whole. Oscar, resigned to his fate, let out a sigh and proclaimed, "I have a rather large sausage." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. She finally understood why her brother had remarked that there was something amiss with the sausage. His expression betrayed his distaste as he gazed at it. At that moment, Tang San felt as though he could not cleanse himself even if he plunged into the yellow river. He regarded Oscar, maintaining a facade of politeness, yet internally seethed with rage. After all the effort to seize an opportunity, everything had now been ruined. "All right, let us proceed to the examination," Dai Mubai interjected. "Could you lead the way?" At this moment, Dai Mubai was truly astonished by the individual before him. How could he possibly know that Xiao Ao's sausage was problematic? Initially, he intended to wait for the person to finish the sausage before revealing its flaws, allowing him to feel a moment of revulsion. Yet he was taken aback by his keen perception. Dai Mubai cast a glance at the pale shadow, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, but ultimately guided the way. "Teacher, they need not partake in the second round. I shall take them directly to the fourth." This declaration incited discontent among some, questioning why they were permitted to bypass the second round. Dai Mubai then produced the crystal ball used for testing soul power. The first to test was the pale shadow, whose soul power astonishingly reached level 40. Next was Xiao Wu, whose own soul power had attained level 29. Following her was Zhu Zhuqing, also at level 30. Tang San's soul power stood at level 29, and lastly, Ning Rongrong at level 26. Those who had previously doubted were swiftly silenced. Their heads hung low as they resigned themselves to partake in the second examination. As Tang San and Dai Mubai conversed ahead, the pale shadow began to observe the surrounding environment. Most of the faculty at Shrek Academy surpassed level 60, with the highest being Soul Daoliu, a force to be reckoned with across the continent. Yet, was it still insufficient? Dai Mubai and Tang San continued their discussion. The Academy's esteemed principal had once proclaimed that Shrek Academy would only accept monsters and never waste. Even if the doors were to close, that policy would remain unchanged. Previously, the Academy had admitted a total of 26 students, yet only 14 had graduated, with the most exceptional among them having ascended to the rank of Elder at the Spirit Hall. Haha, this is utterly hilarious. Dai Mubai, do you fabricate tales without a script? An Elder at the Spirit Hall? Do you truly expect me to believe such exaggerated claims? Do not go too far. At this moment, Dai Mubai was thoroughly incensed, yet due to the overwhelming strength of the pale shadow and the pain he had endured from him, he ultimately chose to suppress his anger. Most of the elders at the Spirit Hall are well known within my family, and some even maintain amicable relations with us. Which elder do you refer to? To become an elder of the Spirit Hall, one must either possess profound theoretical knowledge or attain a soul power level of 90, qualifying as a title Daoliu. However, I have never heard of any title Daoliu level experts emerging from Shrek Academy. You are unaware, perhaps due to your limited exposure. Very well. I shall refrain from discussing this further. We soon arrived at the final stage. On a chair sat a figure, robust and imposing like a small mountain. Teacher Zhao. I am here to bring them for assessment. To my surprise, I had found 5 candidates this time. Greetings, I am Zhao Wujie. You have all advanced directly to the 4th stage, which attests to your exceptional talents. I shall not elaborate further. Instead, I will join you in this endeavor. You will have the duration of an incense stick to complete your task. During this time, if even one of you remains standing, you will pass. The unmoved king. Who would have thought I would encounter him here? The sudden utterance from Bai Ying elicited a hint of pride on Zhao Wujie's face. Youngster, have you heard of my illustrious name? Bai Ying inquired. The younger generation of my family has mentioned you in passing. However, I never anticipated that you would be here teaching. Might I inquire if any means are permissible for the examination of the 4th round? Zhao Wujie nodded in affirmation, saying, as long as you can endure for the duration of a single incense stick in my presence, you may employ any method you wish. Very well, let us commence. Bai Ying responded. With the audacity of a newborn calf, you claim to know my reputation. Therefore, you should be well aware of my prowess. Let us dispense with idle chatter and engage directly. I am eager to encounter a worthy opponent. Teacher Zhao, how about this? I shall challenge you alone. If I am defeated, I willingly depart from Shrek Academy. However, should I succeed in the examination, do my companions also pass? Certainly, Zhao Wujie replied. Chapter 55. The Power of the 9th Level Soul Guidance Device. That arrangement suffices. Let us begin. At that moment, Dai Mubai internally scoffed, thinking, what arrogance. Soon you shall learn what true domination entails. Dai Mubai harbored a deep-seated grudge against Bai Ying, having had his fiancé taken and being publicly humiliated in the process. The culmination of these grievances would cause any man to lose composure, yet he was acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths. Brother Bai, do not act rashly. He cautioned. Fear not. I am confident this will be resolved swiftly, Bai Ying assured him. I have encountered arrogance before, yet never to this extent. You all may deliberate. Since he seeks his own demise, I shall oblige him, Zhao Wujie stated calmly. Meanwhile, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Bai Ying's eyes. It was a rare opportunity to face a soul sage as a test subject, an encounter that was indeed serendipitous. The two moved aside, and Zhao Wujie gestured for Bai Ying to strike first, saying, let us see what skills you possess. I assure you, alone you cannot endure even a single incense stick against me. I advise you to concede. Such flattering words, rest assured. You shall soon experience the taste of defeat at my hands. Zhao Wujie chuckled, for he was the formidable, immovable king, a dignified soul sage at level 76. How could he possibly lose to a mere boy in his teens? Tang Sen observed the scene, convinced that Bai Ying had lost his senses. A soul sage was an unparalleled force. Even if they all combined their efforts, they would likely falter beneath his might, let alone with Bai Ying standing alone. Surely, he must be all right. It has to be fine, Xiao Wu fretted, her worry manifesting in incessant murmurs. In an instant, Zhao Wujie lunged forward, delivering a kick that, even devoid of soul power and relying solely on his physical prowess, was immensely formidable. With a swift punch, Bai Ying struck, and the sound of impact resonated as Zhao Wujie's was unexpectedly forced back several steps. This scene left Dai Mubai and the others in disbelief. How could the revered immovable king, especially as a level 70 soul sage, be so easily pushed back? The first level of the great shift of the universe should bestow immense power, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Yet, it seemed to merely cause Zhao Wujie's to stagger a few steps. It appears I am still too weak, Zhao Wujie's remarked. Is your strength truly so limited? At that moment, he reveled in his own confidence, noting that this young man's audacity was perhaps excessive. However, enduring for a week under my command attested to his talent. Soon, I shall hold back a little. With this thought, a look of assurance flickered in Zhao Wujie's eyes. Indeed, the time has come. He is worthy of experiencing my 9th level soul guiding apparatus. As Bai Ying retrieved the diamond-shaped object radiating a spectrum of 9 colors from the soul guiding device, the attention of those present was irresistibly drawn to it. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow in confusion, gazing at the soul guiding device in Bai Ying's hand. For he had never encountered such a distinctive item that emanated such vibrant hues. What purpose does this soul-guiding device serve? He inquired. Teacher Zhao, you must exercise caution. With a gentle smile, Bai Ying infused her soul power, causing the diamond-shaped cube to erupt in a blinding white light. As the brilliance flickered, the cube began to morph. As if an endless reservoir of magic flowed within. The onlookers were captivated by the spectacle, witnessing the cube gradually expand until it transformed into an ancient and imposing cannon. The cannon radiated a potent wave of soul power, as if it could rend the very air apart. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Zhao Wujia's eyes. He sensed the extraordinary nature of this soul-guiding device. At that moment, Bai Ying abruptly pulled the cannon's lever, and with a resounding boom, a terrifying beam of soul power shot forth from the cannon, hurtling directly toward Zhao Wujia. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhao Wujia's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable soul-guiding device harbored such formidable power. In a flurry, he activated his martial soul, the mighty golden bear, instantly transforming into a colossal, ferocious bear, its muscles rippling with enhanced strength. He crossed his arms before his chest, attempting to withstand the impending onslaught of the terrifying beam. At that moment, a blinding flash erupted, accompanied by a deafening explosion, as the soul power beam collided violently with Zhao Wujia's defenses. He was propelled backward, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding air seemed to tremble from the impact, resonating with a deep rumble. All were rendered speechless, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Zhao Wujia, the soul saint whose strength was akin to an unyielding mountain in their hearts, appeared remarkably fragile in the wake of that singular strike. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind swirling in confusion. How could this be? This was Teacher Zhao. How could he possibly lose so easily? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu covered her mouth, gazing in disbelief at the scene before her. Dai Mubai's jaw dropped, as if he could swallow an entire egg. His shock surpassed that of anyone else. Bai Ying, whom he had always regarded as arrogantly overconfident, had indeed accomplished the unimaginable. Bai Ying, however, showed no intention of stopping. He slowly approached Zhao Wuji and extended his hand to assist him in rising. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's face was marred with bruises, and blood stained the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained considerable injuries. Yet, in his eyes flickered a glimmer of admiration and approval as he gazed at Bai Ying and murmured, "Well done, young man. Today, I, Zhao Wuji, concede defeat. But you have undeniably impressed me." Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the formidable cannon in Bai Ying's grasp, a tumult of indescribable emotions surging within him. A level 9 soul guidance device? He had never encountered such an advanced soul apparatus before. It was beyond the scope of his understanding. He could not help but swallow hard, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "What on earth is this?" The white shadow gazed at Zhao Wuji's shocked expression and replied with a faint smile. The 9th level soul guiding device is named the God Slayer Cannon. He gently caressed the cannon's body as if it were his own child. He continued, "You should consider yourself fortunate that I am currently unable to unleash its full power, and moreover, this device has not been completely repaired. Otherwise, its might would be even greater. A soul sage like you would likely be reduced to ashes beneath its might." As he spoke, the God Slayer Cannon instantly transformed back into a rhomboid crystal. If this assertion had been made earlier, few would have believed it, but now, everyone was convinced. "Teacher, does this mean we have passed?" At that moment, Zhao Wuji's face turned a shade of green. He could hardly fathom that he, a formidable soul sage, had been bested by a mere child. "You few have indeed passed." Chapter 56, Tang Hao. Then, "Thank you, teacher." At this moment, Bai Ying gazed at Zhao Wuji's disheveled figure, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. She turned to Tang San and declared that the matter was resolved. Tang San stood there, utterly astonished. He could scarcely fathom how a soul saint-level powerhouse could be so effortlessly vanquished. The power of that cannon was not in the slightest inferior to their supreme hidden weapon, the reigning pear blossoms, and could even be said to far surpass it. As Tang San contemplated this, his gaze towards Bai Ying grew increasingly laden with apprehension. The potency of such a weapon was truly immense, far exceeding that of the Tang Sect's concealed armaments. At this moment, Bai Ying looked at Dai Mubai and said, "Take me to the dormitory." Dai Mubai, genuinely frightened, respectfully escorted him to the dormitory. Tang San, observing the direction in which Bai Ying had departed, couldn't help but mutter in disappointment, "What a rare opportunity, now lost." In the evening, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar appeared in the plaza of Shrek Academy. Bai Ying, That fellow is truly terrifying, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. You should have seen how Teacher Zhao was injured by just one blast. Those soul-guiding devices are astonishingly powerful, remarked Dai Mubai. You should be grateful that they harbor no murderous intent towards you. Otherwise, you might find yourself in dire straits. At this moment, Dai Mubai was genuinely frightened, fully comprehending the vast disparity in strength between himself and Bai Ying. Such a person could not possibly hail from an ordinary family. It was highly likely that he was nurtured by a prestigious family or a powerful faction with substantial resources. The kind of soul-guiding devices he wielded were unlike anything Dai Mubai had ever encountered, even as a prince of the Star Luo Empire. Oscar patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation, saying, "Dai, I advise you to refrain from casting your gaze upon that woman by his side. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." At that moment, Dai Mubai dared not entertain any thoughts of Zhu Zhuqing. Although she was his fiancée, his life was evidently of greater importance now. Inside the room, Bai Ying was completely exhausted. Utilizing a level 9 soul-guiding device with his recently attained soul power of just level 40 was exceedingly taxing. It appeared necessary for him to acquire materials for crafting soul-guiding devices the following day. With such thoughts, Bai Ying drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, Bai Ying rose early in the morning and then proceeded to the dining hall to partake in breakfast, which was primarily prepared by the villagers. Thus, after finishing the meal, Bai Ying arrived directly at Soto City, with the singular purpose of seeking rare materials, particularly the formidable soul-guided bombs. He was keen to ascertain the nature of these powerful explosives. System, what is today's sign-in reward? Congratulations, host, you have received a defensive soul-guided device, the Qian Shield. The Qian Shield, you say? It appears rather impressive. No sooner had he spoken than the Qian Shield materialized in Bai Ying's hand. It was an extraordinarily transparent azure sphere, its surface as smooth as a mirror, with a subtle play of colors swirling within. Upon closer inspection, Bai Ying discerned intricate patterns and runes residing within the sphere, each emanating a faint luminescence. The core magical formation inside was astoundingly intricate, nearly beyond comprehension. Bai Ying cautiously tucked away the item. Having spent a fruitful morning wandering through Soto City, upon his return to Shrek Academy, he unexpectedly encountered a figure cloaked in black. This individual swayed unsteadily as if intoxicated. However, Bai Ying sensed an unmistakable malevolence emanating from him. The aura of murderous intent felt hauntingly familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Even as they crossed paths, the memory eluded him. Upon arriving back at Shrek Academy, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled that this particular aura belonged to the realm of the god of slaughter. In this world, only 2 individuals possessed such a power, the Pope, Bibidong, who could hardly be in Soto City, and the other, Tang Hao, who also wielded the domain of slaughter. He remembered from the original tale that Tang Hao had once bested Zhao Wujie in a confrontation. He pondered whether his presence had altered the outcome of that event. Would Zhao Wujie still face defeat? Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden mission. Induce Tang Hao's old wounds to resurface. Reward, 1 golden pill. To ensure the hostess' safety from Tang Hao's wrath, this system has thoughtfully provided a divine experience card. Confronting Tang Hao, how intriguing. Qian Renxue's father was grievously injured by him, making Tang Hao an adversary of sorts. With this thought in mind, Bai Ying promptly sought out a shop and purchased a set of nocturnal attire before stealthily following Tang Hao. Tang Hao made his way to the back mountain of Shrek Academy, displaying a paternal concern for Tang San. Little San, forgive your father. I cannot reveal myself to you just yet. I am sorry. It is all my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not have endured such suffering. As night fell, Zhao Wujie underwent a cordial exchange with Tang Hao, ultimately finding relief from his long-standing injuries. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's visage could only be described as grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig's head. Amusingly, despite his disfigurement, he still expressed gratitude. Tang Hao conveyed news regarding Tang San to the 2 men before they departed. Just as Tang Hao prepared to leave, Bai Ying silently appeared before him, activating the divine experience card. Who are you? Tang Hao, a title Daoliu, recognized that anyone capable of appearing before him without a sound must also be a title Daoliu. You are not yet worthy to know my name. I have come to settle the debt you incurred many years ago. A debt, you say? Tang Hao's expression turned to one of confusion. When did I ever owe a debt to a title Daoliu? I am completely unaware of such a matter. The white shadow approached step by step, and Tang Hao could distinctly sense that he had descended into a perilous predicament. The opponent's strength was formidable. He was undoubtedly no match for such power. What, indeed, was the elder's intention for coming here? What debts did I owe him? A decade ago, you gravely injured the former Pope Qian Renxue of the Spirit Hall for the sake of a soul beast. Are you still able to recall that incident? Are you a member of the Spirit Hall? Tang Hao harbored an intense loathing for the Spirit Hall, had it not been for them. How could he have borne witness to his wife's sacrificial fate? Had it not been for their machinations, how could he have lost his mother in his youth? A lackey of the Spirit Hall, how dare you appear here? The dignified Hao Qian Daoliu has been reduced to this? If this were to be spoken of, no one would believe it. Today, I shall seek your insights on the prowess of the youngest title Daoliu. Chapter 57. Tang Hao faints. As soon as the words left his mouth, the white shadow surged forward. A powerful punch struck Tang Hao, who staggered back several steps, only managing to stabilize himself with the aid of his soul power. Not bad at all, as expected of the contemporary Hao Qian Daoliu. You are impressive if you can withstand my punch. And you are one of them. At that moment, Tang Hao comprehended the extraordinary prowess of the individual before him, realizing that the opponent's strength likely surpassed his own. The adversary had not employed any spirit rings, placing Tang Hao in a disadvantageous position. Suddenly, a Hao Qian hammer materialized in Tang Hao's grasp, emanating a faint glimmer of lightning. As if it harbored boundless power, he gripped the hammer tightly as 9 soul rings slowly unfurled around him, each radiating a brilliant light, resembling 9 resplendent stars encircling him. An aura of absolute dominance spread from him, akin to a waking fierce tiger, exuding an imposing presence that deterred direct gazes. Tang Hao's eyes grew resolute and profound as he clutched the Hao Qian hammer, instantly vanishing from his original position, leaving behind a mere afterimage. In the next moment, he appeared before the white shadow, wielding the Hao Qian hammer with the might of thunder, ready to strike down upon his opponent. The white shadow began, "Your strength is commendable." Yet it halts here. In a swift motion, the once colossal Hao Qian hammer came to an abrupt stop mere centimeters from the white shadow, impervious to Tang Hao's futile attempts to budge it. Who exactly are you? How is your power so formidable? Who am I? You are not worthy of knowing. But since I am in a good mood today, I shall enlighten you. I am a revered elder of the Spirit Hall. You were quite arrogant when you exploited your size advantage earlier, proclaiming you needed no spirit rings. Yet here I stand, unencumbered by such trappings. If you can endure even a single incense stick's worth of time in my grasp, I shall let you go. At that moment, Tang Hao found himself in an unexpected predicament, utterly defenseless against this being who emanated an aura of divine retribution, making it clear that they were on entirely different planes of existence. What kind of power did this individual possess? Could it be the legendary Daoliu? Within the Spirit Hall, there was but one legendary Daoliu, the Grand Elder Qian Daoliu. Could this person be Qian Daoliu? Before he could ponder further, Tang Hao's body was propelled backwards as if struck by a cannonball, crashing through several trees before finally regaining his footing. "Do not push your luck," he said slowly, genuinely enraged. The Hao Qian hammer in his grasp transformed into a crimson hue, an icy killing intent radiating from him. The previously serene 9 spirit rings now exhibited violent fluctuations. A series of explosive sounds echoed as the first and second spirit rings shattered and merged with the Hao Qian hammer. Great Sumi Hammer. The Hao Qian hammer instantly glowed a brilliant gold, a terrifying surge of spirit power coursing through it, causing the surrounding trees to shatter with even the slightest swing. Under the Great Sumi Hammer, perish. With a swift motion, Tang Hao brought the hammer down, only for the white shadow to conjure a time war blade in hand. Time seal. In an instant, the flow of time around them was suspended, the world enveloped in a pallid hue. A mere mortal dares to slay a god. Time scar. The very next moment, time resumed its flow, and Tang Hao let out a piercing cry as he plummeted from the air. It was a pain beyond description. Though his body remained uninjured, he felt an overwhelming tremor in his bones, blood, and soul. What have you done to me? What have I done? How does it feel? Do you remember this sensation? Despite being a titled Daoliu with formidable willpower, Tang Hao found himself rolling on the ground, as if a hammer were relentlessly pounding his head. "I will kill you. I will kill you." Tang Hao appeared utterly deranged, wielding the Hao Qian hammer with reckless abandon. His body, already plagued by old injuries, was now further afflicted. With a resounding crash, the youngest titled Daoliu in history, Tang Hao unexpectedly spat blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. To strike him, what sheer delight! Tang Hao, who could have foreseen such a day? It is not that vengeance is never served. Rather, the time has yet to arrive. To dare oppose the spirit hall, there is but one fate that awaits you. For now, I shall spare you, for even the wool must be sheared from the sheep. Baying cast a glance at him before turning away. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Baying did not head to the dormitory. Instead, he made his way to the quarters of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Time-S Blade, the seal of time. As he pushed open the door to their dormitory, he beheld the figures of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who were preparing to retire for the night. After a fleeting glance at the two, Bai Ying's attention settled upon Ning Rongrong. It must be said that although Ning Rongrong's physique may not rival that of Zhu Zhuqing, nor her temperament match that of Xiao Wu, she possesses a unique charm of her own. To put it succinctly, Zhu Zhuqing embodies an ethereal coolness, Xiao Wu exudes vivacity, while Ning Rongrong is the quintessential spoiled young lady. Just after her shower, she radiated a subtle scent of milk, mingling enchantingly with the fresh aroma of her body wash, creating an indescribable sense of comfort. Her long hair, damp as if just emerged from water, glistened with dewdrops, each strand shimmering under the light, exuding an alluring sheen. The pale figure gently approached Ning Rongrong's bedside, his gaze lingering upon her serene and tranquil visage. Her long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow upon her cheeks, enhancing her peaceful slumber. Unable to resist the urge, he reached out a hand, yearning to caress her cheek, yet at the very last moment, he withdrew it. Would this be somewhat inappropriate? Contemplating this, he turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing, reflecting on the adage that one who is feasting from the bowl still yearns for what remains in the pot. Baying still could not convince herself, ultimately. She gazed at Ning Rongrong and sighed, saying, "You will inevitably belong to me." The pale shadow gently gestured towards Zhu Zhuqing, who instantly regained her composure. "What brings you here? What has happened to them?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired. "Rest assured, they are unharmed. I have merely suspended their time. They will soon return to their normal state." Baying gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with fervent eyes and said, "My little kitty, it has been far too long since I last indulged in the pleasure of petting a cat." Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Though they had engaged in such moments numerous times before, she still felt an overwhelming shyness. "We have class tomorrow, so please do not overdo it. Otherwise, people might notice," she cautioned. "Rest assured, on this matter, I guarantee that no one will perceive a thing," he replied confidently. "Zhuqing, at this moment, you are my utmost favorite." Chapter 58. The willful and headstrong Ning Rongrong. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively recoiled slightly. Baying decisively leaned in for a kiss, causing Zhu Zhuqing to completely relax. After a considerable duration, Zhu Zhuqing's complexion gradually flushed. In the next moment, she boldly advanced towards him. "You." Allow Zhuqing to serve her master properly. Zhu Zhuqing had been instructed in such matters before, and recalling their previous encounter brought back those memories vividly. At this moment, Baying was entirely at ease. The following day, both Baying and Zhu Zhuqing appeared in the plaza of Shrek Academy, sporting prominent dark circles under their eyes. "Zhuqing, did you not sleep well last night?" Ning Rongrong inquired. "It's nothing. I just had trouble falling asleep," Zhu Zhuqing replied. Observing her state, Ning Rongrong teasingly remarked, "You didn't engage in any mischief behind our backs, did you?" Zhu Zhuqing's face turned crimson, leaving her speechless. While Baying couldn't help but marvel at the little kitten's stamina. "My back hurts terribly. Had I known, I wouldn't have done it this way," Baying lamented. Soon after, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, Flinder, made his appearance. "Mubai, please convey the academy's rules to them. You all should return to rest. The first class will commence in the evening, except for Ning Rongrong and Oscar." Baying undoubtedly comprehends the essence of this lesson, which revolves around engaging in soul battles at the Soto Great Soul Arena. The term soul battle refers to the exchange of skills among soul masters utilizing their martial spirits. This method serves as a means to acquire wealth. Baying let out a sigh and subsequently found a relatively quiet spot nearby. He began to inscribe the core magic array, for, according to the unfolding narrative, they would soon venture into the Star Doe forest to procure soul beasts. It was imperative to have everything meticulously prepared, for as the adage goes, fortune favors the prepared mind. "Oscar, how much farther must we run?" Although Ning Rongrong often engaged in running, she had never felt as exhausted as she did now. "There is still ample time. I have already stated that this is an insurmountable task. However, you need not worry about hunger, for I am a food-type soul master. Would you care for a sausage? I possess a rather large sausage. I also have 2 loaves of bread. What more do you need?" Observing this, Ning Rongrong immediately objected, exclaiming, "Is it merely a matter of Shrek Academy? I shall not run any further. I will simply see what he can do to me." With that, Ning Rongrong turned and departed, leaving Oscar utterly bewildered. The White Shadow, upon witnessing this scene, realized that an opportunity had arisen and swiftly pursued. Ning Rongrong intended to indulge in a lavish feast in Soto City when a voice echoed from behind her. "I recall the dean instructed you to run. Why have you not complied and left on your own accord? What business is it of yours?" "Mind your own affairs," she retorted, her tone laced with indignation. "Beware, or I shall strike you." Since childhood, Ning Rongrong had been cherished as a precious gem by both Ning Fengji and the title Daoliu, Sword Daoliu, and Bone Daoliu. Even mealtimes were attended by servants, fostering within her a haughty, imperious demeanor characterized by a disregard for others. Moreover, as the most gifted individual of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she held a certain disdain for those around her. "I am merely warning you. Someone has been watching you since the moment you left the playground, and they have been trailing you ever since." "How absurd. You are like a dog biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize a good heart when you see one. Do not deceive me. You are the one stalking me, are you not? Is it not my beauty that entices you? I have encountered many like you." Bai Ying was utterly confounded by the remarks, unable to counter the prowess of this little sorceress. In the realm of reality, she would undoubtedly excel in the art of debate. Believe it or not, I merely offered a word of caution out of respect for our shared status as classmates. If you doubt my words, consider them mere folly. Alas, I never imagined that the daughter of the esteemed sect master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school would exhibit such coarseness and arrogance. It appears the legacy of this generation's sect has indeed fallen into decline. Humph, you speak nonsense. I assure you, the seven-treasure glazed tile school is an existence beyond your comprehension. Who do you think you are to declare our sect has waned? I merely state the truth. I have no desire to continue this conversation with you, for conversing with a cur is a sheer waste of my time. As the little sorceress of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong had never encountered anyone bold enough to address her in such a manner. The implication that she was likened to a dog enraged her. "How dare you insult me? Do you wish for your demise? A mere seven-treasure glazed tile school cannot intimidate me. If you cannot endure such a modicum of training, I suggest you return whence you came." What a pity it is to see the current heir of the seven-treasure glazed tile school as an arrogant waste of potential. Stop right there. Ning Rongrong chased after him, her temper notoriously fierce. How could she tolerate someone daring to insult the seven-treasure glazed tile school? Leaving Shrek Academy, Bai Ying deliberately slowed his pace and turned to her, asking, "Do you require something? On what grounds do you deem me a waste? What gives you the right? I am the most remarkable genius of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Do you comprehend the significance of attaining 2 rings by the age of 12? Is that not impressive? You must understand that there are always those greater than you. Your so-called talent pales in comparison before individuals of higher caliber. Here, every individual is a marvel, such as Oscar, who is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power." Innate full soul power? How can that be? There is nothing impossible in this world. Your ignorance is astounding. If you wish to grow stronger, I advise you to train diligently. However, if you seek mere amusement, I suggest you depart promptly. Your father has already sent someone to visit Shrek Academy. Your father has come? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. How do you know this? What is your purpose in telling me? No comment. Bai Ying cast her a glance and remarked, "What future can a willful and headstrong young lady like you possibly have? Ning Fengji, despite your lifetime of wisdom, you have momentarily acted foolishly." At this moment, Ning Rongrong was genuinely incensed. She retorted, "On what grounds do you make such a statement about me? Who do you think you are? Just wait. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I shall ensure you come to know the true extent of my capabilities." Bai Ying paid him no heed and departed without a glance. Upon arriving at Soto City, he procured some materials and returned to Shrek to commence his engraving work. For him at this moment, inscribing a core magic array of such caliber was a task akin to child's play. Before long, he successfully developed a soul-guided bomb, its appearance cleverly deceptive, resembling commonplace objects. "I have searched for you for quite some time. Never would I have imagined you would be here." Chapter 59, Ning Rongrong. Transformed into an eyesore, Ning Rongrong glared at Bai Ying, her agitation growing with each passing moment. She had never felt such fury before. "How dare you insult me? Do you even comprehend who you are? Get lost," Bai Ying icily retorted. Ning Rongrong was truly enraged at this point. Her gaze shifted to the peculiar objects surrounding her. Instantly piquing her curiosity, she casually picked one up, sending Bai Ying into a state of alarm. My dear child, that is a soul-guided bomb. If mishandled or accidentally struck, it could detonate. This young lady was the heiress of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. If an incident were to occur, it would spell trouble for him. Hand that over to me, quickly. Seeing Bai Ying's reaction, Ning Rongrong's expression brightened. You are begging me now? As long as you plead with me, I might just give it to you. She glanced at the object in her hand, a cold smirk playing on her lips. Look at how anxious you are over this mundane black thing. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was thoroughly intoxicated by her own pride. Bai Ying slowly uttered, Give it to me. Not a chance. What are you going to do about it? She taunted, making a face. Did you not just call me a waste? If I am a waste, then what does that make you? A wild child born without a mother's care. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ying felt as though her mind had exploded. Could such a statement truly emanate from a young girl? Had she misheard? Yet, the stark reality lay vividly before her. Ning Rongrong continued to hurl a barrage of unseemly insults. Ning Rongrong, retract that statement you just made and return my belongings to me, or I shall make you regret it. I am frightened, Ning Rongrong responded, her laughter ringing out immediately after. At that moment, Bai Ying's emotions had reached a fever pitch. Yet she resolutely stifled her feelings. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. Who would have anticipated that Ning Rongrong could be so willful and capricious? As she spoke, Ning Rongrong waved the spherical soul-guided explosive in her hand. Is this the soul-guided device you developed? It appears rather ominous. Bai Ying gazed at the soul-guiding device in her hand and realized that this particular artifact lacked a fully inscribed core formation, suggesting its power was limited. Suddenly, an idea crossed her mind, and she addressed Ning Rongrong, saying, I offer you a singular opportunity. Relinquish this item without resistance, and I shall treat this incident as though it never transpired. Ning Rongrong, however, was well aware of Bai Ying's hesitation to impose any harm upon her, which emboldened her demeanor. In response, Bai Ying's initial anger simmered, transforming into a serene smile as she continued, You have squandered your chance. Therefore, the consequences shall be yours to bear. I have long desired to test the potency of these soul-guiding bombs. With a deliberate infusion of mental energy during the inscription of the core formation, she could trigger an explosion at will. The bomb in Ning Rongrong's possession began to heat up visibly, and with a sudden crackling sound, she instinctively hurled it to the ground, crying out in pain as she clutched her injured palm. An explosive detonation followed, sending shockwaves through the air. As the smoke cleared, Ning Rongrong emerged, her visage obscured by soot, resembling someone who had just emerged from the depths of a cauldron. Even her eyebrows and eyelashes were nearly indistinguishable. Her attire lay in tatters, as if savaged by countless sharp blades, revealing charred marks upon her skin. Staring in disbelief at her hands, it seemed she struggled to comprehend the chaos that had just unfolded. Her eyes brimmed with a mix of fear and astonishment. Ning Rongrong had never anticipated the bomb would detonate, and in that instant, she felt utterly shattered. How dare you treat me this way? Do you have any notion of the stature of our Seven Treasure glazed tile school on this continent? As the young princess of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, she had never endured such humiliation. Gazing at her disheveled appearance, she fixed a fierce glare upon Bai Ying. Bai Ying, with an air of indifference akin to a pig unperturbed by boiling water, remarked, I have long insisted that you return this item to me. Yet, you obstinately choose to tread the path of self-destruction. Consider yourself fortunate that the core formation of this soul-guiding device is not fully inscribed. Otherwise, its potency would be greatly amplified, and you might find yourself reduced to mere ashes. I strongly advise you not to provoke me, for the consequences could be dire. Your Seven Treasures glazed tile school may wield considerable power across the continent, but let me impart this wisdom. There are always greater forces beyond what you perceive. At that moment, Ning Rongrong glared at Bai Ying, her expression a mix of hatred and helplessness, which only fueled her frustration. Subsequently, fearing that others might witness her disheveled state, she fled in embarrassment. Observing Ning Rongrong's retreat, Bai Ying casually called out, Dean, how much longer do you intend to remain hidden? How did you discover my presence? Flinders slowly emerged, a sense of trepidation washing over him for the first time in the face of Bai Ying. I have been aware of your covert observation since the beginning. Enough of your prattle. I have no interest in your complaints. Should you wish to pursue this matter further, the esteemed dean is always welcome to do so. Bai Ying, you are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, are you not? Bai Ying felt no surprise at all. Instead, She calmly acknowledged the situation. "Oh, is there something you need?" Flander let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed astonishing that someone from the spirit hall would appear in this place. "No worries. You should head back to your dormitory and rest. Make sure to prepare for tonight's lessons. This matter will certainly be taken care of." Good heavens. According to the letter from Xiao Gang, he should be a direct disciple of Bibi Dong, the Pope's protege. Why would he be here? My word. What on earth has our Shrek Academy done? Tang San, son of the Haotian Daoliu, is here, and now another from the Spirit Hall has emerged. It seems our Shrek Academy is destined for fame. After completing all the soul-guided explosive devices, evening arrived. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had changed into a fresh set of clothes, yet her hair bore the unmistakable marks of scorching. Flander turned to Oscar and said, "Oscar, you are quite the friend, showing great spirit. Now, run another 20 laps. You may not eat or sleep until you finish. I've sealed your soul power. And you, Ning Rongrong, have not completed my assignment. Tell me, is that true or not?" Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming surge of anger. She had already been blasted and now had to run. She had completely forgotten about this task. Chapter 60. Soto Great Soul Arena. Ning Rongrong looked at Flander and said, "I forgot to run." Flander replied, "I shall give you two options. The first is to pack your belongings and leave. The second is to prove to me that you will not err again." Ning Rongrong retorted, "Why should I? You are merely a soul sage." Flander replied, "My identity is one you cannot afford to offend. It would be wise not to meddle with me. Do you think I am afraid?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying, feeling rather bored, strolled towards the outside of Shrek Academy. After a while, when Zhu Shiqing, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai emerged, Bai Ying promptly followed suit. "Brother, are you aware that Ning Rongrong was scolded to tears by the dean? Pride, you say? That individual is quite proud and haughty. She has been pampered at home as well. It is entirely normal for her to exhibit such emotions. With proper guidance, she will undoubtedly flourish in the future. Now, let this matter rest. If she cannot find her own way out of this situation, no amount of external commentary will reach her." The group then arrived at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. A few individuals from the White Shadow arrived at the registration area. "Brother, shall we form a team?" Xiao Wu suggested. Bai Ying shook her head and remarked, "You intend to team up with Tang San? Did you not previously advise me to avoid any interaction with him? Tang San possesses an exceptionally rich combat experience, and forming a team with him would undoubtedly present a splendid opportunity for growth. Regardless, you shall heed my counsel." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. At that moment, just as Tang San was about to propose the idea of teaming up, Xiao Wu preemptively revealed her intention, rendering Tang San's efforts entirely effortless. The White Shadow did not partake in the sparring session, but instead proceeded directly to the gambling fight. It is well known that such contests are bloodied affairs. "Greetings, I wish to enter the gambling fight." The attendants at the reception displayed little astonishment after completing the payment. One of them remarked, "You do realize that these fights are brutal. Do you think you can endure it? Just focus on your task. The rest is none of your concern." Bai Ying sat in the waiting area, immersed in anticipation. The surroundings were a cacophony of various individuals, most of whom were recuperating their strength. A faint scent of blood permeated the air, evidently arising from their bodies. Soon enough, Bai Ying found himself at the arena. His opponent was a weapon soul master, wielding a formidable blade. The man was tall and athletic, his muscular physique accentuated by a prominent scar on his face, a testament to his storied battles. He brandished a colossal war knife, its blade marred by countless nicks and stained with blood, exuding an ominous aura of lethality. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on Bai Ying, seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of his very soul. "Child, are you truly certain you wish to engage in combat with me?" His voice was raspy and deep, echoing as if it emerged from the abyss of hell. The pale figure remained unmoved, his gaze calm and resolute, as if everything lay within his grasp. "Soul Master, your soul power level must also be at level 40. It has been quite some time since I last stretched my muscles. Today is a perfect opportunity to engage with you." The Black Blade Soul Master bellowed, unleashing his first soul skill. Instantly, the entire arena appeared to be sliced into fragments by countless blades, each gust of blade energy exuding a sharp, murderous intent. Surrounded by this onslaught, the pale figure felt as if he were engulfed in a sea of swords and knives, experiencing the chilling aura of the blades. Rather than succumbing to fear, he was filled with an exhilarating thrill, reminiscent of the sensation when he was once ravaged by the golden crocodile Daoliu of the Spirit Hall. The figure of the White Shadow flickered momentarily, vanishing from its original position, only to reappear behind the Black Blade Soul Master. The expression on the Black Blade Soul Master's face shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such astonishing speed from the White Shadow. He hastily turned to confront the threat, swinging his blade toward the White Shadow. Yet, it seemed as though the White Shadow had foreseen his movement, swiftly evading the strike with an elegant motion. With the second soul skill, Shadow Dragon Claw, the Black Blade Soul Master felt an overwhelming force surge through him as the White Shadow's dragon-like claws seized his wrist. The claws were extraordinarily sharp, slicing through his defenses as if they were mere parchment, blood cascading from the wound. He gazed at the White Shadow in horror, disbelief flooding his eyes. Bai Ying, however, afforded him no opportunity. His right fist clenched tightly, he unleashed a powerful blow to the chest of the Black Blade Soul Master. The latter felt an overwhelming force surge through him, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. In an instant, the entire arena fell into silence, with all eyes fixed in astonishment upon Bai Ying. They could hardly believe that this seemingly frail youth possessed such formidable strength. Meanwhile, the Black Blade Soul Master sat slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with terror and despair. The silhouette of the White Shadow loomed magnificently on the battlefield. Each deliberate step he took towards the prostrate Black Blade Soul Master resonating in the hearts of the onlookers, inducing a palpable sense of trepidation. The atmosphere within the arena instantaneously became stifling, as if the very air had solidified. Kill him, echoed in the minds of all present, their excitement unmistakably etched upon their faces. The Black Blade Soul Master was steeped in despair. He endeavored to rise, yet his grievous injuries rendered him utterly immobile. As he beheld the advancing form of the White Shadow, an overwhelming dread filled his heart. The pale shadow approached the Dark Blade Soul Master, casting a glance that revealed a flicker of indifference in his eyes. He extended his right hand, delicately grasping the neck of the Dark Blade Soul Master. "What do you intend to do?" The Dark Blade Soul Master stammered, his eyes brimming with dread. With a sharp crack, the man's neck was abruptly twisted. Following this encounter, numerous battles ensued, each culminating in an unquestionable victory for the Pale Shadow. As he prepared to depart, he was halted by a voice. "Excuse me, might I request a moment of your time?" Before him stood a man impeccably attired, exuding an extraordinary demeanor despite not being a soul master. "I am the supervisor of the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Here is my business card." "What purpose does this serve?" the Pale Shadow inquired. "To achieve 7 consecutive victories without sustaining injury speaks volumes of your prowess, and I wish to forge a connection with you." "Oh, that's of no concern. I must take my leave now. Farewell." However, the supervisor insisted. "Please, I implore you to stay." Damu Tang San, Xiaowu, along with Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongzhen, had indeed witnessed the Pale Shadow's participation in the wagered battles. The method by which he vanquished his foes was nothing short of brutal. While Tang San previously believed that the Pale Shadow's strength was only slightly superior to his own, after witnessing the battles, it was clear that the disparity was monumental. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Bai Ying surged forth with the swiftness of a racing spirit, as if pursued by relentless creditors. It was likely that Ning Rongrong awaited him now. Seizing this opportune moment, he resolved to delve deeper into the enigmatic nature of that little sorceress. Should he succeed in winning over Ning Rongrong, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly become his most steadfast ally. With this thought in mind, a hint of a mischievous smile graced Bai Ying's visage. Chapter 61. Poison, the frightened Ning Rongrong. Bai Ying directly utilized the spatial teleportation talisman and arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory at Shrek Academy. Gently, he tapped on the wooden door, and Ning Rongrong's voice echoed, inquiring, "Who is it?" Bai Ying offered no response, yet the persistent knocking on the door continued unabated. At this point, Ning Rongrong was thoroughly infuriated. She abruptly flung open the dormitory door, only to be met by Bai Ying. "Are you out of your mind? Is there something wrong with you, incessantly knocking like this?" Bai Ying fixed her with a cold, penetrating gaze that sent chills down Ning Rongrong's spine. Her tone softened involuntarily as she asked, "What brings you to the girls' dormitory?" "Of course, I am here to find you. You destroyed one of my soul-guided bombs, surely. You do not believe this matter can be dismissed so easily. I intend to settle this account with you now." "Settle accounts? I have yet to seek retribution from you. Yet you are the one confronting me. Do you not realize that if your soul-guided bomb had truly harmed me, the consequences for you would be unimaginable?" "Huh. Do you think I would be afraid?" Since they have not yet returned, it is the perfect opportunity for us to resolve this matter. Ning Rongrong, maintaining her demeanor as a privileged young lady, retorted, "Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Can you even do so? My father is Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and my grandfather is the Sword Daoliu.After, while my other grandfather is the Bone Daoliu.After. Should you harm me, they would never let you off the hook. Humph, a mere coward relying on the power of others. If I were to kill you now, who would even know?" As she spoke, Bai seized Ning Rongrong's wrist. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, realizing that this person truly intended to confront her physically. Yet her words remained defiant. "You actually dare to strike me? I advise you to leave quickly, or I shall call for help. Do you believe I am unprepared?" Suddenly, a Qian shield appeared in Bai Ying's hand. It expanded instantly, enveloping the entire dormitory building in a barrier. Within this enclosure, no matter how loudly one screamed, it would be in vain. At that moment, Ning Rongrong felt genuine panic. Her haughty demeanor dissipated, and fear flickered in her eyes. "Help! Someone help me. I suggest you conserve your strength. This barrier is soundproof. Shall we discuss compensation? All right, I will give you whatever you desire. Just do not harm me. I can offer you money, lots of it." Ning Rongrong realized that the individual before her was indeed formidable. She had provoked a force to be reckoned with. The most crucial thing now was to preserve her life. Bai Ying regarded her and said, "It would have been better if you had spoken thus from the start. Let us proceed inside." With that, she stepped into the dormitory, forcefully dragging Ning Rongrong along. "Now, tell me, what can you offer in compensation? If I am not satisfied, I shall end your life right here." Ning Rongrong swallowed hard and replied, "I can give you 1,000. No, 3,000 gold soul coins. How does that sound? Do you truly think so little of me? 3,000 gold coins to exchange for a soul-guided bomb? Do I look like a beggar to you? And let me remind you, I am not lacking in funds. I am the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, one of the future elders of the Hall of Offerings." The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? How could someone of such status be here? "Do not deceive me any further," Ning Rongrong asserted, still unconvinced. Bai Ying, with an ethereal grace, delicately retrieved a papal decree from her storage soul guide. As Ning Rongrong gazed upon this decree, her status as the princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School enabled her to discern its authenticity. "You truly are the saint son of the Spirit Hall. What do you intend to do?" At that moment, Ning Rongrong, her wrist firmly gripped, cast a fearful glance at Bai Ying. Though she appeared fearless, the reality was that when faced with adversity, she would be among the first to succumb to fear. "My soul guide bomb is neither excessively cheap nor exorbitantly priced. I trust you are aware that offensive-type soul guides have been lost throughout the annals of Daoliu continent's history. As for gold soul coins, I possess an abundance. Therefore, what satisfactory terms can you offer? What is it that you truly desire? I shall grant you anything within my means," Ning Rongrong pleaded. "Are you certain?" Bai Ying's grip on her wrist tightened, eliciting a pained expression across Ning Rongrong's delicate visage, tears welling in her expressive eyes. "It hurts. I beseech you. I shall inquire once more. You claim you can provide me with anything, correct?" "Yes," Ning Rongrong replied, her face streaked with tears and mucus. "I implore you, release me. You are about to break my hand." "Very well, then I require you to become my servant. Only under this condition shall I release you." As she spoke, Bai Ying seized Ning Rongrong by her porcelain neck, lifting her effortlessly, the sudden constriction inducing a dizzying sensation. "Do you consent? Should you refuse, I can easily end your life here. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall have always been at odds. If I were to eliminate you, the Spirit Hall would commend me." Ning Rongrong shook her head, but the pressure on her neck only intensified. "I agree. Good, you have my word." Before Ning Rongrong could fully comprehend the situation, Bai Ying swiftly placed a golden elixir and a soul evolution pill into her mouth. With a sudden release, Ning Rongrong gasped for air. "What have you given me?" "Beneficial substances. Rest assured, you shall not perish. While this may be poison, as long as you comply, you will not meet your demise and will instead reap immense rewards." Upon hearing the word poison, Ning Rongrong was instantly overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. Bai Ying firmly grasped Ning Rongrong's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "I must possess some means, otherwise, how would I ever know the manner of my demise? And do not entertain thoughts of breaking the poison. The antidote resides solely with me." Bai Ying observed Ning Rongrong's expression with great scrutiny, and at that moment, she was utterly terrified. Indeed, without the tempering of society, A few words were sufficient to instill such fear. Do you comprehend? At last, Ning Rongrong regained her composure, pleading. I beg you, spare me. I realize my mistake. Realize your mistake? Is that even possible? The poison has already coursed through your veins. It has infiltrated your very marrow. Should you dare to meet my gaze, you shall bleed from every orifice and perish. Although a flicker of hope lingered within Ning Rongrong, the excruciating pain radiating from her body compelled her to accept the grim reality. How dare you truly poison me? Are you not afraid of the consequences should anything happen to me? Chapter 62. Ning Rongrong's bewildering behavior. Rest assured, if you were to meet with misfortune, I would simply select a suitable spot to bury you. Buying observed the gradually crumbling expression of Ning Rongrong and then remarked, moreover, this is not poison. How could anything happen to you? If this is not poison, then what is it? Ning Rongrong inquired. At this moment, Bai Ying replied nonchalantly, you'll find out soon enough. A wave of excruciating pain began to envelop Ning Rongrong's body, causing tears and snot to stream down her face. Little did she imagine that she would face her demise here. Father, had I known, I would not have fled. Father, where are you? She cried. Bai Ying, I shall haunt you even in death. I will not let you escape. Her voice grew fainter, and she felt as if something was seeping out of her entire being. Ning Rongrong curled herself tightly. The fear of death is a common experience for all, especially for someone like her, a sheltered young lady. At this moment, she could no longer maintain her composure. I was wrong. I should not have offended you. I beg you, spare me. After uttering these words, she suddenly sensed a warm current surging through her body, flowing towards her dantian. Her originally 26th level soul power surged, ascending 4 levels. I've broken through to level 30. All right, get off the ground now. The words of Bai Ying jolted Ning Rongrong back to reality, prompting her to inquire, why are you helping me? Help you? Do not be foolish. I am not aiding you, but rather serving my own interests. What you have ingested is a golden elixir, along with a specially concocted soul evolution pill. I have bestowed upon you these 2 unparalleled elixirs. I consider this an investment, which warrants compensation. Ning Rongrong slowly rose to her feet, casting a timid glance at Bai Ying as she articulated her response. What kind of compensation do you seek? Did I not make myself clear? What I desire is you, the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's leader, to be my servant. That is the recompense I seek. The pale figure cast a fleeting glance at her and said, all right, you should hurry and take a shower. You truly reek. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong finally grasped the situation, gazing at the foul, black substance clinging to her body, and could not help but burst into tears. What is this? It smells so terrible. This is the impurity within you. Your body has now expelled these toxins. Go wash up first, and I shall explain everything afterward. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong, disregarding everything else, made her way directly to the bathroom to cleanse herself. As she stood in the shower, she pondered, why is this person helping me? And why does he want me to be his servant? Is it to gain something from me? Gifted with keen intellect, Ning Rongrong could discern that Bai Ying surely harbored ulterior motives. Moreover, what he desired was undoubtedly linked to their 7 treasures glazed tile school. After finishing her bath, Ning Rongrong, filled with trepidation, looked at Bai Ying and asked, what exactly do you want from me? I have already stated my intentions. I want you. You want me? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip and replied, why do you want me? She herself was astonished to find that she had uttered such words. The pale shadow let out a soft laugh. In my life, I have 2 pursuits. The first is the supreme power, and the second is the collection of beautiful women from all over the world. You, Ning Rongrong, certainly count as one. Therefore, I find myself quite fond of a rare gem like you. The thought of pinning the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school beneath him was exhilarating. At this moment, Ning Rongrong felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. How could this person speak so plainly? Although he was known for his capriciousness and had uttered many cultural sayings before, those were mere words. The current situation was vastly different. You can forget about that. My father will never agree. Who said anything about needing your father's approval? All that matters is your consent. Besides, do you really think you have room to resist now? Even if your father were to find out, he would likely agree. Do you believe that? Just look at your martial soul. Ning Rongrong, half convinced, released her martial soul. To her astonishment, the originally 7-layered 7 treasure glazed tower transformed into a 9-layered 9 treasure glazed tower. She was momentarily stunned. What on earth is happening? Did you do this? She asked incredulously. Of course, it was me. Who else could it be? Now you understand my prowess, don't you? It is well known that while the seven-treasure glazed tower is the foremost auxiliary martial soul on the continent, it has a significant flaw. It can only absorb 7 soul rings throughout one's lifetime, thereby capping at the soul sage level. I possess a means to help you break free from this curse, and I am certain your father would be very interested. Ning Rongrong, astonished, responded, "Do you truly have a way?" As a member of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she understood the importance of the 9-treasure glazed tower all too well. If Bai Ying truly had a solution, he would be nothing short of a savior for the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. Come here. The gaze of the white shadow grew increasingly fervent, a covetous glint unabashedly fixated upon Ning Rongrong. She instinctively recoiled, yet, under the intensity of that burning stare, she steeled herself and approached. As she drew nearer, she was swiftly enveloped in his embrace. "What are you doing?" she questioned, bewildered. "What am I doing?" "Naturally. I am here to instruct you on how to serve your master." Bai Ying's hand began to roam over Ning Rongrong's thigh, filling her entire being with a peculiar sensation. She had just emerged from her bath, and the faint scent of milk wafted through the air, continuously enveloping Bai Ying's nostrils. "What a delightful little enchantress you are. I find myself utterly captivated by you." Bai Ying leaned close to Ning Rongrong's ear and softly whispered, "Do you know how to serve your master well? There is no need to rush. Starting today, you will learn something new every day. I will certainly teach you diligently." With that, Bai Ying embraced Ning Rongrong and began to nibble on her. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress the sounds escaping her lips. After a considerable time, the two separated, and Ning Rongrong's entire face flushed crimson. Yet, she did not exhibit any resistance. Instead, her gaze was fervent. This reaction left Bai Ying perplexed. "Have you learned how to serve your master well?" Bai Ying inquired. Ning Rongrong nodded and replied, "I have learned. I know what to do." "Why don't you show any resistance?" Bai Ying asked. "Why should I hold back?" Ning Rongrong, now resembling a seasoned expert, replied, "Whatever my master desires, Rongrong will absolutely fulfill." In the next moment, Ning Rongrong pushed Bai Ying down. Her entire body pressed against him as she said, "Do not worry, master. Tonight, Rongrong will ensure everything is done right." Chapter 63. Sleeplessness. Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly a fairy among fairies. This was Bai Ying's sole understanding of her at this moment. "Ning Rongrong, do you know what you are doing?" Bai Ying asked. Ning Rongrong nodded, a half-smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Of course I know. Humph. I have long since realized that your relationship with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing must be quite extraordinary. In fact, I had noticed you from the very beginning. At our age, you have already reached level 40, and in battle against the immovable king and Zhao Wujia. The cannon you wielded was unlike any weapon I have ever seen, so powerful. And now, you have enabled my 7-treasure glazed tile to transform directly into a 9-treasure glazed tile. This proves you are nothing short of a monster. And look at me now. Can I still resist? Rather than being half-hearted, it is better to be direct." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with determination. Suddenly, she leaned in and began to kiss him, igniting a fervent spark between them. After an indeterminate time, Ning Rongrong found herself utterly exhausted. "You will take responsibility for this, won't you?" she asked. The pale figure spoke softly, expressing a hope that one would not regret the decision made today. "I have never experienced regret," she declared. Just then, the door creaked open. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu stared in astonishment at the appearance of the pale figure. "Brother, how did you arrive here?" At that moment, the pale figure exclaimed in surprise, "How did you manage to enter? What on earth is happening here? Why are the two of you able to come in?" "Of course, it is by the design of this system," came the response. "Goodness, you are putting me in a precarious position." The two exchanged glances towards Ning Rongrong's direction, discovering she had already fallen asleep. A sigh of relief escaped them, as they had assumed the pale figure was seeking them out. "Brother, you haven't let Rongrong discover your presence, have you?" Xiao Wu expressed concern, casting a worried glance towards Ning Rongrong, lying in bed and pretending to be asleep. Ning Rongrong too felt relieved upon hearing this. "No, we have finally returned. I have waited for you so long that the flowers have wilted." Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted, while Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed with color. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu dashed forward, casting a guilty glance towards Ning Rongrong. She then spoke, "Rongrong is still here. What if she awakens?" "Rest assured, she is sound asleep and will not wake," came the assurance. Xiao Wu glanced once more, treading cautiously to Ning Rongrong's bedside. Ning Rongrong's heart raced, daring not to make a sound, and could only continue to feign sleep. The White Shadow's heart raced with palpable excitement. If Xiaowu were to discover that he had come to seek Ning Rongrong, one could only imagine her reaction. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong soundly asleep, he exhaled deeply in relief and spoke, "Brother, you should leave quickly." "Xiaowu, do you truly believe I would depart so easily? It has been far too long since I savored your essence. I have missed it dearly." Upon hearing these words, Xiaowu's cheeks flushed, and she replied, "It's right here. Shall we not step outside? It may be too late for that now, and besides, Ning Rongrong is already asleep. I trust Zhu Qing will not disturb us." Zhu Qing, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. The combat prowess of Bai Ying was exceptionally formidable. The last encounter had left her utterly exhausted, nearly revealing her fatigue the following day. Xiaowu glanced at Zhu Qing, who nodded in agreement before pulling the covers back and lying down to rest. Taking a deep breath, Xiaowu sensed that Bai Ying was growing increasingly impatient. He swiftly lifted her into his arms, causing her heart to race. At that moment, the most anxious were not Xiaowu, but Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong. "Brother, is this truly acceptable? Do not worry, no one will notice us." "Xiaowu, your first soul fight was nothing short of remarkable. I am proud of you. Of course, who else could be my brother?" "Brother, do not change the subject. Tell me, have you entangled yourself with many girls?" "One might say so." "Then, in comparison to them, who do you favor more?" "That is difficult to articulate. Each possesses their own merits." At that moment, Xiaowu puffed up in indignation and bit down on Bai Ying's lip, causing blood to appear. "Humph, brother, I believe you are merely lusting after my body. Zhu Qing informed me that men are the most unscrupulous." Zhu Qing was taken aback by this revelation, never expecting Xiaowu to speak so boldly at that moment. "Did Zhu Qing teach you that?" "I am aware." "Then perhaps I should take my leave." As Bai Ying began to rise, Xiaowu swiftly grasped his hand and exclaimed, "Brother, I was merely jesting. Why do you take it so seriously?" In an instant, Bai Ying seized the moment and spoke with emphasis. "Is this also what Zhu Qing has taught you? He truly has led you astray. Just wait until tomorrow to see how I deal with him." This remark startled Zhu Qing, for he had experienced Bai Ying's methods firsthand, methods that could leave one in a state of despair, unable to escape life or death. Sister Ning Rongrong watched this unfolding drama, her eyes slowly opening as they fixated on Xiaowu. "Xiaowu, ever since your mother passed away, I have been by your side. Do you still not trust me?" "Brother, that is not my intention. What I mean is that you should entice fewer people." "What does it mean to entice someone, Xiaowu?" "Today, I will let you experience my prowess." Instantly, Xiaowu felt a peculiar sensation envelop her neck, a feeling of decadence that was irresistible. Her tone shifted, becoming irresistibly alluring. "Brother, I was wrong. Do you remember when I said that one must acknowledge their mistakes to learn from them?" Upon hearing these words, Xiaowu realized it was too late for regrets, and thus, she resigned herself to fate. The torment that began as a struggle gradually morphed into an indulgent pleasure, and Xiaowu was enveloped in ecstasy. The two were closely entwined, their heated breaths and sounds preventing Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong from finding any solace in sleep. "Brother, brother, brother," Xiaowu's repeated calls rendered both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing crimson with embarrassment, the unfamiliar sensations intensifying within them. They could only shut their eyes tightly, pretending to sleep, too afraid to make a sound. Especially for Ning Rongrong, she could feel that familiar warmth flooding her heart once more. The noise from the two was undeniably loud. Sleep eluded them. It was simply unattainable. It was unclear how much time had passed before the sounds eventually subsided. At this moment, Bai Ying was also panting heavily, while Xiaowu was drenched in fragrant sweat. "I must take my leave now. By the way, tomorrow I will take you and Zhu Qing to the Star Doe Forest to acquire suitable soul rings." At that moment, Xiaowu and Zhu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. For Xiaowu, Bai Ying's combat prowess was exceedingly formidable. Her current physical condition was utterly unable to withstand it. And at that moment, Zhu Qing also opened her eyes, casting a glance at Xiaowu, feeling a wave of trepidation. "Xiaowu, are you all right?" "Zhu Qing, I'm fine, don't worry. I hope we haven't disturbed Rongrong." Both of them turned their gazes towards Ning Rongrong, who quickly closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Thankfully she hasn't awakened. If someone were to see me in this state, I wouldn't know how to face them. If I hadn't begged for mercy midway, he might have truly drained me." "Xiaowu, I must admit I was somewhat frightened." Zhu Qing felt a deep resonance with this sentiment. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, opening her eyes, sighed in relief internally. The sounds just now had ignited a fire within her. The following day, when Oscar failed to appear, everyone's immediate reaction was to presume he was being lazy. Just as Flinder was about to explode with anger, Oscar's excited voice rang out. "What have you been up to?" "Dean, I have broken through to level 30. That's wonderful." Upon hearing this news, Flinder's anger gradually subsided. At this point, as the dean, Flinder announced the second lesson, which was to consume one of Oscar's sausages. The words of Bai Ying were entirely unsurprising, even eliciting a hint of excitement. After all, the sausage was undeniably hygienic and pristine. Were such delicacies to exist on Earth, the business would surely flourish. Shortly thereafter, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu had all finished their sausages. In Chapter 64, titled A Fight, Zhao Wujie secured a room in a modest hotel before ascending to the upper floor. With a grand gesture, Bai Ying arranged private rooms for everyone. Observing this, Oscar promptly complimented, "What a display of generosity. Truly a wealthy individual, far richer than Boss Dai." Ma Hongjun chimed in, "Indeed. How about you treat us today?" Bai Ying stated directly that since they were to venture into the Star Doe forest to procure soul beasts, it was imperative to indulge in a splendid meal today to ensure they had the energy needed. Ma Hongjun chimed in, declaring that since such was your wish, we certainly shall not hold back on the expenses. Following this, Ma Hongjun began to order dishes, predominantly selecting the more extravagant options. Bai Ying was exceedingly generous, showing no intention of halting his benevolence. "Brother Bai, how come you possess such wealth?" Tang San inquired cautiously. "My grandfather is a highly esteemed elder within the Spirit Hall, a figure of unparalleled authority. Even the Pope, Bibi Dong, treats him with the utmost reverence," Bai Ying explained. Tang San immediately grasped the significance of this, recalling that the master had once warned him about Bai Ying's extraordinary identity when they departed from Nodding Academy, cautioning against forming a close bond with him. Dai Mubai, donning an expression as if owed several million, scoffed, "What is so impressive about that? He is merely an elder in the Spirit Hall. Are you looking to get beaten again, Dai Mubai?" he retorted, recalling the incident where his ribs had been fractured. A shiver of fear coursing through him as he swallowed hard, choosing to remain silent, though the tension in his veins signaled his defiance. He remembered that he was the prince of the Star Luo Empire. Albeit the second prince, he still held the esteemed title among his peers. No one in the entire Star Luo Empire dared to speak to him in such a manner, nor could anyone reduce him to such humiliation. The atmosphere grew animated as everyone indulged in drinks and food, fostering a vibrant ambience. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the hotel door was forcefully kicked open. A group of individuals strode in, their faces adorned with disdain and superiority. Leading them was a balding man, followed closely by 8 men and 1 woman, all clad in garments emblazoned with the characters Songhue. "That girl is rather attractive," Ma Hongjun remarked, his gaze greedily fixated on the sole female spirit master among them. For Ma Hongjun, this pursuit was his greatest delight, as his spirit was the evil fire phoenix, and he found it difficult to contain his fiery essence, often resorting to such means for release. At that moment, Dai Mubai glanced over and declared, "They are merely from a small academy, Songhue." What audacity! Yet his gaze remained firmly locked on the female spirit master. In truth, Dai Mubai's yearning exceeded that of Ma Hongjun's. He had attempted to approach Zhu Zhuqing several times before, only to be rebuffed, with Zhu Zhuqing warning him that should he persist, Bai Ying would be instructed to teach him a lesson. The memory of his fractured ribs had instilled in Dai Mubai a profound fear of harboring any further aspirations towards Zhu Zhuqing. Nevertheless, he believed that once his strength surpassed Bai Ying's, he would endeavor to win Zhu Zhuqing back. At this juncture, a mischievous glint flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. Ma Hongjun nudged Dai Mubai's shoulder and said, "What do you think? I told you she has quite the catch, didn't I? The white shadow is truly exasperating. Were it to exist on Earth, it would undoubtedly be deemed a rogue, with the only reason others refrain from striking it being their inherent kindness. These two individuals are simply seeking trouble." At this moment, the members of the Songhue Academy overheard the conversation between Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Their fury ignited. It was an outright affront to their institution, openly toying with their students. How could this be tolerated? Yi Zhiqiu discreetly whispered a few words to a fellow student, who promptly stood up upon hearing them. He witnessed a server approaching with dishes intended for Dai Mubai and his companions, and without hesitation, he followed closely behind. Just as the server was about to set the dishes down, he forcefully shoved her, as the platter threatened to crash to the ground. Tang Sen swiftly executed the technique of the Xiantian skill, skillfully catching it. My sincerest apologies, the Tsanghue Academy student remarked, only to resort to further mischief by carefully kicking at Dai Mubai's chair. At this point, Dai Mubai was utterly infuriated, as the saying goes. Even a tiger does not reveal its might without reason. Am I to be mistaken for a sickly cat? With a swift kick, he retaliated. And in a swift sequence of strikes, the student was sent flying backwards. Thus, the conflict erupted in earnest, with Yi Zhiqiu urging the students to charge forth and engage in a brawl with Shrek. Alas, you two are truly adept at finding trouble where none exists. Bai Ying spoke as he rose, his movements exceedingly enigmatic, rivaling the elusive shadow of a ghost. With a shift of the cosmos, the sound of resounding slaps echoed through the air. Several individuals, before they could even reach the forefront, were sent flying. Yi Zhiqiu, having no time to react, beheld as they lay sprawled on the ground, their faces marked with vivid crimson imprints of the slaps. Bai Ying nonchalantly returned to his seat and began to eat leisurely. Brother, I haven't had the chance to move for a long time. I also wish to engage in a fight. What fight? Do you not realize that it is a disgrace to our dignity? Oscar and Ma Hongjun were utterly bewildered by the events unfolding before them. Having only witnessed someone being thrown out, the several fallen students were seething with rage, ready to erupt, but were quelled by Bai Ying's piercing gaze. An indescribable aura of terror radiated from him as 3 soul rings gradually materialized beneath his feet. The mere appearance of these soul rings startled not only the members of Tsanghue Academy, but also struck fear into the hearts of the others from Shrek Academy. With the exception of Xiao Wu, these 3 soul rings were predominantly black. It is well known that black soul rings signify those of a 10,000-year age. The presence of 3 black 10,000-year soul rings. Was this even conceivable for a human? This was, without a doubt, a monster among monsters. Dai Mubai was taken aback. He had initially believed that his strength was only marginally inferior to that of his opponent, but now it was evident that the chasm between them was immense. Just a single glance had sent them retreating in fear. Pray tell, what manner of being are you? I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of Tsanghue Academy. Leave. As he spoke, he produced a medallion. The moment Yi Zhiqiu laid eyes on the medallion, his demeanor transformed into one of obsequiousness. The papal medallion. So, it was a matter concerning the esteemed individuals of the Spirit Hall. This young man had indeed been blind to his own recklessness. I apologize. I commanded you to leave. Did you not hear me? Yi Zhiqiu, with utmost respect, returned the papal medallion to Bai Ying, before hastily leading his group away in disgrace. The significance of the papal medallion was well understood by Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai. It represented the highest authority of the Spirit Hall, a token that commanded respect as if the Pope himself were present. Chapter 65, Dai Mubai faces misfortune. Possessing the papal medallion, Bai Ying's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Dai Mubai scoffed, expressing his frustration. I had intended to vent my anger. Why did you let them leave so easily? They are merely useless trash. It would be beneath me to act against them. True masters remain concealed, never revealing their prowess. Dai Mubai couldn't help but laugh derisively. Do you consider yourself a master? Do not feign superiority. Your age is not significantly greater than ours. I am at least stronger than you. The words of Bai Ying sent a chill through Dai Mubai, prompting a disdainful snort from him. He then chose to remain silent. Rising from his seat, he made his way towards the door. At that moment, Tang Sen hurriedly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "I need to find a place to vent my frustrations." He replied, "Fatty, would you care to join me?" This statement made it clear to the members of Shrek. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself and immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Why not? Let us go." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying realized that these 2 individuals were indeed seeking a certain kind of establishment. Instantly, his appetite vanished. To be frank, he secretly yearned to join them. However, observing the expressions of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xing, and Xiao Wu, he deemed it utterly improbable. If those 3 were to discover his escapade to such a place, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their rooms. In the dead of night, a commotion arose. "This is bad. This is terrible." Ma Hongjuan's voice echoed from upstairs, rousing Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Oscar from their slumber. Oscar, irate, exclaimed, "What has happened to you again, Fatty? Weren't you supposed to be out with Daida? Is it a matter of funds, or are you simply not satisfied with your revelry?" "It's far too late to disturb my sleep. Fatty, what has happened to your face?" At that moment, They all noticed that Ma Hongjiwen's visage was swollen and bruised. Who could have done this to you? Tang Xin inquired. Something truly dreadful occurred. After I went out with Daida, we sought out a few individuals from the Tsanghue Academy with the intention of venting our frustrations. To our dismay, we were assaulted, and Daida was even captured. Fortunately, I managed to flee, or I would not have returned at all. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing this, felt a mixture of disappointment and frustration, chiding Dai Mubai. Do you not consider yourself a person at all? You are merely a sole master of the third ring, and yet you dared to confront someone of the fifth ring. It is no wonder you were defeated. Tang San recognized this as an opportunity. Should he manage to excel in this situation, he might just win Xiaowu's favor. A shadow descended from above, uttering, "You two truly do not allow me any peace." Very well, let us proceed. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai found himself tightly bound by ropes, his body marred with numerous bruises. If you possess the courage, face me one-on-one. Do you not believe that once our comrades arrive, I shall ensure you regret your actions? He challenged. How dare a rogue like you provoke us at Tsanghue Academy and openly harass our female classmates? Do you wish for your demise? Yi Zhiqiu interjected, asserting his authority as a teacher to safeguard his students, who were now in evident distress. Yet, he remained cautious, recognizing that although Dai Mubai appeared gravely injured, his wounds were merely superficial and would heal with a few days of rest. After all, among them was an individual wielding the Pope's decree, a matter that instilled a certain trepidation in Yi Zhiqiu. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of Dai Mubai in a pitiful state. Upon seeing the members of Shrek, Dai Mubai's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. Fatty, you truly lack loyalty. Come and rescue me. Bai Ying, please teach them a lesson. So they understand that Shrek Academy is not to be trifled with. Yet, Bai Ying disregarded Dai Mubai's words and approached Yi Zhiqiu, commanding him to release the captives. Yi Zhiqiu nodded and instructed his subordinates to free Dai Mubai. Although Dai Mubai yearned to continue the battle, he was intercepted by Bai Ying. Was it not enough humiliation? The inheritor of the evil spirit White Tiger Martial Soul, a prince of the Star Luo Empire, reduced to being captured, truly a disgrace. They had wielded their strength against the weak, and furthermore, for hands could easily overpower two. Had they been willing to engage me in a one-on-one duel, I would assuredly have vanquished them all. However, Yi Zhiqiu interjected, you were the one who instigated this conflict. Had you not first provoked my student, I would never have bound you. He continued apologetically. Nonetheless, our Shrek Academy has always favored familial ties over principles. Dai Mubai is now, after all, a student of our Shrek Academy, who is responsible for binding them. Step forward. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu realized the matter was unlikely to resolve easily, and promptly stood up. Qian Gui, manifest. Step by step, the white shadow advanced towards Yi Zhiqiu, each movement amplifying the formidable aura he exuded. The terrifying dragon pressure from the shadow dragon left Yi Zhiqiu gasping for breath, his body trembling with fear. A wave of regret washed over Yi Zhiqiu. Had he known the consequences, he would not have acted so decisively. Dai Mubai had initially believed that the white shadow would advocate for him, but the joy on his face was utterly extinguished by the white shadow's next words. Bai Ying cast a glance, and Dai Mubai immediately remarked that today should serve as a lesson for him. He added that he would not hold it against them this time, but if there were to be a next occasion, he advised them to think twice. For this person's identity was no trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's anger flared as he retorted, Bai Ying, what do you mean? Just let it go? I refuse to accept this. To which Bai Ying replied, if you feel wronged, it is because you were the one who first provoked another's female classmate. Do you truly believe you would have been struck otherwise? You have tarnished the reputation of Shrek Academy. If you wish to seek justice, you must do so through your own abilities. This is the Daoliu continent, not your home. What is the matter? Feeling wronged? You should have anticipated such consequences when you engaged in this action. Yi Zhiqiu, upon hearing this, sighed in relief, retracted his martial spirit, and nodded apologetically, saying, I'm sorry. We shall take our leave. Observing that Yi Zhiqiu had already led the members of Tsanghue Academy away, Dai Mubai's pent-up frustration erupted. Who do you think you are to let them go? By what right? Simply because I can defeat you and grind you into the ground. That is my confidence. At that moment, Dai Mubai, consumed by rage, no longer cared for anything else and directly summoned his evil demon, White Tiger Martial Spirit. With his third spirit skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, his aura surged dramatically. In an instant, he charged at Bai Ying, who merely scoffed and remarked, what madness is this? Let me tell you. I am best at treating madness, and today you are indeed fortunate." The next moment, Dai Mubai's figure was sent flying, crashing to the ground. The sound of cracking bones echoed as several of his ribs were broken. His anguished cries filled the air, and at that moment, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were utterly astonished that Bai Ying would strike against his own. What does this mean? Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "If you wish to fight, I am willing. Let us engage." However, upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun instantly cowered. "Enough. You may handle the aftermath here." With that, he turned and left. Bai Ying's actions undoubtedly incited widespread fury, for as a prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had never been treated in such a manner. Unable to suppress the fire within, he spat blood and promptly fainted. Witnessing Dai Mubai's plight brought the greatest joy to Ning Rongrong. For it was Dai Mubai who once claimed he was unworthy of remaining at Shrek Academy. Now, seeing him in such a state, she felt elated. Upon returning to the hotel, Bai Ying retreated to his room. When Zhao Wujing laid eyes on Dai Mubai's current condition, he exploded with rage, exclaiming, "Who did this?" However, after Zhao Wujing learned the details of the incident, he looked at Dai Mubai with a puzzled expression and said, "This is entirely of your own doing. You sought out women but ended up in this predicament, bringing shame to our Shrek Academy." Originally, he believed that Zhao Wujing would assist him in reprimanding Bai Ying, but unexpectedly, he found himself being scolded instead. This was unequivocally blatant discrimination, which Dai Mubai could no longer endure, yet he had no choice but to suppress his feelings. In stark contrast to the expressions of others, Ning Rongrong had never appeared so elated. This was the consequence of offending him, wasn't it? Well, you all should return and rest. Tomorrow, we must venture into the Stardow Forest. Mubai, consider this incident a lesson. Understood. As everyone retreated to their rooms for rest, Ning Rongrong stealthily knocked on Bai Ying's door. "What the hell, what now?" Upon opening the door and seeing Ning Rongrong, Bai Ying inquired, "What brings you here?" "May I come in to discuss?" Ning Rongrong replied, her cheeks flushed. "No problem, but I must remind you, if there is nothing urgent, do refrain from knocking on my door at this hour. It disturbs my sleep, and my mood is rather foul." Once inside Bai Ying's room, Ning Rongrong exhaled deeply and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for avenging me." "Avenge? What are you talking about?" Ning Rongrong clenched her teeth and replied, "It's Dai Mubai. When I first entered Shrek Academy, he insulted me, and today, I consider it revenge. That matter? I merely found it intolerable, nothing more. Is there anything else? If not, you should return to rest. I'm a bit frightened. May I sleep here? Are you certain? It's rather perilous to intrude into a man's room at this hour. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong remained surprisingly calm, responding, "What danger? I witnessed a live broadcast of you sleeping in the same bed with Xiao Wu back in the dormitory. I must say, my suspicions were correct. You truly are a scoundrel." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong approached the bed and lay down, saying, "Turn off the lights." To be honest, Ning Rongrong felt quite flustered. This was her first time lying on a man's bed. Although nothing had transpired between them yet, her heart raced like a startled deer, pounding fiercely. On the bed, their breaths intertwined, creating a subtle atmosphere. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on Ning Rongrong's face. She tightly shut her eyes, attempting to calm her breathing and heartbeat. Yet, lying on an unfamiliar bed with a rogue who might act at any moment, she found it impossible to suppress the tension and anxiety within her. Bai Ying lay upon the bed, feeling the gentle rhythm of Ning Rongrong's breath and the warmth of her body beside him, stirring a ripple of emotions within his heart. This was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. Bai Ying spoke, "Your heartbeat is quite erratic. Is there something troubling your heart?" Ning Rongrong suddenly opened her eyes and replied, "It's nothing. I am merely frightened." The pale shadow softly inquired, "What is there to fear?" Ning Rongrong replied, "I fear your hands may wander." Bai Ying smiled gently, his voice deep and resonant, as if it could penetrate the very depths of Ning Rongrong's soul. "Do you really believe I am that kind of person?" Ning Rongrong was drawn back to reality by his voice. She turned to face Bai Ying, and in the moonlight, his facial features were sharply defined, his gaze profoundly introspective. Suddenly, she felt that her previous worries and fears were utterly unfounded. This seemingly cold man was, in truth, not as formidable as she had imagined. I do not know." Ning Rongrong's voice trembled slightly as she admitted that her understanding of this man was far too limited. Bai Ying sat up, drawing closer to Ning Rongrong, his gaze imbued with earnestness and gravity. "Ning Rongrong," he declared, I am not one to take advantage of others, nor would I ever compel a woman to do that which she does not wish. As Ning Rongrong's breathing gradually steadied, Bai Ying lay beside her, yet felt as though he were ensnared amidst thorns, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. The echoes of his own words reverberated in his mind, each syllable piercing him like a sharp needle, igniting a dull ache within his heart. The righteousness of his earlier declaration left him devoid of any excuses now. With a gentle sigh, he extended his hand, yearning to smooth away the faint trace of sorrow etched upon Ning Rongrong's brow. Yet, his hand lingered in the air for a moment, ultimately refraining from descending. He feared that his gesture might disturb the sweet dreams of Ning Rongrong, and he was even more apprehensive of what impulsive actions he might take. After all, the torment of merely gazing upon such a stunning beauty, without the ability to touch, was nearly unbearable. He worried that he might succumb to temptation, and what would she think of him then? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's hand rested upon his shoulder, her entire being pressing into him. Feeling her steady breath and the softness of her touch, the flames of desire within him surged ever higher. Yet, he gritted his teeth, resolutely reminding himself that he must not yield. Absolutely not. What a little enchantress she was, a beguiling sprite. The following day, upon awakening, Ning Rongrong found herself nestled against Bai Ying, momentarily stunned. How did I come to be here? She wondered. The shadowy figure with dark circles under his eyes sneered and spoke. What do you think? Are you aware of the immense allure you hold over me? Just yesterday, I nearly departed hastily. Had I lingered, others might have discovered our secret, leading to misunderstandings. Let us move quickly. Chapter 67. The Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake. Ning Rongrong smiled cunningly, and then pushed the door open. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, the one most elated was Xiao Wu. After they had traversed a considerable distance, Zhao Wujia instructed everyone to halt. Oscar promptly produced a sausage, declaring, "My sausage possesses certain detoxifying properties. Should any perilous situation arise, you must urge him to consume it." The group nodded in agreement, and then Dai Mubai and the shadowy figure led the way to a more open area. "Teacher Zhao, I actually have a method to locate a suitable soul beast." The white shadow manifested itself. Zhao Wuji turned to the white shadow and inquired, "Do you have any solutions?" "Speak swiftly." Bai Ying nodded and finally retrieved a fragrant celestial herb from her storage space. The moment the ethereal aroma of the herb filled the air, everyone was enveloped in a refreshing scent. "Is this the fragrant Qilua celestial herb? How did you acquire it?" Tang Sen exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. As a disciple of the Tang Sect, he was well acquainted with the properties of the fragrant Qilua celestial herb. While it may not possess detoxifying effects, any toxins within its vicinity would become ineffective. This herb is recorded as one of the most practical celestial plants in the Tang Sect's mystical treasure tome. "Do you recognize this?" Zhao Wujia turned to Tang San and inquired. Tang Sen nodded, gazing at Bai Ying. "You intend to utilize the herb's properties to attract soul beasts, correct?" "Indeed, that is accurate," Bai Ying affirmed. "However, I believe this approach may be somewhat ill-advised. Although the fragrant Qilua celestial herb can draw soul beasts, it cannot guarantee the strength of those that are attracted. If a formidable soul beast is lured, we could find ourselves in a perilous situation. I have already contemplated this matter. You need not worry." Bai Ying reassured. Bai Ying produced the Qiankuan shield, and in an instant, a faint glow of soul power radiated outward, forming a barrier within. "What is this?" Ning Rongrong inquired. "A soul guide? It should be classified as a level 9 soul guide. Do you have confidence?" "Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, I am absolutely confident." Zhao Wujia pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing to this plan. After all, it would be far more time-consuming for a few individuals to search repeatedly through the vast expanse of the Stardow Forest. The ethereal fragrance emanating from the rare spirit of fragrance infused the atmosphere with an invigorating essence of soul power. Tang Sen gazed longingly at the exquisite spirit, as if wishing to claim it for himself. Just then, a similar sound emerged from a nearby thicket. The group swiftly prepared for battle, their eyes reflecting a murderous intent. "Is that the Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake?" Bai Ying exclaimed almost instinctively. Zhao Wujia asked, "How do you know?" "Because I've slain too many of them. It's become muscle memory." "Do you believe me?" Zhao Wujia felt utterly speechless. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing leapt into the trees to observe, detailing the characteristics of the soul beast. Indeed, it was the Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake, and Zhu Zhuqing took the lead, unleashing her first soul skill, Phantom Stab, as she dove straight down. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake seemed to sense the impending threat of death, exhaling colorful mist. A dark shadow suddenly lunged forward, and 3 soul rings swiftly appeared beneath its feet. With a claw akin to a shadow dragon's, it tore a massive gash into the snake's body, blood streaming down. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake let out a painful cry, its body thrashing violently. It was wounded, and victory seemed effortless. To everyone's astonishment, Bai Ying, relying on sheer brute strength, forcibly brought the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake to the ground. The snake attempted to struggle, but the aura of Bai Ying's martial soul rendered it unable to resist. With a resounding thud, the snake cried out in agony as Bai Ying ruthlessly tore off one of its wings. Such a gruesome spectacle made everyone feel a wave of discomfort wash over them. Bai Ying, that was excessively brutal, Oscar murmured under his breath. In this world, the survival of the fittest is a natural law, and the hunting of soul beasts by soul masters has been deemed justifiable throughout history, merely a matter of strength and weakness, devoid of moral implications. Oscar, stop being so sentimental and hurry up and absorb it. I have a foreboding feeling. Oscar promptly approached the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake and, with a swift strike, a purple 1,000-year soul ring slowly floated from its lifeless body. Oscar quickly settled into a meditative position to absorb the soul ring. To his surprise, it was so effortless. Zhao Wujie sat upon the ground, observing as Oscar absorbed the soul ring, astonished by the ease with which the event unfolded. Just as everyone began to relax, a voice suddenly echoed from afar, commanding them to cease. Zhao Wujie swiftly rose and summoned his martial soul. Approaching from the distance were 2 figures, an elderly gentleman. Sprightly despite his white hair, his skin still as youthful as that of a young maiden. Behind him trailed a young girl clad in a form-fitting black outfit, exuding a captivating beauty. Upon noticing the 7 soul rings encircling Zhao Wujie, the snake matriarch, Chao Tianxiang, altered her tone and cautiously inquired, "Esteemed soul sage, would you be so kind as to grant me this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for my granddaughter?" Zhao Wujie replied, "It is too late. My student has already commenced the absorption." Chao Tianxiang's demeanor shifted as she glanced at Oscar, who was in the midst of his absorption, and remarked, "This individual has astonishingly surpassed level 30. Observing Oscar's age, she mused that he could not be much older than her own granddaughter. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" she asked. "I am the immovable king, Zhao Wujie," he replied. The more Chao Tianxiang contemplated, the more her dissatisfaction grew. The soul beast they had toiled to hunt had ultimately fallen to another. "Brother Zhao, I kindly request an explanation regarding this matter." "An explanation? You can only blame yourselves for arriving too late," Zhao Wujie retorted. Meng Yiran interjected, "You are bullying us. This soul beast was painstakingly acquired by us, and you merely profited from our efforts. But it is merely a single soul beast. I can compensate you for it." Zhao Wujie offered. "Compensate us? Are you jesting? Finding a suitable soul beast is exceedingly challenging. Is it a jest? Remain here for a moment, and you shall see." Bai Ying spoke with unwavering certainty, addressing Zhao Tianxiang. "This individual is merely a student of the academy. Should you desire an appropriate spirit beast, simply wait here for a short while, and it shall soon appear. However, I must caution you. If you contemplate making a move, I advise against it. This barrier, even against the mightiest title Daoliu, would require a considerable amount of time to breach, let alone you, mere spirit emperors." "What nonsense! My grandmother is indeed a spirit emperor. And do you have any notion of how long we have sought this spirit beast? Who cares how long you've been searching? Whoever claims it first shall possess it." Chapter 68. The Rules of the Spirit Master Realm. Furthermore, I must remind you that even if you too intend to cause us trouble, you must first ensure your own survival. Zhao Tianxiang questioned, "What do you mean by that?" Although it poses a challenge for a spirit saint to contend with a spirit emperor, it is still feasible. Zhao Tianxiang harbored a deep fear that Zhao Wujie might strike unexpectedly. With her husband, Long Gong Meng Shu, absent, she knew she stood no chance against Zhao Wujie alone, especially with her granddaughter Meng Yiran in tow. "Brother Zhao, what do you imply? Are you contemplating an attack on this old woman?" Zhao Wujie responded, "Of course not. My student's intention is that soon many spirit beasts will gather here. Given your strength and the need to protect your granddaughter, you may find things rather troublesome shortly." As Zhao Tianxiang pondered this, the distant roars of spirit beasts approached, growing ever nearer. A multitude of spirit beasts surged forth like a black tide, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, and their roars deafening like thunder. Instantly, Zhao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran's faces turned pale, They had never witnessed such a terrifying sight before. Zhao Tianxiang clutched Meng Yiran tightly, her heart brimming with dread. She realized that as merely a spirit emperor, she stood no chance against such a multitude of spirit beasts. Moreover, the burden of safeguarding her granddaughter amplified her sense of helplessness. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's figure positioned itself before them, his eyes shining with determination, radiating a formidable aura. Drawing a deep breath, he surged forward, directly confronting the horde of spirit beasts. Zhao Wujia immediately unleashed his martial soul, transforming into the formidable diamond bear, charging towards the mass of spirit beasts. Yet, despite his might, the overwhelming number of spirit beasts proved too much for him. At that juncture, Tang Sen hastily instructed to retract the fragrant and ethereal celestial essence, lest they find themselves in dire trouble. Bai Ying was well aware of this. Subsequently, she withdrew and brought Meng Yiran into the barrier as well. Ko Xiangxiang and Meng Yiran were completely taken aback by the scene before them. Witnessing a multitude of soul beasts surrounding the barrier, relentlessly assaulting it. Brother Zhao, what on earth is happening? Zhao Wujia shrugged helplessly and looked towards Bai Ying. Would you believe me if I said I am equally in the dark? At that moment, Tang Sen found himself at a loss. Confronted by the overwhelming number of soul beasts, Bai Ying, filled with exhilaration, produced dozens of soul-guided bombs. In his hands, these devices were akin to mere toys. Effortlessly tossed into the air, they sliced through the atmosphere with a sharp whistle, precisely landing amidst the horde of soul beasts. As a series of deafening explosions erupted, the entire swarm of soul beasts stirred frantically, akin to an enraged swarm of bees. The fiery blasts illuminated the surrounding forest, while the shockwaves caused the ground to tremble and the trees to sway. The soul beasts were caught in the chaos of the explosions, their anguished cries and roars intertwining, creating a scene of utter disarray. Tang San and his companions, sheltered within the protective barrier, observed this spectacle, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. They had never witnessed such terrifying power before. Even in Tang San's previous life, he had encountered firearms, yet this was something altogether more extraordinary. Incredible, Brother Bai. You are truly remarkable. Just one of these little bombs has dispatched so many soul beasts. It is simply unimaginable. Listening to the pained cries of the soul beasts outside, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of compassion. Now let me show you what I can do. The moment Bai Ying unleashed his martial soul, the appearance of his Dragon Slayer martial spirit enveloped the surrounding soul beasts in an overwhelming aura of draconic might. It exuded an undeniable and terrifying pressure, invoking a primal fear rooted deep within their bloodlines, prompting them to scatter in haste. Beneath Bai Ying's feet, 2 black and 1 red soul rings materialized, instantly astonishing everyone present. Is that my mother's soul ring? Xiao Wu gazed dazedly at the vivid crimson ring, 100,000 years old, her heart brimming with profound emotions. The white figure leapt into the air, and in the next moment, a colossal shadow dragon materialized behind it, emanating an overwhelming aura that compelled all soul beasts to retreat in fear. All is well now. Come forth. Bai Ying gently exhaled, casting a glance behind. Zhu Zhiqing, you too have surpassed level 30. Haven to you? This soul beast should be quite suitable for you. With that, he pointed towards a 1,000-year-old soul beast. He then turned to Ning Rongrong, adding, the attributes of this soul beast should align with yours. In unison, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing stepped forward. Zhao Wujia remarked, both of you have also reached level 30. Ning Rongrong, with a mischievous smile, replied, this is all thanks to Bai Ying for providing us with the celestial herbs. The two swiftly subdued the soul beast and began to drag it back to the barrier for absorption. Bai Ying turned to Cha Tianxiang and inquired, Elder, might I ask if there are any soul beasts among this group that you favor? It was only then that Cha Tianxiang came to her senses. Staring blankly at Bai Ying, momentarily at a loss for words. What she had just witnessed were 2 black 10,000-year soul rings accompanied by a red 100,000-year soul ring. Even among the title Daoliu, those possessing a 100,000-year soul ring are exceedingly rare throughout the annals of Daoliu continent's history, surely not exceeding the count of a single hand. Cha Tianxiang asked, may I inquire which sect you hail from? The Hall of Offerings, he replied. Upon hearing that he was from the Hall of Offerings, Cha Tianxiang was utterly taken aback. One must understand that the Hall of Offerings is the most esteemed place within the Spirit Hall, accessible only to those who have transcended into title Daoliu. Legend has it that the Spirit Hall comprises a total of 7 offerings, each having surpassed the formidable level of 95. Cha Tianxiang's tone grew exceedingly respectful as she expressed, it is my fault. I sincerely apologize. It's nothing. In the future, do remember to yield when you encounter me. Otherwise, I shall ensure that both of you vanish from the entirety of Daoliu continent, he warned. Who do you think you are? My grandmother has already apologized, she retorted, her spirit undaunted. Meng Iran, brimming with youthful audacity and sheltered by the Dragon King and Serpent Empress, could hardly tolerate witnessing such treatment toward his grandmother, feeling a surge of indignation. At this moment, Xia Tianxiang was infuriated, for the Hall of Offerings and the Spirit Hall are two distinct realms. Although they belong to the same Spirit Hall, the strength of the Hall of Offerings far surpasses that of the Spirit Hall, rendering it beyond their capacity to contest. What do you propose? She demanded. Let us abide by the rules of the Soul Master community. You are the granddaughter of the Dragon King and Serpent Empress, yet you are not worthy of challenging me. However, I can recommend someone for you to face. Tang San shall be your opponent. Suddenly named, Tang San, despite his reluctance, steeled himself and responded, very well. If you can defeat him, then you may challenge me, she stated. Chapter 69. Meng Iran's remarkable figure. Tang San's expression darkened, as a noble disciple of Tang Sect. Was he someone whom anyone could simply challenge? Yet, with so many witnesses present, he had no choice but to temper his temper. Fine, once I defeat him, I shall challenge you. As Meng Iran stepped forward, Tang San's demeanor, though slightly displeased, remained resolute. Meng Iran swiftly advanced, her serpent staff lunging towards Tang San with ferocity. Tang San, already known for his short temper, immediately executed his first soul skill, binding, as he stepped into the ghost shadow phantom steps. Countless strands of blue-silver grass ensnared Meng Iran completely. With the added paralysis from the mandala snake's venom, Tang San felt confident that this match was nearing its conclusion. Bai Ying cautioned, warning that she was about to unleash her true abilities. In an instant, Meng Iran summoned the soul power within her, and two soul rings emerged, causing her entire form to seem to dissolve into a puddle, swiftly breaking free from its entangled state. The serpent staff unleashed two flying blades aimed at Tang San. Without hesitation, Tang San seized the serpent staff, and had it not been for the presence of the snake lady, Meng Iran might have been struck down in that moment. Thus commenced a fierce contest of soul power. Endowed with the profound techniques of the Tang Sect, Tang San firmly suppressed Meng Iran. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance, reverberating through the forest as if the very earth trembled. All present instinctively halted their movements, turning their gazes towards the source of the sound. A colossal figure swiftly maneuvered through the trees, soon coming into view. It was a gigantic ape, as formidable as a mountain, its muscles bulging, skin rough as iron, and eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. Its arrival bore an unseen pressure, rendering every individual present breathless. The forest sovereign, the Titan Great Ape, had appeared. This emergence was anticipated by Bai Ying, for the Titan Great Ape's target was none other than Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujie and Xiao Tianxiang reacted swiftly, yet even their combined efforts seemed insignificant to the Titan Great Ape, which immediately unleashed its gravitational domain. Quick! Retreat into the Soul Guide, otherwise it will be too late. The white shadow pulled Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun directly into the abyss at this moment. Both had succumbed to unconsciousness. With a resounding crash, the earth shattered as if struck by an invisible colossal hammer. The crowd found themselves immobilized under this overwhelming pressure. Their hearts seemingly constricted, breaths labored, and faces ashen. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled them to desperately flee into the distance. Meng Iran gazed at the unconscious Zhao Tianxiang, fear surging within her like an unstoppable tide. Her legs felt as though they had lost all sensation, trembling uncontrollably, unresponsive to her will. Tears of terror swirled in her eyes, ultimately cascading down her cheeks in a warm flow. The rapid thumping of her heart echoed in her ears, as if it were about to burst forth from her chest. She yearned to escape, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. She wished to scream, yet her throat could only muster a faint whimper. Helplessly, she watched as the titan-like figure of the colossal ape drew ever closer, its massive hands seemingly capable of effortlessly crushing her fragile form. The white shadow executed the technique of transposition, simultaneously sending Zhao Wujie and Tang San into the Soul Guide. Meng Iran felt an overwhelming pressure. As a mere two-ringed soul master, he was utterly incapable of withstanding the regal might emanating from the Titan Great Ape. And he promptly fainted. At that moment, only Xiao Wu and the white shadow remained conscious. Ming, they are my friends. As soon as these words were spoken, the Titan Great Ape came to a halt. The white shadow remarked, Xiao Wu, it has been quite some time since you last met the Titan Great Ape. It is the perfect opportunity for you to acquire your third soul ring. You should accompany the Titan Great Ape. With its protection, I feel reassured. The Titan Great Ape gazed at the human before it and spoke in a deep voice. Human, what is your relationship with Sister Xiao Wu? Rather than inquiring of me, you would do better to ask Xiao Wu herself. Enough, you two may depart now. With that, Xiao Wu followed the Titan Great Ape and swiftly left the vicinity. Bai Ying turned to glance at Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, who were still engaged in the arduous task of absorbing their soul rings. A process that would undoubtedly take considerable time. Zhao Wujin and Chao Tianxiang had merely experienced a minor shock, as the Titan Great Ape had not truly unleashed its wrath. The most grievously injured were Tang San and Meng Yiran. Bai Ying approached, checking Tang San's pulse. Given his possession of the Xiantian skill, awakening should pose no significant issue. His gaze then shifted to Meng Yiran, and he moved to her side, lifting her gently. Meng Yiran possessed a cool beauty, distinct from Zhu Zhuqing's absolute chill, with a temperament that bore a hint of Ning Rongrong's fiery spirit. Observing the unconscious figures before him, Bai Ying exhaled softly, murmuring, "You cannot blame me. You were injured, and I am merely attending to your wounds." He adjusted her position and utilized his Qian Renxue inner strength. A torrent of pure and formidable energy surging into her body. Meng Yiran coughed lightly and began to awaken. The immense power from the Qian Renxue caused her already tattered garments, damaged by the blue-silver grass, to disintegrate into ashes. It must be said, Meng Yiran's figure was truly remarkable, her skin smooth as water, embodying the essence of grace, like a delicate ballet dancer. Her physical flexibility was nothing short of extraordinary. However, Bai Ying was acutely aware that this was not the time for such distractions. After all, her grandmother was still present. Should anything untoward occur now, he would face dire repercussions. The moment Meng Yiran opened her eyes, she beheld Bai Ying. Upon realizing her attire was missing, she suddenly exclaimed, "You rogue." With a sharp sound, Bai Ying felt a stinging slap across his face. Meng Yiran swiftly rose to her feet, retreating and regarding Bai Ying with palpable wariness. "I was saving you. If it weren't for me, you would have perished long ago." Meng Yiran reflected on her recent ordeal. Had it not been for him, she might indeed have met her end. Yet, recalling her state of undress, she retorted, "Then you shouldn't have removed my clothes. Please, who wanted to take your clothes off? At your age, I wouldn't even look twice at you." He shot back, rubbing his cheek. "I'll remember this slap. Had I known, I wouldn't have saved you at all." Meng Yiran glared at Bai Ying, asserting, "Did I ask you to save me? Who gave you the right? To me, you are nothing but a rogue." For the first time, Bai Ying found himself at a loss for words in the face of a woman's rebuttal. "It seems I have acted like a dog biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize the kindness of a good person. However, I shall certainly settle this score." Chapter 70. The Fourth Spirit Ring. Grandmother, are you all right? Chao Tianxiang gradually came to her senses, gently assisted by Meng Yiran. "We must leave quickly. This place is unsafe. The Titan Giant Ape may return at any moment. We need to find your grandfather." Meng Yiran nodded, supporting Chao Tianxiang as they made their way away. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were the first to awaken. Observing the ruins surrounding them, they could not help but wonder what had transpired. "You all have absorbed your spirit rings, which is good. However, Xiao Wu has been captured by the Titan Giant Ape, and I must go after her. The rest of you should wait for Teacher Zhao to awaken before leaving the Star Do Great Forest." Ning Rongrong inquired, "What about you?" "Do not worry. I will be fine." With that, she activated her flying spirit device and soared towards the distance. The heart of the Star Do Great Forest lies within a particular lake, teeming with life energy. Throughout history, few have ventured here, for it is home to the two great spirit beasts, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. At this moment, Bai Ying was utilizing a flight's soul guide, whose velocity rivaled that of certain flying soul beasts. It drew nearer and nearer. Bai Ying could sense the formidable aura emanating from the Titan Giant Ape. Under the influence of this terrifying presence, all soul beasts instinctively retreated, resulting in a complete absence of any soul beasts along the way. Soon, Bai Ying spotted Xiao Wu alongside the Titan Giant Ape. From a distance, he observed that Xiao Wu was enveloped in a crimson glow, with a yellow 100-year soul ring and a purple 1,000-year soul ring materializing around her. Yet beneath that scarlet luminescence, a third soul ring emerged. It seems my theory holds true. The sudden sound startled the Titan Giant Ape, causing it to turn sharply, its gaze locking onto Bai Ying. With a thunderous roar, The overwhelming aura surged forth. However, to its astonishment, the unique presence of the King of Soul Beasts had no effect on this human. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to take Xiaowu back. I am aware of her identity as a soul beast, and I assure you, I do not intend to harm her. I am her friend. The Titan giant ape's lantern-like eyes scrutinized the unexpectedly appeared human. How could this human know Xiaowu's identity as a soul beast? Who exactly is he? As time passed, Xiaowu finally completed her third soul ring. Congratulations, Xiaowu. Startled by the voice, Xiaowu leaped down from the Titan giant ape. Brother, I have obtained my third soul ring. Congratulations. Xiaowu enthusiastically introduced, this is my friend. He will not harm me. Brother, this is Ming. Xiaowu, be cautious. No human is trustworthy. Don't be deceived. You're the last one to talk about being trustworthy. If it weren't for me saving you back then, Xiaowu would have long been a soul ring for that despicable woman, Bibi Dong. Indeed, Ming is a good person. We met long ago, and my mother even sacrificed her soul ring for him. Upon hearing this, the Titan giant ape scrutinized the human before it. Aro truly sacrificed her soul ring for you. Is that true? You can see for yourself. In the next moment, an indescribable, terrifying aura manifested, and 3 soul rings appeared instantaneously. The first and second soul rings were astonishingly 10,000-year rings. How is that possible? How could this be achieved? Yet I have indeed accomplished it. What exactly do you possess? Human? All right. Ming, show some respect to my brother. Brother, let me take you to the heart of the Star Doe Forest. Xiaowu. The center of the Star Doe Forest is my brother's secluded haven. Allowing a human to enter might be inappropriate. Do not worry, Ming. Xiaowu offered Titan Great Ape a reassuring glance before leading Bai Ying toward the heart of the Star Doe Forest. Upon entering the center, a tranquil lake unfurled before them, vast and seemingly boundless. The water shimmered with crystalline clarity, resembling a colossal mirror that reflected the towering ancient trees surrounding it. A gentle breeze stirred the surface, creating ripples that resembled the very breath of nature. The life energy here was so vibrant it felt almost tangible, with green vitality swirling in the air as if countless sprites were engaged in a delicate dance. Bai Ying stood at the water's edge, absorbing the pulsating life force. Enveloped in a profound tranquility. Though no fish surfaced upon the lake, Bai Ying sensed the presence of a slumbering creature beneath its depths. Big brother. Sister Xiaowu has returned. No sooner had the words left his lips than the once calm lake erupted into tumultuous waves. The true king of the forest, the Tianqing Niumang, announced its presence. With a serpent's form and a dragon's visage, an intangible aura spread forth, compelling even the Titan Great Ape, the forest sovereign, to retreat in reverence. Its eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of a starry sky, profound and enigmatic. Bai Ying stood to the side, feeling the overwhelming pressure approaching him. Yet he was not engulfed by fear. He inhaled deeply, took a step forward, and met the gaze of the sky blue bull python with unwavering determination. Xiaowu stepped forward and uttered something unknown, after which the sky blue bull python spoke. Are you the human that Xiaowu mentioned? Its voice resonated like that of a venerable elder, imbued with an undeniable authority. Bai Ying nodded slightly and confidently replied, Indeed, I am a friend of Xiaowu. I have come here solely to take her away, harboring no ill intentions. The Tianqing Niumang, twisting its colossal dragon form, approached Bai Ying. The terrifying aura of the dragon cascaded down, yet it had no effect on him. Possessing the dragon slayer martial soul, he was least affected by dragon might. In the face of this king of the forest, his tone remained surprisingly calm. May I inquire what brings you here? A mere human, yet so young. You have absorbed 2 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring. Your potential is simply unimaginable. You are aware of Xiaowu's true identity, yet you choose to assist in concealing it without causing harm. Your character is indeed noble, and for that, I express my gratitude. Let's dispense with the pleasantries. May we leave now? Human, I wish to ask you one more question. Have you truly received the divine inheritance? The Tianqing Niumang continued. As a soul beast of 10,000 years, I can faintly sense the divine aura emanating from you. Since you are aware of this, why pose the question to me? For the divine to actively bestow its legacy upon you signifies that you are destined to ascend to godhood. Having said all this, what is your intention? If there is nothing further, I shall take Xiaowu back. The Tianqing Niumang, as the king of the forest, did not express anger at a human's impatience. I wish to propose a transaction with you. Rest assured, You shall not incur any loss. What kind of transaction? I cannot disclose that at present. You will understand once you reach the level of title de law. Now, you may take Xiao Wu and depart. After the two left, the Titan Great Ape appeared perplexed. Brother, why did you entrust Sister Xiao Wu to a human? I had no choice. This human has attained a position among the divine, which is precisely what Xiao Wu aspires to. A soul beast that has transformed into human form generally has a short lifespan of merely a century. Although soul beasts possess superior cultivation talents compared to ordinary individuals, the path to godhood remains exceedingly uncertain. Thus, I allowed Xiao Wu to accompany him. After all, he is the only leverage for her to break through to that realm. Xiao Wu, you should go join them. Once I have hunted a soul beast and acquired the fourth soul ring, I will reunite with you. Brother, let me accompany you. Your current strength is far too weak. I must ensure your safety. Be obedient, and with so many soul-guiding devices at my disposal, I shall be fine. You should first join them, then return to find me. Very well, brother, take care. As Xiao Wu's silhouette gradually faded into the distance, Buying finally felt at ease. After searching for a while, a terrifying red dragon, its entire body crimson and menacing in appearance, emerged in Bai Ying's sight. The bloodthirsty frenzied dragon, a rare and unique creature, is characterized by its propensity for madness. Once enraged, its strength, speed, and defense would be significantly enhanced. Bai Ying inhaled deeply, gradually mobilizing the soul power within him in preparation for the impending challenge. The bloodthirsty dragon let out a low growl, its colossal form surging forward with a fierce momentum. Claws slicing through the air with a sharp hiss as they aimed to strike Bai Ying. His gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving behind only an ephemeral shadow. His speed seemed to transcend the constraints of space, momentarily bewildering the bloodthirsty dragon. Yet, Bai Ying did not pause. He flickered like a phantom, weaving through the dragon's assaults, each reappearance bringing him closer to the beast. With a surge of soul power, 3 soul skills unleashed upon the dragon, leaving it momentarily overwhelmed. In the blink of an eye, the time battle blade manifested in Bai Ying's grasp, its blade shimmering with an arcane luminescence. Gripping the hilt firmly, he darted behind the bloodthirsty dragon. Time seal, he exclaimed, slashing forward. An intangible wave of blade energy sliced through the air, enveloping the dragon. Under this assault, its massive form appeared to freeze, movements becoming sluggish and rigid. Immediately, Bai Ying called out again, "Time slash." This time, he transformed into a streak of light, spiraling rapidly around the bloodthirsty dragon. Each rotation was accompanied by a fierce blade aura that struck mercilessly against the dragon's hide. The beast remained utterly immobilized, as if caught in a frozen tableau. Now was the moment. Chapter 71, The Entanglement of Dragon and Serpent. The bloodthirsty dragon, now battered and bruised, found itself released from the time stasis. With a furious roar, it began to thrash wildly, a crimson light radiating from its form, enveloping its entire being. This was the dragon's berserk state, fascinating indeed. Alas, you have encountered me. Farewell. Bai Ying had affixed several soul guide bombs upon the bloodthirsty dragon. With a resounding explosion, the dragon's roar was consumed by the blast. When the smoke cleared, it swayed precariously, on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Bai Ying swiftly dealt with the bloodthirsty dragon and immediately sat cross-legged to absorb the soul rings. The instability of the dragon's soul rings unleashed a terrifying resonance, turning Bai Ying's form a deep crimson. After several arduous hours of absorption, Bai Ying's body finally ceased its trembling. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing pupils that glimmered with a profound red light, as if they had devoured countless lives in the darkness of night. His aura had transformed into an overwhelming force, akin to an invisible tempest raging within him. The air around him warped under the weight of this power, and his figure flickered in and out of visibility amidst the light and shadow. Behind him, the soul rings of the bloodthirsty dragon revolved languidly, emanating a disquieting energy. The inherent ferocity and bloodlust within those rings, now under Bai Ying's command, became tame and obedient. The pale shadow slowly rose, gazing at the fourth soul ring, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. At long last, I have completed it. My fourth soul skill is named Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Suddenly, a crimson glow emanated from the corpse of the bloodthirsty dragon. Upon closer inspection, I discovered the emergence of 2 soul bones. The formation of soul bones occurs only when a soul beast willingly sacrifices itself or when it harbors an exceptionally potent resentment before its demise. Moreover, it is known that only the Pope, Bibi Dong, has ever produced 2 soul bones from a single soul beast. This is indeed a treasure. I must secure it carefully. Today in the Stardow Forest, I have truly stumbled upon a remarkable fortune. As Bai Ying was preparing to depart, she suddenly heard a voice emanating from afar. Initially believing it to be Zhao Wuji and his companions, she did not ponder further and made her way towards the source of the sound. Grandfather, where has that human-faced demon spider gone? My dear granddaughter, do not worry. Your grandfather will surely help you find it. As the white shadow drew closer, it became evident that it was Meng, Iran, and the others. Is that you? Grandfather Meng inquired. It was he who bullied me. Meng Shu fixed his gaze upon the white shadow and spoke. You have tormented my granddaughter. I did not bully her. I was rescuing her. At that moment, your granddaughter, Meng Iran, was injured and unconscious. While I was channeling soul energy into her, her garment could not withstand it and tore. It was not intentional. Both Meng Shu and Ko Xiangxiang tried to process this, their expressions shifting subtly, while Meng Iran's face flushed with a notable hue of embarrassment. Who permitted you to save me? Did I ask for your help? You are nothing but a scoundrel. Humph, it seems my efforts were in vain. Had I known, I would have let you be crushed by the Titan ape instead of rescuing you. Well then, since there is nothing amiss, I shall take my leave. It seems the more I wish to avoid certain people, the more I encounter them. My spirits were high until you ruined them. Upon hearing this, Meng Iran was infuriated, her anger flaring as she implored her grandfather, Meng Shu. Grandfather, this person has seen my body. He must pay the price. Spare me your words. Who has seen your body? Besides, it is hardly appealing, resembling a snake. Is that not enough? I would argue you are unlikely to marry. You are a petty woman who believes herself beautiful. In my eyes, you are nothing. Initially, Meng Iran was already incensed, and now, being subjected to such insults only heightened her fury. Simultaneously, her grandfather Meng Shu was appalled that anyone would dare speak such words about his granddaughter. You young man, regardless of the circumstances, you have laid eyes upon my granddaughter. She has never been subjected to such disrespect throughout her life. You must provide us with an explanation. An explanation? What sort of explanation do you seek? Bai Ying let out a sigh and remarked that today marked his downfall. This debt would eventually need to be settled, so he proposed to adhere to the rules of soul masters. I challenge you. Should I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish. However, if I emerge victorious, not only will this matter be overturned, but I shall also require your granddaughter, Meng Iran, to serve me as a servant. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Meng Iran promptly interjected. My grandfather is a powerhouse of the Soul Emperor level. How dare you, a mere soul respect, challenge him? Very well. I shall take it upon myself to accept your challenge on behalf of my grandfather. Iran, do not act recklessly, admonished Ko Xiangxiang. Grandmother, he has already bullied me enough. Besides, do you truly believe that grandfather would lose? Meng Iran retorted. Meng Shu, a soul emperor among the dragon prince and serpent matron, exuded the pride befitting a formidable warrior and declared, very well, as long as you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall concede your victory. If you can endure a single strike from me without faltering, that too shall count as a victory for you. With that, Meng Shu launched the first attack, swinging his dragon-headed staff towards Bai Ying with great force. With a deft step, Bai Ying utilized the third soul skill, the invincible golden body, to absorb the impact of the attack, effortlessly seizing the dragon head staff in the process. In the following moment, Bai Ying unleashed his martial spirit, which possessed an exceptionally potent counteraction against all dragon attributes. Meng Shu promptly released his soul rings, and 6 luminous rings gradually appeared. The dragon head staff suddenly expanded to a colossal size, launching a fierce black beam toward Bai Ying. To his astonishment, Bai Ying consumed it entirely. One must admit, it was indeed delectable. My martial spirit has the ability to devour the flesh and blood of dragon-type soul masters. Although my current strength is insufficient to fully consume you, I can effortlessly absorb your remnants. Now it is my turn. You two should join forces and unleash your martial spirit fusion technique. Perhaps there is still a chance. Otherwise, only death awaits you. As formidable beings, Long Gong and Sheepa found it incredulous to resort to a martial spirit fusion technique against a junior, especially given the vast disparity in their respective ages and ranks. A jest. To compel me to use a martial spirit fusion technique, you are not worthy. Is that so? I hope you will still feel the same in a moment. In the next instant, Bai Ying produced a diamond-shaped block, the Annihilation Cannon, which once again made its presence known. What is this? The three shared a collective curiosity, yet Bai Ying merely smiled, stating that you are the second to compel me to deploy the annihilation cannon. Although it is not fully repaired and its power is diminished, it is still beyond your capacity to withstand, which is precisely why I urged you to employ your martial spirit fusion technique. If you seek demise, I shall oblige, allowing you to witness the consequences of offending the son of the spirit hall. Chapter 72. A man who will exact revenge. Prepare to witness the might of a level 9 soul guidance device. Amidst the deafening roar, the level 9 annihilation cannon finally unleashed its fury. At the cannon's mouth, the previously faint red glow surged into a blinding blaze, as if a long-suppressed flame had at last been set free. The terrifying aura, akin to a waking dragon, rampaged through the air, suffocating all in its wake. The expressions of Long Gong and Shi Pei turned grave. Despite their extensive experience across the continent, having faced countless life and death situations, they now felt the palpable threat of death. Without further hesitation, the two simultaneously released their martial spirit fusion technique, the Dragon Snake Combined Strike. A flash of golden light illuminated the sky as a massive golden dragon materialized. Its claws poised, radiating a fierce golden glow, as if ready to rend all asunder. The golden dragon soared forth with the force of thunder, charging toward the cannon's mouth. As the golden dragon collided with the annihilation cannon, a thunderous explosion echoed, causing the very world to tremble. A glimmer of terror crossed Long Gong and Shi Po's eyes. They sensed their martial spirit fusion technique was as fragile as paper in the face of their opponent's overwhelming power. The golden dragon emitted a piercing roar, its radiant light flickering violently, as if on the verge of shattering. In an instant, both individuals collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. They gazed at the soul-guiding device with eyes filled with dread, having already personally experienced its formidable power, which lingered in their memories as terrifyingly potent. The commotion soon attracted a multitude of soul beasts, and the two struggled to their feet, panting heavily. However, to their astonishment, Meng Iran and Bai Ying vanished simultaneously. Iran and Meng Shu were consumed by profound regret, but before they could depart, a swarm of soul beasts encircled them. While these creatures possessed relatively weak individual strength, the onslaught would consume considerable time. With Meng Iran's fate uncertain and both of them severely injured, their already dire situation was further exacerbated by calamity. Let me go? Quickly release me, or my grandparents will surely not spare you. Meng Iran thrashed violently in Bai Ying's embrace, her tiny fists raining down like a shower on his chest. Yet, to Bai Ying, it felt merely like a tickle. A serene smile remained on his face, as if everything lay within his control. Let me go? You wicked villain. Meng Iran's face flushed with anger, and she attempted to kick Bai Ying with her legs, but alas, he had her firmly restrained, rendering her utterly immobile. The pale figure offered a faint smile and softly remarked, Meng Iran, it would be prudent for you to remain quiet. Your grandparents are currently in dire straits. If you wish for their safety, you must obediently comply. Otherwise, I shall leave you here. You are aware of the dangers that lurk within the Stardow forest. Given your limited abilities, should you encounter even a moderately powerful soul beast, it would spell your demise. At that moment, Meng Iran was in tears, her sobs cascading like pearls released from a broken string, dampening her cheeks. She had been cherished and sheltered by her grandparents throughout her life, never having faced such fear and helplessness. Bai Ying gazed at Meng Iran, who was weeping, without a trace of compassion in his heart. He spoke in a calm tone. Meng Iran, you are now my servant. Who asked you to wager with me? You have lost and must face the consequences. Moreover, I have not wronged you, have I? Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? Now, I shall observe whether you, the spoiled princess, have corrected your flaws. I was wrong. I truly regret it. I should not have offended you. Please, spare me, she pleaded, but it was too late. From the moment you crossed me, I offered you countless chances. Yet you chose to persist in your folly. Now, realizing your error is too late. Seeing that Bai Ying was resolute in not releasing her, Meng Iran boldly inquired, what do you intend to do? Follow the rules. You lost, so you must serve me. Once they found a secure location, they finally came to a halt. Bai Ying carried Meng Iran in his arms, and the violent jolting had already induced a wave of nausea within her. She wished to employ her second soul skill, Serpent's Body, to escape, but her intentions were already anticipated by Bai Ying, who had preemptively sealed her soul power and struck her acupoint. Young lady, do you now understand the harsh realities of society? I do. Then, could you possibly let me go? Absolutely not, he responded without hesitation, leaving Meng Yiran feeling desolate once more. What must I do to earn my release? Did I not make it clear? Become my servant, and I shall grant you freedom. As a future worshipper of the Spirit Hall, being able to serve me is a blessing you have earned from your past life. Meng Yiran gritted her teeth in silence, her heart seething with indignation. Would you even want this blessing? Aside from that, what else do you desire? I can grant you anything, but this is all I want. And the things you can offer are of no interest to me. Did you not just call me a villain? Today, allow me to show you what a true villain is. With that, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, leaving Meng Yiran wide-eyed in shock. Her lips slightly parted as if she had forgotten to breathe. Bai Ying's lips brushed against hers like a feather, and in that moment, she felt as though she had entered a dream, with the entire world around them freezing in time. The lips of Bai Ying were warm and tender, and Meng Yiran could distinctly perceive his breath and heartbeat. Her own heart raced uncontrollably, as if it sought to leap from her chest. Her mind was a tumult of confusion, leaving her utterly uncertain of how to respond. The tip of Bai Ying's tongue delicately ventured into her mouth, and Meng Yiran felt a wave of tingling sensations wash over her body. She wished to resist, yet her body felt as if it were pinned down, rendering her immobile. A singular thought echoed in her mind. Her innocence was irrevocably compromised. Is this truly the essence of villainy? As Meng Yiran and Bai Ying parted, she realized just how fearsome this man truly was. His penchant for vengeance surpassed even her own grudges. How dare you kiss me? No one has ever dared to act so brazenly towards me. Meng Yiran's face flushed crimson, a mixture of rage and embarrassment coursing through her. Very well. Since you now acknowledge your mistake, I shall grant you time for reflection. You have become my servant, so it would be wise to acquiesce. Rest assured, your future will hold benefits, provided you remain obedient. Disobedient servants meet but one fate, death. Do you truly dare to kill me? Chapter 73, Meng Yiran addresses her master. What is there to fear? Even if you were to perish, it would merely add to my inconveniences. Do you genuinely believe your grandparents can pose a threat to me? The Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron may indeed hold some stature within the Daoliu continent. Yet within the Spirit Hall, there are many who surpass them. After all, they are merely a sole emperor. Rather than fall into your hands, I would sooner choose to end my life now. Determined resolve etched upon Meng Yiran's face, but in the next moment, her neck was gripped with ferocity. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation forcing her to gasp for air, yet the pressure upon her throat only intensified. Can you feel it? This is death. Is this not what you desire? Allow me to fulfill that wish. Meng Yiran initially intended to threaten him with her own demise to secure her freedom, but she did not anticipate his unpredictable nature. The fierce sensation of asphyxiation ignited an instinctual fear within her. The desire to survive surged powerfully, and tears swiftly filled her eyes. Nevertheless, confronted with his formidable strength, she ultimately chose to endure. As Bai Ying observed Meng Yiran's breathing grow increasingly faint, her gaze turned progressively pale. This is the essence of death. Now tell me, do you still desire to die? If you wish for death, I can grant it to you at this very moment. I do not want to die. I do not want to die. Meng Yiran was genuinely panicked now. His voice became ever more feeble as he clutched the hand that was choking his neck, pleading for mercy. Remember your words today. Should you seek to end your life again in the future, this shall be your fate. Those who offend me shall either meet a torturous demise or endure a fate worse than death. Given your exquisite beauty, I have shown you leniency beyond the law. Do not mistake this for a favor. With that, she cast him to the ground. Meng Yiran gasped for fresh air. His eyes filled with terror and reverence as he gazed at Bai Ying. I now present you with two choices. Remember, you have but one chance to decide. Should you fail to choose wisely, your fate will be one of unbearable suffering. Pay attention. The first option is that I will summon formidable soul beasts. If you survive their assault, our grievances shall be forgiven. However, I must inform you that most of the soul beasts I attract are of the 10,000-year caliber. With your current strength, you might just serve as their sustenance. After all, your flesh is tender and succulent. Meng Yiran contemplated for a moment, then shook his head, tears brimming in his eyes as he looked at Bai Ying. The second option is for you to obediently call me master and let me hear it. If you can bring me joy, I shall not only spare you, but also bestow upon you a tremendous gift. Choose wisely. The opportunity is yours. But my time is limited. I shall grant you a maximum of 10 seconds to decide. As Bai Ying commenced her countdown, Meng Yiran was engulfed in profound turmoil. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. He initially wished to refuse, But the memory of her ruthless methods made his body involuntarily recoil. How dared he provoke this beast? Given a chance, even if it meant death, even if he were to lose his phoenix tail, chicken crown serpent soul ring, he would never dare to challenge this harbinger of doom. As time trickled away, Meng Yiran begrudgingly uttered, "Master, I did not hear you. Speak louder." "Master." With each utterance, he felt as though his heart were being eviscerated. "Now that is a good boy. Remember, from this day forth, I am your master. And you must do as I command. Otherwise, you know the consequences, don't you? Do you understand? Answer me, do you understand?" The voice of Bai rose, and he directly descended. Meng Yiran jumped, her lips trembling as she stammered, "I understand. If you comprehend, that is well," he replied. "I possess a rather volatile temper, so do not harbor any illusions about me. Now come here." As soon as the words left his lips, Meng Yiran slowly rose, filled with trepidation towards the man before her. Approaching his side, she trembled uncontrollably. "What are you doing? Do not be so afraid. I have promised to bestow upon you a magnificent gift." Subsequently, Bai Ying retrieved an 8-petaled celestial orchid from the soul guide space. "Consume this, and your strength will experience a significant enhancement." Meng Yiran, too fearful to resist, seated herself and began to absorb the divine herb. After an hour had passed, she felt a remarkable surge in her soul power. "I have actually broken through to level 35, a full 5 levels up? How on earth did you accomplish this? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Just remember this, I shall not treat you poorly. As long as you follow me, there will be sustenance for both of us." At that moment, Long Gong and Shipo arrived, both visibly battered and bruised. Clearly, dealing with the group of soul beasts had drained their soul power and physical strength significantly. "Yiran, do not be afraid. Grandpa is here," Meng Shu declared, his expression darkening. "Release Yiran. If there are grievances, let them be directed at me, the old man." "Elder, you may be mistaken. She consented to become my servant." "Nonsense. How could that be? Why not? I can elevate her power at an astonishing rate. What is impossible about that?" Just then, Chao Tianxiang approached Meng Yiran and, upon probing, discovered that her soul power had indeed risen by 5 levels. "It has hardly been long since we parted. Such rapid advancement in soul power is astonishing. Rest assured, Elder, I have merely administered the celestial herb, which will not damage her innate potential. Allow me to assure you, within 10 years, I can help her break through to the titled Daoliu realm. Furthermore, she shall serve as a maid for only 3 years, after which, if she desires, I can return her to your side. During this time, she will not be compelled to act against her will. What do you think?" The words of Bai Ying left Long Gong and Shi Po in silence. The prospect of breaking through to the titled Daoliu realm within a decade would have been met with skepticism in the past, yet now they found themselves reconsidering. Being by the side of this holy son would undoubtedly bring Meng Yiran greater benefits than remaining with them. After all, had they not just witnessed her transformation? He has ascended a full 5 levels. Could they also achieve a 5-level increase in such a short span? At that moment, Meng Yiran took the initiative to speak. Addressing her grandparents, "It is my own decision to follow the holy son. Yiran, do you truly wish to go?" Chao Tianxiang inquired. Meng Yiran nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Grandma and Grandpa, this is entirely voluntary on my part. There is no parent who does not wish for their children to succeed." Ultimately, Long Gong consented. "Since this is your choice, we shall respect it. Young man, I warn you, if you dare to do anything harmful to Yiran, I will not let you off easily." After some pleasantries exchanged between Long Gong, Shi Po, and Meng Yiran, they finally took their leave. Chapter 74 concluded. The situation unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Indeed surprising Bai Ying. "All right, Grandma and Grandpa have departed. I hope that what you have said is true, that I may break through to the titled Daoliu realm within 10 years. "Of course," came the reply. "Have you finished absorbing the soul ring?" Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran snorted in anger, saying, "It's all your fault. Originally, the phoenix-tailed chicken serpent soul ring was taken from us. And now the face demon spider is also nowhere to be found. All right, I will find you a more suitable soul beast. Your martial spirit is the serpent staff. So it would be prudent to seek a serpent-type soul saint to fully unleash the potential of your martial spirit. Let us proceed." After traversing a short distance, they quickly discovered a fitting soul beast, the fiery poisonous snake. Meng Yiran's eyes lit up at the sight of the fiery poisonous snake. Its body radiated a heat akin to flames, its scales shimmering with a golden hue under the sunlight. and its crimson eyes seemed capable of spewing fire, imparting a formidable sense of oppression. The white shadow smiled faintly, gesturing to Meng Yiran that the soul power of this blazing venomous serpent resonated with her, and its fierce nature made it an ideal candidate for her new soul ring. Meng Yiran nodded, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination, gripping her serpent staff tightly. She moved with the swiftness of lightning towards the blazing venomous serpent. The staff traced an elegant arc through the air, conjuring a sharp gust of wind. Meng Yiran's speed was astounding, and in an instant, she stood before the serpent. Startled by the sudden ambush, the blazing venomous serpent let out a thunderous roar, its fiery body coiling in preparation for an attack. However, Meng Yiran was faster. Her staff struck precisely at the serpent's vulnerable point. The serpent writhed in agony, its crimson eyes filled with terror. Observing this, the white shadow immediately released his own soul power to assist Meng Yiran in stabilizing the creature. In that fleeting moment, Meng Yiran swiftly subdued the blazing venomous serpent. Taking a deep breath, Meng Yiran tightened her grip on the serpent's staff and began to absorb the soul ring of the blazing venomous serpent. The surrounding air seemed to grow intensely heated, and her silhouette flickered amidst the flames. Her aura gradually swelled, as if an invisible force surged within her being. The blazing venomous serpent was an exceptionally rare soul beast. Even the infamous man-faced demon spider, known as the nightmare of small soul beasts, dared not provoke it lightly. The serpent's unique fire toxin was particularly feared, even by the toxic king, the man-faced demon spider. After what felt like an eternity, she finally completed the absorption. I did it. I succeeded, Meng Yiran exclaimed with exuberance. What is your third soul skill? The flame of venom, she responded. This soul skill, derived from the blazing venomous serpent, inflicts a sensation akin to being engulfed in raging flames upon contact, leading to a painful demise. A commendable soul skill indeed. Now stabilize your realm, he advised, retracting Meng Yiran into his soul guide device. At that moment, the white shadow glanced at the sky, realizing he must locate them before nightfall, or the consequences would be dire. With this thought, he resumed his journey. After traversing a distance, he discerned a sound emanating from the distant grass. This time, he approached cautiously rather than recklessly. Soon, he beheld a spider, its entire being exuding potent venom, adorned with a terrifying human visage. The man-faced demon spider, evidently. This little rascal was poised to unlock its new abilities. How intriguing! How could I possibly refrain from offering my assistance? Upon contemplating this, the white shadow turned and departed, swiftly attracting a multitude of spirit beasts. Soon, a cacophony of rustling sounds emerged from a distance. Had it not been for Tang San's cultivation of the Xiantian skill, he would have been oblivious to such disturbances. Previously, Tang San had found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the human-faced demon spider, and now, the appearance of numerous spirit beasts, far beyond his current capacity to confront, added to his predicament. Yet, he was reluctant to relinquish the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. Utilizing his purple extreme magic eye, he discerned that these spirit beasts were still a considerable distance away, prompting him to resolve the matter with haste. At this juncture, Zhao Wujie and his companions arrived. Teacher Zhao, this human-faced demon spider is quite suitable as my soul ring. Please assist me. Zhao Wujie, upon hearing this, did not decline. With a single maneuver of gravity compression, he firmly restrained the human-faced demon spider, following it up with a powerful strike that sent the creature hurtling against a tree. At this point, the state of the human-faced demon spider was severely compromised. It had already sustained heavy injuries from Long Gong and Shi Pe, and now facing the spirit saint Zhao Wujie only exacerbated its plight. With a whoosh, Tang San unleashed the Zhuge divine crossbow, firing bolts that struck the human-faced demon spider, causing it to collapse in agony. Damn you, Tang San, are you truly the destined one? He pondered, perplexed as to why the swarm of spirit beasts had yet to arrive. Tang San promptly seated himself and commenced the absorption of the human-faced demon spider's soul ring. The soul ring was exceedingly domineering, inflicting immense pain upon Tang San the moment it entered his body. Regrettably, it seemed that he had lost both the battle and the spoils. Had he acted sooner, he would not have allowed Tang San to acquire his most formidable enhancement. The 8 spider lances. Those 8 spider lances were originally mine, he lamented. One day, I shall make Tang San understand what true genius is. Damn that little upstart. The thought of this caused the white shadow to feel a pang of regret for the external soul bone, capable of transforming and evolving alongside its master. held potential that rivaled even that of a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Teacher Zhao, I have returned. The sudden appearance of the white shadow startled everyone, prompting them to instinctively prepare for battle. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, they relaxed. Where have you been, you rascal? Of course, I went to obtain the fourth soul ring. My martial spirit is rather unique. I can only absorb soul beasts that are dragon or dragon-like in nature. Observing Tang San's situation. Although Bai Ying felt a twinge of reluctance, he remarked, I can't believe Tang San has also acquired a third soul ring. We went looking for you, but unexpectedly encountered that humanoid demon spider. Just as Tang San broke through to level 30, we seized the opportunity to slay the creature. So that is how it was. Bai Ying, can you discern anything from Tang San's condition? Fear not, he is fine. The power wielded by the humanoid demon spider was exceedingly formidable. The limit of a muddler lies within the strength of his physical form. I believe Tang San will surely turn this peril into fortune. After a day and night, Tang San finally awakened. Now, he sported 8 spider legs protruding from his back, resembling a living monstrosity. Logically, I have absorbed the soul ring of the humanoid demon spider. Yet I am perplexed by these 8 spider legs. These are external soul bones. Congratulations, Tang San. You have acquired the soul bone of the humanoid demon spider. Upon hearing this, the others were beside themselves with excitement. Soul bones are treasures that are seldom encountered. Indeed, I, Tang San, am truly the child of destiny. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, everyone eagerly sought rest. During this time, the system's voice resonated once more. Does this time sign and offer any rewards? Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Divine Maiden's Heart Sutra. The most notable feature of this technique is its simplicity. It consists of 9 levels, and upon reaching its pinnacle, one can even attain a sacred physical form, invincible in all directions. Furthermore, the internal energy flows continuously, sustaining life as long as one possesses a hint of vitality. Note that this technique may only be cultivated by women. This technique is quite commendable. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Taiji Divine Art. Although it does not compare to the Qian Renxue Daoliu transformation and the Divine Maiden's Heart Sutra, it encompasses the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Its power surpassing that of their Shantian art. System, you are indeed generous. Chapter 75. Visiting the father-in-law upon returning to Shrek Academy. Bai Ying was promptly summoned by Ning Rongrong. This situation left Oscar seething with frustration, after finally gaining the attention of 3 beautiful junior sisters. Now they were all fawning over one person, leaving him with nothing but scraps. Rongrong, what do you wish to speak with me about? I am here on official business. Let us discuss as we walk. Ning Rongrong began. As you know, our 7-treasure glazed tile school, while being the premier auxiliary sect on the continent, possesses no combat prowess whatsoever. I comprehend your intention. You wish to utilize the soul guiding device to grant every member of the 7 treasures glazed tile school the ability for self-defense, correct? However, you could easily consult Tang San. His so-called hidden weapons could suffice, could they not? Ning Rongrong shook her head and remarked, I have observed the hidden weapons he employs. And in comparison to your soul guiding devices, their power is significantly lacking. Moreover, Tang San mentioned that this is a Tang Sect secret, which requires him to deliberate thoroughly. Hence, I sought you out to ascertain your willingness. Of course, I am willing. However, I have yet to develop an offensive soul guiding device, though it should be forthcoming. If you require it urgently, I should be able to provide it to you in a few days. That said, there is a matter on which I need your assistance. What is it? Every soul master possessing the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul possesses remarkable appraising abilities. The materials required for crafting the soul guiding devices must be sought after, and I need you to accompany me in this endeavor. Certainly. I shall accompany you tomorrow. I am quite fatigued today and must rest well tonight. I will come to find you this evening. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was taken aback and exclaimed, You are coming? Please reconsider. Do not seek me out. Go find Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing instead. What are you thinking? I intend to impart a technique to you. This technique is immensely suitable for your cultivation. A technique? What sort of technique? You shall discover it tonight. The reason Tang San was able to cultivate to the title Daoliu realm in such a brief period is largely attributed to the assistance of techniques. I had wanted to critique this aspect while watching Daoliu. Why, in a world that has endured millennia of change, has there been no emergence of sophisticated techniques? Even if they exist, they are merely rudimentary. Though Daoliu continent is often dubbed a fantastical abyss, it is still a world, Even Tang San, with his subpar techniques, ascended to divinity. Surely, the Divine Maiden's Heart Sutra awarded by the system would elevate them to the next echelon? As night fell, Bai Ying arrived punctually. This startled Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, who assumed Bai Ying had come seeking them. Upon witnessing their reaction, Ning Rongrong chuckled and said, "I was already aware of your situation. Rest assured, I shall not divulge it." Their faces flushed with embarrassment, and Bai Ying cleared his throat, stating, "I have come tonight to teach you cultivation. Do not overthink it. What cultivation can be practiced at such a late hour?" Nevertheless, the group felt hesitant to inquire further. Upon arriving at the academy's rear mountain, Bai Ying enveloped the area with his sole guiding device. "Before teaching you the technique, allow me to introduce someone." As he spoke, Meng Yiran appeared. "This is Meng Yiran. I believe we have all met her, so I shall refrain from further introduction. She is now, as you are, one of my partners." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong could not help but voice, "You insatiable flirt. How many women have you entangled yourself with?" "I am uncertain, but there will undoubtedly be more in the future." Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, rendered momentarily speechless. At this moment, Meng Yiran's face was also flushed with warmth. "All right, the four of you, sit cross-legged now. I shall impart to you the technique." Upon hearing this, they complied, and under the glow of the moonlight, their figures appeared increasingly enigmatic. They sat in meditation, eyes closed, seemingly transported to a wondrous realm, isolated from the outside world. Bai Ying stood before them, his hands gracefully gesturing, as gentle rays of light flowed from his palms, gradually permeating the foreheads of the four. This was the essence of the Divine Maiden's Heart Sutra, akin to a delicate spring, nourishing their mental oceans. Each beam of light glided over their souls like the finest silk, bestowing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Begin your practice according to the prescribed method. Remember, this is your first training session, so do not be overly anxious. Bai Ying's voice resonated through the night sky, like celestial music, imparting boundless tranquility and strength. Bathed in moonlight, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Meng Yiran sat cross-legged with closed eyes. Ning Rongrong's heart brimmed with curiosity, and she could not help but inquire, "Is this the technique you are bestowing upon us?" Bai Ying nodded slightly, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Indeed, this is the cultivation method I have meticulously chosen for you. The Divine Maiden Heart Sutra not only facilitates a rapid enhancement of your abilities, but also enables you to master a unique Divine Maiden step. This step is not only light and agile, but can also yield unexpected results in combat. The Divine Maiden Heart Sutra comprises the Divine Maiden Step, the Divine Maiden Sword Technique, and the pinnacle of martial arts, the Divine Maiden Scatter. This method is immensely powerful yet remarkably easy to learn, making it most suitable for your cultivation." Ning Rongrong felt a warm current flowing within her body, an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloping her. Her seven-treasure, glazed tile martial spirit, nourished by soul power, seemed to radiate newfound vitality. She gently opened her eyes, gazing at Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing beside her, and saw their faces illuminated with the same joy and satisfaction. Meng Yiran, however, kept her eyes tightly shut, surrounded by a delicate veil of white mist, as if her soul power was fervently circulating, merging with the spiritual energy of the world outside. Her long hair danced lightly in the night breeze, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to a celestial being descending to earth. "I feel as though all the fatigue in my body has vanished," Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, seemingly experiencing a significant boost in her soul power. Ning Rongrong and the others shared the same sentiments, their reactions leaving them all quite astonished. Such is the wondrous nature of this cultivation method. "Now, Xiao Wu, you and the others continue your practice. Rongrong, come with me. I have another method prepared specifically for the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. It is quite simple and even more suitable for your sect. Follow me, and I shall impart this technique to you." Ning Rongrong nodded at his words, and the two walked a short distance together. The method was named the Taiji Divine Skill, which possesses no limitations and exhibits a remarkable capacity for inclusion, making it suitable for all practitioners. Is that truly so? Indeed, it is true. I will now present you with the manual. Take a look. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you back to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. As he spoke, the manual appeared before them. Bai Ying glanced at it, noting that while the entry was easy, reaching the pinnacle would require time and dedication. "You intend to accompany me back to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect?" Ning Rongrong inquired, her cheeks flushed. "Of course, it is high time I met your father. Moreover, My soul guide device requires deeper collaboration with the Seven Treasure Tang Sect, and I need you to facilitate that. Chapter 76. Are you truly going to return with me? You wish to meet my father? No, that is absolutely out of the question. Primarily, it is worth noting that Bai Ying hails from the Spirit Hall, an institution that has historically been at odds with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is now closely allied with the Tiando royal family, while the Spirit Hall is entangled with them in a complex web of conflict. Although, on the surface, it appears that both sides coexist peacefully, my father has always maintained that a day will inevitably come when they will clash. The Tiando royal family would never permit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to join the Spirit Hall, should such an alliance occur. It would pose an immense threat to the empire. When a nation faces an entity capable of undermining its rule, the most prudent course of action is to eradicate the threat. This is a consensus understood by all. I recognize your concerns regarding the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. But bear in mind that my representation is merely that of a worshipper, not of the Spirit Hall itself. This distinction is fundamentally significant, especially considering that the Spirit Hall currently remains fragmented. Rest assured, it will be addressed in due time. Whether it occurs sooner or later is inconsequential. However, what if my father harbors ill intent towards you? Fear not, for I am still regarded as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, and in recent years, the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School have maintained a semblance of peace. At least for now. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School dares not offend the Spirit Hall. That said, I must caution you. While you may accompany me home, do not hold me accountable should you find yourself in a predicament. My grandfather Jian and grandfather Bone cherish me dearly. Additionally, my father is exceedingly astute. Although the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School may possess limited strength, the presence of those two will likely present you with considerable challenges. Alas, what is this? What son-in-law does not face trials when meeting the father-in-law? This is simply tradition. Very well, it is settled then. I shall request leave from the dean immediately and embark for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School tomorrow. Is it not rather soon? Not at all. It is better to act promptly than to delay. Moreover, once I arrive at the Tiando royal city, I will require some preparation, which may consume additional time. In the dean's office, the atmosphere between Master and Flanders grew increasingly tense, their tones rather curt. Had it not been for Tang San, I would not have come here. I am well aware. How long do you intend to avoid this? I merely wish to prove myself. Tang San is the son of the Daoliu.After. Only his prodigious talent can validate my theories. Should I nurture a genius with twin martial souls, I would be able to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family with honor, ensuring that everyone recognizes my collaboration with Xiao Gang in producing a title Daoliu with twin martial souls. You remain obstinate. Cannot you concede a little? Do you truly wish for her to endure a lifetime with you? Upon the mere mention of his name, Yu Xiaojiang fell silent. It is essential to note that he had been separated from his beloved Lu Erlong for many years. Throughout this time, Lu Erlong had consistently thought of him. But how could Yu Xiaojiang have felt any differently? The incident from the past had struck Yu Xiaojiang with such profound impact that he languished in despair for many years, only managing to regain his spirit upon discovering Tang San, who possessed the rare dual martial soul talent. For Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San represented his last glimmer of hope for fame and recognition. Xiaojiang, you are excessively concerned with societal perceptions. Your actions not only torment yourself, but also inflict suffering upon a woman who has waited for you for years. Can you truly justify your behavior towards her? Enough. I have stated before that unless I achieve renown, I shall never return to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Xiaojiang, I understand that your silence over the years was to avoid causing disruption in our lives, but you must realize that she only loves you. If there were a genuine possibility between us, why would we have waited until now? The moment I discovered he was my biological brother, all hope was extinguished. Let us not dwell on that matter. The reason for your joy today lies with Tang San. It seems you have invested all your efforts in him. Speaking of this, it infuriates me. Zhao Wujia's restlessness recently led him to bully a mere child, not anticipating that in confronting the young, he would encounter the old. The Daoliu is not someone you can offend lightly. How could you know? Seeing Yu Xiaojiang retrieve a pope's token from his pocket and place it upon the table, he stated, "This is what he bestowed upon me. If he were merely an ordinary man, how could I have taken him as my disciple? Let us not forget, he is the son of the Daoliu, possessing the bloodline of that esteemed lineage. Are you implying that his martial soul is mutated? No, he is the third individual in history to possess a dual martial soul. Initially, I intended to accept Bai Ying as a disciple as well, but his pride prevents him from seeking a master. I will demonstrate to him that one day my disciples will compel those who belittle me to regret their actions. Regarding Tang San, do not speak of this to anyone. Ensure Bai Ying remains unaware of his identity as the son of the Haotian Daoliu, for such knowledge could attract unnecessary peril. I understand. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the dean's office. Is the esteemed dean inside? Who is it? Come in. Bai Ying entered and, upon seeing Yu Xiaojing, remarked, I never expected you to arrive so swiftly. Yu Xiaojing replied, I too did not anticipate your presence at Shrek Academy. I thought you would not come. Bai Ying clarified, do not misunderstand. I did not come here because of you. I merely wished to ascertain how far your disciple might go. This is of no concern to you. The atmosphere abruptly became tense. Noticing this, Flander quickly intervened, asking, Bai Ying, what brings you here? Dean, I would like to request a leave of absence to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Ning Rongrong. A leave of absence? What is your purpose? Naturally, I aim to establish a cooperative relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and additionally, to meet my future father-in-law. Very well. The matter is settled. I shall take my leave now. I am confident the dean will grant permission, will you not? Flander mused internally. What difference does my agreement make? What is the consequence of dissent? Very well, just return promptly. Are you truly coming back with me? You have inquired more than once. Indeed, I am. However, upon our arrival at the Heaven Do Imperial City, you cannot head directly to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Rest assured, in a few days, I will ensure your grand return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, the gift I have prepared for Ning Fengji will undoubtedly be accepted. Chapter 77. Conditions. What gift? You will discover in due course. For now, it remains a secret. The following morning, the two departed in a carriage towards the Heaven Do Imperial City. Within the carriage, Ning Rongrong's heart raced, a peculiar sensation enveloping her, both anxious and fearful. She feared that if Bai Ying were to suffer harm, it would cause her heartache. Noticing Ning Rongrong's troubled expression, Bai Ying felt a wave of concern. After all, he was about to meet Ning Fengji, that cunning old fox, renowned for his intelligence throughout the Daoliu series. Although his demeanor could be irksome, one could not help but admire his acumen. After a moment, Bai Ying spoke, If your father consents to our union, what will you do? I do not know. I do not wish to hurt you, nor do I want to harm my family. I understand. You have no choice, and neither do I. Rest assured. I shall not lay a hand on your family. At the very least, as long as you are with me, they shall remain unharmed. Ning Rongrong fell silent. Feeling a flicker of emotion, the carriage sped along, yet within her heart, she wished for it to slow down, to prolong the journey. The two remained silent. As the twilight descended, Bai Ying finally arrived at a hotel, and both individuals remained enveloped in a solemn silence. Rongrong, let us depart. We must prepare some materials. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, and together they stepped out from their resting place in the hotel. The distance to the Tiando Imperial City was still considerable. Yet the proximity of just a few kilometers contributed to a thriving local economy, bustling with the lively presence of passers-by on the streets. The two procured various metals and herbs. What purpose do these serve? Ning Rongrong inquired. Do you recall how your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul transformed into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile? I have meticulously developed a pill capable of facilitating the evolution of martial souls, and I am certain your father would find it intriguing. Forget it. I intended to reveal this later, but I believe it is time you understand my true intentions. I aim to concoct a pill that will enable martial soul evolution. This elixir has the potential to revolutionize the entire realm of soul masters. Can you truly create it? Ning Rongrong questioned, her eyes filled with doubt. To her, the metamorphosis of her martial soul into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile was already a miraculous feat. The prospect of a wondrous pill that could further induce evolution seemed almost unfathomable. If such a remedy truly existed, it could send the entire Daoliu continent into a frenzy. Indeed, I would not deceive you. With this pill and the soul-guiding devices I have crafted, I believe your father will no longer refuse. Furthermore, I have heard of your father. He is the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect, a leader who knows how to weigh his options. It seems I must exert myself diligently in the coming days. Half a month later, as dozens of soul-guiding devices were completed, Bai Ying had tirelessly worked to produce them. Supported by the rewards of the system, finally managing to refine a multitude of pills. From a distance, the seven treasure glazed sect resembled a colossal, multicolored tower piercing the clouds, each level radiating a distinct hue of light, akin to vibrant clouds swirling in the sky. Approaching the sect, one would encounter two magnificent stone lions at the entrance, exuding an air of grandeur as if guarding this mystical paradise. The interior of the sect was lavishly adorned, with marble floors polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting dazzling brilliance. The walls were embedded with various rare gemstones, which, under the illumination, emitted enchanting colors. The entire sect resembled an opulent palace, overwhelming the senses with its splendor. As they traversed the elongated corridor, exquisite murals flanked either side, depicting the history and legends of the seven treasure glazed sect. Every step felt as though it tread upon the currents of history, imbibing the essence of the sect's millennia of heritage. Renxue, you have returned. Ning Fengji exhibited an overwhelming sense of excitement, his countenance illuminated by a radiant smile. He, accompanied by the sword Daoliu.After, came forth to greet his guest. At this moment, the letter previously sent had already unveiled the identity of Bai Ying, stating that his martial soul had evolved into the nine-treasure glazed tile. Despite the assertions made by Ning Renxue in her correspondence, Ning Fengji harbored a modicum of skepticism. For throughout the illustrious history of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, only one soul master has ever possessed the nine-treasure glazed tile martial soul, namely, the founder of the seven-treasure glazed tile school himself. Father, Ning Renxue, casting aside her earlier worries, immediately rushed forth and collapsed into Ning Fengji's embrace. With a tender gesture, Ning Fengji affectionately tousled his daughter's hair and remarked, "Renxue, you have grown so much taller." "Not quite yet," she replied. Bai Ying gently cleared her throat, which restored the previous demeanor of the conversation. She spoke, "This is the genius of soul guide manufacturing I mentioned to you before. My father. Moreover, she is also a possessor of twin martial souls." However, Ning Renxue's martial soul truly convinced them that she undoubtedly possessed such capabilities. Bai Ying gave a slight nod, paying his respects to Ning Fengji. Their eyes met, and Bai Ying felt an indescribable sense of pressure, although Ning Fengji wore a smile. His eyes shone with an unfathomable brilliance, as if he could see into the depths of one's soul. Bai Ying understood that the master of the seven treasures glazed tile school was far more complex than he appeared. In stark contrast stood Daoliu.After, akin to a drawn sword, radiating sharpness. His gaze was as keen as a blade, seemingly capable of slicing through any obstacle. Under his scrutiny, Bai Ying felt an intense desire for challenge, yet he was acutely aware that he was no match for Qian Renxue. Ning Fengji graciously invited Bai Ying to take a seat, and the three began to converse. Bai Ying presented the soul-guided devices and elixirs he had meticulously crafted to Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue. When Ning Fengji laid eyes upon the exquisite soul-guided devices and the fragrant elixirs, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. He picked up one of the elixirs. Scrutinizing it closely and sensing the immense power it contained, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly remarkable." With a hint of hesitation, Ning Fengji took the elixir and examined it. As if weighing some significant consideration, he glanced at Ning Renxue, who nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with resolve and trust. "Renxue, are you certain this elixir can truly facilitate the evolution of one's martial soul?" There was a barely perceptible tremor in Ning Fengji's voice. Ning Renxue nodded, her gaze brighter than ever. "Father, I am certain. Bai Ying is not an ordinary person. He possesses abilities beyond our imagination." Ning Fengji fell silent for a moment, ultimately letting out a sigh as his gaze solidified with determination. He rose and made his way to a training ground within the sect, with Ning Renxue and Bai Ying following closely behind. "All right, young man. If this elixir proves to be as miraculous as you claim, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will be immensely grateful." With that, Ning Fengji swallowed the elixir without hesitation, a turn of events that left the three in astonishment. He had anticipated Ning Fengji would seek someone else to test it, yet he had chosen to consume it himself. What on earth was Ning Fengji up to? In the training ground, sunlight poured onto the smooth surface, reflecting dazzling rays. Ning Fengji stood at the center, his eyes tightly shut, as if he were calibrating his state. Bai Ying and Ning Renxue stood by, anxiously watching him. Suddenly, Ning Fengji opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He inhaled deeply and placed the elixir into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, and a surge of potent energy coursed through his body. Ning Fengji's form trembled slightly, yet his expression remained resolute. As time passed, Ning Fengji's aura grew increasingly formidable. His martial soul, the seven treasures glazed tower, began to rotate in the air, emanating a resplendent glow. Bai Ying and Ning Rongrong waited with bated breath, fully aware that this moment would determine everything. Suddenly, Ning Fengji's body quivered violently, and an even more radiant light erupted from him. At that moment, his martial soul, the seven treasures glazed tower, underwent a transformation, becoming crystal clear and radiating 9 distinct colors of light. This was the 9 treasures glazed tower. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. Bai Ying gazed at Ning Fengji with astonishment, utterly taken aback by the revelation that Ning Fengji had indeed succeeded in evolving his martial soul into the 9 treasures glazed tower. This achievement was remarkable not merely for the prowess of the 9 treasures glazed tower, but also because, throughout the entirety of Daoliu continent, martial souls are innate, and no one had ever managed to evolve one before. Chapter 78. The Bet Ning Fengji looked at his 9 treasures glazed tower, tears of joy welling in his eyes. The 7 treasures glazed tower could accommodate a maximum of 7 spirit rings. Thus the leaders of the 7 treasures glazed sect could achieve no more than the rank of spirit saint. Yet now, he could distinctly sense that this formidable barrier had been surmounted. This young man before him was destined for greatness. Ning Fengji spoke, addressing Bai Ying. I have heard from Rongrong that you are a prodigy. Upon meeting you today, it is evident that this is indeed the case. Uncle Ning, you flatter me. I merely possess a modicum of talent, Bai Ying replied modestly. Can we engage in a serious discussion now? Certainly. Please tell me the price for the elixir and the soul guide device. As long as you articulate the cost, the 7 treasures glazed sect will certainly be able to afford it. I trust the importance of this elixir and soul guide device to your sect is self-evident. I have but 2 conditions. If you, Sect Master Ning, can acquiesce to these, not only will I gift the elixir to you, but I shall also present you with a substantial reward. A reward? Ning Fengji, seasoned in the mercantile world, understood that free offerings often bore the highest price. Yet, he recognized the necessity of this transaction for the 7 treasures glazed sect. Very well, please proceed, he urged. It is quite simple. I wish to establish a long-term collaboration. Firstly, I require a significant amount of funds and materials, which I believe you, Sect Master Ning, can provide. That is assured. Our 7 treasures glazed sect has its own blacksmith shop, so that is not an issue. What is your second condition? I have taken a liking to your daughter and hope to marry her. At this juncture, Bai Ying felt a surge of tension, while Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson. Ning Fengji then realized this man sought his daughter's hand in marriage. Very well, but I have a condition of my own. If you wish to marry my daughter, you must first extricate yourself from the spirit hall and join the 7 treasures glazed sect. This is impossible. The spirit hall birthed and nurtured me. I cannot betray it. However, I genuinely hope you can facilitate our union. I am aware of the long-standing discord between the spirit hall and the 7 treasures glazed sect, Ning Fengji stated. As Ning Rongrong hastily interjected, Father, Ning Fengji waved his hand and said to Rongrong, you may return for now. I wish to have a serious conversation with your friend. At this moment, within the grand hall of the sect, only Ning Fengji, the sword Daoliu, and Bai Ying remained. The sword Daoliu, Qian, began to speak, young man. Our Rongrong is the cherished little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, raised under our doting care since childhood. However, your affiliation with the Spirit Hall places you at odds with our esteemed sect. Should you choose to join the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I assure you that even if the entire Spirit Hall were to become your adversary, I would safeguard your safety. That is absolutely impossible. I could never betray the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Bai Ying firmly declined without a moment's hesitation. I have been raised by Qian Daoliu since childhood. Nurtured by the Spirit Hall, I cannot betray them. To do so would render me no different from a beast. I refuse to abandon my master and forsake righteousness. It is something I cannot and will not do. Ning Fengji then spoke. If that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. You may leave. Ning Sovereign, I implored, I hope you can reconsider. If we manage to establish a partnership, it would undoubtedly mark a historic moment for the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Do you not wish for the sect to achieve unprecedented heights? Although I am affiliated with the Spirit Hall, I am not wholly of it. I belong to the Hall of Offerings. My words represent only myself, not the Spirit Hall. I understand your concerns regarding the Tianshou royal family's suspicions. Yet I have come today to present a new avenue for the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. What avenue do you propose? The 7 treasure glazed tile sect. despite being the foremost auxiliary sect on the continent, is constrained by the nature of auxiliary spirit abilities, relegating it to a position of defense on the battlefield. However, my soul guide devices can rectify this flaw. I dare say that if given the time to create soul guide devices suitable for civilian use, it would pose no challenge. Imagine a civilian, untrained yet wielding a soul guide device. I assure you they could unleash at least 30 to 40% of its potential. The number of soul masters is limited, whereas the populace far exceeds them. Consider this, a civilian facing a soul master, even if the civilian perishes. It would still be a gain, for the power of the soul guide could enable them to trade lives with the soul master. If you agree to unite your daughter with me in marriage, I would not only divulge the technology of soul guides, but also provide you continuously with a special elixir that could catalyze a transformative change in my life. Just imagine the ramifications of such a widespread promotion. I need not elaborate further. The seven-treasure glazed tile sect, due to its weakness, relies on the Tianxue royal family. Yet what benefits does the royal family truly offer you? As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I trust you are a discerning individual. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed, "Please, host. Endure for the duration of an incense stick against the two titled Daoliu's, Sword Daoliu and Bone Daoliu. Endure for that duration against two titled Daoliu's? With my current strength, compounded by the absence of the divine artifact, I now lack a god-level experience card. Were I in possession of it, I could certainly withstand their onslaught for that time. Now, however, I must leave my fate to chance." Ning Fengji fell into silence, clearly yearning for the elixir and the soul guides. "Very well," I proposed. "Let us take a step back and make a wager. If I can withstand the two titled Daoliu subordinates for the duration of an incense stick, you will acquiesce to my terms. Should I fail, I shall bestow upon you all the elixirs I possess, a mere handful. What say you? Young man, you are indeed excessively arrogant. What level of soul power do you currently possess?" "I am a titled Daoliu," stated the sword Daoliu. "I am but a humble soul master." "Only at level 40, he replied. 40? Surely, you jest," Ning Fengji exclaimed, astonished at the young man's achievement at such a tender age. However, Bai immediately unleashed his martial soul, and the configuration of 3 black and 1 red soul rings left both Ning Fengji and the sword Daoliu in utter disbelief. Ning Fengji remarked, "Indeed, it appears that the individual who emerged in the Stardow forest must have been you. I never anticipated such a prodigy residing within the spirit hall. This wager is advantageous for me, whether I win or lose." "Very well, I accept this bet." Once Bone Daoliu Gu Rong arrived, Ning Fengji briefed him on the situation. Gu Rong, upon observing the young man's soul power and soul ring configuration, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Since both esteemed seniors have no objections, let us commence. I extend my gratitude to the Star Child for the inspiration to write. And I deeply appreciate the support of all the esteemed readers. Thank you immensely, and I am also thankful to the platform for providing me this opportunity." Chapter 79. The Great Battle of Sword and Bone Daoliu Youth. Your arrogance is beyond measure. I am a titled Daoliu at level 97. Old man, stop wasting words with him. Simply bring him down. I shall see how he speaks so boastfully afterward. First soul skill, Sword's Edge. First soul skill, Bone Dragon Thrust. The sword Daoliu was enveloped in sword energy, while the bone Daoliu radiated an aura of bone energy. Unfazed by the assault of the two titled Daoliu's, Bai lightly stepped forward, and a beam of light erupted beneath his feet as the flying soul guide activated, lifting him into the sky. From his elevated position, he gazed down upon the two, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. "Humph, do you believe this can ensnare me?" Bai scoffed as his soul power surged, unleashing a brilliant golden light. With his invincible golden body activated, he was enveloped in a layer of golden radiance, impervious to the onslaught from below. The sword Daoliu's sword's edge sliced through the air, creating fierce currents directed at Bai, while the bone Daoliu unleashed his bone dragon thrust, summoning a colossal bone dragon that soared skyward, its gaping maw aimed at Bai. "Is this truly all you have to defeat me? Old man, we have been underestimated. You are utterly useless. Observe. 7th soul skill, True Body of the Bone Dragon. 7th soul skill, True Body of 7 kills. 6th soul skill, All swords return to the origin. 6th soul skill, Bone Dragon Illusory Formation." As the fearsome energy storm coalesced from the attacks of the two titled Daoliu's, a grave expression crossed Bai Ying's face. He understood that this strike was one he could not withstand head-on. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him, as if life and death were delicately poised on a razor's edge. Yet, just as the energy storm was about to strike the white figure, the super artifact, the Time War Blade, in his grasp erupted with a dazzling brilliance. This radiance was resplendent, seemingly capable of tearing through all darkness. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the white figure swung the Time War Blade, unleashing a colossal wave of blade energy that met the combined onslaught of the sword Daoliu and bone Daoliu. In that instant, it felt as though the sky had been cleaved in two. The blade energy clashed violently with the energy storm, producing a deafening cacophony. Energy surged forth, whipping up a tempest, as everything around them seemed to freeze in that very moment. The silhouette of the white figure stood resolute against the raging winds, his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination, as if to declare, "I shall not allow you to prevail." As the attacks of the two-titled Daoliu collided with the blade energy, the entire world seemed to fall into a standstill. The assault from the sword Daoliu and bone Daoliu, which should have annihilated everything, halted as it touched the blade energy, as if time itself had been frozen. And within this stillness, an indescribable sense of oppression gradually permeated the air. Divine technique, time seal, time trace. Suddenly, time appeared to be forcibly distorted by an unseen force, causing everything around to reverse, as if returning to the moment before the assault was launched. This was the time seal wielded by the white figure, as time became warped and chaotic under his command. The attacks of the sword Daoliu and bone Daoliu failed to strike the white figure, and, due to the influence of time trace, instead inflicted harm upon themselves. Ning Rongrong cautiously peered from her concealed position, her eyes filled with astonishment and concern. She beheld the man she adored, wielding the radiant Time War Blade, standing against her two esteemed grandfathers. Her heart felt as though it were being torn apart, engulfed in pain and helplessness. "Stop! You must cease this battle." Ning Rongrong could not restrain herself from shouting, her voice echoing across the vast square. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene. She rushed forward, attempting to halt the conflict, yet her speed could not match the fierce confrontation between the titled Daoliu. All she could do was stand helplessly from a distance, her heart aching like a dagger. At that moment, the clash of battle raged on. Despite wielding a super artifact, the white figure, being merely a four-ring soul master, could not bridge the chasm that separated him from the titled Daoliu. Just then, as time accelerated, a mere incense stick's worth of time had passed, yet the attacks of the sword Daoliu and bone Daoliu showed no sign of abating. "A mere incense stick's time has elapsed. I implore you to halt. Such formidable power, then allow me to unleash another strike." Congratulations, host. You have acquired two divine techniques of the Time War Blade, time reversal and time acceleration. Time acceleration can hasten the opponent's temporal state, hastening their aging process, causing their attacks to vanish entirely through the power of time. Time reversal allows one to revert to a previous moment in time, usable for both assault and personal advantage. The ninth soul skill, Bone Transformation Dragon. The ninth soul skill, Divine Demon's Dual Slash. At this very moment, even Ning Fengji was taken aback. Generally, a titled Daoliu's ninth soul skill is the most formidable among all their abilities. Should Bai Ying truly perish, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly face a catastrophic fate. Young man, it is still not too late to concede. The word surrender does not exist in my lexicon. In the blink of an eye, the super divine artifact, the Time War Blade, erupted in a resplendent white light, as if it were tinting the entire sky with purity. Simultaneously, cracks began to appear on his battle armor, as though it were bearing unimaginable pressure. Yet, at that moment, his original armor unexpectedly manifested additional segments, enveloping his entire being. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Bai Ying brandished the Time War Blade, unleashing four divine skills simultaneously. Time seemed to warp at that instant, rendering everything around him indistinct. The assaults of the sword Daoliu and bone Daoliu appeared to be devoured by an invisible force the moment they reached Bai Ying, vanishing without a trace. Fortunately, I utilized the fourth divine skill of the Time War Blade, time reversal. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As Bai Ying's blade energy dissipated, the entire sky seemed to exhale in relief. Sword Daoliu Chen Xian and bone Daoliu Gu Rong, both titled Daoliuos, now descended like fallen leaves. Their bodies traced two tragic arcs in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Both were gravely wounded, blood gushing from their injuries, their faces as pale as parchment. They struggled to rise, only to find their strength utterly drained, unable even to move a finger. Do you concede? Ning Fengji observed all of this, reluctant to believe, yet left with no choice. The wager was one he had accepted. Ning Zhongzhu, I have triumphed. Ning Rongrong hurriedly rushed over to support Bai Ying, her heart filled with concern. At that moment, the sword Daoliu and bone Daoliu slowly began to rise, and Ning Rongrong, seeing her beloved grandfathers injured, exclaimed, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, are you all right? Rongrong, we old fellows are fine. This young man possesses remarkable strength. Ning Fengji observed the scene, ultimately resigning to the outcome. After all, there were benefits to be gained regardless of victory or defeat. Chapter 80, Conversation Dad, by Gu has won. Now you must agree, right? Ning Fengji sighed. Ah, how quickly a daughter forgets her father when a man comes along. Ning Rongrong, blushing, retorted, Father, please do not jest. A person as astute as you cannot be unaware of Bai Ying's significance to our seven-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji sighed once more before asking, Are you truly willing to marry him? I am. Ning Fengji nodded. Very well, a daughter is indeed hard to keep. At this moment, Bai Ying gazed at the sword Daoliu and Xian and the bone Daoliu Gu Rong. Should the two esteemed elders continue? Old bones, how can you be so ineffectual? Who is truly inept, the one who has also been defeated, or you? A dignified title Daoliu being vanquished by a mere soul master. What a disgrace. Speak again, if you dare. Both Chun Xian and Gu Rong were filled with fury, but at that moment, Ning Fengji interjected. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, you are both formidable titled Daoliuos. Do not lose your dignity before the younger generation. Only then did the two relent, turning their attention to Bai Ying and declaring, One day, we shall compete again. My Rongrong cannot be easily taken from you. Bai Ying spoke, expressing his willingness to engage in a contest with the elder at any moment. Ning Rongrong interjected, addressing her grandfathers, asserting that this was her own decision. Moreover, they had just witnessed his extraordinary talent, a gift that stands unparalleled throughout the Daoliu continent. Even if he hails from the Spirit Hall, what of it? If it allows our 7 treasures glazed sect to ascend to the 9 treasures glazed sect, then what is the sacrifice of one person to me? Besides, my affection for him is genuine. Rongrong, that is not our intention, her grandfathers replied. We are merely concerned about how he may treat you in the future. Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached the sword Daoliu, Qian Renxue, and declared, If he ever mistreats me, I will certainly inform Grandfather Jian, and you must help me deal with him. Sword Daoliu Qian Renxue promptly consented. Very well. Thus, the matter reached a temporary resolution, leading them back to the main hall of the sect. As for the current medicinal pills, I have only produced over 20. However, if provided with suitable materials and sufficient time, I assure you I can transform all the soul masters of the 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower. One thing I must caution Uncle Ning about is that these materials are quite rare, and thus, the cost will be somewhat steep. Material concerns are not an issue. Our 7 treasures glazed sect is renowned as the foremost auxiliary sect, after all. With the material situation settled, I will draft a list of the necessary materials and the alchemical methods, coupled with my assistance. You should be able to learn the art of alchemy within a few months. While the pills produced may not be perfect, they should suffice. Are you truly willing to share the methods with our 7 treasures glazed sect? Certainly, it is merely a trivial alchemical method. It holds no significant value for me. Even if I provide you with the methods, the likelihood of your successful production is not particularly high. After all, alchemy demands immense patience and formidable soul power. Not to mention that one must possess extraordinary talent. Otherwise, success is unattainable. I understand. Let us set this matter aside for now. I wish to inquire about another issue. You are aware of the conflict between our 3 upper sects and the Spirit Hall. Our 7 treasures glazed sect supports the Tiando Imperial family, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has chosen neutrality. Although the Haotian sect remains reclusive, they still seem to favor the new Luo Imperial family. With the turmoil continually brewing across the continent, I sense a change is imminent. What is your perspective on this? Since Rongrong has chosen you as her spouse, I, as her father, naturally wish for the happiness of my children. Please, share your thoughts. As expected from the leader of the 7 treasures glazed sect, his insight is keen. Indeed, without the balancing force of the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire would have long since perished. The reason the Tiando imperial family falls short compared to the Star Luo Empire is twofold. First, due to the quality of their martial spirits, and second, the nobles' indulgence in pleasure, lacking any desire to govern the state. Moreover, with the gradual decline of the Tiando imperial family members, chaos is merely a matter of time. In recent years, as far as I know, the second prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, is an exceptionally capable individual. Perhaps he could lead the Tiando Empire towards a promising future. Bai Ying, being aware that Xue Qinghe is actually Qian Renxue, couldn't help but lavish praise upon him. Suddenly, Ning Fengji inquired about the avalanche. What could a frivolous young master possibly achieve? His talent, while not entirely mediocre within the imperial family of the Tiando Empire, certainly does not qualify him as a genius. I believe he is incapable of accomplishing anything significant. Your profound understanding of the Tiando Empire is quite impressive, Renxue. It seems I have not misjudged you. Let us set that aside for now. Could you enlighten us about the soul guidance devices? To my knowledge, the manufacturing techniques for soul guidance devices have been lost to time. How do you come by this knowledge? That is a secret I cannot disclose. However, rest assured, I can share some of the developmental techniques with you. Ning Fengji nodded and replied, very well. I, Ning Fengji, am not a miserly man. You have assisted us greatly. I have even entrusted my daughter to you. I hope you will treat her well. Furthermore, should you require anything, we will do our utmost to provide it. I do not require anything else, merely sufficient materials from Sect Master Ning. Additionally, will there be enough personnel? I will dedicate myself to cultivating the soul masters of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Soul masters? Those who wield the soul guidance devices are referred to as soul masters. I have observed that, although our continent's soul guidance technology has fallen far behind, the crux of the issue lies in a continental shift that occurred thousands of years ago, or perhaps a tectonic movement. He then recounted the events concerning the Sun and Moon continent. Ning Fengji and the others were left astounded, realizing that this individual was far more astute and deeply concealed than they had anticipated. For the first time, Ning Fengji felt as if he were being led by the nose, a sensation he had never experienced before. Subsequently, each of them departed. The residence of Bai Ying is naturally adjacent to Ning Renxue, and Ning Fengji's intentions are unmistakably clear in this regard. I never expected you to be so easily persuaded. Truly, you are remarkable, father. It was not I who convinced him, but rather the allure of profit that swayed him. There are neither eternal enemies nor everlasting friends. There exist only transient interests. At last, I have brought you home as my bride. Chapter 81. The figure of Ning Renxue. Was all my investment not in vain? Ning Renxue spoke. So your implication is one of regret? I never claimed such a thing, no matter the cost. It is worth it as long as I can have you. Ning Renxue coldly scoffed and then departed. Within the grand hall of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Sword Daoliu.After spoke. Fengji, have you truly entrusted Renxue to him? He is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Should the Tiando imperial family learn that a member of the Spirit Hall has married the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's leader, it may provoke their suspicion. You should not be so hasty regarding this matter. Hasty? Uncle Jian, the Tiando imperial family has been in decline for years, an undeniable truth. While the 7 treasure glazed tile school ranks among the top 3 sects, we are the weakest of them all. This child brings new hope to our school, and I believe he will illuminate a bright future for us. Even if he hails from the Spirit Hall, what of it? If he can win Renxue's heart, then the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly be intertwined with our 7 treasure glazed tile school. In times of peril, we might even draw upon the Spirit Hall's strength. As the saying goes, there are no permanent friends, only everlasting interests. As the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I must consider the welfare of our sect. Fengji, we both understand this. This day marks a pivotal moment in the destiny of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The school issued a decree, summoning all direct disciples to return. A multitude of soul masters from the 7 treasure glazed tile school gathered. Ning Fengji was the first to showcase his 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda and inform the assembled about the effects of the medicinal pills. The soul masters of the 7 treasure glazed tile school were astounded. They quickly consumed the pills, though some could not due to the scarcity of medicinal materials, which prevented the production of all the pills. Those who ingested the pills soon found themselves enveloped in beams of light, each acquiring the 9 treasure glazed tile martial soul. Additionally, the crafting and development of soul-guided devices and the refinement of medicinal pills were also underway. Bai Ying undertook every task personally, and soon the 7 treasures glazed tile school boasted its first batch of soul masters. Most of these soul masters were direct descendants of the school. Initially, they were reluctant to utilize soul guidance devices, as they believed that the power of their martial spirits was paramount. However, upon truly comprehending the might of these devices, they were left astounded. They had never anticipated such formidable power contained within the soul guidance devices. Those who once harbored disdain, even contempt, for the martial spirits of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School now willingly embraced the study of soul guidance devices. While it may be difficult for others to accept, these soul masters, despite their remarkable supportive abilities, lacked the means for self-defense, which constituted the greatest weakness of the Seven Treasures. With the addition of these soul guidance devices, the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School finally acquired a semblance of self-preservation. Buying allowed them to experience firsthand the capabilities of the soul guidance device, which proved to be unparalleled even among soul masters of the same rank wielding the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul. Presently, Bai Ying holds an esteemed position within the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, a fact that even Ning Fengji could not have anticipated. He was astonished by the swift acceptance of the soul guidance device among all the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile and the immense benefits it conferred upon them. Bai Ying is acutely aware of the current predicament of the soul guiding devices. Thus, he limits himself to crafting only the most ordinary soul guiding tools, which do not exceed the 5th level. Although these devices lack substantial power, they are the most suitable for their needs. As the saying goes, one must always keep a backup plan. Over the past few days, Bai Ying has been as busy as a whirlwind. Rong, how are you? Has your man lived up to your expectations? Ning Rong remarked, I never anticipated that you would truly change. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is exceedingly grateful. Bai Ying, with a playful smile, gently pinched his nose and remarked, Fool, we are now family. There is no need for such formalities. After a moment's pause, she inquired, By the way, have you been practicing the Divine Maiden Heart Sutra recently? Indeed, he replied. In that case, I shall offer you some guidance this evening. Though she referred to it as guidance, both were acutely aware of the deeper implications. Ning Rong, her cheeks flushed, nodded in agreement. As night fell, Bai Ying entered Ning Rong's spacious chamber. The room, fit for a princess, was adorned with an array of exquisite items, and the air was imbued with a subtle, enchanting fragrance. The pale figure gently pushed open the door, revealing Ning Rong seated at the edge of the bed, engrossed in a book. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and beneath the softly lowered lashes, her bright eyes sparkled with brilliance. The white shadow approached, gently tapping her shoulder. Ning Rong lifted her gaze, and upon recognizing him, a smile illuminated her face. You have arrived. Why are you so late? She inquired. You seem to be a tad shy, White Shadow remarked. In an instant, Ning Rong set aside her book, her cheeks flushing as she retorted, I am not shy. You must be mistaken. Am I mistaken? It is impossible for me to be wrong, for I can distinctly hear your heart racing. At that moment, Ning Rong truly wished to find a hole to hide in. Her face blushing like a ripe apple, she said, Aren't you here to inquire about my cultivation? Oh, I nearly forgot the matter at hand regarding your training. Suddenly, White Shadow leaned in and kissed her, his fervent breath cascading against her neck. Ning Rong's heart raced uncontrollably. She felt enveloped in a warm current, rendering her weak and pliant. She closed her eyes, surrendering to White Shadow's tender exploration of her lips, relishing this unexpected sweetness. The kiss from Bai Ying deepened, his tongue delicately teasing the seams of Ning Rong's lips, as if inviting her to embark on an exploration of this uncharted territory. A powerful surge of emotion surged within Ning Rong, as though she were on the brink of being consumed by this overwhelming impulse. She clutched Bai Ying's garment tightly, as if striving to merge him into her very being. With a sound of tearing fabric, her exquisite gown cascaded down like the shattered wings of a butterfly, revealing her flawless form. Bathed in the moonlight, her skin resembled delicate porcelain, exuding a subtle jade-like luminescence. Her curves were both elegant and fluid, with every detail radiating an enticing allure. Her bosom was full and upright, akin to two towering peaks that captivated the gaze. Her abdomen was flat and soft, reminiscent of fine silk, evoking an irresistible desire to caress. Her legs were long and proportionate, resembling two straight bamboo stalks, leaving one in awe. The eyes of Bai Ying shimmered with a breathtaking brilliance, and his Adam's apple bobbed as if he were swallowing his own saliva. He slowly extended his hand, gently caressing Ning Rong's skin, relishing the silky smoothness beneath his fingertips. His fingers glided over her body, as if playing a captivating melody. His gaze was firmly locked onto her eyes, as if attempting to peer into the very depths of her soul. After a gentle breeze whispered through the air, both of them were utterly exhausted. Chapter 82. A good son-in-law outside. Qian Renxue, Gu Rong. And Ning Fingji felt as if their beloved cabbage had been ravaged by a pig. Ning Fingji, upon hearing the sounds from within, struggled to maintain his composure. This little rascal. Just as he was about to push the door open, Qian Renxue restrained him, saying, "If you open the door now, what would Rong think? Fingji, you promised this lad, so you must honor your commitment. After all, this was bound to happen eventually. Sigh, old bone, it's your fault. If you weren't so incompetent, how could Rong have ended up like this? Are you bullying me, old man? You place all the blame on my shoulders. Don't you? Aren't you also a dignified title Daoliu of level 97? To be defeated by a mere soul master. I would be embarrassed for you if this were to get out. Old bone, are you asking for a beating? Do you think I would hesitate to strike you?" Listening to the banter between Qian Renxue and Gu Rong, Ning Fingji felt overwhelmed. As title Daoliu, they were both rivals and dear friends. Despite their formidable strength and close relationship, minor skirmishes occurred daily. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, enough already," Ning Fengji interjected, causing both men to cease their bickering. They were seething with anger at Bai Ying, but feared that Ning Rong would be hurt, so they begrudgingly departed. Inside the room, Bai Ying sensed that the others had finally left, and he let out a sigh of relief. "What were you so tense about?" Ning Rong asked, perplexed. "Your father was just outside the door." "What?" Ning Rong's eyes widened in shock as she sprang to her feet, eager to confirm the truth. However, before she could act, Bai Ying interjected, "They have already left. They seemed quite upset." What father would not be angry, witnessing his cherished daughter being courted by a boorish fool? Ning Rong chuckled softly. "At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Are you implying that I am a pig? How bold of you. It seems you dare to insult me. Clearly, you still have some strength left." Upon hearing his words, Ning Rong felt a sudden chill whenever Bai Ying said such things. It signaled trouble was looming. Instinctively, she attempted to escape, only to find her wrist firmly grasped. From behind her, Bai Ying's sinister chuckle echoed. "Why does my little enchantress wish to flee? It appears you are not yet sufficiently exhausted." With a sudden tug, he pulled Ning Rong into his embrace. "I was wrong. I should not have scolded you," Ning Rong said, gazing at Bai Ying with a cautious expression, pleading for forgiveness. It was too late. In the stillness of the night, her voice of supplication mingled with excitement echoed through the darkness. The following morning, an announcement resonated. "Congratulations, host, you have signed in and received a Divine Soul Ring." The Divine Soul Ring appeared quite remarkable. Bai Ying sighed, remarking that today was indeed a splendid day. Turning his gaze to the side, he noticed Ning Rong still enveloped in slumber, her body glistening with fragrant perspiration from the fierce battle of the previous night. It must be said, the sensation of having subdued this little enchantress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was utterly exhilarating. According to the original narrative, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was the largest client of the Tang Sect, and now that I have claimed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for myself, I am eager to see how the Tang Sect will emerge henceforth. Slowly awakening, Ning Rong trembled involuntarily at the sight of Bai Ying, a primal reaction of her body. Rong, having you by my side is truly a blessing," he expressed. "You wicked rascal, you scoundrel," Ning Rong retorted, playfully delivering a light punch to Bai Ying's chest with her delicate fists. Bai Ying seized Ning Rong's delicate fist and gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead. Smiling as he remarked, "I am aware of my shortcomings, yet it is only in your presence that I can truly discover my authentic self." Upon hearing these words, a rosy blush adorned Ning Rong's cheeks. She shot a playful glare at Bai Ying and retorted with a teasing tone, "You incorrigible rascal, always resorting to sweet nothings to charm me." Bai Ying smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. He grasped Ning Rong's hand, and together they exited the room. The morning sun bathed them in warmth as they stepped into the courtyard, where Qian Renxue and Gu Rong were already awaiting their arrival. Upon noticing the two holding hands, a complex expression crossed their faces. "Rong, you are both quite young. Perhaps you are a tad too eager," Qian Renxue remarked. Hearing this, Ning Rong instinctively released Bai Ying's hand, her cheeks flushing crimson. She approached Ning Fengji and said, "Father, you delight in teasing me." Ning Fengji ruffled his daughter's hair and replied, "All right, my dear, I shall refrain from further remarks. However, Rong, do not be willful in the future. Do not provoke Bai Ying's ire. I understand, father, she responded. Ning Fengji then turned to Bai Ying, saying, though I hesitate to admit it, you are the first person Rongrong has taken a liking to. Regardless, as her father, I wish for her happiness. Rest assured, I shall cherish her well. Bai Ying assured him. There is, however, another matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Please, do share. It concerns our prolonged absence. It is time we return to the academy. When do you intend to leave? Today. Most affairs at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have been resolved. The emergence of soul mentors will surely allow the school to shine anew. It may well need to be renamed the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. Indeed, father. We have been away from the academy for far too long. We must return, Ning Rongrong echoed. Ning Fengji sighed, casting a glance at his daughter. Here. Take this gold card from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. While it may not be substantial, it constitutes a considerable fortune. I cannot accept this. I am not destitute. She protested. Uncle Ning, I truly cannot take it. This is what you rightfully deserve for assisting our school. And what did you just call me? I simply did not react in time. I apologize. Bai Ying took a deep breath and then addressed his father. Instantly, Ning Fengji broke into a broad smile and patted Bai Ying's shoulder, exclaiming, good son-in-law. After accepting the card, Ning Rongrong finally sighed in relief. By the way, this secret manual is called the Tai Chi Divine Skill. It is a martial art. Father, you should give it a try. As she spoke, she presented the technique. Ning Fengji nodded and then seated himself on the ground to commence his training. As he began to circulate his soul power, he felt a subtle surge of energy within him. Both Sword Daoliu.After and Bon Dogu Ron were equally astonished as they sensed the tumultuous stirring of Ning Fengji's soul power. Bai Ying nodded and spoke. You two should also attempt to cultivate. Thus, the three of them entered a state of deep meditation. When they finally opened their eyes, each felt a remarkable enhancement in their abilities. Particularly for the Sword Daoliu.After, he could distinctly sense that he was merely a step away from attaining level 98. This technique, if cultivated to its zenith, would provide the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with the means for self-preservation. Coupled with the soul-guiding devices and soul mentors I have left behind, the issues facing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be wholly resolved. Ning Fengji, with swift decisiveness, instructed that the technique be transcribed for you. Subsequently, all disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School commenced their cultivation. It had been quite a while since returning to the academy, and I truly found myself missing them. Ning Rongrong coldly huffed and remarked, I see you're not longing for the academy, but rather for Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Is my presence not sufficient? Truly, you are a fickle heart. The White Shadow spoke. I have said nothing. All of this is merely your conjecture, not my words. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong chuckled, exclaiming, as the saying goes, one follows their spouse, whether it be a chicken or a dog. Now I truly comprehend that I have wed a pig. You call me a pig? Then you are the pig's wife. Ning Rongrong retorted, I cannot contend with you in this conversation. Shall we return, or what is your plan? Wait here for me for an hour. I have something important to attend to, he replied. What could be of such significance? Might you share it with me? I cannot. If you were to learn of it now, it would only lead to confusion, and revealing it would only bring you sorrow. Ning Rongrong nodded, choosing not to press further. Tiando Imperial Palace. Bai Ying stood before the palace gates when a guard approached and inquired, Who are you? Do you know what this place is? Of course I do. Please inform His Highness the Crown Prince that an old friend has come to pay a visit. An old friend of His Highness? The guard glanced at Bai Ying and asked, What is your name? Kindly tell His Highness that Xiao Bai has arrived. His Highness will certainly know who I am. Very well, please wait here. Within the palace, Crown Prince Xue Qinghe was occupied with official documents. Over the years, due to the unexpected demise of the second prince and the third prince Xue Bian's idleness, living like a debauched scion, Emperor Xue Yi had designated Crown Prince Xue Qinghe as the heir. During this time, Qian Renxue had also cultivated numerous factions of her own. A gentleman claiming to be your old friend has come to visit, Your Highness. Xue Qinghe paused, setting down his writing utensil, and remarked nonchalantly, My old friend? Did he mention who he is? He stated that he is called Xiao Bai, a dear friend of yours. Xiao Bai. Qian Renxue's expression brightened with excitement. Since her arrival at the Tiando Imperial Palace, having disguised herself as Xue Qinghe, she had not seen Bai Ying. In truth, she had longed for him, as evidenced by the numerous reports she had received concerning his well-being. Quickly, please invite him in, Qian Renxue said calmly. The guard complied, and soon Bai Ying appeared. After dismissing everyone, Qian Renxue remarked, It has been many years. You no longer resemble your former self. Indeed, it has been quite some time. Sister Shui, I never imagined you would look so splendid in men's clothing. Seeing her brother brought joy to Qian Renshue's heart. And she smiled. Did you come specifically to see me? Not quite. I happened to be here attending to some matters and seized the opportunity to visit you. Now, Sister Shui, you are the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, a person of great importance. How could I dare to intrude upon your time? Qian Renxue, slightly irritated by this response, retorted, Then what brings you here? Of course, I have come to see my dear Sister Shui. After so many years apart, my longing for you has only deepened. Their essay saying, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. How many days has it been since we last met? Qian Renxue could not help but respond, You are quite the silver-tongued charmer. I heard from grandfather that you have left the spirit hall to travel the continent. Indeed. The old man speaks true. I have been traversing the continent, and I have even encountered the Haotian Daoliu, as well as Tang San, whom I previously mentioned. What? You found the Haotian Daoliu? Where is he? I merely had a chance meeting with him once. I no longer know his whereabouts. I suspect he will appear during the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. This time, I possess unwavering confidence that I can confront him and avenge Sister Shui. Fool. You must ensure your own safety, do you understand? My affairs are of no concern to you. This vendetta, I shall personally exact. Now, tell me more about that individual named Tang San. Certainly. Tang San is currently enrolled at Shrek Academy, an esteemed institution founded by the illustrious Flender, one of the Golden Iron Triangle. This academy boasts several dozen formidable soul emperors, making it rather unique. In what manner is it unique? It exclusively admits extraordinary talents, rejecting the ordinary. Among its students, besides Tang San, there is the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Xuqing from the noble Zhu family, as well as Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. There are also 2 ordinary individuals of exceptional potential. One is a food-type soul master with the sausage martial soul, who possesses not only the food-type capabilities but also innate full soul power, while the other wields the legendary Phoenix martial soul. Additionally, there are figures such as the Unmoved King and Yu Shaojing, among others. According to the motto of Shrek Academy, it only accepts monsters, not ordinary people. However, this academy may soon face closure, for although the teachers are all soul emperors, they have yet to join any sect, resulting in a rather impoverished environment. Listening to all this, Qian Renxue finally spoke. If such powerful individuals could be harnessed for our spirit hall, it would indeed serve as a significant boon. Sister Shui, most of the teachers at the academy are proud and yearn for freedom. In the past, the Balak Kingdom offered support, but Flender rejected it. Thus, their plans are surely doomed to fail. Sister Shui, I came today to discuss another matter with you. Another matter? What is it? At that moment, Bai Ying divulged all the details to Qian Renxue. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue exclaimed, You dare to dally with others behind my back. With that, she seized Bai Ying by the ear. Bai Ying let out a cry, exclaiming, Please allow me to explain. Qian Renshue's exquisite visage was adorned with her piercing gaze, which fixated unwaveringly upon Bai Ying. Her eyes were imbued with a palpable aura of menace, causing Bai Ying to feel a chilling shiver run down his spine. Bai Ying suddenly felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, an endless chill assailing him from all directions, leaving his heartbeat seemingly frozen in time. He looked up, only to meet the penetrating gaze of Qian Renxue, whose profound eyes sparkled with a fierce light, as if they could see right through him. Please, allow me to explain, Bai Ying stammered, feeling as though he were being hunted by a ferocious beast, poised to strike at any moment. Qian Renxue remained silent, her cold stare fixated upon him, the weight of her presence nearly suffocating him. He understood that he had truly crossed a line with Qian Renxue, and the consequences were indeed grave. Bai Ying took a deep breath, summoning her courage to continue. Sister Shui, please listen to me. All my actions are for the sake of the spirit hall. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Yet she refrained from interrupting Bai Ying's words. Bai Ying continued, The Heaven Do Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School have always maintained a cooperative relationship. However, if I were to wed Princess Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it would undoubtedly forge a closer bond between the school and our spirit hall. At that juncture, it would not be inconceivable for Ning Fingji to sever ties with the Heaven Do royal family. After all, he could hardly abandon his own daughter. As he spoke, Bai Ying's gaze grew resolute, as if he could already envision the future unfolding before him. He further remarked, Moreover, there is Zhu Xuqing. She hails from the royal lineage of the Star Luo Empire. If I could harness her influence, It would certainly allow us to sway the Star Luo Empire to a considerable extent. Chapter 84. How about a little punishment for Qian Renxue, making you a eunuch? I kindly ask everyone to bestow upon me a few more recommendation votes. My gratitude knows no bounds. Recently, my circumstances have become quite dire. Qian Renxue maintained her frosty demeanor before speaking. Is that all you have to say to me? Did you not promise to marry me? Now you are associating with another woman. How am I to endure this? Bai Ying found himself at a loss for words, for the deed had already been done. Were it anyone else, perhaps he could have feigned innocence, but the individual before him was Qian Renxue. To her, Bai Ying would forever remain a younger brother, rendering any attempts at flattery utterly futile. The aura she exuded completely subdued him. How many girls have you held hands with? Her gaze transformed into a sharp blade. As she seized Bai Ying's hand with a grip so firm it felt as though she sought to penetrate his very soul through his skin. Bai Ying was momentarily stunned by the sudden force, lifting his eyes to meet Qian Renxue's terrifyingly dark expression, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Is there anything left for you to explain? Qian Renxue's voice was deep and resonant, each word striking Bai Ying's heart like a hammer. Bai Ying inhaled deeply, aware that no words could quell the fury of Qian Renxue at this moment, yet he resolved to confront her with honesty. No, he almost blurted out, his voice soft yet resolute. This time, out of respect for my grandfather, I shall forgive you. Qian Renxue slowly rose to her feet, transforming back to her true form as she spoke. Then tell me, who among your women is truly more beautiful? Of course, Sister Shuer is the most beautiful. Bai Ying replied. Qian Renxue gracefully approached him, each step seeming to tread upon his heart, quickening his pulse and rendering his breaths labored. Her gaze was filled with inquiry and anticipation, as if she sought to penetrate the depths of his soul. An inexplicable tension surged within Bai Ying. He found himself at a loss on how to navigate this situation. When Qian Renxue stood before him, she suddenly lowered her head and delicately flicked her tongue against his ear. This gesture rendered Bai Ying's body rigid, a jolt of electricity coursing through him, causing involuntary tremors. Her breath was a gentle caress against his ear, imbued with a tantalizing coolness. Sister Shuer, do you know why I forgive you? Although I indeed harbor feelings for you, that is not the primary reason. We are no longer the children we once were. You are a prodigy with dual martial souls. And having already attained the Shura 9 trials, should we bear offspring, that child's talent would undoubtedly be extraordinary. In time, my lineage would rejoice in having a successor. Her words were not intended to invoke guilt, but rather to express her genuine affection. Otherwise, she would not confide such matters to him, nor would she consider an engagement. Bai Ying was taken aback by Qian Renxue's declaration. He had never fathomed that he held such significance in her heart. As he gazed into her eyes, he saw them brimming with tenderness and hope, as if all troubles and anger dissipated in that moment. She tenderly caressed his cheek, her gaze revealing profound love. Bai Ying felt his heart race anew, gripping Qian Renxue's hand tightly, as if to convey his own feelings to her. Sister Shuer, Bai Ying's voice trembled, unsure of how to articulate his emotions. Qian Renxue smiled gently, enveloping him in an embrace, as though to merge their beings. Her breath brushed against his ear, imparting warmth and solace. Suddenly, she shifted her tone, her voice soft yet resolute. However, mistakes must be met with punishment. Sister must administer a small reprimand. No sooner had the words left her lips than Qian Renxue lifted one foot and forcefully stomped upon Bai Ying's face. The unforeseen action left him utterly stunned, as he felt an overwhelming force strike him, as if the very world had been turned upside down. Bai Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Qian Renxue. In her gaze, he discerned unwavering determination and an undeniable resolve. He realized that he had truly provoked Qian Renxue this time, and this minor punishment would likely not conclude easily. Qian Renxue's eyes slowly descended, ultimately resting upon a particular part of Bai Ying's body, a teasing smile curling at the corners of her lips. Bai Ying felt the chill and amusement emanating from her gaze, a wave of intense unease surging within him. He tightly shut his eyes, unable to meet Qian Renxue's stare, his body trembling involuntarily. Tell me, if you were to be made a eunuch, would you behave yourself then? Qian Renxue's voice was soft yet frigid, reminiscent of an invisible blade that pierced deeply into Bai Ying's heart. Bai Ying's eyes widened in terror, a profound fear surging within him. He sensed the menace in Qian Renxue's words, an irresistible force that loomed over him. The thought of becoming a eunuch was unbearable. He refused to relinquish his dignity as a man. Rest assured, it was merely a jest, Qian Renxue declared, gradually retracting her foot that had been poised upon him. Instantly, Bai Ying exhaled in relief. It appeared that Qian Renxue still harbored a sliver of affection for him. Gazing at his sister, Qian Renxue, he felt a surge of frustration. The system's voice echoed suddenly in Bai Ying's mind, akin to a thunderclap, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Special task activated. Please engage in dual cultivation with Qian Renxue. Reward unknown. He stared at Qian Renxue, shock rendering him nearly speechless. Dual cultivation? How could this be? Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, Qian Renxue lunged at him with astonishing swiftness. Her movements were rapid and decisive, entirely devoid of the demeanor of someone merely jesting. Bai Ying was enveloped by an overwhelming fragrance, and before he knew it, Qian Renxue's lips were firmly pressed against his. In an instant, Bai Ying's mind became a blank canvas, utterly incapable of thought, as he passively succumbed to Qian Renxue's kiss. Her tongue, agile and insistent, delved into his mouth, intertwining with his own. This intimate contact ignited a powerful surge of sensation within Bai Ying, causing his body to tense involuntarily. What on earth is happening? Even Qian Renxue herself was taken aback by her own actions. As she contemplated halting, her body seemed wholly unresponsive to her will. What is happening to me? Why am I experiencing this? Yet, gradually, an inexplicable energy began to envelop both of them, wrapping them in an ethereal embrace. Bai Ying and Qian Renxue could sense their soul power steadily increasing. Chapter 85. Ning Fengji, the Old Fox. Although they were unaware of the cause, they could feel their strength augmenting. For Qian Renxue at this moment, power and influence were of paramount importance. An hour later, Bai Ying tidied up and looked at Qian Renxue, saying, "Sister Shuer, you are nearly exhausting me." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's face flushed red, and she promptly replied, "It is my fault. I should have informed you beforehand. Moreover, isn't it to your advantage? After all, am I not far superior to those others?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying gazed at Qian Renxue, utterly unable to fathom how such words could escape her lips. "Sister Shuer, your candor is somewhat excessive. Are we to engage in a battle of wits? Very well. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you may take your leave. As for Shrek Academy, I shall personally send someone to investigate. This matter must remain confidential. You cannot disclose it to anyone, understood?" "I comprehend, rest assured. What took you so long?" Ning Rongrong inquired. "Nothing of consequence, merely a meeting with an old friend," he replied. "Now let us depart." Ning Rongrong nodded, and together they employed their flying soul tools to exit the imperial city of Tiando. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue sat cross-legged, the soul power generated from their dual cultivation allowing her to break through yet again. "All these years, despite my relentless training, my soul power has progressed at a sluggish pace. I never anticipated a breakthrough would manifest in this manner. Shrek Academy, how intriguing. Little Bai, you harbor quite a few secrets. Sister, I cherish you dearly. Your Highness, are you there?" "Yes, I am currently engaged in my training." The voice from outside transformed into the visage of Xue Qinghe in Qian Renxue's mind. Upon opening the door, she encountered Ning Fengji. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Ning Fengji smiled warmly. "Qinghe, did I arrive at an inopportune moment?" "Your presence is always a privilege," she replied graciously. Ning Fengji beamed, gently shaking the handgun in his hand. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft luster upon the metallic surface. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as though he held not merely a weapon, but an artifact capable of altering the very course of events. "Qinghe, do you comprehend the significance of this?" Ning Fengji inquired, his voice brimming with anticipation. Qian Renxue, slightly furrowing her brow, sensed the extraordinary nature of the handgun, yet she knew that any weapon is merely an extension of power, and true strength emanates from within. Nevertheless, seeing the eager glint in Ning Fengji's eyes, she chose to indulge his enthusiasm. Ning Fengji, his eyes alight with fervor, said to Xue Qinghe, "Come, I shall show you its might." Xue Qinghe nodded and followed Ning Fengji to a spacious shooting range, surrounded by towering walls. The center featured a vast expanse adorned with various targets. Ning Fengji tenderly caressed the handgun, a flicker of affection evident in his gaze. Channeling his soul power, he pulled the trigger, and with a resounding bang, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the barrel, resembling an enraged fire dragon rampaging across the shooting range. The air where the beam passed seemed to tear asunder, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Under the relentless assault of the beam, the target crumbled like fragile paper, instantly reduced to powder, with dust swirling in the air. The charred marks left on the wall seemed to narrate the terrifying power of this beam. "Teacher, this weapon possesses tremendous strength. How did you acquire it?" "It is all thanks to my son-in-law, Bai Ying." who imparted the technology and craftsmanship to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Bai Ying, Xiao Bai, why would he entrust such weapon-making techniques to the cunning old fox? Ning Fengji. Moreover, if this technology could be utilized by the Spirit Hall, it would undoubtedly be a boon for them. Observing the eager expression on Xue Qinghe's face, Ning Fengji smiled and replied, Qinghe, there is no need for haste. Although Bai Ying has departed, the weapons he crafted remain with our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. When the opportunity arises, I shall allow you to witness his talent firsthand. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue could only nod in resignation. For Ning Fengji, his purpose in visiting the Tiando royal palace today was to converse with his disciple. The struggle for the imperial throne of the Tiando Empire had intensified alarmingly. The body of Emperor Shuiyu was deteriorating inexplicably, and the urgency for succession grew ever greater. Although it was almost a foregone conclusion that Xue Qinghe would ascend as the crown prince, one must always be wary of unforeseen circumstances. The transition of imperial power resembled a war devoid of gunfire, silently spreading within the depths of the Tiando imperial palace. Even though this place lacked the bloodshed seen in the struggle for the throne of the Xinlua Empire, where defeated princes could still retain their noble titles and enjoy a life of luxury, it was far from sufficient in Ning Fengji's eyes. If Xue Qinghe, as his disciple, could successfully become the ruler of Tiando, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous advantage for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Among the only two princes, Xue Beng was incorrigibly unruly, whereas Xue Qinghe was exemplary in both character and scholarship. Despite Xue Qinghe's rightful status as crown prince, the possibility of unexpected events could not be dismissed. Xue Beng's uncle, Prince Xue Xing, had quietly supported him over the years. Though merely a prince, Xue Xing wielded substantial military power and controlled significant resources of the empire. For many years, the two brothers had engaged in a covert struggle, yet ultimately, it was Xue Qinghe who ascended to the position of crown prince. What Ning Fengji desired was for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to reach greater heights and endure for generations. This is precisely why he sought to curry favor with both the Spirit Hall and the Tiando royal family. He profoundly comprehended the vulnerabilities inherent in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile. A family endowed with a supreme support spirit may appear resplendent at first glance, yet it conceals myriad perils beneath the surface. He must prepare for the future, which is why he sought to introduce this son-in-law from the Spirit Hall to Xue Qinghe. Though the individual hails from the Spirit Hall, securing his assistance would be immensely advantageous for Xue Qinghe, yielding benefits without any detriment. Ning Fengji, you are indeed a cunning old fox. While you curry favor with the Spirit Hall, you simultaneously wish for me to take the initiative to acquaint myself with Xiao Bai. You truly play your cards well. Since you have such plans for me, how could I possibly refuse your goodwill? After all, it would be nothing short of foolish to forego an opportunity for gain. Chapter 86. Training at Shrek Academy. Upon the return of Bai Ying and Ning Renxue, they beheld Shrek, where the others were running with bamboo baskets on their backs, their fatigue evident. You're back, the master remarked, seated in a pavilion, sipping from a pot of tea. What are you doing? Can't you tell? I'm exercising. The physical condition of this group of children is woefully inadequate. They must engage in rigorous training. Ning Renxue observed and said, since this is training, I shall join as well. If the former Ning Renxue was headstrong and willful, the current Ning Renxue had undergone a remarkable transformation. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and start training. You Xiaojiang, what do you mean? I still have to go for a run. Now, as a teacher at Shrek Academy, my words are commands. If you do not wish to comply, then you may leave the academy. Brother, you both have returned, Xiao Wu said, panting heavily, her body drenched in sweat, yet she persisted. Is this training beneficial for you all? For me, however, it is of no use whatsoever. You all should persevere. Just as she was about to depart, Yu Xiaojiang abruptly stood and said, are you challenging my authority as a teacher? Either run or leave. Having long harbored a disdain for him since their days at Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaojiang would not let this opportunity slip by now that he had become a teacher at Shrek Academy. Master, I respect you as a master, but my training methods differ significantly from theirs. In terms of physical prowess, I surpass any of them. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang responded, how about this? Let us make a wager. If I win, you shall obediently follow my instructions. What do you say? What are we wagering? You claim your physical condition is superior to theirs, correct? All you need to do is carry 10,000 pounds of stones and run 10 laps. If you return still energetic and lively, I shall exempt you from training. What do you think? 10,000 pounds? That's no jest. It could genuinely be fatal. Even if he is currently a member of the Soul Sect, it is only possible that he cannot endure any longer. Indeed, Bai Ying procured a bamboo basket, shouldered a stone, and set off at once. Before departing, he had the foresight to ask the master to verify the weight. His speed was akin to the wind. Having previously absorbed the 8-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, coupled with the entirety of the ice and fire duality, ice spring water, his physical prowess had already surpassed that of his peers. Thus, in the span of a mere afternoon, he returned alongside them, exhibiting no signs of fatigue whatsoever. At this moment, the master's countenance was exceedingly grim. Subsequently, Bai Ying unleashed his martial spirit, revealing 4 10,000-year soul rings that emerged upon his body. The absolute yearning reflected in the master's eyes was unmistakable. It was the thrill of a man witnessing something extraordinary. After all, the first, second, third, and fourth soul rings were all of the 10,000-year caliber, a rarity in the realm of soul masters that was unlikely to be matched by another. Yu Xiaojiang initially intended for Tang San to cultivate the blue-silver grass to the level of a tidal Daoliu, and then have the Haotian hammer paired with such formidable soul ring configurations. Yet, upon witnessing the reality, how could they not be astonished? Ultimately, Flinder made the decisive call, and Master Yu Xiaojiang had no choice but to acquiesce to the exemption of Bai Ying from training. As night fell, the rest had completed their training and succumbed to exhaustion. At this hour, within the academy, only Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu remained. While Meng Yuran had already entrusted her return to the Dragon Lady and the Serpent Matron before her departure, agreeing to reconvene at the Continental Elite Soul Masters competition. Since Bai Ying achieved level 40, it has felt as though it has encountered a formidable bottleneck. Previously, after executing a small cycle and a grand cycle, it would sense an overwhelming surge of power, akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river. However, now it is plagued by a sense of fatigue, as if its capacity has reached its zenith. Bai Ying sighed and said, I never anticipated that I too would encounter a bottleneck. Have I been too impatient? With these thoughts, Bai Ying made his way towards Xiao Wu's residence. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Judging by this potent fragrance, it was evident that most of the concoctions were aimed at fortifying and rejuvenating the body. Xiao Wu, Zhu Xuqing, and Ning Rongrong had all succumbed to exhaustion, their bodies completely spent. Despite their cultivation of the Divine Lady's Heart Sutra, their physical forms remained quite fragile. In light of this, he decided to add an element of intrigue to the situation. With this in mind, he approached the vat of medicine, bit his finger, and allowed his blood to flow into the potion. The previously tranquil and gentle medicinal essence was instantly disrupted. In the crimson essence of Bai Ying, the potent properties of the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom melded together, both of which were exceedingly fierce. As the blood mingled, the expressions of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Xuqing instantly contorted in agony. The surging medicinal power relentlessly coursed through their bodies, the excruciating pain forcibly rousing them from their stupor. Brother, what brings you here? Xiao Wu was the first to regain consciousness, her gaze landing on Bai Ying, prompting her inquiry. I came to check on you all. For now, refrain from speaking and channel your soul energy. Your bodies have reached their limits. Yet it is precisely in such moments that perseverance is paramount. If you can endure, your physical form shall ascend to a new realm. The intense suffering simultaneously jolted Zhu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong awake. Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, their eyes reflected a torment that left no room for mercy from him. Activate the Divine Maiden Heart Sutra to fully relax your bodies and absorb the medicinal power. Before long, the overwhelming potency of the medicine was entirely assimilated, transforming their initial fatigue into a sense of rejuvenation, as if they had undergone a metamorphosis. Floating like feathers in an ethereal realm. Brother, I feel so much better. Do not speak yet. They have entered a meditative state, and it is crucial not to disturb them. At that moment, Xiao Wu realized they were immersed in a medicinal bath, momentarily taken aback, before her cheeks flushed with understanding. How do we end up here? Rest assured, the attendants assisted you in removing your garments. Oh, then it's no concern. Very well, you haven't eaten, have you? Fortunately, I have some provisions within my soul guide device. A white shadow emerged from the storage soul guide, producing a set of attire designed for a lethal bunny girl. The white figure stepped outside, while Xiao Wu rinsed the medicinal liquid from her body with clear water before adorning herself in this exquisite attire. Brother, what do you think? It is simply stunning, resembling a celestial maiden. Chapter 87. Training Xiao Wu appeared even more enigmatic and alluring. Clad in the seductive black silk that clung to her skin, she resembled a shadowy specter in the night, both ethereal and playfully mischievous. Her enchanting eyes sparkled under the illumination, radiating a captivating light that seemed capable of ensnaring the very souls of those who gazed into them. The pale figure's gaze was firmly fixed upon Xiao Wu, as if fearing that she might vanish with the slightest blink. After taking out food and finishing her meal, Xiao Wu wiped her mouth, feeling her strength gradually returning. Although Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat ineffectual, his methods proved to be effective. Hence, you must cooperate with him diligently in training over the next few days. Do you understand? Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement, affirming her comprehension. Brother, where have you been with Rong these past few days? To the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? It must be a delightful place. What business did you have there? I sought collaboration. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School controls 90% of the continent's wealth, and their partnership is my optimal choice. Thankfully, with Rong's assistance, I was able to expedite matters. By the way, has anything noteworthy occurred at the academy recently? Not much, really. Tang Sect has been hovering around me incessantly, constantly offering me food and drink. However, I have heeded your advice and have refrained from engaging in any conversation with him. The pale shadow gently caressed Xiao Wu's hair and remarked, You are truly obedient, deserving of being my woman. Tang San and I are adversaries. I do not wish for you to appear overly intimate with him. Do you understand? Rest assured, brother, she replied. There is still time. Let me help you open your meridians. This will expedite your recovery. Xiao Wu nodded, and the two of them made their way to the dormitory bed. The pale shadow gently clasped Xiao Wu's hand, instantly transmitting a surge of power. The might of the great shift of the universe was exceedingly formidable. However, Xiao Wu had cultivated the Divine Maiden's Heart Sutra. With her eyes firmly shut, she concentrated wholeheartedly on the sutra, guiding this immense force into her dantian. It felt as if her dantian transformed into a blazing furnace, transmuting this power into her own essence. As Xiao Wu's spirit stirred, the energy surged forth like a torrential flood from her dantian, swiftly coursing through her limbs and bones. She sensed her body enveloped in a warm current, every cell rejoicing in exuberance. This power flowed through her meridians, akin to spring water rushing freely through a stream. Suddenly, the pale shadow's finger lightly tapped her dantian, unleashing an even more potent force, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Xiao Wu felt as if her body might be overwhelmed by this intensity. Yet she gritted her teeth, drawing upon the guidance of the Divine Maiden's Heart Sutra to gradually suppress and absorb the energy. As the final vestige of power flowed in, she felt as though she had been reborn, every cell brimming with strength. She opened her eyes, which glimmered with a radiant brilliance as dazzling as the stars. Bai Ying gazed at Xiao Wu, his eyes brimming with admiration and delight. He gently patted her shoulder and said with a smile, Excellent, you have fully assimilated this power. You are now stronger than ever before. Xiao Wu nodded, feeling that her original level of 30 had surged directly to 34. She looked at Bai Ying. Her eyes filled with gratitude and affection, and said, Thank you, brother. Bai Ying smiled faintly as he gently grasped Xiao Wu's hand, tenderly declaring, You are my woman, and I shall undoubtedly offer you my unwavering support. We have many endeavors ahead. Prepare yourself. Xiao Wu tightened her grip on Bai Ying's hand, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination. I will, brother. You should now also be able to cultivate the goddess step. This technique, combined with your 8-Duan throw, will undoubtedly yield unforeseen results. Allow me to instruct you. Xiao Wu nodded, and the pair ventured outside, following the teachings embedded in her mind. She began to merge her self-invented 8-Duan throw with the goddess step from the Heart Sutra, embarking on her training anew. To enhance your understanding of this technique, I shall serve as your sparring partner, Bai Ying softly stated, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Xiao Wu nodded once more, her gaze now steadfast and luminous. Taking a deep breath, she centered herself, ready to commence her practice. Her movements transformed into a graceful dance, light and agile, akin to a fawn darting through the forest. At times swift as lightning, at others slow as a whisper, her figure flickered in and out of the moonlight, resembling an enigmatic specter. Suddenly, Xiao Wu surged forward, her speed dazzlingly rapid. Bai Ying reacted promptly, yet he was still taken aback by her velocity, managing only to narrowly evade her strike. Xiao Wu's form traced a beautiful arc in the air, her feet seemingly equipped with springs, relentlessly targeting Bai Ying's vital points. He evaded continuously, his eyes reflecting admiration and astonishment. He had not anticipated that Xiao Wu could so seamlessly integrate the 8-Duan throw with the goddess step, crafting such a distinctive offensive style. Just as Bai Ying prepared to counterattack, Xiao Wu abruptly halted, her body gracefully spinning in midair, resembling a blossoming flower. Her eyes sparkled with bright intensity, as though she had already discerned Bai Ying's next move. Bai Ying smiled faintly, aware that this practice had come to a conclusion. He approached Xiao Wu, gently patting her shoulder. "Well done, you have completely mastered this technique. Now, we can embark on the next phase of training." He continued. "The next step is to integrate your third soul skill, instantaneous movement, with this technique." He spoke softly. "Imagine if, while executing this technique, you incorporate instantaneous movement and then follow it with the 8. What do you believe the impact would be?" Xiao Wu's eyes immediately sparkled with a newfound clarity, as if she had glimpsed an entirely new realm. She closed her eyes, her mind beginning to simulate the scenario. The abruptness of instantaneous movement, the grace of the divine maiden steps, combined with the ferocity of the 8, this trifecta of abilities promised unimaginable power. Suddenly, Xiao Wu opened her eyes, a determined light glimmering within them. She nodded gently, signaling her understanding. Taking a deep breath, she began to attempt the integration of these 3 elements. Xiao Wu commenced her training without hesitation, and at that moment, Bai Ying took on the role of her sparring partner. Her figure abruptly vanished from sight, leaving only a faint residual shadow. Bai Ying was momentarily taken aback. Despite his swift reflexes, he could not catch a glimpse of Xiao Wu. Just then, a shadow surged from his side. Xiao Wu had unleashed an attack following her instantaneous movement. The figure of the white shadow flickered suddenly, deftly evading Xiao Wu's assault. Yet, he did not halt his advance. Instead, he retaliated swiftly, striking towards Xiao Wu with an open palm. Anticipating this, Xiao Wu twisted her body, artfully dodging the blow. Seizing the agility afforded by the divine maiden steps, she launched a series of attacks against the white shadow. In a sudden burst of speed, Xiao Wu executed a side kick, her toes sharp as blades, slicing through the air with a fierce wind aimed directly at the white shadow's chest. The white shadow's gaze sharpened, his form instinctively shifting to evade this lethal strike. However, Xiao Wu's onslaught was far from over. Her other foot, swift as a serpent, accurately found its mark upon the white shadow's neck. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, lifting his body off the ground involuntarily alongside Xiao Wu. Gracefully, Xiao Wu twirled in midair, her silhouette bathed in moonlight, resembling a celestial being. With the elegance granted by the divine maiden's steps, she danced through the sky, each movement perfectly timed. Abruptly, she propelled herself with both feet, launching towards the white shadow like a cannonball. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated her flawless amalgamation of teleportation, the divine maiden steps, and the 8-segment throw. He swiftly recalibrated his stance, bracing for the impending strike. Just as their figures were on the verge of collision, Xiao Wu executed a roll, skillfully evading the white shadow's counterattack. Harnessing the agility of the divine maiden's steps once more, she charged at him again. Her speed escalated, her form becoming increasingly indistinct, resembling a streak of lightning darting through the air. The white shadow continued to evade, his expression growing increasingly grave. He realized that Xiao Wu had completely mastered this mode of attack, her speed and power rising with each attempt. This revelation filled him with a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. Just as Bai Ying believed he had deciphered Xiao Wu's attacking patterns, she executed a sudden backflip, her body tracing a perfect arc through the air before her feet forcefully propelled her toward the ground, launching her like an arrow aimed straight at Bai Ying. This time, her speed was so swift that he found himself unable to react. As Xiao Wu's attack neared its target, Bai Ying's body suddenly trembled, a surge of formidable soul power erupting from him. In an instant, his figure became indistinct, as though transformed into a mere illusion. Xiao Wu's strike missed, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She had not anticipated that Bai Ying could counterattack in such a situation. At that moment, Bai Ying's silhouette materialized behind Xiao Wu, his hand gently resting upon her shoulder. Her body stiffened abruptly as she felt the warmth emanating from his touch. Slowly, she turned to face him, gazing into the depths of his eyes. "You have done remarkably well," Bai Ying said with a smile. "You have not only mastered this method of attack, but have even devised new techniques. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the power of these skills in actual combat. Well, it is getting late. Let us proceed to the next exercise." Xiao Wu, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "What training is next?" "Let's return first, and I shall tell you," he replied. Without a hint of doubt, she followed him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Ying lifted Xiao Wu into his arms, his warm breath cascading against her neck. Xiao Wu's heart raced like thunder, her cheeks igniting with a fiery blush. Bai Ying's embrace felt like the safest harbor, instilling in her a sense of inexplicable comfort amidst her shyness. She tightly shut her eyes, unable to meet his penetrating gaze, only aware of the heat of his breath softly brushing against her neck. "Is this part of the training?" Xiao Wu's voice trembled, tinged with an unmistakable shyness. Bai Ying smiled faintly, declaring, "This is not your training, it is mine." In an instant, he pressed his lips against Xiao Wu's, pouring forth the longing he had harbored for her over the past days. The following day, when Xiao Wu awoke, Bai Ying had already departed. On the training grounds of Lake Academy, a conversation ensued. "Are you certain about this course of action?" inquired Teacher Zhao. "I am resolute," the young man replied. "By continually enhancing my resilience to strikes, I have realized that mere running has yielded minimal improvement for my body. Only through this extreme method can I swiftly elevate my physical capabilities." Chapter 88. The extreme method. Zhao Wujia's expression reflected a nod of understanding. He had never encountered someone so relentless in their self-discipline. The approach of subjecting one's body to repeated impacts to enhance physical attributes, while significantly more effective than running, was fraught with peril. Initially, Zhao Wujia opposed this method, yet Bai Ying was adamant, believing it necessary to achieve rapid physical enhancement. After all, he had already acquired a divine spirit ring, whose most remarkable feature was that, as long as one could withstand the trials, his fifth spirit ring could potentially reach a staggering 10,000-year level. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia transformed, his aura intensifying as waves of soul power surged around him, coalescing into a tangible manifestation of his martial spirit. His eyes shimmered with a golden brilliance. Bai Ying took a deep breath, aware that he was about to face a formidable challenge. He grounded himself in a stable stance, his body taut and ready to exert every ounce of his strength. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia unleashed a powerful palm strike, reverberating through the air with a thunderous crack, reminiscent of a tempest. Bai Ying felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing his internal energy to surge backward as if it sought to break free from his very being. Nevertheless, he remained silent, gritting his teeth and summoning every bit of his will to withstand this tremendous power. The sound of impacts echoed once more, each strike from Zhao Wujia landing upon Bai Ying's frame, leaving him increasingly battered and bruised. Yet, Bai Ying showed no signs of retreat. He steadfastly maintained his stance, unwavering. Yu Xiaojiang hastened to their side, a look of shock and concern etched across his face. The scene before him was almost beyond belief. Zhao Wujia, renowned in the academy for his strength, was relentlessly attacking Bai Ying, who bore the onslaught in stoic silence. "Stop!" Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency and anxiety. His concern was not for Bai Ying's safety alone, but rather that he could not allow Bai Ying to perish within the confines of Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujia's assault abruptly ceased as he turned to Yu Xiaojiang, confusion and displeasure evident in his gaze. "Master, what are you doing?" "I am merely helping him enhance his physical capabilities." By this time, the members of the Shrek 7 had all arrived, and Zhao Wujia's declaration startled everyone. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in shock. He had initially thought that Zhao Wujia's suggestion of running with weights for 300 to 400 meters was the zenith of physical challenge. Yet Bai Ying was enduring an even harsher regimen. His pride surged in response, igniting like a flame. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and dashed away, the bamboo basket on his back swaying and emitting a dull thud with each stride. Tang San, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances at Dai Mubai's sudden movement. Initially taken aback, but determination flickered in their eyes. They recognized this as a personal challenge and an opportunity for self-improvement. Thus, they emulated Dai Mubai and began to run. Tang San had initially contemplated this approach as well, but Yu Xiaojiang had outright forbidden it, unwilling to allow any harm to befall his disciple. Although this method could yield rapid gains, it bore significant risks to one's health. Only a reckless individual would resort to such extremes. Ning Rongrong may not have matched the boy's speed, but her resilience was second to none. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, as he sprinted, called out loudly, "Dai Lao, wait for me," as he exerted all his effort to catch up. Under the relentless barrage of strikes from Zhao Wuji, Bai Ying's body swayed precariously, as if it were on the verge of collapse at any moment. Witnessing this scene, a surge of concern welled up within Zhao Wuji. He paused, breathing heavily. His gaze fixed intently upon Bai Ying, fearful of any unforeseen calamity that might befall him. The pale figure collapsed upon the ground, his body marred by countless wounds, crimson blood staining his garments. Yet, he emitted not a single sound, silently enduring the torment. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if an inexhaustible strength sustained him. Suddenly, the figure's body began to tremble, an immense force surging within him. He seated himself cross-legged, diligently channeling his energy and spirit, embarking on the arduous journey of healing his injuries. Surrounding his form, the waves of spiritual energy surged with intensity, thickening to an almost tangible essence. This extreme method persisted for several days, as the figure, akin to an indomitable warrior, battled against the limits of his own body each day. With the fall of night, he emerged battered and bruised, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering light, silently proclaiming his resolve, "I shall endure." This regimen continued for several days, until, at last, a transformation began to unfold. Bai Ying sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint golden aura. This ethereal glow emanated from his soul power, mending the wounds of his body. Each breath he took was laced with agony, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring in silence. As time passed, the scars upon his form gradually faded, replaced by sinewy muscles of greater resilience. "Brother, why are you exerting yourself so?" In the girls' dormitory, Xiaowu, Zhu Shiqing, and Ning Rongrong gazed at Bai Ying with expressions of deep concern. "The usual training has ceased to be effective for me. Only through such extreme measures can I hope to advance. I must become stronger," he replied resolutely. Ning Rongrong's face was etched with worry. She had witnessed Bai Ying, battered and bruised, suffering for days without respite. The 9-treasure glazed tile tower activated instantaneously, and the healing light of the 9-treasure divine light finally restored Bai Ying's soul power. "You can no longer employ such methods. What if something truly goes awry?" she cautioned. "Rest assured, I am no longer in peril. The physical training has concluded, and for the next few days, I shall refrain from this approach," he reassured them. "Now, it is your turn. Although Yu Shaojiang has granted you a reprieve, I can assure you that your days will not be easy." A sense of foreboding washed over Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiaowu. "Wait, you still intend to train us?" Ning Rongrong lamented. "We have already endured so much training. Surely we need not continue. This is unacceptable. While I may forego training others, you must certainly undergo it. Do you wish to grow stronger? If so, you must be prepared to endure hardship." Bai Ying, accompanied by several companions, arrived at the Rose Grand Hotel, where they reserved a room. Although they were all aware that this was for the purpose of cultivation, the choice of such an unconventional location felt rather peculiar. "Are we truly going to cultivate here? Surely you do not intend to engage in some benevolent act toward us? It is prudent to maintain clarity regarding the nature of the training, is it not?" Enough of these chaotic thoughts. Put them aside. Chapter 89, Cultivation. What irks me the most is you. How many levels of distraction control have you mastered from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? The sole master competition for the entire continent is fast approaching in this time. I am determined to make my name resonate throughout the realm. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of dizziness. One must understand that the distraction control of the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda is not merely an extraordinary skill. Initially, this technique was somewhat understood by other factions as well. But uniquely, it is the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School that has truly perfected and popularized it. The most significant challenge of this skill lies in its difficulty. It is not just a matter of being generally hard to master. Bai Ying continued, although the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower demands a tremendous amount of soul power, it remains the most formidable auxiliary martial spirit. The crux lies in its ability to control distractions. This control is categorized into 5 levels: the 3 portals of the Heart of Command, the 4 portals of the Heart of Constancy, the 5 portals of the Heart of Dispersion, the 6 portals of the Heart of Fulfillment, and the 7 portals of the Heart of Clarity. With each level attained, the precision in wielding soul power becomes increasingly refined. This is precisely why the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower is heralded as the most powerful auxiliary martial spirit in the Daoliu continent. I am well aware of this. My father has mentioned it to me numerous times. I have already cultivated to the 3 portals of the Heart of Command, which should suffice for now, Ning Rongrong replied. "No, while I may allow leniency for others in their training today, I must hold you to a higher standard. Thus, your training will be arduous, yet it will be worthwhile." Bai Ying asserted. "Very well, I cannot alter your decision. Please, tell me how you intend to train me," Ning Rongrong responded. "Firstly, you must take deep breaths to calm your mind. I have researched the concept of distraction control and have a general understanding of how to cultivate it. You need to quiet your heart completely, not to suppress your memories, but to attune yourself to the flow of soul power within you without forceful control. Observe the changes within yourself and in your surroundings, striving to attain a state of tranquility akin to water's virtue. I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Feeling overwhelmed as she looked at Bai Ying. Bai Ying let out a sigh and then spoke, instructing, sit cross-legged, adjust your breathing, and engage in the practice of the Divine Maiden Heart Sutra. Release your spiritual energy completely, casting aside all distractions. Focus on your soul power and the subtle changes in your surroundings. Relax, and do not allow anyone to disturb you. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, and the world around her seemed to blur. Following Bai Ying's guidance, she regulated her breath, surrendering herself to complete relaxation. As the Divine Maiden Heart Sutra flowed through her, she felt her soul power begin to circulate within her, akin to a gentle stream meandering through nature. Gradually, she sensed an ever-deepening connection with her environment. The trees, the air, and even the distant chirping of birds seemed to merge into her consciousness. She no longer needed her eyes to perceive, she could vividly sense every nuance of her surroundings. In that moment, Ning Rongrong appeared to enter an entirely new realm. She felt every subtle tremor in the wind, heard the whispers between the leaves, and inhaled the refreshing essence that permeated the air. Her spirit felt as though it had expanded infinitely, merging seamlessly with the world around her. Xiao Wu, it is your turn now. You are the one I trust the most. After all, you have mastered the body technique of the Divine Maiden Heart Sutra, complemented by your instantaneous movement and the 8. What follows is the integration of these skills. I have previously taught you this process, so during this time, it is essential that you practice these 3 techniques. Do you understand? You must strive to blend them completely, achieving a state of fluidity and creativity, giving rise to your own unique soul skill. This endeavor will be challenging, but it is a necessary journey. Do you comprehend? Xiao Wu nodded, and ultimately began her own cultivation. The pale figure spoke, Zhu Qing, follow me. Zhu Qing felt a surge of anxiety within, yet she complied and entered the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Undress. I shall teach you the art of acupressure. In that moment, Zhu Qing's heart raced with confusion, but she obediently followed his instructions. Bai Ying began, do not misunderstand. This is merely a teaching session, nothing more. Zhu Qing nodded in response. Bai Ying then instructed her to lie down on the bed, and he commenced the lesson by applying pressure to her acupoints and various meridians, allowing her to fully experience the process. Initially, Zhu Qing felt a tinge of anxiety, but as she realized that it was indeed a genuine instructional session, she relaxed and earnestly began to learn. After a day of rigorous training, Zhu Qing had acquired a foundational understanding of the techniques for pressure points. She then remarked, "You understand so much. It's truly impressive." "Of course," Bai Ying replied. "I am the illustrious son of the Spirit Hall. How could my knowledge be anything less? Moreover, had I not honed my skills, I would have perished in my childhood." Zhu Qing nodded and said, "I apologize for causing you distress." "Not at all. I have grown accustomed to it. Now, focus on your practice. Remember, these acupoints are perilous, designed specifically for assassination. Thus, exercise utmost caution." Zhu Qing nodded once more and began her training. When everyone had regained consciousness, Bai Ying sighed. "Well done, all of you. It seems that this period of training has yielded results." He continued, "The progress you've made is commendable. Shall we go indulge in a bath to unwind?" Upon hearing the suggestion of a bath, everyone was filled with joy. Zhu Qing inquired, "Shall we all go together?" "Certainly," Bai Ying affirmed. Zhu Qing, initially shy, found confidence in Bai Ying's earnest demeanor and ultimately agreed. Soon, they arrived at a spacious and well-lit bathing area. The edges of the bath were adorned with exquisite tiles, and the water was crystal clear, steaming gently while exuding a faint aroma of herbs. Under the moonlight, the surface of the water sparkled like a vast gemstone. Ning Rongrong was the first to excitedly shed her outer garments, revealing her petite yet elegantly curved figure. She gracefully stepped into the water, which enveloped her skin in a wave of refreshing warmth, causing her to shudder with delight. Closing her eyes, she embraced the rare tranquility and relaxation. Following her, Xiao Wu, wearing a pink gauzy dress that danced lightly in the water, smiled as she leaped in, sending splashes in every direction. She resembled a nimble fish, swimming freely and joyfully through the water. Zhu Qing, though initially bashful, sighed and, despite her apprehensions, eventually joined them in the water. Bai Ying gazed upon the scene before him, Unable to restrain the flow of blood from his nose, the fervor within his heart seemed beyond his control. At that moment, he yearned to devour the three individuals before him. Swallowing hard, Bai Ying remarked, "Truly, you are three enchanting spirits. Let us see how I shall deal with you." The first target of the white shadow was Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, where are you going?" Startled, Zhu Zhuqing awoke to find the white shadow before her, an ominous premonition washing over her. Chapter 90. Ning Rongrong's Scheme. Zhu Zhuqing had anticipated this scenario, yet she was taken aback by its rapid unfolding. Before she could react, the white shadow's hand found its way to her waist, causing her to flinch momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. As she felt the softness of her skin and the perfection of her form, the white shadow could no longer restrain himself. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing envisioned the direst of outcomes. She struggled desperately in his embrace, yet such resistance only fueled his fervor. Suddenly, her lips were captured by the white shadow, and his hands instinctively climbed to her waist. After a fierce encounter, Zhu Zhuqing found herself rendered motionless. It dawned on her that this was no mere bath. It was a torment. Now, she deeply regretted agreeing to this indulgence. Would it not have been better to practice in her room? However, the deed was done, and there was no room for regret. Her limbs felt weak, and she lacked the strength to even raise her arms. Her face flushed crimson, indicating she had reached her limits. Rest well. A white shadow descended upon Zhu Zhuqing's forehead with a gentle kiss. As Zhu Zhuqing's gaze shifted towards Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, her eyes filled with a palpable sense of pity. At that moment, he could no longer endure the weight of the situation, pondering whether these two might share his fate. Ning Rongrong was the first to sense something amiss. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu remained blissfully unaware, leisurely floating along, oblivious to the impending danger. A sly smile crept across Ning Rongrong's face. There is a saying: if a fellow cultivator meets their demise, the path of the living must continue. After all, she would eventually fall into his clutches. Why not allow another to distract him for a while? Xiao Wu, look. Bai Ge and Zhu Zhuqing are in trouble. You should swim over and see what has transpired, urged Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu opened her eyes and immediately perceived that something was indeed wrong with Zhu Zhuqing, yet an unsettling feeling crept over her. Xiao Wu, hurry up. Why are you hesitating? What exactly is happening? Xiao Wu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Ning Rongrong, sensing Xiao Wu's reluctance, felt an acute anxiety rise within her. If Xiao Wu remained oblivious, it would surely spell disaster for her. Despite being classmates, self-preservation took precedence in such a life-and-death scenario. I don't know. Please go see what has happened. Xiao Wu harbored a vague sense of foreboding, yet she swam towards the white shadow. Upon noticing that Xiao Wu had finally moved, Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief and said, Xiao Wu, I truly feel remorse for involving you in this. As Xiao Wu approached, she saw the white shadow fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared utterly exhausted. She sensed the tension in the air, yet before she could react, her wrist was seized by the white shadow. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? At this moment, Bai Ying shifted his focus towards Xiao Wu. Originally, his next target was Ning Rongrong, but Xiao Wu presented herself willingly, compelling him to alter his plans. I merely came to observe you. It appears you and Sister Zhuqing are enjoying yourselves. I shall not intrude upon your merriment, he remarked. However, to arrive and wish to depart in such a manner seems rather inappropriate, does it not? At that instant, Xiao Wu stammered her words, her face flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe apple. It was only now that Xiao Wu realized she had been ensnared by Ning Rongrong. As Bai Ying's sister, she was acutely aware of her brother's nature. Although she did not shy away from such encounters, each time left her feeling utterly exhausted, as if her body had been disassembled. Even as a soul master, she required ample rest to recuperate fully. Bai Ying gazed at the rosy-cheeked Xiao Wu and inquired, Who sent you here? Xiao Wu instantly comprehended, realizing she still had a chance. With a flushed face, she pointed towards Ning Rongrong, who immediately felt an impending disaster looming over her. Xiao Wu, are you aware that the more beautiful a woman is, the more prone she is to deceit? You have been duped. Brother, I shall take my leave now. Xiao Wu promptly turned to flee, but suddenly Bai Ying embraced her waist. Since you are here, why not stay? Initially, Xiao Wu believed she could escape, but it became evident that she could not. Thus, she chose to confront the situation. Rather than adopting a defensive stance, she decided to take the initiative. Leaning close to Bai Ying's ear, her warm breath caressed him. And in a voice both soft and beguiling, she whispered, Brother, I am afraid. This declaration ignited a fervor within Bai Ying, awakening the beast within him that could no longer be restrained. He beheld the stunningly voluptuous Xiao Wu, and, with a smirk, assured her, Do not worry. I shall be gentle. Soon, splashes of water erupted, and Xiao Wu understood what was to come. Her entire being writhed like an octopus, as the sounds of water echoed from the pool. Upon witnessing this scene, Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. With Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu present, Bai Ying's wrath would likely be subdued, perhaps sparing her from trouble. With this thought, gratitude filled Ning Rongrong's gaze as she looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, thankful for their intervention in diverting his fury. Time passed, and Xiao Wu finally collapsed in Bai Ying's embrace, her body racked with pain, yet her heart brimming with satisfaction. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, you two should rest now. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu sighed in relief, shifting their focus to Ning Rongrong, particularly Xiao Wu, whose gaze toward Ning Rongrong was filled with resentment. Desperately wishing to understand why Ning Rongrong had deceived her, it seemed she was about to face the consequences of her actions. Brother, treat Rongrong well, do not hold back. Rest assured, if she dares to deceive you, I will ensure she experiences the repercussions of her trickery. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Even while immersed in warm water, chills coursing through her body. What is this madness? She thought. Indeed, everything must be repaid. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing limped out of the bath, leaving Ning Rongrong in a state of shock. Bai Ying gazed at Ning Rongrong's demeanor, instantly feeling a playful spirit arise within him. He swam towards her, and upon noticing his approach, Ning Rongrong steeled herself for what was to come. Were you the one who summoned Xiao Wu just now? You truly are a little enchantress. The pale figure wore a smile. Yet there was an unsettling quality to it that sent shivers down one's spine. I noticed something amiss on your side earlier, which prompted me to send Xiao Wu to investigate. By the way, after such a lengthy wait, I do feel rather fatigued. Shall we take our leave? To commit misdeeds and then attempt to depart without explanation. Shouldn't you provide me with some justification? Justification for what? Ning Rongrong retorted defiantly. You must be aware of what I intend to convey. Chapter 91. Where do the flies come from? Ning Rongrong feigned ignorance, claiming there was nothing to explain. Rongrong, you truly are a little rascal. The corners of Ning Rongrong's mouth curled upward, revealing a hint of playful mischief, akin to a flower blooming under the morning sun. She blinked her star-like eyes, a blend of innocence and naughtiness, gazing at her companion. What makes me a rascal? She inquired softly, her tone laced with teasing provocation. Her fingers gently pinched her cheek, fluttering her eyelashes in an adorable display of feigned innocence. Furthermore, if we're to discuss mischief, you are far worse than I. Ning Rongrong continued, her voice imbued with a hint of challenge and playfulness. Very well, allow me to demonstrate what a true rascal is. In the next moment, Ning Rongrong felt the world shift dramatically. A strange sensation coursed through her body, and she slowly released a soft whimper. After an indeterminate time, she found herself collapsing into Bai Ying's embrace. Do you dare to defy me again? Bai Ying addressed the little witch, Ning Rongrong, who quickly shook her head, exclaiming that she would no longer dare. At that moment, she comprehended the formidable nature of his physique, resembling an unceasing machine, seemingly oblivious to its own strength. Inside the room, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were both recuperating. It's all Rongrong's fault. Had I known, I would never have gone to your place, Xiao Wu lamented, her face marred by pain. Zhu Zhuqing shared the same sentiment, wishing she had refrained from taking a bath. Dragging her fatigued body, Ning Rongrong slowly departed, clearly having learned her lesson. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong's appearance, Xiao Wu gleefully remarked, serves you right for scheming against me. How do you feel now? Ning Rongrong, maintaining her defiance, retorted, who was scheming? I merely suggested you check on their situation. Who could have anticipated that Bai Ying would harbor ill intentions? As the three of them exchanged words, the exhaustion from their bodies swiftly lulled them into slumber. Meanwhile, Bai Ying leisurely enjoyed a bath before entering the room, where he found the trio asleep. He kindly covered them with blankets and then made his way to the living room. The system began extracting rewards from the past few days. No sooner had he spoken than a series of notifications echoed, congratulating the host on an elevation of soul power by 3 levels. Almost instantly, Bai Ying felt a formidable surge of soul power flooding in, and before long, he reached level 46. An exhilarating sensation coursed through him. After several days of training, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong also achieved breakthroughs. Sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting a warm glow over the bustling city, where the colorful banners of shops fluttered gently in the breeze. The four, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Bai Ying, walked side by side on the cobblestone path, their laughter and chatter intertwining, attracting envious glances from passers-by. Suddenly, a discordant voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere. "Hey, look over there. Beautiful ladies!" exclaimed a slender figure. Accompanying them were 5 individuals, 2 of whom were stout and appeared formidable, while another donned a blue gown emblazoned with the emblem of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Sensing something amiss, Xiao Wu and the others huddled closely together, while Bai Ying's expression darkened, as this clearly challenged his boundaries. "Yu Feng, do not frighten them," cautioned Yu Tianheng, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's leader. Having just emerged from a soul battle, the group had been in high spirits, only to be captivated by the beauty of the young ladies they encountered on the street, inciting admiration. "Ladies, may I inquire if you have a moment?" Yu Tianheng stepped forward and spoke. "I am a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, and I hope the esteemed ladies will show some grace." The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family is indeed one of the top 3 sects, with a lineage that is unfathomably deep. In the past, the ladies surrounding Yu Tianheng, upon seeing his affluent demeanor, would quickly realize his wealth and eagerly gravitate towards him. "Where did this fly come from? Truly bothersome," Zhu Zhuqing remarked mercilessly. Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected rejection of his first bold invitation. Just as he was about to speak again, Yu Feng impatiently stepped forward, his voice tinged with a hint of menace. "Ladies, our leader wishes to invite you for tea. Are you refusing to show respect?" Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, a flicker of determination passing between them. They understood that in the face of such harassment, retreat was not an option. Xiao Wu stepped forward, her voice both clear and resolute. "Leave. We do not wish to have any dealings with you." Yu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate girl would reject him so straightforwardly. His expression darkened, ready to lash out, but Yu Tianheng intervened. Observing Xiao Wu, he felt a surge of admiration. He had not expected such courage from her, which only piqued his interest further. "Very well, since you are unwilling, we shall part ways. However, remember, if you wish to seek me out, you can find me at the Soto Great Soul Arena." With that, he produced a card from his pocket. As he turned to leave, just then, a white figure suddenly struck. In a flash, he appeared before Yu Tianheng and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed through the street as Yu Tianheng spun around several times before crashing heavily to the ground. The scene unfolded with such swiftness that everyone was momentarily stunned. Yu Tianheng, clutching his face, looked at the white figure in disbelief, a mixture of anger and fear flickering in his eyes. "Why you dare to strike me?" Yu Tianheng struggled to rise, his face a mask of fury. Bai Ying merely regarded him with a frosty gaze, devoid of any discernible emotion. "It is you who I strike. Remember, there are individuals beyond your capacity to provoke." Upon uttering these words, Bai Ying turned and, with a decisive stride, led Xiao Wu and the others away, leaving Yu Tianheng and his companions rooted in disbelief. This scene incited a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. "Boss, can you believe he actually dared to lay a hand on him?" Yu Feng stepped forward to assist Yu Tianheng, his eyes aflame with indignation. Yu Tianheng's expression was grim, yet turmoil raged within him. He had never anticipated being so publicly humiliated on the street. "Investigate. Uncover this person's background." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yu Tianheng's eyes as he vowed to ensure that the one who struck him would pay dearly. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that this slap was merely a minor lesson from Bai Ying. Should they persist in their relentless pursuit, they would face far graver repercussions. Meanwhile, Bai Ying and Xiao Wu had vanished into the distance, leaving behind a throng of astonished and gossiping pedestrians. Chapter 92. The unfortunate trio transformed into eunuchs. Several individuals soon set aside their earlier displeasure, and the atmosphere quickly regained its vibrancy. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke. "Brother, look over there. It's the fatty and Daimu Bai, along with Tang San. What are the 3 of you up to?" Approaching, Xiao Wu noticed Ma Hongjun, his face marred with bruises, clearly having been assaulted. Daimu Bai, upon seeing the group, remarked, "Fatty was beaten while trying to woo a girl. And now we intend to seek vengeance. Would you care to join us? Fighting sounds splendid. I adore a good brawl," Xiao Wu exclaimed, the most exuberant of the group. While Zhu Zhuqing stood aloof, disdainfully observing without making a move. The white shadow spoke. "All right, it has been quite some time since I last engaged in a scuffle. It would be refreshing to partake in some amusement. Let us proceed, and I hope they can endure for at least a while." The group swiftly arrived in a narrow alley, characterized by its dismal surroundings, predominantly occupied by establishments resembling foot massage parlors. The alley was dark and damp, with mottled moss clinging to the walls, and an indescribable odor hung heavily in the air. Suddenly, an irate voice shattered the silence. Ma Hongjun, pointing at a man in the distance, exclaimed with a face full of fury, "That's him. He's the one who struck me." The others followed the direction of his finger and beheld a man of approximately 40, his appearance lewd and contemptuous as he stood at the alley's entrance, regarding them with disdain. His gaze was imbued with a lasciviousness, as though he had already envisioned something tantalizing. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow and stepped forward, asking in a grave tone, "Is he the one who assaulted you?" Ma Hongjun nodded, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Indeed, it is this scoundrel." Beside him were two other men, one exceedingly short and the other wearing a hat, resembling a lackey. It seems this nefarious uncle is the culprit. According to the narrative, he will be rendered powerless for his lewd advances towards Qian Renxue. It seems karma is indeed a fitting retribution. Did I arrive at an inopportune moment? The story suggests there should only be him. How could there be three? Be cautious. One is a soul master, another a soul king, and the last is also a soul master. Engaging with two soul masters and a soul king is perilous. However, before Bai Ying could take action, Xiao Wu immediately leaped forward. The sight of such a beautiful girl elicited an unmistakable glint of wickedness in the eyes of the three men. "Little girl, where are you headed?" one of them inquired eagerly. Xiao Wu replied, "I'm off to buy some candy. Do you know where I can find some?" "Of course." He responded eagerly, "Follow me. I will take you there." The other two men, one resembling a middle-aged uncle with a rather unsavory demeanor, and the other a diminutive childlike figure, prepared to enact their vile intentions as they lurked in the dark corner. The shadowy figure moved with an ethereal swiftness, gliding through the dimly lit alley like a wraith. His gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, intently focused on the three lecherous men. Just as the young girl was about to fall into their clutches, the shadowy figure vanished and reappeared behind them. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the neck of the middle-aged man with tremendous force, rendering him unconscious. The suddenness of this event left the two remaining miscreants in a daze. Their companion lost before they could comprehend the situation. A flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the lecher, only to be swiftly replaced by a lascivious grin. "You dare to thwart my plans," he jeered, lunging towards the shadowy figure. However, the figure was swifter still, delivering a kick to the man's knee that sent him crashing to the ground. The child, seemingly innocent, unleashed an overwhelming aura in that moment. His martial spirit manifested as a sharp kitchen knife, a stark contrast to his diminutive frame. He swung the knife towards the shadowy figure, each strike imbued with fierce intent, as if he sought to cleave the figure in twain. Yet, the shadowy figure remained unfazed, deftly evading the child's assault. A glint of cold resolve shone in his eyes. How dare this child toy with his woman in his presence? It was a provocation that bordered on the suicidal. The shadowy figure moved swiftly, appearing behind the child in an instant, delivering a powerful blow to his back. The child let out a piercing scream, his body hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The unfortunate boy was subjected to a thorough experience of the brutal art of combat. The sound of his anguish was simply unbearable. Others observed silently, initially intending to intervene, yet were taken aback by the fervor of the two combatants, who showed no inclination to allow them a chance to shine. After resolving the situation, the shadowy figure spoke. "To eradicate the roots of the problem is akin to the spring breeze that brings forth new life." Dai Mubai interjected, "You are not seriously contemplating killing him, are you?" The figure replied, "To kill them would tarnish my hands, and such individuals are utterly unworthy." Dai Mubai then inquired, "What do you plan to do then?" The response was, "I have a rather ingenious solution." Ma Hongjun chimed in, "What is it that you intend to do?" The figure posed a rhetorical question. "Do you know what the greatest torment is for a man? What could that possibly be?" Several voices echoed in unison. "To be rendered a eunuch for countless men. It is the most excruciating fate, even worse than death itself." Dai Mubai, filled with trepidation, remarked, "You cannot possibly be thinking of turning them into eunuchs." At that moment, he grasped the sheer cruelty of the suggestion, which was akin to a fate worse than death. Even Tang Sect contemplated murder, yet had not conceived of such a twisted solution. Ma Hongjun, trembling with fear, thought, "This person is truly deranged, a monster among monsters. You all should leave for now. The forthcoming scene will be rather gruesome and unsuitable for your eyes." Upon hearing this, the group hastily departed. In the dim, damp alleyway, the three individuals gradually regained consciousness. "What do you want?" "Stay back." One exclaimed. "What do I want?" "Merely to confiscate your tools of crime." Fear not. It won't hurt, came the reply. Confiscate what tools? If you have the guts, face us in a duel. They challenged. Engaging you in a duel would be a waste of my time. Soon. You may feel a bit of discomfort. Just endure it for a moment, the figure advised, a sinister undertone to his words. The three men widened their eyes, sensing an ominous premonition. The alley echoed with heart-wrenching wails, a sound that sent chills down the spine. After dealing with them, the three fell into unconsciousness, realizing they had been subjected to a brutal form of physical castration. Observing the state of the three, the shadowy figure nodded in satisfaction before exiting. Outside, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were startled by the sounds that erupted from the alley. Without looking back, they made a hasty exit. What about them? Someone asked. They have fled in terror. Brother, this is truly excessive, came the reply. This is the true essence of punishment. Do you understand? Now, let us return to the academy. Chapter 93. The soul battle. As time passed, this matter gradually faded from people's memories. However, on this day, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly announced the training task for the second phase. More precisely, it was to participate in the soul battle at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Bai Ying originally believed he could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite, for to him, all the adversaries within the soul arena were hardly worthy challengers. However, to his astonishment, Xiao insisted on partnering with him, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing formed their own team. Consequently, he found himself not only contending with his own battles, but also occasionally lending assistance to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Most of Bai Ying's engagements are life and death battles, each time culminating in a substantial influx of wealth. Recently, his name has evoked trepidation throughout the Soto Great Soul Arena. The day of the team battle soon arrived, with Shrek facing the Frenzy team. Are you interested in concluding the match within a minute? Dai Mubai remarked. You seem rather overconfident. The strength of the Frenzy team should not be underestimated. However, I find this quite appealing. The group swiftly prepared for combat, unleashing their martial souls. Had it not been for Bai Ying's previous alteration of Huan's color with the bronze mask, the Soto Great Soul Arena would likely have erupted in chaos. Ning Rongrong instantly summoned 2 beams of light from the 9 treasure-glazed tile pagoda, swiftly enveloping the other 7 members. They charged towards the Frenzy team, who regarded them with a hint of trepidation. Soul Masters wielding the 7 treasure-glazed tile pagoda are typically direct descendants of the 7 treasure-glazed sect, an affiliation that carries an intimidating reputation. The captain of the Frenzy team, Huang Shi, found himself facing Bai Ying. Boldly teasing Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Ying showed no restraint, targeting his opponent's vital points directly. With a fierce roar, Huang Shi's body suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive rhinoceros. His form enveloped in a thick layer of horned armor that glimmered ominously. His eyes turned crimson, filled with wild ferocity. His 2 companions similarly morphed into colossal ram-like soul beasts, their sharp horns and robust physiques charging towards Bai Ying. Facing this formidable impact, Bai Ying exhibited no trace of fear. He inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of soul energy that surged within him, erupting into a formidable force. Clenching his fists, he thrust them forward with great intensity. In an instant, a powerful shockwave exploded forth, as Bai Ying's fist struck the chest of the rampaging rhinoceros with the force of cannonballs. The rhinoceros's robust carapace shattered under the might of Bai Ying's blow, crumbling like paper. With a piercing scream, the creature was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall. Having cultivated the art of transmigration and nourished by celestial herbs, his body had attained an impregnable state. The onlookers outside were rendered utterly astonished by this spectacle. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. Master Yu Xiaojiang and Dean Fland were equally dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend how the match had devolved into such a one-sided affair. The silhouette of the white shadow darted swiftly across the arena, each appearance accompanied by a chilling scream. His fists struck like hammers, landing devastating blows upon the members of the Berserk squad. Those seemingly indomitable spirit beast martial souls crumbled beneath the force of his punches, shattering like fragile paper. One by one, the Berserk squad members were sent flying, colliding with the walls before crashing heavily to the ground, their bodies marred with scars, groaning in agony. Yet, the white shadow surged forth like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, his momentum unyielding, showing no signs of respite. Now, only 2 of you remain on the field. How pitiful! The alluring woman and the food-type soul master were instantly struck with terror, realizing that the figure before them was beyond their capacity to provoke. leaving them with no choice but to concede. Daimubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were utterly astonished that the confrontation had concluded so effortlessly, in a mere minute. His predictions had proven accurate. The sheer magnitude of his strength was terrifying, far exceeding anyone's comprehension. After the match concluded, the White Shadow departed, setting his sights on the upcoming one-on-one competitions. Brother Bai, I need to speak with you. At the end of the day, White Shadow suddenly heard Tang San's voice at the entrance, prompting a frown. What could this little rascal want? Nevertheless, he decided to engage in conversation. Curious about the matter at hand, Tang San's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation as he approached White Shadow, his voice brimming with expectation and intrigue. Brother Bai, I have been perplexed. How did you manage to acquire such high-quality soul rings? Bai Ying gazed at Tang San, a flicker of admiration shining in his eyes. He smiled and remarked, Little San, the question you posed is quite intriguing. In truth, there exists no fixed method to acquire high-quality soul rings. Each individual is unique. However, there is one commonality, the strength of the body. He paused momentarily before elucidating. The quality of the soul ring and the capacity to bear it are intricately linked to our physical prowess. When our bodies are sufficiently robust, we can endure higher quality soul rings. This explains why some individuals can obtain formidable soul rings. Is there anything else? No, that will be all. Thank you for your insights. Upon exiting the room, Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Oscar convened together. The might of Bai Ying was overwhelmingly formidable. Were it not for this, I would have confronted him long ago. Dai, I have a question that has long puzzled me. Why do you persistently antagonize Bai Ying? Tang San inquired. Damn it, he has taken my fiancé. I, along with Zhu Qing, were both of noble lineage from the Star Luo Empire. He was originally my betrothed. And I was the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, while Zhu Qing is a direct descendant of the Zhu family of the royal family. Is it merely for a woman? Dai, is it truly worth it to oppose such a person over a woman? What do you understand? Zhu Qing has been my childhood companion, and the thought of losing her to him is unbearable. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the expressions of the others turned grave. They inhaled deeply, striving to quell their inner turmoil and astonishment. Tang San remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Dai, you are not mistaken. Bai Ying's strength is indeed fearsome. However, is it truly worth it to risk so much for a woman? Should we not reconsider our strategy? Tang San bore no grudge against Bai Ying, yet the master had advised him to exercise caution regarding this individual, prompting his curiosity about the rationale behind such counsel. Ma Hongjun concurred. Indeed, Dai, the gap between us and Bai Ying is vast. If this continues, we may never have the opportunity for vengeance. Finally, I have broken through to level 48. I am but 2 levels away from reaching level 50. Chapter 94. The grievous defeat of Yu Tianheng. It appears that through combat, my strength can indeed be enhanced. As Bai Ying ambled along, lost in thought, he remained utterly oblivious to the figure ahead. Who dared to collide with him? Yu Tianheng. In that moment, regarded the masked Bai Ying with palpable fury. How dare you bump into me? Do you wish for your own demise? How could Yu Tianheng possibly be here? Bai Ying, reluctant to meddle further, uttered a heartfelt apology, expressing regret before attempting to depart. Halt! Am I dismissing you? Yu Tianheng interjected, stepping forward. As a prominent scion of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, accustomed to adoration from a young age, he had never encountered such audacity from anyone. Allow me to gauge the caliber of your character. How dare you collide with me? In an instant, Yu Tianheng struck, yet his hand was seized by Bai Ying mere centimeters from the mask. If this pertains to our earlier encounter, I sincerely apologize. However, should you wish for me to remove my mask, that is quite impossible. With that, he exerted force, causing Yu Tianheng to emit a pained cry as his hand was flung away. Recognizing the voice, Yu Tianheng widened his eyes, glaring furiously at Bai Ying. Slowly, Bai Ying turned to reveal the familiar visage beneath the mask, the very individual who had slapped him in the street. Surprised to see me? Bai Ying remarked coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, poised to strike at any moment. Yet, he quickly relaxed his grip, inhaling deeply to suppress his rising fury. He understood that he was no match for this person. That day on the street, he had sensed their strength, which equaled his own. Moreover, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, he had come here with a purpose, not to engage in brawls. Should teacher Qin Ming learn of this, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet, being a member of the Southern Electric Tyrannosaurus family, surrender was not an option. Just as Yu Tianheng finished speaking, Xiao Wu eagerly leaped forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Clenching her fists, she seemed ready to unleash a decisive blow. If you two are so capable, why not settle it in the soul-fighting arena? Not interested. I refuse to duel with a fool. Very well. I was just yearning for a fight. Xiao Wu's voice brimmed with fighting spirit. Who are you calling a fool? Mark my words, unless you face me in combat. This matter is far from resolved. Bai Ying cast a glance at Xiao Wu, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. He turned to Yu Tianheng, his voice cold and resolute. Yu Tianheng, are you truly certain you wish to engage in battle with us? Yu Tianheng, incensed by Xiao Wu's demeanor, widened his eyes and spoke through clenched teeth. What of it? Do you dare to face me in the soul arena? Bai Ying replied nonchalantly. We can certainly have a match, but I must caution you, should I inadvertently injure you, do not hold it against me afterward. Yu Tianheng responded, I promise. There will be no grievances later. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing suddenly appeared, exclaiming, Bai Ying, Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? The familiar voice instantly evoked memories in Yu Tianheng, and he turned sharply to see the familiar figure and visage of his uncle, Yu Xiaojing. Years ago, Yu Xiaojing, hindered by his limited talent and a mutated martial spirit, had been unable to surpass level 30. Disheartened, he had left the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, venturing into the world and remaining estranged from his family for many years. His father and grandfather had always longed for his return. Tianheng, what brings you here? Yu Xiaojing inquired. Uncle, what about you? You go first, Yu Xiaojing urged. I am here to participate in the Soul Tournament for the Tiando Royal Academy. Seeking to hone my skills, Tianheng explained. Ah, I see, Yu Xiaojing replied. As their conversation unfolded, Bai Ying's voice suddenly interrupted. Are you going to fight or not? After Yu Tianheng recounted everything, Yu Xiaojing vehemently opposed the idea of his nephew facing Bai Ying, concerned for his safety. However, Yu Tianheng asserted, given my strength, even with our differences, I am not certain I will lose. Resigned, Yu Xiaojing acquiesced. The two then proceeded to the Soul Arena, where they arrived at the waiting area. And Bai Ying donned his mask once more. The White Shadow spoke, urging surrender, suggesting that such words might preserve a semblance of dignity. Yu Tianheng replied, asserting that as a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, yielding easily was not in his nature. Furthermore, he questioned the confidence of his opponent, asking if they could truly back their words. In light of the fact that this was for Xiaogang's sake, he conceded 3 moves. Enough of your idle chatter. Let us settle this in the Soul Arena. The two swiftly arrived at the arena. Come now, I shall refrain from striking, granting you 3 moves. Such arrogance was excessive, yet it undeniably revealed a foolishness within. Yu Tianheng unleashed a series of attacks, and at last, the 3 moves had been expended. Bai Ying gently shook his head. His gaze beneath the mask suffused with disdain. He spoke softly, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Yu Tianheng, your confidence stems from your family's glory, not from your own abilities. Today, I shall reveal to you what it truly means to be a formidable opponent. Yu Tianheng was incensed by Bai Ying's words. His eyes ablaze with fury, his soul power surging through him. With a low growl, he transformed into a blue shadow, hurtling toward Bai Ying. Bai Ying remained still, as if anticipating something. Just as Yu Tianheng's attack was about to land, Bai Ying moved. His actions were executed with such speed that his figure was almost indistinguishable. In the blink of an eye, Yu Tianheng felt as though he had been struck by an immense force, sending him careening into the arena's wall. Slumped on the ground, disbelief filled his eyes. He gazed at the figure standing in the center of the arena, exuding an aura of complete control. And an indescribable rage and humiliation surged within him. He had lost so utterly that his opponent had not even utilized the soul skill, defeating him solely with speed and strength. From the moment you chose to strike at me, you were already defeated. Bai Ying's voice was cold and cruel, akin to a blade piercing Yu Tianheng's heart. He looked up to see the glint of fierce light in Bai Ying's eyes beneath the mask, as if they could see through to his very soul. Yu Tianheng clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together. As a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, he had undergone rigorous training from a young age. The honor and dignity of his family were of utmost importance to him. Yet, at this moment, he found himself vanquished in such a disgraceful manner before an outsider, a blow to his pride that was nothing short of devastating. Just wait. I will make you pay for this. Bai Ying, observing the disheveled appearance of Yu Tianheng, could not help but express a scoff. Is this all that the esteemed direct lineage of the South Electric Tyrannosaurus family amounts to? Xiao Wu, let us depart. It would be unwise to disturb our refined enjoyment over someone unworthy. Xiao Wu nodded, and the two promptly took their leave. Yu Xiaojing, witnessing their departing figures, clenched his fists tightly, lamenting the sight of his nephew's defeat at the hands of Bai Ying. Deep within, he sighed. Tianheng was still too young. He hoped this failure would serve as a lesson for him. With this thought, Yu Xiaojing directed his gaze towards Bai Ying and paused. At that moment, Yu Tianheng, feeling the sting of defeat, struck the wall with a fierce punch, leaving a dent in its surface. No one should be aware of my uncle's presence here. He mused. Perhaps I should disseminate news of this incident. The family will surely dispatch someone promptly, and I can leverage their power for revenge. The mere thought brought a surge of exhilaration to Yu Tianheng. Xiao Wu, I desire to return home. Home? Brother, where do you intend to go? To the Spirit Hall. The elite soul master competition across the continent will commence soon, and I must return post-haste. My original intention for this outing was to assemble a team for the competition. I hope Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and you will accompany me. Shrek Academy, after all, is not a place for prolonged residence. So, you mean to say that soon you will be leading us away from Shrek Academy? Precisely. Are you feeling a twinge of reluctance? Xiao Wu's expression bore a hint of melancholy. She had shared numerous experiences with everyone at Shrek Academy, having come to regard it as her second home. The prospect of leaving was undeniably sorrowful. Rest assured, we will have more time ahead. Brother, I agree to depart, but might we postpone our departure for a while? Shrek Academy has nurtured us for 5 years. Worry not, the time to leave has not yet arrived. We shall prepare to depart only after this training concludes. So you still have time. Yu Xiaojing summoned everyone back to Tang San's room. Flinder was particularly animated, not solely due to the immense wealth each battle brought him, but also because of the sense of accomplishment that came with being a teacher. Just as everyone was in high spirits, a voice suddenly echoed from outside, followed by a knock at the door. Tang San, noticing this, promptly approached and opened the door, revealing Yu Tianheng. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojing present, Yu Tianheng felt a wave of joy. Uncle, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Might you have a moment? Tianheng, what is it? Xiaojing, since your nephew wishes to have a serious conversation with you, why not allow them to chat? It's not a matter of great consequence. Otherwise, I shall accompany you until you finish, and he led Yu Xiaojing away. Who is this person? They seem to be acquainted with the teacher. Is this person? Quite simply, he is Yu Tianheng, the direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, revered as one of the twin stars of the clan. Tang San gazed at Bai Ying in astonishment and inquired, Teacher, could there be a connection with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? A connection indeed, and not a trivial one. It pertains not only to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan of Hunan, but also to our Spirit Hall. However, such matters are not for you to concern yourself with just yet. Come, everyone, let us drink. Yu Tianheng led Yu Xiaojing to a door, gently knocking before announcing, Uncle, I have brought him. Almost immediately, the door swung open, and a venerable yet robust voice beckoned, Bring him in. The voice not only caused Yu Tianheng's expression to shift, but also instilled unease in both Yu Xiaojing and Flinder. Upon entering, they beheld an aged man whose eyes sparkled with vitality, seated on a sofa. As the three of them entered, the door slammed shut behind them. Xiaojing, I never expected to find you here. I am not Xiaoheng. Do inform me, for I am still unaware, said Yu Lumyan with a hint of indifference. Sighing softly, Yu Tianheng stepped back outside. What brings you here, second uncle? Of course, I came to see you. Am I not permitted to do so? Time has passed. Do you truly not wish to return to the family? Family? Ever since I was cast out by the Southern Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, ever since my martial soul mutated, have you regarded me as one of your kin? My years spent wandering the outside world have been quite satisfactory, so rest assured, I have no intentions of returning home. Are you implying that you do not plan to rejoin the family? Indeed, if that is the matter at hand, I can provide you with a definitive answer. I shall not return home, at least not at this moment. Then you intend to wander indefinitely? Yu Xiaojing interjected. I am aware of the events of that year. You have not forgotten, but do not overlook that ere long is my daughter, your cousin. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing's expression shifted abruptly. His clenched fists relaxed, only to tighten again as he spoke painfully. I understand. You need not worry. Observing the anguish on Yu Xiaojing's face, Yu Lian sighed. I do not blame you for what transpired. It was merely fate. Return home for a visit. Your father has always longed for you. Though he may not voice it, I can sense it. I shall not return. This decision remains unchanged. No sooner had he spoken than Yu Xiaojing felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Yu Luomian's body was suddenly adorned with 9 spirit rings. Thus you regard me, your second uncle, with such disdain? This has never occurred before, nor will it in the future. I shall not return. I am determined to prove myself before I ever consider it, and until I have done so, I shall never go back. Very well, Xiaojing, then you may never return. I must observe how long you can roam outside without the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Yu Luomian appeared exceedingly irate, and with a loud bang, the door was flung open, revealing the anxious expression of Yu Tianheng. With a deep sigh, Yu Luomian said, "Let us go." At this moment, Yu Xiaojing's heart was also heavy. How could he not comprehend the events of the past? It was merely fate playing tricks on them. You mentioned someone was bullying you. Where is that person now? Lead me to them. Come, 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 we are all brothers, let us unite. The gathering at Shrek was vibrant and lively. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were entangled in deep thoughts as they shared drinks with one another. They all understood that soon they would part ways, and it was uncertain when their next reunion would occur. Once the feast concluded, everyone retreated to their respective quarters. At that moment, Bai Jing called out to Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, must we truly depart? Ning Rongrong inquired. We really must leave. At this juncture, even Zhu Zhuqing suggested, why don't we reconsider? Chapter 96, Breaking Through Level 50. This matter leaves no room for negotiation. If one wishes to avoid sorrow, they should hasten to pack their belongings. For we shall leave at once. In unison, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu exclaimed, why so soon? Is parting not for the sake of a better reunion? Furthermore, I have already conveyed this to you all. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu understood that departure was inevitable. They could only sigh in silence and head towards their individual rooms. Are you buying? A voice imbued with authority suddenly echoed, startling him. He turned abruptly to find an elderly man standing beside Yu Tianheng. It is I, and who might you be? The white shadow exhibited no hint of trepidation. Rather, it radiated an eagerness to engage. Dare to converse with me, old man? Let us find a suitable locale. What is there to fear? The jade-robed crown was taken aback by the white shadow's unhesitating acceptance. The three of them exited, making their way from the grand arena of the Soul of Combat to a small alley outside. You have wronged my nephew. The jade-robed crown's aura abruptly sharpened, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, as if he sought to penetrate the very essence of the white shadow. The cerulean dragon behind him seemed to sense its master's fury, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, coiling in the sky. Its massive wings stirred a tempest, sweeping up surrounding dust and shrouding the entire alley in darkness. Bai Ying, however, remained unperturbed, standing his ground with a gaze that was both resolute and piercing. With a faint smile, he remarked, the Southern Electric Tyrannosaurus family? I have never heard of it. As for your nephew, his skills are lacking. What fault is mine in that? The audacity of Bai Ying incensed Yu Luomian, who took a sudden step forward, his aura surging dramatically. He pointed with a finger, and the azure giant dragon behind him let out a furious roar, charging fiercely towards Bai Ying. The figure of the white shadow remained motionless, yet it subtly extended its right hand, palm facing upwards, unleashing an overwhelming force of suction. The fierce azure dragon, seemingly ensnared by an invisible tether, was abruptly immobilized in midair, unable to advance an inch. Yu Luomian's countenance shifted dramatically. He could scarcely believe his eyes. This young man possessed the uncanny ability to effortlessly dominate his martial spirit. A profound sense of peril surged within him. This youth was undeniably not a mere adversary. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was a pinnacle of beast spirits, yet you can only wield it to such a degree. It appears you are squandering your innate talent. Yu Luomian's fury threatened to ignite the entire alley, as the 9 soul rings upon him materialized in an instant, their hues of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black intertwining to create torrents of terrifying energy. These currents surged through the air with reckless abandon, as if intent on devouring the entire alley. At that moment, the aura of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex reached its zenith, and the azure dragon, sensing its master's wrath, let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the surroundings. Facing the terrifying aura, Bai Ying exhibited no trace of fear. He stood there with an air of calmness, as if everything were under his control. Drawing a deep breath, he gradually unleashed his martial soul. The Dragon Slayer martial soul now emerged. Its inherent prowess held a formidable restraining power over all dragonkind. Had it been any other martial soul, he might not have possessed such courage, but the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was the pinnacle of dragon martial souls. Thus the suppression it exerted was most profound. To think that the illustrious blue electric Tyrannosaurus family comprises individuals who prey upon the weak, it appears I have overestimated you. The fury of Luo Mian seemed to materialize, his eyes ablaze with crimson rage, engulfed by a tempest of wrath. He charged at Bai Ying, 9 soul rings swirling chaotically behind him, exuding a terrifying presence. The azure giant dragon roared as it surged towards Bai Ying, seemingly intent on devouring him. Yet, Bai Ying appeared utterly unfazed, standing resolutely as he gently waved his hands. A silver beam of light erupted from his palms, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing violently into the approaching azure dragon. With a thunderous boom, the azure dragon screamed as it was sent hurtling through the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Luo Mian staggered back, shaken by the force of the impact. Disbelief etched across his features, his eyes brimming with shock and fury. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the tumult of emotions within him. His gaze turned icy as he regarded Bai Ying, his voice low and resonant. You certainly have surprised me, young man. I did not anticipate you could so effortlessly defeat my martial soul. However, this does not imply that you can prevail against me. The white shadow let out a cold laugh and remarked, whether I can conquer you, only through trial can it be revealed. The two locked eyes for a fleeting moment before launching themselves toward one another. Their figures intertwined in midair, unleashing waves of astonishing energy. The structures in the alley succumbed to their onslaught, crumbling into ruins. Yet, such destruction did not sway their fierce battle. Their gaze was solely fixed upon each other. With victory as their only aim, the 9 soul rings of Yulumyan whirled chaotically behind him, each flicker signifying the immense output of his soul power. His assaults rained down with the ferocity of a tempest, each strike imbued with the might of thunder. In contrast, the white shadow appeared to navigate the chaos with effortless grace, sidestepping Yulumyan's attacks and landing precise hits on his opponent's vulnerabilities. Just as Yulumyan prepared to deliver his final blow, the white shadow abruptly vanished from sight. A wave of intense dread washed over Yulumyan. He sensed an imminent threat. At that moment, the white shadow reappeared behind him, delivering a crushing blow to his back. Yulumyan felt an overwhelming and irresistible force descend upon him, as if an unseen hand had grasped his heart in a vice. He was horrified to realize that his soul power was draining at an astonishing rate, and despite his frantic struggles, he could not escape the grip of this force. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the white shadow's cold and profound gaze, despair flooding his heart. He yearned to flee, yet his body felt as if it were anchored in place, utterly immobile. All he could do was helplessly watch as his life force was siphoned away, enduring the excruciating pain and fear of his impending demise. The silhouette of Bai Ying gradually blurred in the eyes of Yulumyan, and his consciousness began to fade as well. He felt as though he were being ensnared in an endless vortex of darkness, unable to extricate himself. Yu Tianheng, witnessing this, exclaimed in disbelief. How could a being of titled Daoliu strength be vanquished so effortlessly? Yet, the harsh reality lay before him. Yulumyan had been utterly drained. Bai Ying was engulfed by an unimaginable and excruciating pain. Following this, he let out a roar, and in the next moment, the soul power that had been stuck at level 46 unexpectedly surged past level 50. I must leave at once. Now that I have attracted the attention of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, the South Electric Tyrannosaurus family will undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. The third trial of the Shura 9 trials has been completed, granting me a divine soul ring as a reward. For the fourth trial, I have obtained the domain of the god of slaughter. I never anticipated that I would possess 2 divine soul rings. In the realm of the gods, within the divine entity of the Shura god, I did not expect him to complete the third trial so swiftly. It seems my retirement is not far off. Brothers, I have recently been devoid of inspiration and unable to produce anything of quality, so I kindly ask for your understanding. I apologize. Chapter 97. The pleasure of foot massage is what? You killed a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Ning Ronron's expression changed dramatically. It is important to note that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, being one of the top 3 sects, holds a status that is equally exalted as that of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. How dare he come to trouble me? He must face death. One must eradicate the roots of the problem, lest it regrow with the spring breeze. This truth you will all come to understand in due time. Ning Rongrong was astonished to hear such explosive news, just as the 3 of them had finished tidying up. We must return to the Wuhuan Hall immediately, otherwise, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family will surely not let me off the hook. We must depart quickly, Ning Rongrong remarked. You should have known better than to stir up trouble. Now, look where we are. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is no trivial matter. They are quite vindictive and will not rest until they have their vengeance. Understood. But there is no need for excessive alarm. I do not believe they would dare to act openly against me, Xiao Wu interjected, nodding in agreement. Brother, while it is good to remain optimistic, we must consider all possibilities. Leaving is the wisest course of action. The group swiftly utilized their flying soul tools to depart from Soto City, heading towards Wuhuan City. Wuhuan City does not belong to any family or empire. It is a city solely owned by the Wuhuan Hall. Even the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family would find it challenging to take action within Wuhuan City. Their speed was extraordinary. And at this moment, Yu Tianheng, witnessing all of this, was utterly stunned. He could hardly fathom that his uncle, a formidable title Daoliu, would be involved in such events. How could Bai Ying, so young, possess the capability to slay a title Daoliu-level powerhouse? This matter must be reported to the family at once. Had he not shown mercy, I might have already become a casualty under his blade. The mere thought sent a chill down Yu Tianheng's spine. Days later, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu appeared south of the Tiando Empire, still a distance from Wuhuan City. Xiao Wu, what is wrong with you? Is there an issue with your health? I'm fine, brother. My legs are just a bit sore, nothing serious. Moreover, I find myself somewhat famished. In recent days, we have scarcely enjoyed a moment of respite. Much of our time has been consumed by travel. Ning Rongrong similarly expressed, as a support-type soul master, my physical endurance is inherently inferior to yours. Although the assistance of soul-guiding devices provides some relief, I find myself easily fatigued mentally. Furthermore, we are presently situated in desolate wilderness, devoid of any accommodations. I yearn for a moment of repose. Very well, given that the day has waned, let us take this opportunity to rest properly. Allowing you to witness the second form of my Qian. Following this, under the watchful gaze of the three, Bai Ying smiled faintly, his palm gesturing gracefully as a softly glowing spherical soul guide materialized in his hand. This was none other than the Qian. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Bai Ying gently pressed a mechanism on the soul guide, and in the next moment, the seemingly ordinary spherical Qian instantaneously unfurled, transforming into a streak of flowing light, abruptly morphing into an exquisite little house. The house, steeped in antiquity, predominantly adorned in a delicate golden hue, was enveloped by a gentle halo, evoking a sense of tranquility and mystery. The roof was intricately carved with exquisite patterns, seemingly narrating ancient tales. Ning Rongrong gazed at the scene. Her eyes sparkling with awe, she exclaimed, "How marvelous! It is my first encounter with a soul guide that can transform into a house." A few individuals entered in succession. Although the house appeared modest from the outside, the interior space was unexpectedly spacious. With its refined decor, plush bedding, warm lighting, and even a quaint little kitchen and bathroom, it was a veritable mobile home, complete with all necessities. The white figure smiled gently and said, "Although this Qian possesses neither formidable offensive nor defensive capabilities, its concealment and comfort are truly unparalleled. It has an invisibility function. Unless the opponent possesses extraordinary mental strength, they will be utterly incapable of detecting our presence." Xiao Wu, with curiosity, gazed around in wonder and exclaimed, "How extraordinary! Brother, you are truly remarkable to have acquired such an exquisite soul-guiding device." The white shadow gently shook his head, a warm smile gracing his face. "It's nothing to worry about. Soul-guiding devices exist solely to facilitate our lives." He continued, "These past few days have certainly worn everyone out from travel. Allow me to help you unwind." With that, he gestured for the three to settle onto the soft bedding, while he approached Xiao Wu, extending his hand delicately to rest upon her foot. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Wu's face, quickly followed by a blush, and she softly inquired, "Brother, can you really give a foot massage?" The white shadow offered a faint smile, remaining silent while his hands grew even more gentle in their movements. His palms were warm and strong, as though they could dispel all weariness. Xiao Wu could feel a refreshing sensation coursing through her body, as if a warm current surged from her toes to envelop her entirely, washing away the fatigue of recent days. The white shadow's techniques were both skilled and delicate, reminiscent of an experienced masseur. Suddenly, his fingers lightly brushed against her calf, where the skin was as smooth and refined as jade. The white shadow paused momentarily, seemingly captivated by the exquisite touch. His fingers caressed that area tenderly, as though he were admiring a rare treasure. The sensation was overwhelming. igniting a longing that was almost unbearable. As he increased the pressure, Xiao Wu's face flushed deeper, and she emitted involuntary sounds that caused Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to exchange uneasy glances. Had they not witnessed the scene, they might have assumed something inappropriate was transpiring between Xiao Wu and the White Shadow. "Xiao Wu, how do you feel?" he inquired gently. "I feel quite comfortable," she replied. Her words somewhat mumbled. Despite her flushed cheeks, she was reveling in the unexpected pleasure of the moment. This peculiar scene rendered Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's expressions rather strange. "Rest assured, each of you will have a turn," he reassured them. Although the two women understood the nature of the White Shadow, having become accustomed to such experiences, they hesitated only momentarily before consenting. Xiao Wu felt as if a gentle breeze was caressing her body, every cell within her stretching and relaxing. The White Shadow's massage was both professional and meticulous, reaching the deepest, most fatigued areas of her being. She gently closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of relaxation and comfort. "Xiao Wu, do you feel better now?" the White Shadow asked softly, his tone imbued with concern and tenderness. Xiao Wu nodded, opening her eyes to meet his gaze, which reflected gratitude and dependence. "Brother, I feel much better, thank you." Her voice was slightly hoarse yet conveyed an indescribable charm. The White Shadow smiled faintly, setting his hands down and returning to the edge of the bed. "I'm glad to hear that. The journey has indeed been arduous. Now, the second one, Rongrong, it's your turn," he said. Ning Rongrong reclined on the soft bed, and the White Shadow delicately took her delicate foot in his hands. Initially, she felt a bit uneasy, as the sensation of being massaged was quite novel to her. Her toes curled slightly, and her skin glimmered like exquisite jade under the light. The delicate fingertips of Bai Ying glided gently across the arch of her foot, invoking a delightful tingling sensation. He began by tenderly kneading the sole of her foot, followed by a gentle tapping with his knuckles, as if awakening every cell within her feet. Ning Rongrong felt a warm current rising from the soles, gradually enveloping her entire being. Bai Ying's technique became increasingly adept, his fingertips weaving between her toes, sometimes applying gentle pressure, at other times caressing softly. Unconsciously, Ning Rongrong allowed her body to relax, feeling as though she were floating on a cloud, all her fatigue swept away. "How does it feel? Is it not delightful?" Bai Ying gazed at Ning Rongrong, who wore an expression of sheer bliss, and spoke. "It was simply exquisite." The third turn belonged to Zhu Zhuqing. She had always been characterized by her calm and reserved demeanor. At the beginning, she sat at the edge of the bed, her head slightly bowed, seemingly a bit shy. However, as Bai Ying began to massage her, her expression began to transform. The delicate touch of Bai Ying's hand brushed against her instep, sending a subtle tingle through her. Bai Ying's fingertips danced between her toes, alternating between gentle squeezes and tender caresses. Gradually, her body began to relax, enveloped by a soothing warmth. Under the watchful eyes of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing's transformation was particularly striking. The composed demeanor she usually maintained seemed to dissipate, replaced by an enchanting allure. Her expression became dreamy and alluring, her eyes partially closed as if savoring this rare moment of relaxation. Her breaths grew increasingly rapid, and an enticing smile played upon her lips, exuding an irresistible charm. The soft sounds escaping her lips, though faint, brimmed with seduction, evoking a whirlwind of imagination in those who beheld her. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, seated at the edge of the bed, observed Zhu Zhuqing's metamorphosis and felt an unfamiliar sensation stir within them. They had never witnessed this side of Zhu Zhuqing, whose beguiling and ethereal demeanor seemed to liberate her innermost self. Zhu Zhuqing's legs quivered slightly, as if she were undergoing an indescribable pleasure. Her toes curled, indulging in Bai Ying's massage, and her breaths, heavy and rhythmic, seemed to synchronize with the tempo of the caress. Suddenly, a soft, alluring moan escaped Zhu Zhuqing's lips, causing her body to shudder as if touched by an intense stimulus. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with surprise and curiosity. They couldn't help but ponder Zhu Zhuqing's inner sensations at this moment, the unprecedented relaxation and delight she was experiencing. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. "All right, you three. Sit tight for a moment. I will prepare some food for you," Bai Ying announced before departing. Once she left, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu regarded Zhu Zhuqing with a peculiar gaze. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, and she shyly inquired, "What are you looking at?" Ning Rongrong chuckled. "I never imagined that beneath your cool exterior, you could be so different when relaxed." They had witnessed firsthand the sounds Zhu Zhuqing had made, which ignited a similar sensation within both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, as if flames were consuming them. You two are unbearable, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her embarrassment palpable. Ning Rongrong, amused by Zhu Zhuqing's flustered demeanor, reached out to pull her into a gentle embrace, soothingly saying, Zhuqing, there's no need to be so shy. We are all women here. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Your reaction was entirely natural, and we completely understand. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced even more at Ning Rongrong's words. As she struggled to escape the comforting embrace, her face burning with shame. Please, stop talking about it. I truly feel embarrassed, she protested. Xiao Wu, unable to contain her laughter at Zhu Zhuqing's bashful expression, approached her and lightly patted her shoulder. Zhuqing, don't worry, we won't tease you. In fact, both Rongrong and I had quite the reaction too. We just manage our emotions a bit better. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing wished fervently for a hole to hide in. Her cheeks aflame and her heart brimming with embarrassment and helplessness. She initially believed herself to be a composed and reserved individual, yet today, under the gentle ministrations of the white figure, she found herself exhibiting such a seductive side, which left her feeling somewhat disconcerted. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly shifted the conversation towards Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, your reaction is rather significant, isn't it? Ning Rongrong's face flushed, and she shot a glare at Xiao Wu, retorting, What nonsense are you spouting? I didn't. Xiao Wu smiled slightly, unfazed, and replied, Do not be shy. We are all women, so what is there to be embarrassed about? I observed your reaction, which was quite pronounced, just like Zhuqing's earlier. By the way, what are your thoughts on our visit to the spirit hall? Ning Rongrong interjected. What do you mean by that? Haven't we already made our decision? Suddenly, she suggested, Since we are all familiar with one another, why not share something interesting? Like where we come from. I shall go first, Ning Rongrong announced as she stood. I hail from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What about you, Zhuqing? Where do you come from? I have always wondered about your relationship with Dai Mubai. It seems you two were acquainted long before. Ning Rongrong, ever astute, directly addressed the crux of the matter. Zhuqing sighed softly and candidly replied, Dai Mubai and I were once betrothed. However, I have since severed all ties with him. I am of the Zhu family, a noble lineage from the Star Luo Empire. My heavens, I have heard my father mention the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. They are the most powerful family in the new Luo Empire. Every generation of royal members marries into the Zhu family to ensure mutual status. No wonder you hold such disdain for Dai Mubai. Zhuqing, upon hearing this, felt a pang of nostalgia and remarked, That is all in the past. And you, Xiao Wu? Zhuqing suddenly inquired. You have yet to reveal your origins. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong too expressed her curiosity. Xiao Wu's demeanor shifted, becoming somewhat melancholic. Chapter 98. It's so hot in truth. I am not human, she confessed. Ning Rongrong and Zhuqing gasped in astonishment. Not human? What do you mean, Xiao Wu? Observing their reactions, Xiao Wu took a deep breath and continued. I am, in fact, a 10,000-year-old soul beast. A 10,000-year-old soul beast? How is that possible? Soul beasts rarely reach such an age. In the annals of Daoliu continent's history, only the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest within the Star Do Great Forest, has attained such a level. Every 10,000-year soul beast is a dominant entity. Yet how could Xiao Wu, appearing so feeble, possibly be one? I truly am a 10,000-year soul beast. While ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts are indeed formidable, even titled Daoliu-level experts cannot guarantee their defeat. However, there exists an exception, the transformation into human form. Among all species, humanity is the most promising, embodying the spirit of all living beings. Transforming into a human from a soul beast entails relinquishing all prior powers. Although the cultivation speed may surpass that of ordinary individuals, and one can acquire soul rings without the need to hunt for them, this transformation is fraught with peril. 100,000-year soul beast is a tremendous treasure across the continent, easily discernible by soul Daoliuos or title Daoliuos. The reason I chose this transformation is that if we can surpass the title level, achieving a successful breakthrough to the 100th rank will grant us eternal life. Ning Rongrong inquired, Is it truly possible for humans to transcend the 100th rank? To her surprise, Xiao Wu responded, I never imagined you would possess such gentlemanly qualities. How did you come to know Baiying? Is he aware of your true identity? Xiao Wu nodded, saying, Brother has always known who I am. Our acquaintance dates back to my childhood, when he rescued me from the clutches of Pope Bibi Dong. At that time, My mother was gravely injured while trying to protect me, mortally wounded by the Pope. It was then that brother intervened. Later, my mother sacrificed herself for him. And he gifted me this ring, which conceals my soul beast aura. Are you suggesting that Bai Ying's strength is on par with Pope Bibidong? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were both taken aback, having never anticipated that Xiao Wu harbored such profound secrets. My mother has long since passed away. And now brother is my only remaining kin, Xiao Wu confessed. I am so sorry, Xiao Wu, for causing you sorrow, Ning Rongrong said gently. Xiao Wu smiled and shook her head, waving her hand lightly, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. She gazed at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, a soft smile gracing her lips as she trembled slightly with emotion. Truly, it is fine. Speaking of it has lightened my heart considerably. For so many years, I have borne this secret, fearful of its discovery and the trouble it might bring to those around me. Now, with you by my side, I feel much better. Ning Rongrong tenderly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, her eyes filled with concern and comfort. She softly said, Xiao Wu, let the past remain in the past. What matters now is the present and us. We will stand by you, support you, and accompany you. Do not dwell on it any longer. Let us look forward together. In truth, your ability to unravel such deep-seated emotional turmoil after all these years has truly surprised me. Bai Ying naturally overheard their conversation, carrying a steaming pot of porridge. He stepped out, placed it on the table, and began to speak. I remember back then. It was through the power of the Shura God that I was able to defeat Bibidong. Now that we have some time, let me share with you how one can transcend the 100th level. Is it truly possible for humans to surpass this threshold? Why have I never heard of it in the annals of the Star Luo Empire's history? Zhu Zhuqing interjected, humans can indeed surpass the 100th level. But even those with exceptional talent can only reach level 99. Level 99 is the utmost limit that our world can bear. Once one steps into the realm beyond, they can ascend to the divine realm, where life can attain immortality. There are two pathways to reach the 100th level. The first is to seek the inheritance of divine positions. Every soul master aspiring to surpass the 100th level will search for such a position. For only within the divine realm can one truly exist. The territories of the divine realm are finite, and to survive within this space, one must possess their own rightful place. The second method is to gather the power of belief and create a divine position of one's own. However, this approach is fraught with difficulty, as the human lifespan is too short. Consequently, most soul masters who choose this path perish along the way. Ning Rongrong then asked, has our world ever produced a deity? Indeed, it has. In our Daoliu continent, as far as I know, within the hall of worship of the Spirit Hall, there exists the inheritance of the angel god. Far across the ocean lies a place known as Sea God Island, which harbors the legacy of the sea god. Additionally, there is a city known as the City of Slaughter, where the inheritance of the Shura god resides, and I am the inheritor of the Shura god. As long as I can break through level 99, I will surely achieve the 100th level. Therefore, encountering me is the greatest fortune of your lives. Fortunate? I see meeting you as the greatest misfortune of my life. Ning Rongrong's words abruptly shifted the atmosphere to one of awkwardness. Bai Ying was taken aback, not anticipating that his statement would elicit such a reaction from Ning Rongrong. Turning to look at her, he noticed a hint of dissatisfaction and a playful smile on her face. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also gazed at Bai Ying, their eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. They had never witnessed Ning Rongrong express her discontent so directly toward him. Bai Ying smiled faintly, shaking his head as if he did not take Ning Rongrong's words to heart. He approached her, bending down to meet her gaze, and gently inquired, Rongrong, why do you say such things? Ning Rongrong looked up at Bai Ying, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She feigned a serious expression and replied, you always appear so mysteriously, leaving us utterly perplexed. Moreover, you consistently drag us into various perils. Is that not the greatest misfortune? Indeed, it is my fault. However, have I not provided you with benefits? Besides, these experiences serve to hone your skills, he remarked. Now, let us enjoy the porridge. This week, I have added a considerable amount of rare ingredients, which should undoubtedly bring you great advantages. Is that true? Then I shall dig in. Xiao Wu exclaimed. The group gathered around the table and began to savor the porridge that Bai Ying had personally prepared. The aroma was enticing, and its smooth texture seemed to embody boundless essence. As the warm liquid slid down their throats, a soothing warmth spread throughout their bodies, invigorating their spirits. Yet, just as this warmth enveloped them, dark impurities began to surface on their skin. These impurities gradually coalesced, forming a thick layer of grime that emitted an intolerable stench. Ning Rongrong was the first to notice this unsettling change. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her body. She attempted to touch the black impurities, only to feel their coarse texture, akin to something repulsive. What is this? It smells terrible. As soon as Ning Rongrong's words fell, the atmosphere in the room turned heavy. The black impurities continued to seep from their skin, releasing a nauseating odor. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing soon recognized the changes in themselves, exchanging alarmed glances, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Bai Ying gazed at them, a flicker of satisfaction illuminating his eyes. He spoke calmly. These impurities within your bodies have accumulated over time, significantly obstructing your cultivation. Now, I shall expel them from your system. This is a rare opportunity for you. As soon as his words fell, Ning Rongrong sprang to her feet, rushing towards the bathroom. Her figure vanished at the doorway, leaving behind an unpleasant stench. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly followed, hastily exiting the room. The trio hurried upstairs, eagerly turning on the faucet as cool water cascaded over their bodies. The black impurities dissolved rapidly in the water, transforming into dark streams that flowed away down the drain. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with indescribable astonishment. They had never imagined that their bodies harbored such a plethora of filth. After rinsing for a considerable time, until the water became clear and transparent, they turned off the faucet and retrieved a set of clean clothes from their storage soul guide. They quickly changed, reveling in the refreshing sensation that enveloped them, as if they had undergone a rebirth. Upon returning to the room, the three lay on the bed, acutely aware of the changes within their bodies. They felt an incessant warmth coursing through them, as if a current of heat surged within. Although this sensation was somewhat uncomfortable, they could distinctly perceive their soul power escalating at an astonishing rate. The heat surged like a roaring tide, akin to being ensconced in a furnace. Ning Rongrong tossed and turned in bed, her clothes drenched in sweat. She felt as if her body were enveloped in flames, every inch of her skin ablaze. This torment was unbearable. She abruptly sat up, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. She descended from the bed and made her way to Bai Ying's room, each step feeling incredibly heavy. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. She pushed open the door and entered, finding Bai Ying seated by the bedside. Engrossed in a book, Ning Rongrong approached him, inhaling deeply, and spoke. I can't endure this any longer. The sensation is too painful. What exactly did you make me drink? Why do I feel so hot? Precisely, he replied. The heat you're experiencing is due to your poor constitution. The medicinal effects are enhancing your physical condition. Once you breathe deeply and circulate your soul power, you will feel fine. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, fully immersing herself in the flow of her soul power. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda behind her began to rotate slowly, emanating a gentle glow, as if bestowing upon her a continuous stream of strength. She could sense a surge of energy within her, as though boundless power was surging forth. Yet, the waves of heat continued to assail her, becoming increasingly intolerable. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and the flush on her cheeks deepened. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, refusing to relinquish her resolve. At that moment, she suddenly felt a refreshing aura emanating from the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, instantly enveloping her entire being. The oppressive heat seems to have been subdued by this refreshing breeze, rendering it far more bearable. She opened her eyes, pleasantly surprised to find that her physical condition had indeed improved. The overwhelming fatigue had vanished without a trace. I must check on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, she thought. Among the three of them, Ning Rongrong possessed the weakest constitution, which explained her pronounced reaction. Meanwhile, Bai Ying arrived at Xiao Wu's door, knocking gently before calling out. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Receiving no response, Bai Ying pushed the door open and beheld Xiao Wu lying on the bed, her complexion flushed, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead as she lamented, I feel so hot. Brother, what brings you here? Bai Ying spoke, inquiring, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Xiao Wu replied, I am fine, as she wiped the beads of sweat from her brow. I just feel a bit warm at the moment. If I circulate my soul power and absorb the medicinal energy, I should be all right. You should go and check on Zhuqing. Please hurry. Bai Ying nodded gently, his gaze filled with concern. He turned and walked towards the door, softly closing it behind him, as if to avoid disturbing Xiao Wu's rest. His figure swiftly vanished at the end of the corridor, and soon he arrived at Zhu Zhuqing's door. He lightly tapped on the door, his voice tinged with a subtle tension. Zhuqing, how are you? Do you feel unwell in any way? Bai Ying's voice penetrated the wooden barrier. After a brief moment, a faint voice emerged from within. Zhu Qing replied, "I am fine, just feeling a bit warm. I suppose it is due to absorbing the medicinal effects." Bai Ying exhaled softly, pushing the door open to enter. There lay Zhu Qing on the bed, her complexion equally flushed, with beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. Her hands were tightly grasping the sheets, as if enduring immense agony. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Ying was overwhelmed by a profound sense of protectiveness. He swiftly discarded all his garments, revealing his robust physique, and then gently took a seat at the edge of the bed, enveloping Zhu Qing in his embrace. "Is this better?" His voice was soft and resonant, as if capable of soothing any unrest. How utterly delightful. In the realm of fantasy literature, each time the male protagonist employs such a method to bring comfort to the female lead, he mused, "Ah, indeed, I am a genius. It seems my time spent reading has not been in vain." Zhu Qing offered a subtle nod, her cheek pressed against Bai Ying's chest. Feeling the solidity and warmth emanating from him, the cool aura permeated through her skin and into her being, bestowing a sense of tranquility. Yet, the effects of the medicine seemed to still wreak havoc within her, causing her expression to grow increasingly dazed. Her eyes gradually lost focus, as if she were ensnared in a surreal reverie. Bai Ying sensed an unusual condition in Zhu Qing's body. Lowering his gaze, he observed that her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion flushed, and her breathing rapid. A sudden alarm surged within him as he realized this might be a reaction to an excessive dosage of the medicinal substance. He swiftly laid Zhu Qing flat upon the bed, placing his hands against her back, and began to channel his soul energy to assist in alleviating the effects of the medicine within her. A refreshing aura flowed from his palms into her body, countering the tumultuous force of the drug. With Bai Ying's aid, the chaotic energy within Zhu Qing gradually subsided. Her breathing stabilized, and her complexion returned to normal. However, her consciousness remained ensnared in that extraordinary sensation, unable to extricate itself. Suddenly, Bai Ying began to gasp heavily, his hands becoming restless as they encircled Zhu Qing's slender waist. Captivated by the allure of her serene countenance, the movements of the white shadow suddenly transformed into a forceful and fervent display as he fixated intently on Zhu Qing, his eyes shimmering with an unmistakable desire. He lowered his head and gently nibbled on Zhu Qing's earlobe, causing her entire body to tremble as though struck by an electric current. Her heartbeat quickened instantaneously, and a flush of crimson graced her cheeks once more. Yet, this time she offered no resistance, instead opting for submission. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if bracing herself for the destiny that was about to unfold. The delicate caress of Bai Ying's lips along her earlobe ignited an unfamiliar sensation within her, rendering her unable to maintain composure. Her body trembled gently in Bai Ying's embrace, seemingly articulating her innermost desires. The sound of Zhu Qing's voice resonated from beyond the door, causing both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu considerable discomfort. Were they not excessively spirited? Both women arrived at the threshold, yet refrained from intruding upon the moment. Their voices were so loud. Did they not consider the need for rest? Ning Rongrong could not help but voice her critique, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She turned to glance at Xiao Wu, only to find her wearing a similarly vulnerable expression, evidently affected by the fervent sounds. It appeared that sleep would be elusive this night. Xiao Wu murmured softly, her hands clasped as if in prayer for a tranquil evening. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Deciding to retreat lest they be swept away by the fervent waves of passion, they tiptoed back to their respective rooms, closing the door in an attempt to sever the heart-racing sounds from their ears. Lying in bed, images of Bai Ying and Zhu Qing entwined surged unbidden in Ning Rongrong's mind. Her cheeks flushed, a tide of inexplicable emotion swelling within her. She turned over, striving to expel those visions from her thoughts, yet the fervor surged like a relentless tide, leaving her defenseless. A heat began to envelop her body, as if an unnamed fire ignited within. Her face felt increasingly warm, as if capable of cooking an egg. She swallowed hard, attempting to alleviate the dryness that settled in her throat. Closing her eyes, she took deep breaths, endeavoring to calm her racing heart. Yet, the images of Bai Ying and Zhu Qing lingered, taking root in her soul and proving inescapable. Suddenly, she felt her body grow warm, a mysterious force coursing through her. Her heart raced, breaths quickening, as if on the verge of an eruption. What is happening to me? Why do I feel this way? No. I must harness my soul power to suppress this sensation. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu lay curled tightly in her bed, contemplating whether the outcome would have differed had she not allowed her brother to visit Zhu Qing. At that moment, she too was in distress. biting her silver teeth as she softly called out, "Brother, brother." In that instant, it seemed this act could provide her heart with some solace. Chapter 100, The Destroyer. My dear brothers, I feel that this novel I have penned is rather lacking. To be honest, I am tempted to conclude it now. Yet I am profoundly grateful for your unwavering support, especially to the Child of the Stars. I now find myself wavering on whether to bring this tale to a close. The following day, congratulations to the host, you have acquired a soul guidance tank cannon. Heavens, am I mistaken? That is indeed a soul-guided tank turret. While tanks may not have been particularly formidable weaponry in my previous life, in this era dominated by cold weapons, they undoubtedly represent a crushing force. This can be described as a dimensional strike. A tank is essentially a hunk of iron, and with this, even Tang San's Buddha's Fury Lotus would find itself at a complete loss. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing is also awakened, her cheeks flushed, clearly feeling embarrassed about last night's events. Zhuqing, I apologize. You are simply too beautiful, I thought. It's nothing. Zhu Zhuqing replied as she rose and made her way to the living room. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu had been waiting for quite some time, eagerly anticipating their simultaneous appearance. Bai Ying cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, remarking, "Did you not sleep well last night? Your dark circles are quite pronounced." Ning Rongrong let out a soft chuckle, responding, "I wonder whose voice was so loud last night that it kept us both from resting well. Isn't that right? Xiao Wu?" "I take the blame, Rongrong and Xiao Wu," Bai Ying said as he stepped closer to the two, his voice gentle. His hand tenderly caressed their cheeks, softly wiping away the fatigue lingering in the corners of their eyes. Ning Rongrong paused in surprise for a moment, then smiled lightly. She lifted her gaze to Bai Ying, a playful sparkle flickering in her eyes. "Since you are aware, how about a little punishment? You shall prepare breakfast for us today." Bai Ying smiled softly, refraining from contradicting Ning Rongrong's words, a glimmer of affection flickering in his eyes. He turned and made his way to the kitchen, busily preparing a sumptuous breakfast for them. Within the kitchen, Bai Ying's movements were both skilled and graceful, as if each dish he crafted were a masterpiece of art. The flames danced within the pan, releasing an enticing aroma. Before long, the delightful scent permeated the entire living room, making one's mouth water in anticipation. At last, breakfast was ready. Bai Ying artfully presented a series of exquisite dishes upon the dining table. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu eagerly gathered around, ready to indulge. Each bite was a burst of flavor and satisfaction, sweeping away all traces of fatigue. Notably, Zhu Zhuqing consumed the most, clearly exhausted